By a twist of fate, Li Siwei unexpectedly finds himself reborn in the year 2005. Regrettably, he possesses no knowledge of the commercial world. Yet he is fortunate to have inherited an extensive repository of remarkable films from his previous life. Just as Li Siwei is poised to embark on a grand venture, he discovers that the woman who occupies his heart has also been reborn. Chapter 1. An unexpected turn of events. Cough, cough, sigh. This infernal cold has arrived at the most inopportune moment. A man, appearing to be in his 40s, crouches beside a film set, one hand covering his mouth as he coughs, and the other clutching a cigarette, his furrowed brow betraying his discomfort as he murmurs to himself. Not far from him, a group of staff members is industriously arranging the set, their interactions bustling with a palpable energy. Who would have thought that after so many years of toil, I would finally become a director? Cough, cough. Observing the busy crew, the man pulls out his phone to check the time, subsequently expressing a sense of nostalgia, though his cold interrupts him, triggering another fit of coughing. Director Lee, it seems you have caught a cold. Are you all right? Perhaps you should drink some water. As he coughs, a striking figure approaches, offering him water while expressing her concern. Cough, cough. I'm fine. Just caught a chill a couple days ago. Thank you, Li Siwei, for coming over to lend me a hand with a cameo. The man accepts the water, takes a sip, and expresses his gratitude to Li Siwei, who stands beside him. It's no trouble at all. After all, we are classmates. Besides, now that you are a director, you must help elevate me, a humble actress, in the future. Haha, I shall take your words as a good omen, a steam star. Upon hearing Li Siwei's remarks, the man, no, Li Siwei, responds in kind. Li Siwei, a student from the 2002 class of Beijing Film Academy, indeed shares the same class as Li Siwei. However, she is in the acting department while he is in the cinematography department. When he first entered Beijing Film Academy, Li Siwei was filled with ambition, aspiring to become the next Zhang Guorong. Yet, reality dealt him a harsh blow. In this industry, lacking connections made it exceedingly difficult to become a director, and even securing a position as a cinematographer in a production was a formidable challenge. Fortunately, due to his diligence in studies and his charming demeanor, Li Siwei was fortunate enough to receive mentorship from his instructors, who assisted him in securing several positions as a cinematographer post-graduation. Thus, leveraging his mentor's connections, Li Siwei managed to establish a foothold in the industry. Nevertheless, as time passed, and he spent more time in this circle, he came to understand that individuals like himself, devoid of familial ties, would likely find it challenging to ascend to the role of director. However, Li Siwei remained undeterred. With a rich history of experience in various productions, he persisted in navigating the industry, believing that as long as he remained in this realm, serendipity might one day favor him. By 2025, Li Siwei finally encountered an investor willing to grant him the opportunity to direct. With this opportunity, Li Siwei utilized all the connections he had cultivated over the years, eventually securing Li Siwei's participation for a cameo role through the influence of Zhu Yan. All right, Director Li, no need to be so formal. When will it be my turn for the cameo? Li Siwei, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, blinks her bright eyes playfully and smiles at Li Siwei. Captivated by her radiance, Li Siwei momentarily feels a sense of awe. Even amidst the myriad of stars in the entertainment industry, he cannot deny Li Siwei's striking beauty. Siwei, please hold on a moment. Once the crew finishes setting up, we will begin your scene. Nevertheless, having spent many years in the industry, Li Siwei quickly regains his composure, discreetly averting his gaze from her luminous eyes as he speaks with a smile. Okay, Siwei, your current expression is perfect, exuding a casual charm. Just look around, and I will handle the camera. All right, do you have any specific directions for my movements? No, just walk freely. Understood. After the crew completed the setup, Li Siwei's cameo scene officially commenced on the open lot of the film base. Li Siwei stood behind the camera, intently observing Li Siwei's performance, while several photographers and assistants skillfully adjusted lighting and captured the scene. Cut. Siwei, that was excellent. Let's take a break. 10 minutes later, satisfied with the footage, Li Siwei called out, "Cut. How was that? Is it acceptable?" Li Siwei approached, softly inquiring after hearing his words. Engrossed in reviewing the previous footage, Li Siwei turned to Li Siwei, giving her a thumbs up. Remarkable. Truly worthy of a superstar. Your acting is outstanding. While Li Siwei's performance could only be described as average, the fact that such a prominent star was willing to take on a cameo role was impressive in itself, and Li Siwei, possessing a modicum of social grace, refrained from voicing the unvarnished truth. Haha, not at all. Li Siwei laughed in response to his compliment. Siwei, you should take a break for now. We will be filming a high-altitude scene shortly, so please prepare yourself. All right, Xiao Zhang, have the helicopter preparations been completed? After Li Siwei departed, Li Siwei turned to his assistant beside him. Rest assured, Director Li, everything is in order. However, are you certain you wish to take the lead on this? Of course. Li Siwei doesn't need a stunt double, so neither will I. Besides, my skydiving license wasn't earned in vain, you know. Half an hour later, with the crew fully prepared, Li Siwei secured the safety harness for both himself and Lu Yifei, guiding her towards the helicopter while lightening the mood with a smile. It might get a bit rough, so please bear with me, esteemed star. It's quite all right. I was a bit anxious at first, but with you, the esteemed director, by my side, I feel much more at ease. Moreover, during my previous film, I did pilot a plane. Lu Yifei responded with a smile to Li Siwei's words, and the two of them boarded the helicopter. Xiao Zhang, once the helicopter takes off, just focus on the filming. After they boarded, Li Siwei instructed his assistant via the intercom. Director Li, received. Since the two were about to engage in skydiving, they opted not to sit inside the cabin, instead choosing seats near the door. Initially calm, Lu Yifei began to feel the pangs of anxiety as the aircraft descended. Observing the slight tension in Lu Yifei's demeanor, Li Siwei extended a hand behind her and tightened the strap of her safety harness, alleviating her unease momentarily. Rest assured, my skydiving license was not purchased with money. Over the years, I have leaped nearly 100 times. Just leave it to me. Besides, you have flown a plane before when filming The Roses, haven't you? Is that even comparable? That flight was nowhere near this altitude. Upon hearing Li Siwei's words, Lu Yifei shot him a glance of exasperation. However, his reassurances significantly eased her tension. Relax, take a deep breath, and pay attention to your facial expression. As the airplane climbed higher, Lu Yifei, in her state of anxiety, had to pose cheerfully for the camera. It was a testament to her composure. Someone with lesser fortitude would have found it impossible to smile under such pressure. With the aircraft continuing its ascent, Li Siwei glanced at his watch and began to recheck the equipment on both of them as they were nearing the designated altitude. Moments later, as the plane reached the predetermined height, Li Siwei adjusted their gear and whispered in Lu Yifei's ear, "Get ready. We are about to jump. Just lean against me." At that moment, the tension enveloping Lu Yifei dissipated slightly as she nodded and nestled closely against him. Although Li Siwei sensed Lu Yifei's apprehension, there was no time for further reassurances. Sitting at the door, he inhaled deeply, signaled to the nearby cameraman, and then leaped into the abyss with Lu Yifei. The two cameramen, witnessing their descent, followed suit. As they plunged into the void, Lu Yifei's scream pierced through the air. Li Siwei did not immediately try to comfort her. Instead, he swiftly deployed the guiding parachute, providing a buffer to prevent them from tumbling aimlessly in the sky. With arms outstretched, he gently patted Lu Yifei, signaling her to do the same. As her initial fear began to fade, Lu Yifei gradually relaxed and mirrored Li Siwei's gesture, opening her arms. Once she regained her composure and looked down, she was captivated by the breathtaking scenery below. The film they were working on was shot at a cinematic base in Hainan, and now, soaring high above, the vast ocean below evoked a profound sense of awe. After gliding over a kilometer, Li Siwei checked the locator on his wrist and prepared to open the parachute, hoping to allow Lu Yifei more time to enjoy the beauty of the heights. However, just as he intended to pull the cord, he realized that the parachute appeared to be stuck. In an instant, cold sweat drenched his back. After 2 futile attempts, despair washed over him. Battling against the wind, he shouted loudly to Lu Yifei, "Yifei, the parachute won't open." "What?" Hearing Li Siwei's alarm, Lu Yifei was rendered speechless. As the ground loomed closer, Li Siwei tried again, but to no avail, and hopelessness set in. He tightened his hold on Lu Yifei. Drawing closer to her ear, he exclaimed, "It seems there's a malfunction with the equipment. We are truly in peril." "Director Li, you cannot be jesting. I'm not joking. The parachute genuinely won't deploy. Someone must have tampered with it." At his revelation, Lu Yifei recalled that upon boarding the plane, her assistant had attempted to deter her from jumping and had fiddled with the parachute pack. In that moment, despair enveloped her. The accompanying camera crew had already opened their parachutes, helplessly watching as the two plummeted. Meanwhile, the crew members waiting below began to panic upon noticing the two had yet to deploy their parachute. Did someone tamper with director Li's parachute bag? The club owner inquired anxiously, observing the unfolding crisis. Lu Yifei's assistant turned pale upon hearing the owner's query. Should anything happen to the two, she would bear the blame. Unbeknownst to the duo in the sky, Li Siwei, relying on his core strength honed through years of training, shifted their positions, placing himself beneath Lu Yifei. Although this maneuver would have little effect, it was the best solution Li Siwei could devise. At this point, Lu Yifei understood his intentions, but there was no time left for contemplation. All she heard before plunging into an abyss of darkness was a whispered, "I am sorry." Chapter 2. Rebirth. In 2005, within the male dormitory of Beijing Film Academy, on Li Siwei's bed. "What the heck?" With a loud shout, Li Siwei abruptly sat up. His mind still flooded with images of a recent plummet from a great height. In the next moment, gazing at the familiar yet strange surroundings, he found himself utterly bewildered. "What on earth? Wei, why are you yelling like that? You nearly gave me a heart attack." At that moment, Zhu Yan, who was sitting on the bunk below, nearly dropped the apple in her hand in shock upon hearing Li Siwei's exclamation. Yon, what are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? Where else would I be? The non-blood-related brothers won't start filming until August, so of course, I'm at school. After hearing Zhu Yan's words, Li Siwei was left in a daze. He picked up his phone, only to find that his once advanced device had reverted to a Nokia, a mere feature phone. Glancing at the screen displaying May 15, 2005, he disregarded Zhu Yan and dashed to the bathroom, staring at his youthful reflection in the mirror. Wow, am I reborn? Meanwhile, in another part of the city, within a villa district, Li Siwei also gazed around in confusion, questioning the situation. Didn't I move out long ago? Rising to survey her surroundings, she quietly opened her computer, only to confirm the date, 2005. This is truly a rebirth. Cece, what's the matter? You look so out of sorts this early in the day. Have you been too exhausted? If so, take a break, inquired Lu Xiaoli, stepping out of her room to find Li Siwei already awake. Oh, it's nothing, Mom. I just woke up early today, having accepted her rebirth into 2005. Li Siwei responded sweetly to Lu Xiaoli's concern. That's good to hear. I'll go prepare breakfast then. It was understandable why Lu Xiaoli reacted so strongly. Typically, Li Siwei would never rise early unless she had a filming schedule. Watching Lu Xiaoli head to the kitchen, Li Siwei propped herself up, a gentle smile gracing her lips. How wonderful! I never expected to be reborn. Fortunate enough to have watched numerous rebirth-themed dramas in her previous life, Li Siwei quickly acclimated to her new reality. Though thoughts of the figure who protected her during the fall lingered, she wondered if he had returned as well. With this thought, she bit down on her lower lip. On the other side, Li Siwei, still unaware of Li Siwei's thoughts, had begun to accept his own rebirth. Hey, Aoi, are you alright? You're acting all jumpy. Zuyoen Ramarka, Upsharbing Li Siwei, Isa Arratig Movements. I'm fine, just had a nightmare, Li Siwei replied, knowing he couldn't divulge the truth of his rebirth to Zhu Yan, lest she promptly call for psychiatric assistance. I thought so. You suddenly yelled and scared me half to death. If only Luo Jin and the others were here. They would have been terrified too. By the way, are you going to the cafeteria for a meal? No, you go ahead. I need to gather myself for a bit. Li Siwei Rablia. After Jian departed, he sat in a chair, retrieving the mirror that Luo Jin had bought and placing it on the table. Gazing at his youthful face, he mused, it seems I am quite fortunate. Rebirth is indeed a rare stroke of luck. However, before he could revel in this realization, thoughts of Li Siwei, who had fallen alongside him, weighed heavily on his mind, prompting a deep sigh. I wonder if Li Siwei survived. Forget it. If it comes to that, I'll just have to help her once I achieve success in this life. Just moments after feeling uplifted, Li Siwei's spirits plummeted once more, shaking his head in self-deprecation. And here I am, thinking of helping others. Li Siwei must have just finished filming The Return of the Condor Heroes. By next year, when it airs, she'll become the entertainment industry's strongest contender. By the way, since I've been reborn, surely I should be granted a system, right? System? Oh, system, are you there? Unfortunately, after calling out for a while, he received no response. If I had known I would be reborn, I should have paid more attention to financial news. Regrettably, Li Siwei had little understanding of stocks in his previous life. Even if he knew some that would rise, he was unaware of the timing. Would he have to tread the same path as before? As he wallowed in despair, he suddenly realized an influx of knowledge flooding his mind. Upon closing his eyes, classic film scenes from the future began to materialize in his thoughts. It seems the heavens are still favoring me. At noon, after classes concluded, Li Siwei returned to the dormitory brimming with excitement. I've decided, Lao Zhu, I want to make a movie. Zhu Yan, who was drinking water, nearly choked upon hearing Li Siwei's declaration and coughed for a while. Are you feeling all right? You're not burning up, are you? She reached out to check his forehead. Lao Zhu, I'm serious. After that nightmare this morning, I suddenly conceived a brilliant idea that I plan to bring to life. Li Siwei swatted Zhu Yan's hand away, his expression resolute. Seeing the determination in Li Siwei's eyes, Zhu Yan understood he was serious. All right, if you want to make it happen, I'll support you. But even if you have a script, what about funding, directing, and the production team? As for the direction, I intend to handle it myself. Regarding the production team, there's no shortage of talent at our academy. I'm confident many seniors will be willing to assist. As for funding, once the script is ready, I plan to seek out teacher Tian Zhuangzhuang. That sounds feasible, as long as teacher Tian is willing to help. You might just secure some investment. This was a plan Li Siwei had pondered all morning. Tian Zhuangzhuang was a renowned figure among the fifth generation of directors in China. Had it not been for his previous ban on directing, his achievements would have been remarkable. Gaining his endorsement would mean half the battle won. Li Siwei was certain Tian Zhuangzhuang would assist him. Upon entering the academy, Tian had returned to teach, and Li Siwei had endeared himself to him through diligence and charm. et a une favorable impression. In his previous life, it was precisely with Tian Zhuang's help that Li Siwei had established himself in the industry. From that afternoon onward, Li Siwei began the arduous task of sifting through the vast memories in his mind. There were simply too many excellent films to choose from, and he needed to find one that was suitable. Even with Tian Zhuang's help, he could not select a project with exorbitant costs. Otherwise, even if Tian were willing to assist, success would remain elusive. After all, he was merely a student recognized by Tian, not his son. As Li Siwei wrestled with his thoughts, a sudden idea struck him. That's it, but I must act quickly. I remember the original novel was published this year. Nevertheless, it matters not. I can make some modifications and submit it to the Film Bureau for approval. Chapter 3. The Girls We Pursued Together. In May 2005, the weather in Beijing was far from pleasant, as a cloud of dust enveloped the sky, casting a yellow hue over the city. Pedestrians seemed to be trapped in a vast yellow fog, each face obscured by thick masks, while those without masks experienced the gritty sensation of dust in their mouths. Outside the dormitory of Beijing Film Academy, Li Siwei shook off the dust from his clothes, opened the door, and stepped inside, promptly rousing the still, slumbering Li Siwei from his dreams. Away, wake up quickly. Another sandstorm is upon us. Hurry and gather your clothes. It had indeed been quite some time since he had witnessed such a formidable sandstorm in the capital. After a brief glance at the scene outside, Li Siwei mumbled to himself, "What are you mumbling about? Hurry and collect your clothes." "Nothing, just a bit dazed from sleep," Li Siwei replied absent-mindedly to Zhu Yan, before dressing and joining him in the task. "Thank goodness I returned early, otherwise our dorm would have been buried in sand. I heard you went out last night to chase after someone." Once they finished tidying up, Zhu Yan's sharp tongue re-emerged, teasing Li Siwei. "With looks like mine, I wouldn't need to chase anyone. They come to me willingly. You really can't resist boasting, can you? By the way, I brought you some roast duck." Zhu Yan, having long been accustomed to Li Siwei's audacity, chided him lightly before retrieving a package and presenting a roast duck to him. "Thanks, just what I needed." Their friendship was strong, so Li Siwei felt no need for formality, especially after a couple of days spent engrossed in script writing, which had left him quite hungry. Delight food. I must say, the roast duck these days tastes far more authentic than that of 20 years hence. By the way, IS Non-Brothers supposed to start filming in August? Where have you been these days? The previous film I worked on encountered some issues, so I went back for reshoots. Speaking of which, how is your script coming along? It's nearly finished. I'll be meeting with teacher Tian Zhuang this afternoon. Li Siwei wiped his mouth and cheerfully brandished the notebook on the table at Zhu Yan. Not bad. Zhu Yan had initially thought Li Siwei was joking, but upon realizing he had indeed completed the script, he gave him a thumbs up. "You're quite impressive. By the way, aren't you supposed to visit Lu Yifei on set? Where are you going?" "I want to broaden my horizons," Li Siwei boasted, suddenly recalling Lu Yifei, considering their close bond. Zhu Yan rolled his eyes at him and said, "The filming for the Condor Heroes wrapped up ages ago. I invited you to come along, but you were reluctant. Now, there's no chance left." "Wrapped up? So soon?" Li Siwei was aware that the Condor Heroes had completed filming earlier this year, but he hadn't expected it to finish so quickly. "Yes, it has been nearly a month since the wrap." After a bit more banter in the dormitory, Zhu Yan was summoned by his performance class. Once Zhu Yan departed, Li Siwei glanced at the script in his hands, murmuring, "It seems I too must strive harder." In a certain office within the administrative building of the Beijing Film Academy, Li Siwei knocked on the door, and upon hearing a voice inviting him in, he entered. Upon seeing Li Siwei enter, Tian Zhuang showed no surprise. After all, this student was indeed diligent and often sought his guidance. He gestured to a nearby chair, saying, "Please take a seat. I'll be with you shortly." "Thank you. I'll wait," Li Siwei replied obediently, settling down as Tian Zhuang continued his work. After a while, having finished reviewing the script in hand, Tian Zhuang looked up at Li Siwei and asked, "What brings you here today?" "Teacher, I've been working on a script these past few days and wanted to get your feedback." Recently, while writing, Li Siwei had checked online and discovered that there was no author by the name of Jiu Ba Dao in Taiwan. So he had proceeded to write the script without further hesitation. Tian Zhuang took the script from Li Siwei, glancing at the title, "Those Years We Spent Together Pursuing Girls," and smiled. "This title suggests a coming-of-age film, doesn't it?" "Indeed, teacher, it draws inspiration from reality." "All right, have some water while I take a look." Your script is quite good and interesting. Your storytelling ability shows promise, reflecting well on my mentorship. However, you should consider refining it further at the literature department. While Those Years may not be among the most distinguished films, its strength lay in its authenticity. After all, everyone has experienced youth. Moreover, the film's production complexity was modest and its cost low, making it an ideal project for Li Siwei at this stage. "Wow, Teacher, your words wound me deeply. I suppose I should transfer departments tomorrow. Haha, you're quite the charmer. You didn't bring this script to me merely for my perusal, did you? Hee hee. You see through me. Teacher, I wish to direct this film. Tian Zhuang, having already surmised Li Siwei's intentions while reviewing the script, was not taken aback by his directness. He replied calmly, I had a feeling you were up to something. All right, go on back. I'll inquire about it for you. Thank you, teacher. Tian Zhuang indeed held high hopes for Li Siwei. Had it been anyone else, he likely would have sent them on their way. But given the quality of Li Siwei's script, he resolved to lend his support. Through Tian Zhuang's connections, Li Siwei soon met with the head of the China Film Group. It was undeniable that Tian Zhuang held considerable influence. As expected of director Tian's prize student, your script is impressive. Li Siwei had not anticipated being received by Han Samping, the future head of China Film Group, realizing that Tian Zhuang's reputation was indeed substantial. Thank you for your kind words, Director Han. In front of this future titan of the industry, Li Siwei maintained a position of humility, understanding that if he wished to thrive in the domestic film scene, he would inevitably cross paths with Han Samping. Seeing Li Siwei's modesty, Han Samping smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, Your script is indeed as good as Director Tian described. It's a solid piece. So, we're interested in this script and can offer you 5 million. Upon hearing Han Samping's words, Li Siwei quickly calculated in his mind, and a genuine smile broke across his face. Thank you, Director Han. In truth, Han Samping's willingness to provide Li Siwei with this opportunity stemmed primarily from his respect for Tian Zhuang. Moreover, 5 million was a modest sum for China Film Group. If Li Siwei succeeded, Han Samping would be recognized as his benefactor. If it failed, it would be of little consequence. Li Siwei understood this well. On the same day, Li Siwei signed a contract with China Film Group, securing the entire investment of 5 million for the film. As director and screenwriter, he would receive a salary of 150,000 and retain all copyrights, while China Film Group would manage the film's promotion and the division of domestic box office revenues. Of course, Li Siwei's ability to retain the copyright was also greatly influenced by Tian Zhuang's support. Chapter 4. Filming commences. That afternoon, the official website of the Film Bureau announced the film Those Years We Spent Together Pursuing Girls, and under the auspices of China Film Group, it swiftly passed approval. In the realm of directing, newcomers like Li Siwei have hardly garnered any attention, and thus, Those Years went largely unnoticed, while the outside world may not have taken heed. Beijing Film Academy was an exception. A junior student from the photography department successfully attracted investment from China Film and announced his intention to direct a film, which quickly became the talk of the entire school. Although many were curious, the general sentiment leaned towards viewing this as a joke. At that moment, Lu Yifei, at her home in the capital, was taken aback upon seeing the news shared in their class group. So, you have returned. How wonderful. Abe, no, directori. What do you think of the male lead? Li Siwei glanced at the cheeky Zhu Yan and chuckled, reassuring him. Given our relationship, the male lead is undoubtedly yours. Yes, I knew it, Zhu Yan exclaimed, jumping with excitement. It was understandable for Zhu Yan to be so thrilled. Despite having acted in several television dramas over the past 2 years, he had yet to land a role in a film, let alone as the male protagonist. In the following week, with the assistance of Tian Zhuang, Li Siwei managed to establish the basic framework of the entire crew. Of course, Tian Zhuang was merely responsible for recommendations. The final decisions rested solely on Li Siwei's judgment. As for equipment, Li Siwei opted not to seek out others, instead renting a complete set from Qingying Studio. Once the news spread, numerous students from the acting department began lingering around Li Siwei. Although many among them doubted his potential for success, the fact that this was a film backed by China Film meant that, even in failure, it would not significantly impact them. The male lead had been confirmed as Zhu Yan, while supporting roles were easily filled with agreeable classmates from the academy. However, the most crucial female lead proved to be a source of frustration for Li Siwei. Truth be told, in his heart, the most suitable choice for the role was undoubtedly Lu Yifei. Yet, she did not know him, and her mother, Lu Xiaoli, would never consent to her starring his film. Just as Li Siwei was grappling with this dilemma, he received an unexpected phone call. He could hardly believe that Lu Yifei would take the initiative to call him. Although perplexed, he gladly accepted her invitation, for this was Lu Yifei from 2005. Soon, following the address provided by Lu Yifei, he arrived at a rather inconspicuous cafe in Beijing. He understood her choice of such a low-profile venue, considering how popular she had become. Upon entering the cafe, he followed the directions to the designated private room. After taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door and, upon hearing a cheerful come in, he pushed the door open. Upon entering, Li Siwei was momentarily speechless, merely glancing at Lu Yifei seated within, and was instantly captivated. In that fleeting moment, a sense of destiny washed over him. Lu Yifei, noticing Li Siwei's entrance, was equally taken aback. The disparity in appearance between Li Siwei, now a middle-aged director, and the youthful and handsome young man he once was strikingly jarring. "Please, have a seat," Director Li, Lu Yifei said, observing his astonishment, her lips curling into an involuntary smile as she encouraged him to sit. "Oh, all right," Li Siwei replied, finally snapping back to reality as he took a seat. "Ha." Lu Yifei laughed upon seeing the myriad of emotions, surprise, confusion, curiosity, joy, and excitement, reflected in Li Siwei's eyes. Once her laughter subsided, she continued, "Didn't he expect this, did you? Directori, I have also returned. I truly did not foresee this. However, it must be the best news I've received since my rebirth," Li Siwei responded, a smile breaking across his face after a moment's pause. "I hear you're planning to direct a film?" "Indeed, I was initially struggling with the choice of a female lead. But that dilemma has been resolved." Li Siwei relaxed, relieved that the issue that had plagued him for days was finally settled. Upon hearing Li Siwei's assured statement, Lu Yifei, with a teasing smile, inquired, "Are you so certain I will agree to this? Would you ever refuse me?" "Of course not." "Then let us toast to a harmonious collaboration, to a fruitful collaboration." With the female lead secured, the subsequent tasks became significantly simpler, and after determining the remaining roles, the crew was nearly fully prepared. During these days, aside from assembling the crew, Li Siwei made it a point to chat with Lu Yifei daily. Following her return to life, Lu Yifei had experienced not only the joy of survival, but also a profound sense of loneliness. Learning that Li Siwei had also returned provided her with solace, knowing she was no longer alone in this world. Thus, despite Lu Xiaoli's anger over Lu Yifei accepting the lead role without her consent, she could not deter Lu Yifei, who had made up her mind. Once preparations were nearly complete, Li Siwei convened all crew members, and those years, the girls we pursued together officially commenced filming. Initially, the external interest in Li Siwei was minimal, mostly seen as a source of amusement. However, with Lu Yifei's involvement, the attention surrounding the crew surged. More people learned of the fact that a junior student from Beijing Film Academy was set to direct a film. Is this true? Has the threshold for becoming a film director become so low? A mere student who hasn't even graduated, and he's a photography major, can direct? Truly, the world is in decline. Such negative comments were prevalent, yet Li Siwei, preoccupied with crew matters, had little time to respond. "You simply haven't seen enough. In a few years, even those who tell jokes will be directing films." Besides, Zhang Guisher was also from the photography department. Our field truly holds sway in the domestic directing arena. Despite the abundance of negative remarks, this inadvertently drew significant attention to those years, all without substantial expenditure. Truly a remarkable gain. Initially, Li Siwei had no plans for a launch ceremony, but seeing the unexpected buzz, he naturally decided to host one. After all, if the attention was readily available, why not seize it? Chapter 5. The film commences shooting. Consequently, Li Siwei, who had originally intended to commence filming discreetly, opted to postpone for a couple of days to hold a launch press conference. Those 2 days flew by swiftly. For the crew of those years, the girls we pursued together, Li Siwei specifically invited several media outlets from the capital. He understood that their willingness to attend was primarily due to Lu Yifei's star power, as she was genuinely popular now. Regardless, this represented a rare opportunity for exposure for Li Siwei and his modest crew. "Ms. Lu Yifei, what prompted you to choose to star in a film directed by a newcomer?" one reporter inquired. "Is it because you and the director are involved?" As expected, at the commencement of the press conference, all the journalists directed their cameras towards Lu Yifei. Li Siwei cast a glance at the reporter posing the question, inwardly cursing. "How dare you ask such a question after being paid? Kyoto Morning Post, I'll remember you. The two of us are merely good friends." And after reading Director Li's script, I found it quite impressive. Fortunately, at that moment, Lu Yifei was no longer the immature girl she once was. Within her was the seasoned Lu Yifei, imbued with 20 years of rich experience from the future. With just a few simple sentences, she deftly sidestepped the inquiry. Initially, the majority of the questions were directed at Lu Yifei. Even Jian managed to garner a few queries, while Li Siwei, the director, was relegated to the background, completely overlooked. To be frank, Li Siwei was keen to voice a few grievances. After all, he was the director of this film. Fortunately, he had mentally prepared himself for such a scenario. Despite the plethora of thoughts he wished to express, Li Siwei restrained himself, knowing it was all for the sake of the film. "Director Li, hello. I'm from Soho. What are your thoughts on the external evaluations of your work?" Thankfully, the journalist had not entirely forgotten about Li Siwei as they transitioned to questioning him after addressing Lu Yifei and Zhu Yan. During this period, I've been engrossed in preparing the film and have not kept abreast of public opinion. Nonetheless, I am aware that many may not hold me in high regard. However, everyone harbors dreams. Mine is to become a director akin to Zhang. Therefore, I have taken my first step. That afternoon, several media outlets published interviews with the cast of those years online. Fortunately, the media did not significantly alter Li Siwei's words, so despite the abundant criticism and mockery, some expressed their support for him. However, Li Siwei could not access the online comments. Following the conclusion of the press conference, the crew commenced formal shooting. Yet, not long into the filming, the atmosphere within the crew shifted dramatically, and Li Siwei's voice boomed. Zhu Yan, are you a fool? This isn't your first shoot. Can you refrain from being so contrived? Look at Yifei beside you. Her performance is exemplary. This remark was not a mere flattery towards Lu Yifei, but rather a genuine acknowledgement of her remarkable transformation in acting. Even Lu Yifei herself was unaware of the reasons behind her improvement. However, after discussing it with Li Siwei, she did not dwell on the matter, attributing it all to the fortuitous golden finger bestowed upon her after her rebirth. My apologies, Director Li. I'll make the necessary adjustments. Although Zhu Yan shared a good rapport with Li Siwei, he was indeed a serious actor. Thus, he bore no ill feelings towards Li Siwei's critique and earnestly made the necessary corrections. It must be said that Zhu Yan was quite talented. He swiftly adapted. The entirety of those years began with Ku Jingting's mischievous seat-switching next to Shun Jiai, leading to an intersection of their previously separate worlds, gradually fostering mutual affection. To demonstrate his bravery, Ku Jingting organized a free fighting competition, emerging battered and bruised. Consequently, after the match, Shun Jiai furiously chastised him for his childishness, while Ku Jingting, wounded in his pride, believed she could not comprehend him and chose to withdraw. Indeed, I called you childish for a reason. It is precisely why I have harbored feelings for you for so long. In that fleeting moment of turning away, tears mingled with rain, blurring his vision. Behind him, Shun Jiai, with a voice laced with tears, called him a big fool. This rainy scene took 6 takes to perfect. Currently, Zhu Yan's acting was indeed rather juvenile. Fortunately, Lu Yifei's performance exceeded Li Siwei's expectations. It cannot be denied that those years was a fitting endeavor for both a novice director and new actors. By the end of June, filming was nearing completion. Yifei, please, take a seat and rest for a bit. During a break, as he observed Lu Yifei reviewing the earlier shots, Li Siwei handed her a chair. All right, away. You needn't call me Yifei anymore. Just call me Qian. Lu Yifei was not pretentious about it, and sat down without hesitation. It must be said that after experiencing life and death together, their relationship had grown somewhat ambiguous. By the way, I recall you were supposed to go to Japan to practice singing, dancing, and rapping after finishing the Condor Heroes this year? As Li Siwei spoke, he playfully struck a few rap poses. Seeing his antics, Lu Yifei chuckled and playfully hit him twice. You silly. I'm only going to practice singing and dancing, not rapping. If it weren't for filming those years, I would be flying to Japan this month. Will you still go to Japan this year? No. I've already discussed it with my mother. This time, I am determined to become a good actress. I support you, Qian. However, since your acting has improved post-rebirth, why not join a national theater and perform on stage to hone your skills further? I've already spoken to my mother about that. Once we finish filming those years, I will audition at the National Theater. Before long, after their break, the crew resumed shooting. In the film's conclusion, originally, Ku Jingting was to kiss the groom, but Li Siwei modified the ending, sparing Zhu Yan from any embarrassment. As the camera shifted, it captured the astonished expressions of the crowd, followed by a burst of laughter. The lens then zoomed in on Lu Yifei, who initially smiled, but soon found herself in tears, her gaze reflecting a complex array of emotions. It was precisely because Lu Yifei's acting had improved after her rebirth that Li Siwei dared to give her such an extended shot. Thus, throughout the film, there is not a single explicit kissing scene. Instead, it was filled with memories and regrets of youth. Li Siwei eliminated all inappropriate implications and restrictive imagery, combining the storyline with the actors' splendid performances. He was confident that this would undoubtedly be a flawless, coming-of-age masterpiece. In the film Denouement, Li Siwei opted for an open-ended conclusion. The entire film was uplifting, addressing the harsh realities of life while celebrating the beauty of youth. Chapter 6, Premiere Announcement. I hereby declare that those years, the girls we pursued together has officially wrapped. With Li Siwei's thunderous exclamation, the atmosphere surged with excitement and elation. Zhu Yan immediately rushed to Li Siwei's side, embracing him and shouting yes. We finally wrapped. Although Li Siwei had been reborn, in both his past and present lives. This was his first completed film, and thus he felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. Nonetheless, despite his excitement, he gently pushed Zhu Yan away. "Get off." Li Siwei chided playfully, giving Zhu Yan a light kick. Zhu Yan took no offense and joined others in celebration. "Congratulations, directori, on taking the first step towards your dream." After Zhu Yan celebrated with others, Lu Yifei approached Li Siwei, smiling and extending her congratulations. "Indeed, I can consider this my first step, but I must thank you, Qian, for agreeing to be my leading lady." To speak candidly, Li Siwei felt a profound sense of gratitude towards Lu Yifei for her willingness to take on the role of the female lead. Although Li Siwei harbored considerable confidence in those years, he was genuinely uncertain about its potential for success. However, with Lu Yifei's involvement, he at least felt assured that the film's box office would not fall below a certain threshold. There is no need for us to discuss such matters between ourselves. In the future, do feel free to seek me out for more film projects. Haha, certainly, not a problem at all. That evening, after the wrap party, the cast and crew departed directly, as the entirety of the film was shot in the capital, and everyone was residing there. After bidding farewell to Lu Yifei, Li Siwei returned to his dormitory at Beijing Film Academy alongside Zhu Yan. The following morning, upon rising, Li Siwei immediately placed a call to Han Sanping to report the project status, understanding that he was an investor. Han Sanping expressed satisfaction with Li Siwei's efficiency and offered some commendation before promptly ending the call. After finishing the call, Li Siwei made his way to the editing room at the academy, where he had decided to undertake the editing of those years. Given the opportunity to save costs, he leveraged the expertise of the senior students from the crew, making it more convenient for all involved. Moreover, since the film's cast and crew were predominantly composed of Beijing Film Academy individuals, it could effectively serve as a promotional piece for the institution. For those years, the girls we pursued together, the focus remained primarily on the storyline, devoid of excessive special effects. The post-production was anticipated to be quite straightforward, with the seniors confidently assuring that it could be completed within a fortnight. Once all these matters were settled, the only remaining tasks involved film censorship and securing distribution permissions. However, Li Siwei felt no trepidation in this regard, reassured by the support of China Film Group, which meant complications were unlikely. Now, he awaited the completion of post-production before considering the film's release date. After surveying the editing room, Li Siwei sought out Tian Zhuangzhuang. "The film is finished," he announced. "Indeed, teacher, the post-production should be completed in approximately 2 weeks." Li Siwei's visit to Tian Zhuangzhuang served two purposes: to provide an update on the film and to inquire about the upcoming final exams. As he had predominantly been focused on film preparation since his rebirth, "I suspected your visit bore no good tidings. It's impossible to grant any leniency. If you were an ordinary student, it might be different, but since the film is complete, you should utilize this holiday to prepare thoroughly for your exams. Be ready for makeup tests when the next semester commences." Following this, Tian Zhuangzhuang feigned ignorance to Li Siwei's dismayed expression and added nonchalantly, "Also, your instructors have informed me that your grades must reach at least 90 in every subject. Is that so? What brings this sudden invitation to dine?" Upon exiting Tian Zhuangzhuang's office, Li Siwei received a call from Lu Yifei inviting him to lunch. Naturally, he had no reason to decline her gracious offer. "What is the matter? Is it unacceptable to invite you to a meal?" "Of course not. The invitation from a celestial being brings me immense joy. If your fans were to discover this, they would surely be envious." You certainly know how to flatter. By the way, is something troubling you?" Your voice sounded off during the call. Lu Yifei was quite receptive to Li Siwei's compliments, playfully huffing in response. "Ha! I never imagined our esteemed director would be apprehensive about exams." Upon hearing Li Siwei's explanation, Lu Yifei could no longer maintain her composure and burst into laughter. The sight of her radiant smile filled Li Siwei with delight. After their meal, the two strolled together for a while before parting ways. By mid-July, once editing was completed, Li Siwei enlisted Tian Zhuangzhuang to accompany him to China Film Group. In the screening room of the China Film Building, Li Siwei had already released the theme song for those years, which had sparked considerable anticipation for the film. "Excellent work, Director Li." After a screening lasting an hour and a half, Han Sanping provided high praise. Though there are elements that feel somewhat immature, the narrative flows well. While Tian Zhuangzhuang also found the film commendable, he refrained from excessive praise in the presence of others. "Director Li, I found the film quite impressive. The review process should proceed smoothly. When do you plan to release it?" Li Siwei had already contemplated this matter. Given that there was no concept of a National Day release in 2005, the period from October to December was typically considered a less favorable time for releases. Moreover, with the impending release of Harry Potter in November, Li Siwei decided to aim for an August release. Mr. Han, how does an August release sound? Li Siwei, despite his confidence stemming from his previous life experiences, was aware that Han's samping seemed hesitant. Are you certain? The marketing for Seven Swords is quite substantial. Not a concern. I am confident in those years. Ha, very well. Since you, Director Li, have such confidence, we shall set the release for mid-August. Ultimately, Han Samping scheduled the film for release on August 10th, Chapter 7, opening day box office. Director Li, are you confident? Seven Swords can be considered Su Ke's ambitious endeavor, aiming for box office numbers akin to Hero. However, this is your first film, and even if the box office does not meet expectations, it is of little consequence. After leaving China Film Group, Tian Zhuangzhuang felt compelled to comfort his promising student. Rest assured, teacher, I have faith in my film. Li Siwei was genuinely touched by Tian Zhuangzhuang's encouragement, affirming that he truly cared for him. Your confidence is reassuring. Were it not for Li Siwei's knowledge from his rebirth, he would not have dared to position those years during this release window, considering Su Ke is presently among the top directors in the country. However, with the hindsight of 20 years, Li Siwei understood that Su Ke's ambitious Seven Swords would not only fail to surpass Hero, but would also struggle to even reach $1 billion at the box office, ultimately receiving a poor reception. It is vital to recognize that a film's success is often determined by its reputation. A prime example is Ning Hao's The Stone, which initially experienced low box office numbers, but saw a resurgence following positive word of mouth. Conversely, Su Ke's film suffered from negative reception during its early stages, which contributed to its inability to break the $1 billion mark. Moreover, since last year, a concept akin to a film protection month has emerged for domestic films in July. Zhang Wushir's House of Flying Daggers reaped the initial benefits, achieving close to $1.5 billion in box office revenue, despite its average quality. In 2004, a remarkable box office achievement of $1.5 billion was recorded, instilling confidence in Li Siwei regarding the release schedule. Once the date was confirmed, due to the tight timeline, China Film immediately arranged an interview for Li Siwei and his team, starting the very next day. After discussing with Lu Yifei, Li Siwei sought to assemble a group of online promoters, primarily focusing on marketing surrounding Lu Yifei. After all, her popularity eclipsed that of the other cast members from those years' production. Moreover, the promotional posters prominently featured Lu Yifei, emphasizing her striking beauty, which was sure to attract a considerable audience to the cinemas. Once the promotional matters were settled, Li Siwei found himself with some leisure time and decided to call Lu Yifei, inviting her to watch a movie. Lu Yifei, who was idly spending time at home, readily accepted the invitation. Are you not planning to hold a coming-of-age ceremony this time? In the cinema, upon hearing Lu Yifei's decision to forego the ceremony at the National Guest House as she had in her previous life, Li Siwei couldn't help but inquire. Indeed, I once found it quite amusing, but upon reflection, it seems rather pointless. I would prefer to quietly celebrate with family and friends. Li Siwei supported Lu Yifei's decision, asking, does your mother agree with this? Since I took on those years, I've had a deep conversation with my mom, and she now supports my idea. By the way, you must come when the time comes. Rest assured, I will certainly be there on time. In the following days, while awaiting the official release of the film, Li Siwei decided to rent an apartment outside of school, as living in the dormitory was ultimately inconvenient. Although housing prices in Beijing were relatively low in this era, he still couldn't afford to buy property. Fortunately, with modest requirements and the assistance of acquaintances, he quickly secured a 2-bedroom apartment near the Beijing Film Academy. With a director's fee of 150,000, renting was well within his means. However, after paying the rent, Li Siwei suddenly recalled the need to establish a studio. The reason he couldn't directly establish a company was simple. He was financially constrained, hence the creation of a personal studio. After spending several days working with China Film to apply for a personal business license, Li Siwei's studio was officially founded. Though it lacked a storefront and appeared rather humble, he remained undeterred, believing that he would eventually remedy these shortcomings once he achieved success. After addressing the studio's establishment, Li Siwei chose not to return directly to the rented apartment, but instead decided to visit the dormitory first. Hey, you're back, go! Exclaimed Zhu Yan. Why didn't you go shoot? Li Siwei had anticipated an empty dormitory given it was summer break, but was surprised to find Zhu Yan and Luo Jin present. I'm back away. I didn't expect you to pull off such a significant endeavor in silence. Actually making a film. My television drama encountered some issues and won't start shooting until late August. By the way, take a look at this. Zhu Yan handed Li Siwei a newspaper. Upon receiving the paper, Li Siwei was greeted by a bold headline. Critical acclaim is not important, Su Ke jokingly states. As long as box office expectations are met, Seven Swords sequels will be produced. It must be noted that Su Ku's reputation was quite favorable. The film's opening weekend grossed 26 million, not only performing well domestically, but also garnering 40 million in Southeast Asia, marking a promising start. No wonder Su Ku was in high spirits. Additionally, he mentioned in an interview that 6 sequels for Seven Swords have been completed, and the current release was merely the tip of the iceberg, with all questions set to be answered in the sequels. Such confidence is characteristic of a renowned director. However, Li Siwei understood that Su Ku's laughter would soon fade once the film's reputation plummeted, leading to a significant decline in box office performance. Soon, the date reached August 10th, when China Film hosted the premiere of those years at Wanda Cinema. During this period in the early 2000s, premieres served not only as promotional events, but also as a means to gauge audience reactions for determining subsequent screenings. Li Siwei's team of online promoters was in full swing, and paired with the stunning Liu Yifei on the posters, the majority of attendees at the premiere were male. After the host from China Film delivered the opening remarks, it was Li Siwei's turn to take the stage. "Hello, everyone. I am the director of those years. I understand that many may not hold me in high regard, but I believe that after watching today's film, your perspectives will shift." Li Siwei spoke briefly before stepping down, and as he exited the stage, the lights in the screening room dimmed. As the dragon emblem illuminated, the feature presentation commenced. Haha. Having viewed it multiple times in both past and present lives, Li Siwei was already well acquainted with the plot and visuals. Yet, as the story unfolded, he couldn't help but laugh along. The audience's reactions confirmed that those years was indeed a success, particularly the poignant scene where Shun Jiai, laughing, suddenly broke into tears, resonating deeply with many viewers. The premiere was exceedingly well received, and attendees took to the internet to promote the film, with even some media outlets declaring it the most delightful film of August. Due to the disastrous reception of Seven Swords, other films in the same release window lacked appeal, propelling those years to become the favored choice for a majority of audiences. On August 11th, while still in a slumber, Li Siwei received a call from China Film. "Directori, congratulations. Those years has exploded at the box office." Instantly awakened by the voice on the other end, he inquired about the first-day box office figures. The first-day box office is 8 million. Chapter 8. The box office surges. Ha ha ha. Director Xiao Li, you have truly not let me down. Just as Li Siwei ended the call with the China Film representative, he received another call from Han Samping. Truth be told, Han Samping was also taken aback by the opening day box office of those years. If it were a high-budget film, his excitement might have been tempered. But given that the total cost of those years, including promotional expenses, was merely 5 million, surpassing the total cost on the first day indicated a clear success. "Chairman Han, you flatter me. I merely had good fortune." Li Siwei's response was not one of false modesty. After all, it was just the first-day figures, and a significant part of this success was undoubtedly attributed to Liu Yifei's immense popularity. Moving forward, it was all up to time. Han Samping held high hopes for those years. In this era, domestic box office returns were considerably low. Apart from Zhang Guoshi, only Feng Xiaojiang and Stephen Chow had films that grossed over 100 million domestically. If those years could surpass 100 million, Li Siwei would become the 4th domestic director to achieve such a milestone. Han Samping thus instructed the copy department to prepare additional film copies, ensuring that the cinema chains would not face limitations due to insufficient copies. As for your inquiry regarding Seven Swords, it is no longer a matter for Han Samping to ponder, for the distribution of Seven Swords lies with Shanghai Film Group, while You're the Apple of My Eye is wholly financed by China Film Group. As the days progressed to the 11th, 12th, and finally the 16th, the box office for You Are the Apple of My Eye soared to a remarkable 42 million. The media was ablaze with reports about Li Siwei. In stark contrast to previous critiques and derisions, the coverage now brimmed with accolades. The youngest commercial film director in the country, a dual threat as both director and screenwriter, a prodigy from Beijing Film Academy, overflowing with talent. Despite the media's laudatory remarks, Li Siwei remained composed, for he understood that today's exaltation could swiftly turn to tomorrow's condemnation upon failure. "Congratulations, Director Li. The box office has exploded." Haha. Thank you, thank you. The impressive box office of You Are the Apple of My Eye owes much to you as well, Cece. And please, no need to call me Director Li. Just like Lao Zhu and the others, you can call me Away. All right, Away. Don't forget my birthday. Rest assured, I won't forget. How could I miss the coming-of-age celebration of our Princess Cece? You're quite perceptive. Take a seat. I noticed that the box office for You Are the Apple of My Eye has already surpassed 50 million, hasn't it? In a mentor's office at Beijing Film Academy, Tian Zhuangzhuang gazed at Li Siwei, who sat across from him, filled with emotion. Initially, when Li Siwei approached him with the script for You Are the Apple of My Eye, Tian had merely intended to lend a helping hand to this promising student. Harboring doubts about the project's success, I owe it all to you, teacher. Without your support, I doubt I would have had the opportunity to make this film. Li Siwei expressed sincerely. In both this life and the last, had it not been for Tian Zhuang as assistants, Li Siwei might have returned home to work in a factory long ago. All right, just remember, your greatest gratitude to me will be to continue making films. You can count on that. If anyone has been reveling in recent times aside from Li Siwei, it must be Zhu Yan. Ever since witnessing the complete film at the premiere, Zhu Yan had been filled with confidence in the movie. As the box office results emerged over the week, Zhu Yan was ecstatic, nearly ready to call Li Siwei father. It was no surprise that Zhu Yan was so elated. After all, he was the male lead, and this could be considered his defining work. Hey, Away, what made you choose Yan? I think I would suit the role of Ku Jingting quite well. In the dormitory, Luo Jin could no longer tolerate Zhu Yan's boastfulness. Upon seeing Li Siwei return, he immediately approached him. Maybe next time. Li Siwei had no objections, as he had always had a good relationship with both Zhu Yan and Luo Jin, who had looked after him in the past. Upon returning to campus, Li Siwei was soon surrounded by classmates eager to congratulate him, leaving him no choice but to retreat to his rented room to study, for despite the film's success, he still had to prepare for retakes after the semester began. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Li Siwei as he busied himself with his studies, he had caught the attention of Su Ku. This summer, only 2 films had garnered notable fame. 7 Swords due to Su Ku's reputation, and You Are the Apple of My Eye purely because of the film's inherent excellence. Journalists unable to locate Li Siwei turned their focus towards Su Ku, who was desperately trying to salvage the box office. Director Su, what are your thoughts on the high box office and acclaim for You Are the Apple of My Eye? Director Su, do you believe that reputation truly matters? These inquiries left Su Ku flabbergasted. Already distressed by the collapse of 7 Swords, he found himself further beleaguered. On the morning of the 25th, Li Siwei, still in the throes of slumber, was roused by the persistent ringing of his phone. Struggling to open his eyes, he felt a surge of energy upon seeing the caller's name. Hello, Cici, what is the matter? Why are you calling me so early? Lu Yifei, with keen ears, quickly discerned that Li Siwei was still waking up. Away, you haven't forgotten what day it is, have you? Of course not, Cici. It's just that I've been running around for promotions and revising knowledge from last semester. By the way, when did you return to the capital? To fully stimulate box office sales, Li Siwei and China Film had decided to split the crew into 2 teams for promotional events. Initially, Li Siwei had not intended to participate, but upon realizing the film's potential to surpass 100 million, he was compelled to join in the promotional efforts. The rest of the crew had no complaints, as the higher box office would benefit everyone. I just returned yesterday afternoon. Chong is here. I have to hang up now. But don't forget to come over. Okay. With the ongoing promotions, the box office for You Are the Apple of My Eye had reached 88 million, and surpassing 100 million was certainly within reach. The mere thought of it sent waves of excitement through Li Siwei. When Li Siwei arrived at Lu Yifei's home that afternoon, it was she who opened the door. The moment the door swung open, Li Siwei was taken aback by Lu Yifei's enchanting appearance. Clad in a pink and white princess dress, her hair cascading to her waist, simply tied with a pink satin ribbon, she resembled a princess stepped out of fairy tale. Stop staring, you fool. Come inside. Lu Yifei playfully chided, though the smile gracing her face revealed her delight. Upon entering, Li Siwei observed that Lu Yifei's coming-of-age ceremony was indeed graced by her friends, Shu Chong, Yao Beina, and her classmates Zhou Yang, Zhu Yan, and Luo Jin were already in attendance, while the others were unfamiliar to Li Siwei. You must be Director Li. Lu Xiaoli approached him before he could speak. Yes. Just call me Away. This was Li Siwei's first encounter with Lu Xiaoli, and he appeared somewhat nervous. Thank you for casting Cici as the lead. No, it's primarily because Cici is truly suited for it. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I'll check on things in the kitchen. Okay, Annie, please go ahead. Truth be told, Lu Xiaoli had initially been furious upon learning that her daughter would partake in You Are the Apple of My Eye. However, after a heartfelt late-night conversation with her daughter, she had come to terms with it. Seeing the film's box office success now reassured her of her daughter's judgment. Ayu, directori, Shuchan. I often hear Cici speak of you, saying you are handsome and very talented. As soon as Lu Xiaoli left, Shu Chong approached Li Siwei to greet him. Before he could respond, Lu Yifei, blushing, came over and playfully nudged Shu Chong. Chong, don't say such things. Haha, it's a pleasure to meet you. Li Siwei, possessing a thick skin, readily accepted Shu Chang's compliments. By the way, Cici, here is a gift for you. Saying this, Li Siwei unveiled a box he had hidden behind him. Upon receiving the box, Lu Yifei wasted no time in opening it, revealing a delicate cat bed inside. Within it lay an orange tabby cat, comfortably sprawled with its paws in the air, curiously tilting its head toward Li Siwei as the box opened. "Wow, what an adorable little cat," Li Siwei exclaimed, utterly smitten. The kitten, unfazed by its new surroundings, nestled comfortably in Li Siwei's arms. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Siwei couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards the little cat's pampered existence. "Thank you, Away. I truly adore this gift," Li Siwei joyfully remarked as she approached Li Siwei after indulging in some playful moments with the kitten. "I'm glad you like it," he replied with genuine warmth. Although Li Siwei's coming-of-age ceremony in this life was not as extravagant as in her previous one, it was evident that she was exceedingly happy today. Happy birthday to our Princess Qianqian. Happy birthday. Chapter 9. Breaking a billion. Achieving fame in one battle. Following the box office revenue of those years reaching 88 million, the daily earnings began to decline, especially after Li Siwei's birthday, when the ticket sales suffered a significant drop. However, Li Siwei was quite content with this outcome. It was already certain that those years would surpass a billion. Starting from the 26th, the box office plummeted below 3 million, with the 27th seeing just over 2 million, and the 28th barely crossing 1 million. By the 30th, the figures hovered around 1 million. This was a natural decline, as the summer holiday had concluded with the arrival of September, leading to the main audience for those years returning to school. Just as Li Siwei struggled through his supplementary exams, he received a phone call from Han Samping, bearing good news and inviting him to China Film Group. Upon arrival, it was indeed promising news, as the explosive success of those years in China attracted interest from distributors in South Korea, Japan, and Southeast Asia, eager to acquire the film. "I have no objections. Exporting is a good thing, but we must negotiate the copyright fees and box office sharing carefully." Li Siwei was opposed to a one-time buyout, knowing from future experiences that both Japan and South Korea, as well as Southeast Asia, were fond of films like those years. China Film Group understood the potential profits as well and agreed to distribute on their behalf, ultimately splitting the earnings. As for the rights to a potential remake, the situation was even simpler, as China Film had not secured the copyright during its initial investment, leaving it solely with Li Siwei. They regretted this oversight, having underestimated the success of a low-budget film. At the time, they had refrained from acquiring the rights out of respect for Tian Zhuangzhuang and disbelief in those years becoming a blockbuster. In the end, after negotiating with several copyright merchants, Li Siwei sold the rights to those years for a staggering $180,000. His spirits soared as he realized that, based on the current exchange rate, he had made nearly 10 million. Thankfully, he had previously established a personal studio. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to secure such a sum. By September 5th, the daily box office for those years dwindled to mere hundreds of thousands. Ultimately, by September 10th, when the film was completely withdrawn from theaters, the data sourced from the cinema and official channels indicated that those years, after a full month of screening, had amassed a total box office of 100 million and 200,000. Fortunately, due to the lackluster performance of Seven Swords, which had hindered quality films from releasing during the summer, those years managed to run for a full month. Otherwise, it might have been withdrawn after just 25 days. However, none of this mattered anymore. Following acclaimed directors Zhang Guoshi, Feng Xiaojiang, and Stephen Chow, the fourth domestic director to achieve $1 billion in box office revenue emerged. Li Siwei, a student from the 2002 photography department of Beijing Film Academy. With those years, he catapulted himself into the ranks of first-tier directors in the country. Although he still felt somewhat unworthy of the title, he knew that box office numbers were the most compelling proof of his success. As the film's lead actors, Zhu Yan and Li Siwei basked in newfound glory, particularly Li Siwei, while she had already gained significant fame through Dragon Legend and Xianjian. Her youth had led many directors to doubt her capacity to carry a film financially. However, with the triumph of those years, she had successfully validated her abilities. Li Siwei mentioned that numerous producers had recently called her predominantly coal magnates, as these past 2 years had been a golden age for them. Yet, another individual was equally elated, Zhang Dahozi. With the return of the Condor heroes yet to air, the success of those years reignited interest in the show, bringing excitement to Zhang Dahozi, who had been struggling to keep the momentum going after filming. Director Li, with those years surpassing $1 billion. You have become the fourth domestic director to achieve this milestone. How do you feel? What type of film will you pursue next? I'm immensely grateful for everyone's support. Without the audience's backing, my success would not have been possible. I will continue to strive for excellence. As for my next film, it is still in the preparatory stages. Director Li, what do you think about the dismal box office performance and critical reception of Seven Swords? I have been preoccupied with the release of my film recently and haven't had the chance to see it. However, Director Su is an extraordinarily talented filmmaker. and I have much to learn from him. It must be noted that these journalists often pose provocative questions for the sake of discussion. Fortunately, Li Siwei was not easily flustered. After deftly dodging a few inquiries, he made his way onto the campus. If it weren't for his return to school that day, he would not have been cornered by the throngs of media. Congratulations on becoming a billion-dollar director. What does it feel like to achieve fame? Oh, please, teacher, spare me the teasing. I still have much to learn. Moreover, without your guidance, I wouldn't be the person I am today. As for the notoriety, it has its burdens. Those reporters can be quite bothersome. Tian Zhuang, observing the sincerity in Li Siwei's humility, felt a swell of pride for his promising protege. He had genuinely feared that his talented student might become arrogant amidst all the media attention, but thankfully, Li Siwei didn't disappoint him. I find solace in your mindset. Rest assured, teacher, with my current achievements, I remain grounded. I won't let it get to my head. After all, I still have to complete my studies in Europe first. Li Siwei understood Tian Zhuang's sentiments well. In this industry, flattery was abundant, and with the wisdom of his past life, he remained unaffected by external opinions. Ha! You have aspirations. I will not be attending the celebratory banquet this afternoon. It seems too lively for my taste. Indeed, Li Siwei's return to school was not solely for the sake of learning from Tian Zhuang. It was also because China Film Group had organized a celebratory feast for him, and he wished to invite Tian Zhuang to join him. Upon arriving, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Director Li, should we intercept those reporters? A security guard approached as soon as Li Siwei arrived. No need. Let those with invitations enter. Understood. Now let us welcome our guest of honor for the evening. The newly minted billion-dollar director, Director Li. The industry was strikingly authentic. Witnessing familiar faces applauding from the audience, Li Siwei felt a wave of nostalgia. Just a few months prior, these same individuals had been more critical and mocking. Brother Bo was right. Success attracts good company. This celebratory banquet served as a gathering for industry insiders to foster relationships, drawing many prominent figures. Not just Han Samping from China Film Group, but also Wang from Hawaii, Wang Chantian from Guangxian, Yu Dong from Bona, and numerous heads of various talent agencies were present. Chapter 10. Celebration Feast and Golden Horse. Director Li, congratulations. I hope we can collaborate in the future. Thank you, Mr. Yu. I look forward to the opportunity. Li Siwei had just descended from the stage after smashing the champagne to celebrate when Yu Dong approached him with a glass in hand. Just as Li Siwei finished dealing with Dong, he noticed General Manager Wang from Hawaii striding toward him. Director Li, I too have watched those years, and it is indeed remarkable, truly a tale of heroic youth. Li Siwei was well aware of Wang's reputation within the industry and understood that his approach likely heralded no good news. General Manager Wang, you flatter me. I merely had the good fortune. May I inquire if Director Li has an interest in joining our esteemed Hawaii? It was evident that he had come to recruit him. Li Siwei had long anticipated such overtures, especially following the departure of Wang Jinghua, which had severely weakened Hawaii's standing. With only 2 major stars remaining, both relying on film resources to stay, the company was on the verge of collapse. It was only due to Feng Xiaojiang that Hawaii retained any semblance of stability. Yet relying solely on him was evidently insufficient, and Feng himself was known for his restlessness. Thus, it was no surprise that a newly minted director, one who had not yet signed with any company and had recently achieved a billion-yuan milestone, would attract Hawaii's attention. As for Li Siwei's personal studio, it was simply disregarded by Hawaii. I apologize, General Manager Wang, but I've already established my own personal studio and have no intention of joining another company. Li Siwei resolutely declinat Hawaii's invitation. After all, with a plethora of classic films in his mind, there was no need to work for others. Furthermore, even if he were to consider signing with a company, Hawaii would not be his choice. Since that is the case, I shall not press further. I only hope that when you embark on new projects, you might consider us at Hawaii, whether for investment or talent. The astute Wang, recognizing Li Siwei's firm refusal, chose not to escalate the situation. After all, Li Siwei was a newly acclaimed director, and many would be eager to collaborate with him. Hawaii could not afford to alienate him. It would be more prudent to seek cooperation, as making money in this industry was paramount, and maintaining face was of little consequence. Indeed, General Manager Wang, I look forward to the possibility of collaboration in the future. Just as Li Siwei engaged in this conversation with Wang, Huang Xiaoming approached them. Smiling as he said, Junior brother, if you have any new films, please consider me as well. I can lower my fee. Li Siwei held Huang Xiaoming in high regard. Despite the criticisms often directed at him, it was undeniable that he possessed a high emotional intelligence and was quite loyal. Thus, Li Siwei responded warmly, of course, Brother Xiaoming. I will certainly keep you in mind for suitable roles. His commitment to Huang was genuine, unlike his earlier perfunctory response to Wang. Huang Xiaoming had risen to considerable fame, having starred in 3 installments of The Emperor of Han, with the third one just released this year, alongside Feng Xiaojiang's The Banquet and the yet-to-be-aired The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Although Huang had not yet joined Hawaii, the company was already planning to use his popularity to entice him. He could be considered one of the hottest rising stars in mainland China in recent years. I eagerly await your good news. By the way, you are also from Shandong, right? Indeed, my family is also from Shandong. We are fellow countrymen. Then I hope you will look out for me, your fellow countrymen. Absolutely, no problem at all. As Li Siwei and Huang Xiaoming exchanged pleasantries, he noticed Han Sanping waving at him, prompting him to smile at Huang and say, "Brother Xiaoming, Director Han is calling for me. I must attend to him now. We shall continue our conversation later." Of course, junior brother, take your time. Indeed, seeing is believing. Before meeting Huang, Li Siwei had thought the industry's praise of him was somewhat exaggerated. However, after their interaction, he realized that the accolades were well-deserved. Huang's emotional intelligence was genuinely impressive, and conversing with him was quite pleasant. Director Li, what is your perspective on the current state of domestic blockbusters? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Han Sanping directly inquired about Li Siwei's views on major films. Li Siwei was not taken aback. Those familiar with Han knew of his penchant for grand productions. Prior to this year, China Film had never produced its own blockbuster, which led Han to make a significant investment in inviting Chen Kaige to create The Promise. Although Li Siwei recognized it as a cinematic disaster, Han remained blissfully unaware, exuding confidence that it would surpass Hero. This was not mere self-indulgence on Han's part. At this year's Cannes, The Promise had garnered attention from its promotional clips, bolstering Han's confidence. Coupled with the substantial profits those years had generated for China Film, he was eager to encourage Li Siwei to create a blockbuster of his own. However, Li Siwei harbored reservations about embarking on a project with such a significant budget, given the current domestic market conditions. Yet, when asked by Han, he chose to respond diplomatically, smiling as he said, "Director Han, I maintain a positive outlook on our domestic blockbusters. Films like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and Hero have demonstrated our capabilities. Do you have plans to create a blockbuster?" Han Sanping, pleased with Li Siwei's response, probed further. "Director Han, I do not currently plan to undertake a blockbuster, as I have only completed one film and still need to accumulate experience. Indeed, I was perhaps too hasty. Nonetheless, should you ever consider in the future, please feel free to reach out to me." After discussing blockbusters, Han Sanping inquired, "Would you like to sign up for this year's Golden Horse Awards?" Li Siwei was quite interested in this year's Golden Horse, as it had not yet faced controversies, and, unlike the Hong Kong Film Awards which often favored local films, there was a chance he might win. Thus, he readily agreed. "I appreciate your assistance, Director Han." "No problem at all. Director Li, you have finally agreed," remarked Zhu Yan, who approached him after he had finished engaging with the industry heavyweights. "I've been starving all day. Can we not have a meal?" Observing Li Siwei enjoying his meal, Zhu Yan joined in, as he too was one of the stars of the celebration and had not eaten all day. "Hey, are you both just lounging around?" "Lounging? I just finished my discussions. Come join us, Chantian." "Sure, Yan, could you please move over?" Once Zhu Yan shifted, Chantian settled beside Li Siwei. "I'm so tired." "Haha, that's the price of our film success." "That is true. What are your plans for your next film?" "I have some ideas brewing. I'll refine them in a couple of days." Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei directly asked, "And the female lead?" "It will undoubtedly be you." "Hee hee. Hey, what about me?" Zhu Yan interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. "Don't worry, I won't forget you." "All right, foster father. Get lost." Chapter 11. An unexpected encounter with Demi Mi. Satisfied with Li Siwei's response, Zhu Yan discreetly slipped away, believing himself to be quite perceptive. It was clear that there was something brewing between the two, and to avoid being a third wheel, he found an excuse to leave. "Is something wrong? You seem hesitant to speak. If there is an issue with our relationship, just say it outright." Upon witnessing Zhu Yan depart, Lu Yifei wore an expression that suggested she was hesitant to speak, leading her to directly inquire, "What is our relationship?" In response to Li Siwei's words, Lu Yifei muttered softly, though her voice was so faint that Li Siwei did not catch it. "What did you say?" he asked. "It's nothing. Just that I have a question I've been meaning to ask you." "What question?" Noticing Lu Yifei's serious demeanor piqued Li Siwei's interest. "In the final moments of our parachute jump, why did you decide to shield me? The odds of survival were slim, and had you cast me aside, perhaps you could have survived." Lu Yifei straightened her posture, her bright eyes fixed intently on Li Siwei's gaze. This inquiry had lingered in Lu Yifei's mind since her rebirth, compelling her to scrutinize every flicker of emotion in Li Siwei's eyes. Upon hearing her question, Li Siwei was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in contemplation. After a deep breath, he replied, "To be honest, your question caught me off guard." Lu Yifei remained silent, her gaze unwavering. Observing Lu Yifei's earnest expression, Li Siwei began to ponder the question seriously. In that situation, I had little time to think. Primarily, it was because you were my guest. I felt a sense of responsibility towards you. Moreover, the issue stemmed from my malfunctioning parachute, which inadvertently implicated you. At that moment, my only thought was to give you a chance to survive. This statement was not intended to enhance Li Siwei's affection. It was simply the truth, as the circumstances had afforded him little time for reflection. What about now? If you reflect on it, do you ever regret it, thinking you might have acted foolishly? Li Siwei pressed on after hearing Li Siwei's response. Such a premise doesn't exist. If I were to consider the outcome with foreknowledge, I would undoubtedly act the same way. After all, who wouldn't wish to revisit the past? Let us not dwell on it. This is already the best possible outcome. Isn't it? You are correct. This indeed is the best outcome. Despite feeling somewhat dissatisfied with Li Siwei's convoluted answer, after all, a girl's heart is often more intricate than a boy's. Li Siwei felt tremendous joy. Her preoccupation with this question was not in pursuit of a particular answer. She merely wished to gauge Li Siwei's thoughts. Thus, she was elated by his candor, smiling as she said, "All right, I've found my answer. I must return now. Remember, I am your leading lady." Of course, the day following the celebratory banquet, Li Siwei, hoping to indulge in a leisurely morning, found himself abruptly awakened by the ringing of his phone. "Teacher, what's wrong? Is there something you need?" he inquired. Truth be told, it was only Tian Zhuang. For had it been anyone else, Li Siwei's tone would not have been as amiable, as he shared Li Siwei's tendency to awaken with a touch of irritability. "Is there something going on today? If not, come to school to assist with the orientation." Orientation? Didn't the school commence already? No. The start of the term was postponed, and it just began these past couple of days. If you're free, come help with the orientation. "Teacher, this can't be your idea." Li Siwei was quite familiar with Tian Zhuang. Indeed, the school leadership believes that having someone as remarkable as you enrolled is a rare opportunity. So, they call me to have you make an appearance. "All right, I understand. I'll head over shortly." With no choice but to comply, as he had yet to graduate, Li Siwei begrudgingly accepted. On his way back to school, Li Siwei contemplated the new script he was crafting. Having taken the first step, he was determined to seize the momentum and establish his reputation, striving to become a director with box office appeal. Upon arriving at school, he did not rush to the orientation, knowing that Tian Zhuang had indicated he was merely there to make an appearance. So he headed straight to his dormitory. "Ah ouais, you've returned just in time. I need your counsel on something." Zhuyan greeted him as he entered. "What is on your mind? Speak up, and let your godfather offer some advice." "Ugh, haven't you heard? That film, Those Years, has done exceptionally well at the box office, and now Hawaii wants to sign me. What do you think?" Li Siwei hadn't anticipated that Hawaii would not only be interested in him, but also in signing Zhuyan. However, after some thought, he realized that Hawaii, still recovering, was eager to recruit any notable talent. "What terms did they offer you?" After hearing Zhuyan outline the terms, Li Siwei furrowed his brow and replied, "Perhaps it would be wise to wait." Although Hawaii's conditions were not excessively harsh, they were by no means favorable. "I share your sentiment. After all, with you as my robust support, I have little interest in Hawaii. I heard our senior Huang Xiaoming is also set to sign with them." "Indeed. By the way, I heard you're working on a new film. Will there be a role for me?" "Rest assured, as her godfather, I will certainly consider you. With your assurance, I feel at ease." The two lingered in the dormitory for a while longer before heading to the orientation, with Zhuyan also being roped into the effort. Regarding the 2005 acting cohort, Li Siwei knew little, only familiar with a few individuals from Yang Mi's dormitory. Coincidentally, they arrived just in time to encounter Yang Mi, who, at that moment, was still quite young. Though her physique was slightly above average, it had yet to reach the exaggerated proportions of later years. Sporting a straight fringe, she appeared quite innocent. One must acknowledge that the criticisms directed at Yang Mi in her previous life were somewhat unwarranted. While she indeed had minor flaws, she was certainly not round-faced. Upon seeing Li Siwei and Zhuyan, the orientation teacher promptly introduced them to the new students. "Senior, I watched your film Those Years. It was fantastic. If there is a suitable role, I'd love to audition." It was no wonder that Yang Mi would later rise to fame, while others hesitated to approach. She boldly stepped forward. However, it was understandable, as Yang Mi had already played several roles, granting her more confidence than her peers. "Haha, I'll be sure to reach out if an opportunity arises," Li Siwei replied, prompting envious glances from the other newcomers towards Yang Mi. Once Li Siwei and the others moved on, Yuan Shanshan, standing beside Yang Mi, wrapped her arm around her and exclaimed, "Wow, Mimi, you're so brave." Chapter 12, The Spring Knife. Li Siwei had conceived ideas for his new film while Those Years was still in theaters. Consequently, after completing the orientation, He returned to his dormitory to immerse himself in scriptwriting. His new script, titled The Spring Knife, was born from his inspiration after viewing The Seven Swords. Thus, he resolved to create a martial arts film, given that the genre's reputation had yet to be utterly tarnished. The Stitching Spring Blade can be regarded as a rare gem among martial arts films over the following decade and beyond. Although its total box office revenue fell short of the billion mark, reaching only around 90 million, this was unrelated to the quality of the film itself. By 2014, the reputation of martial arts cinema had already suffered significantly, compounded by poor scheduling choices, ultimately leading to its less than stellar box office performance. However, the current landscape is markedly different. While the reputation of martial arts films has begun to decline, it has not yet reached a critical nadir, instilling confidence in Li Siwei. "You have prepared an excellent script," remarked Zhu Yan, whose excitement was palpable upon seeing Li Siwei return to school. During Li Siwei's period of seclusion, he had informed Zhu about his intention to create a new script, so Zhu immediately grasped the situation upon Li's return. "It's all set. We'll commence filming soon. In the meantime, focus on your physical training. Rest assured, I plan to dedicate this time solely to my workouts. By the way, I haven't kept up with the news during my script writing. Has anything interesting happened recently?" After pondering for a moment, Zhu Yan replied, "There haven't been any major headlines lately, but a new television drama has taken the airwaves by storm." "What drama is that?" "The Bright Sword. Its viewership ratings have shattered records." Li Siwei felt a twinge of envy upon hearing about The Bright Sword, for such wildly successful shows could sustain one's career for a lifetime. He harbored aspirations of investing in several hit dramas, yet found himself constrained by a lack of funds and opportunities, leaving him to wistfully observe from the sidelines. After sharing some light banter with Zhu Yan in the dormitory, Li Siwei made his way to Tian Zhuang's office. Following his visit, he proceeded to China Film Group, where he discovered that the copyright fees had finally been deposited into his account. At last, Li Siwei found himself with some financial means. During this period, not much transpired within the industry aside from the airing of The Bright Sword and the impending release of brother Chunlong's new film, Myth, which was set to promote at Beijing Film Academy. Although Myth was expected to perform modestly at the box office, and the plot was not particularly compelling, the lead actress, Kim Hee-sun, was undeniably stunning, and brother Chunlong was said to be enjoying the view. Rumor had it that the film was initially slated for Takashi Kaneshiro, but brother Chung had approached them himself. "Qian, where are you?" After leaving China Film Group, Li Siwei promptly dialed Liu Yifei's number. As he had previously promised her the leading role, he met Liu Yifei at the entrance of the dance studio at Beijing Film Academy. Perhaps due to her rigorous dance practice, she appeared noticeably slimmer compared to their last meeting. Nonetheless, her youthful face retained a hint of baby fat, a remnant of her recent transition into adulthood. "Have you grown taller again?" Yes, I have indeed gained a bit of height." Liu Yifei felt a surge of happiness at Li Siwei's attention to such details, since she had openly addressed her feelings for him during their last encounter. She felt elated to see him again and even playfully stood on her tiptoes to get closer to him. Initially, Li Siwei had the impulse to pinch her cherubic cheeks, but as she leaned in closer, he couldn't resist and gently squeezed her face, finding the sensation delightful. Liu Yifei's cheeks flushed crimson at his playful assault. She had intended to tease him, but was taken aback by his boldness. After scanning the surroundings to ensure they were alone, she chastised him. "Are you out of your mind? Don't you realize we're on campus? What would happen if someone saw us?" With that, she playfully raised her small fist and waved it at him, adding, "I'm trained in martial arts, you know." "My apologies, fair warrior," Li Siwei replied, adeptly playing along. And then what? If the fair warrior does not mind, this humble admirer would gladly offer himself. Who will want your offer? How shameless. Just remember to be more careful next time. Public places require discretion to avoid unnecessary gossip. Having experienced betrayal in her past life, Liu Yifei had grown wise to the duality of appearances within the industry. Some individuals presented one face while concealing another. "So, your implication is that as long as it's not a public space, it's acceptable?" "Well, that depends on your conduct," she replied, casting him a sidelong glance without rebuttal. Li Siwei, sensing her tacit agreement, felt a rush of exhilaration. Truth be told, he had harbored deep feelings for Liu Yifei in his previous life, which was why he had sought her out for a cameo the moment he became a director. Thus, the prospect of being with her in this life filled him with unbridled joy. "By the way, I have a gift for you." "What is it?" "A little something for you." "Then I shall not be modest." As Liu Yifei prepared to unwrap the gift box, Li Siwei interjected, "Hold on, let us eat first. We've been wandering around all day without a meal." "Right, I'm quite hungry too." Liu Yifei had no objections, tucking the gift box away as she followed Li Siwei to the dining hall. The weather in the capital was neither cold nor hot, but rather pleasantly comfortable. As they walked to the cafeteria, Li Siwei, seizing an opportunity while Lu Yifei was distracted, took her small hand in his. She struggled briefly before relenting to his grasp. By the way, what about your classmates? I haven't seen them in ages. Having relished his small victory, Li Siwei initiated a conversation. You know Zhu and I are inseparable, while Zhou Yang and Luo Jin are off filming. As for Jiang Yin, I'm unsure. Since experiencing betrayal from Jiang Yin in her past life, Lu Yifei had grown indifferent towards her. Have you mentioned your plans to your mother regarding the National Drama Academy? I spoke with her already, and she has been persuaded. However, as you know, getting into the National Drama Academy is not as simple as it seems. I plan to visit soon. All right, I'll ask teacher Tian Zhuang if he can assist. Thank you, our esteemed director Li. Such insincerity. A compliment will be nice to hear, he joked. To his surprise, just as he finished speaking, Lu Yifei stood on her tiptoes and leaned close to his ear, whispering, "Then thank you, big brother." Upon hearing Lu Yifei's sweet voice, Li Siwei felt a jolt of electricity course through him. Wah, Qian, I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Amused by his flustered demeanor, Lu Yifei playfully nudged him. Dream on. Hee. Noticing Li Siwei's silly expression, Lu Yifei, with a mischievous glint in her eye, instructed, "Now lower your head." Obeying her command without noticing the cunning in her gaze, Li Siwei bent down. In a playful whisper, Lu Yifei exclaimed, "Go dream." With that, she broke free from his grasp and dashed ahead. "Hey, Qian, you tricked me. Don't run away." The sounds of their laughter echoed as Li Siwei chased after Lu Yifei, leaving behind the warmth of their shared moment. Chapter 13. Creative Symposium. CC, I have suddenly stumbled upon a perplexing issue. It appears that due to the circumstances of reincarnation, the timeline seems to have undergone some alterations. After arriving at the cafeteria, Li Siwei relayed his recent discoveries to Lu Yifei. In fact, I too have noticed that several novels I had perused in my previous life have now seemingly vanished. Yes, after conducting some online research, I found that the changes are not extensive. By the way, CC, do you happen to know anyone in North America? Indeed, I have quite a few friends over there. Could you assist me in finding someone reliable in the entertainment industry? Certainly. Observing Lu Yifei's unwavering focus on her meal, devoid of any inclination to inquire further, Li Siwei recognized that her apparent lack of curiosity stemmed from her trust in him. I have numerous scripts swirling in my mind, so I intend to register them, as Hollywood remains quite lucrative in recent years. Oh, you need not explain. I have faith in you. Although Lu Yifei held a profound trust in Li Siwei and had no intention of prying further, she was nonetheless delighted by his candor. Who are we to each other? Such a deadpan. Lu Yifei playfully rolled her eyes at Li Siwei, subsequently ignoring him. In the entertainment realm, secrets are scarce. News about the spring knife was reported by the media almost immediately after its approval. It was revealed that the newly minted billion-yuan director Li Siwei had personally penned the script for the spring knife, an ancient martial arts-themed film, with investment and cast yet to be determined. The announcement captured considerable attention, yet the prevailing sentiment was skepticism given the lukewarm reception of martial arts films in recent years. Thus, few anticipated that Li Siwei, a nascent star in directing, would choose such an obscure genre. Many industry peers, upon hearing the news, uniformly critiqued Li Siwei, believing he had become overly ambitious, with some seasoned veterans deriding him based on their seniority. Nevertheless, there were those captivated by those years, who maintained a wait-and-see attitude, refraining from mockery, instead expressing an eagerness to watch upon its release. This phenomenon is easily understood. Young people often possess a rebellious mindset, eager to witness for themselves what is criticized. After finishing her meal and returning home, Lu Yifei, upon discovering the news online, realized the true nature of the gift Li Siwei had bestowed upon her. He could have just handed it to me directly. Why complicate things? Upon opening it, she indeed found the script for the spring knife along with the contract for the female lead. Although she complained verbally, the slight upward curl of her lips undeniably attested to her elation. Lu Xiaoli, noticing her daughter's excitement, approached with curiosity, asking, "What is it? You seem so happy." "Oh, nothing, Mom. It's just a script from away." Lu Xiaoli had already seen the online discussions regarding Li Siwei's new script and resonated with the opinions expressed by netizens. However, having decided not to interfere in her daughter's affairs, she refrained from outright rejection, gently advising Lu Yifei, "Cici, when you see him, perhaps you could persuade Xiaoli. Martial arts films have indeed struggled in recent years." Lu Xiaoli was subtle in her approach, recognizing the ambiguous relationship between Li Siwei and Lu Yifei. After all, young people value their pride, so she opted for a delicate reminder. "Oh, Mommy, don't worry. I've read the script, and it's truly excellent. I am confident a way will succeed." Witnessing her daughter's exuberance, reminiscent of her own youth, Li Siwei shook her head in exasperation and departed. She held a certain respect for Li Siwei's talent. Becoming a billion-yuan director is no small feat, and success without a modicum of skill is improbable, especially given Li Siwei's youth. Thus, she offered her reminder without further elaboration. Teacher, you summon me back in such haste. Is there something amiss? After dining, Li Siwei intended to take a leisurely stroll with Lu Yifei, but received a call from Tian Zhuangzhuang. Away. Have you heard about the Olympic director selection? Upon hearing Tian Zhuangzhuang's inquiry, Li Siwei immediately grasped the situation. Teacher, I believe I lack the qualifications. Do not underestimate yourself. As one of the few billion-yuan directors in the country, the higher-ups hold you in high regard. You can accompany me. Acknowledging the teacher's words, Li Siwei, despite his self-doubt regarding selection, decided to attend for the experience. However, upon arrival, he quickly regretted his decision. It must be said that such official symposiums can be rather soporific. This was not entirely Li Siwei's fault. He had always found himself dozing off during speeches by leaders since childhood. Outside the sword, news of the capture of Jibei arrives. Upon first hearing, tears stain my garments. Just as Li Siwei was on the verge of succumbing to slumber, a resounding and impassioned voice jolted him awake. The primary reason for his attendance was to witness the famed moments of the poet Chun. A renowned director commands a certain gravitas in their voice. Yet, Li Siwei felt that later generations had perhaps been overly critical of Chun. Although he indeed recited a poem spontaneously, he had thoroughly prepared. And while he may not match director Zhang, he was certainly superior to most competitors at the selection. Following Chen's speech, Lian took the stage. His presence was significant, and there was no need to enumerate his accolades. Currently thriving in Hollywood, his stature alone elevated the event. Moreover, 2005 marked Li An's pinnacle. Having recently claimed the Golden Lion Award at Venice for Brokeback Mountain, and he was poised to receive the Oscar for Best Director the following year. Although the film's themes were somewhat taboo, it nonetheless underscored his prowess. Lian was a testament to success in Hollywood. His focus on special effects, while seemingly grand, inevitably faced technical challenges, which were absolutely intolerable on such a grand stage. Subsequently, numerous esteemed directors took to the podium, including Li Siwei's mentor, Tian Zhuangzhuang, who also decided to vie for a chance at the Olympics. After all, such significant events invite participation. Ultimately, Li Siwei too took to the stage to deliver a few words. He understood that even if he borrowed ideas from director Zhang's previous work, it was unlikely he would be selected, so he merely walked through his speech before exiting. Directoshiori baita momen. As Li Siwei turned to leave the conference room, intending to return directly to his rented apartment, he glanced back to find Director Zhang calling out to him. Director Zhang, you're looking for me? The fact that Director Zhang sought him out filled Li Siwei with excitement. Despite the mixed reviews of Zhang's recent films, his accolades remained untarnished. Furthermore, it was Zhang who had inspired Li Siwei to enroll in the photography department at the Beijing Film Academy. And now he felt a thrill akin to meeting an idol. Chapter 14. The Establishment of the Spring Knife. Ha! Indeed, Director Shaoli, do you have an urgent matter? Not particularly, Director Zhang. Do you have something to discuss? Li Siwei had nothing pressing on his agenda, so he answered Zhang's inquiry honestly. Nothing major. I simply found your earlier remarks quite impressive, brimming with ideas that I found enlightening. I would like to hear your thoughts. Zhang Guoshi is not particularly loquacious. Therefore, he directly articulated his intentions in response to Li Siwei's inquiries. How could one not benefit immensely? Much of what Li Siwei had just mentioned essentially mirrored Zhang Dao's proposals from his previous life, albeit with subsequent refinements that Zhang Dao had gradually implemented. Aware that he would not be selected, Li Siwei chose to share only a portion of his insights. At that moment, Li Siwei felt a twinge of insecurity. Yet he did not conceal his thoughts. He was candid in addressing Zhang Dao's queries. Thank you, Director Li. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to the numerous flaws in my proposal. Director Zhang, your words are too gracious. Besides, you are my idol, and I am an ardent admirer of your Huang 2D. Haha, then let us exchange contact information. Director Li, I look forward to further discussions upon your return. Certainly, Director Zhang. It must be said that Zhang Guoshi possesses a congenial demeanor, willingly enlightening the youth. Li Siwei found his exchange with Zhang Guoshi to be profoundly enriching. Soon after, news surfaced online regarding the afternoon's gathering of renowned directors at the Olympic Committee, which sparked considerable discussion among netizens. Fans of various directors engaged in heated debates. In my opinion, Director Zhang should be the one chosen. No one has yet shattered the record of hero, and furthermore, Director Zhang has received numerous accolades. Huh. Our Director Chun possesses the unique Golden Palm Award in the country. Why shouldn't he be selected? I believe Director Feng has potential as well. Come off it. Feng DePeo hasn't even won an award, and and still wants to associate himself. I think director Li could be a contender too. As for Li Siwei, he was at a loss. Neglecting his age, he had only directed one film, and his accolades paled in comparison to Feng Depeo's. Little did he expect that while indulging in gossip, he would become the subject of ridicule himself. Seeing a string of ha-ha-ha messages from Li Siwei only exacerbated his discomfort. Damn it, don't underestimate the youth. Once I collect a few awards, you will see. Director Chun, whose film Wuji had yet to be released, was still highly regarded among netizens, with evaluations on par with director Zhang's. In fact, due to previous issues surrounding the 8-minute segment in Greece, some netizens even ranked Zhang Dao below director Chen. While Li Siwei was engrossed in online banter, his phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed it was a call from Han Samping. Without hesitation, he answered, "Hello, directoran. What can I do for you? You rascal, stop trying to divert my attention. Have you completed the budget for show, Chun Dao? I'm still working on it. But Director Han, I see that both netizens and some industry insiders are not optimistic about my film. Are you sure you want to invest? Huh, I still have faith in you. Finalize the budget and come visit Zhongying. Understood, directoran. I will head over once the budget is complete." To be honest, Li Siwei felt quite touched by Han Samping's initiative to call him. Previously, he had considered using the copyright fees from those years as a gamble. He did not expect Han Samping to reach out, although many referred to Han Samping as a mountain sculpture. No one could replace his contributions to the development of the domestic film industry. "Cici, you must be missing me." No sooner had Li Siwei hung up with Han Samping than he received a call from Li Fei. "Stop being so flirty. I have serious matters to attend to. But I truly miss you. Have you thought of me?" On the other end, Li Fei rolled her eyes, having both been reborn. She wondered why Li Siwei seemed to be growing more juvenile. Nonetheless, Li Fei was delighted by his straightforwardness and replied with a smile, "I have thought of you. What are your plans regarding the investment for Xiu Chun Dao?" "I still have some savings." To preserve Li Siwei's dignity, Li Fei did not make her offer too overt. "Rest assured, CC, Director Han just called me, so there's no need to worry about the investment. Nonetheless, I must thank you, CC." After ending the call, Li Siwei, in an exceptionally cheerful mood, began crafting the budget. After a thorough calculation, the total budget amounted to approximately 25 million. The reason for such a high figure was that Xiu Chun Dao is a period drama, which entails significant expenditure on props, costumes, and set construction. Although the film's budget would only be 30 million a decade later, Li Siwei understood that the original director had been excessively frugal, treating a single day as if it were several. While other directors managed only a handful of scenes a day, he, on the other hand, had produced dozens, leaving many details unrefined. Had Zhongying not intended to invest, they would have remained stringent. However, now that they were willing to invest, Li Siwei aimed for nothing less than perfection. Upon finalizing the budget, he did not head directly to Zhongying, but instead initiated a recruitment drive for his studio. Previously, lacking funds, his studio had been but an empty shell, but now that he had financial backing, it was time to assemble a team. Otherwise, he would have to undertake the budgetary work alone. Li Siwei's hires proved to be reliable, and soon, his studio was no longer a mere facade. "Young Ye, I entrust the studio to you. Rest assured, our studio will surely evolve into a company, at which point you shall serve as the vice president." Drawing from his experiences in the previous life, Li Siwei began to paint grand visions for his employees. "Director Li, have no worries. I will work diligently." The following day, Li Siwei took the budget to Zhongying. Upon entering Han Samping's office, he discovered that not only was Han present, but also Wang Chantian from Guangxin and a representative from Wanda. "Director Li, Balkuma, please have a seat. Wang Dong and others have expressed great interest in your new film. Thank you for your trust, both of you." After some negotiations, it was decided that the budget for Xiu Chun Dao would be 30 million. Initially, Li Siwei had proposed a budget of 25 million, but after Han Samping reviewed it, he promptly rounded it up to a whole number. Li Siwei's studio would contribute 8 million for a 30% stake. Zhongying would invest 10 million for a 30% stake as well. Guangxin would invest 6 million for a 20% stake, and Wanda would also invest 6 million for a 20% stake. Once finalized, the news broke that very afternoon. Huai, after seeing the news, Xiao Wang expressed his frustration to De Wang. "Brother, does this kid look down on us? He refused our invitation last time, and now he doesn't even approach us for this film." In contrast to Xiao Wang's indignation, De Wang remained unfazed, replying nonchalantly, "It's merely a martial arts film. Although those years was a success, I don't believe Xiu Chun Dao will achieve the same. Since he didn't extend an invitation, that provides us with a perfect excuse to decline. Let us observe whether he can succeed this time. If he does, we shall support him and find ways to integrate ourselves next time. If he fails, you know what to do. Rest assured, brother, I excel at tarnishing someone's reputation." Such is the reality of the industry. If one succeeds, everyone will flock to them, drawn by the prospect of profit. Conversely, should one fail, they will be mercilessly crushed. Li Siwei remained oblivious to the conversation between the two Wong executives. However, even if he were aware, it would not have concerned him. Chapter 15. Journey to America after securing the investment stakes for Xiao Chundao. Li Siwei entrusted the subsequent tasks to Zhang Li and promptly boarded a flight to America. Of course, Li Siwei's trip to America had a purpose. Liu Yifei's friends in the States were quite resourceful and quickly located a professional manager specializing in Hollywood. To be honest, this marks Li Siwei's first journey to America. In his previous life, he was constantly immersed in various film productions, leaving him with neither the time nor the financial means to visit the United States. Thus, Li Siwei is brimming with excitement. However, once aboard the plane, his exhilaration quickly dissipated. After all, a 12-hour flight is indeed excessively long. By the time the aircraft touched down, Li Siwei felt utterly worn out. It is often said that the air abroad is sweet, yet he found it less refreshing than that of Beijing. As he followed the throng of passengers exiting the terminal, Li Siwei spotted a multitude of people holding up welcome signs. Squinting his eyes, he scanned the crowd until he finally discerned his greeter, a middle-aged man in his 30s. Possessing a quintessential American appearance, holding a sign that read, "Li, welcome." "Hey, you must be Tom." Li Siwei approached him with a friendly greeting. "Oh, you're Li. If Alice and team mentioned you were a director, I might have mistaken you for an actor," Tom acknowledged. Realizing that this was indeed the person he had been waiting for, and he embraced Li Siwei warmly. "Haha, Tom, you're quite handsome yourself," Li Siwei replied. "Oh, Li, your taste is impeccable. Let us head to my car," Tom suggested. "Sure. By the way, I thoroughly enjoyed the scripts you sent me. They're truly impressive." "You are a genius." Tom unabashedly expressed his admiration for Li Siwei's work. Even someone of Tom's stature, who has long navigated the Hollywood scene, could not help but acknowledge Li Siwei's talent, which is why he was so enthusiastic in his welcome. "So, is there any interest in my scripts within Hollywood?" Li Siwei inquired. Tom responded, "Indeed, I have contacted several companies, but their offers were rather mediocre." Li Siwei had anticipated this. Knowing that he lacked any significant reputation in Hollywood, he resolved to take things slowly and not rush the process. "Li, in Hollywood, if you seek to have a voice, you must prove your worth. Otherwise, no matter how exceptional your script may be, no one will be willing to invest," Tom advised. Li Siwei nodded, acknowledging the truth in Tom's candid words. If he had more financial resources at his disposal, he could easily produce the film himself and subsequently seek a distribution company. "All right, Li, let's not dwell on this for now. You should rest," Tom suggested. Reclining on the hotel bed, Li Siwei pondered how to establish his footing in Hollywood. Just as he was deep in thought, he received a call from Tom. "Li, you won't believe it. Warner wants to meet with you," Tom announced. "Really?" Li Siwei responded, intriga. "When have they scheduled the meeting?" "Tomorrow morning," Tom replied. "Understood," Li Siwei said, feeling a surge of anticipation. "Hey, Li, this is Warner we're talking about. You don't sound the least bit excited," Tom teased. Tom, you just can't tell," Li Siwei replied, concealing his excitement. The following morning, Li Siwei, accompanied by Tom, met with representatives from Warner in a hotel conference room in Hollywood. "This must be Mr. Li Siwei, the screenwriter from Huaxia. I am Kaharan, the vice president of Warner." The man introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Kaharan. I am not merely a screenwriter. I am also a director," Li Siwei clarified. "Is that so? How surprising. Young director. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Nolan, another director like yourself," Kaharan said, gesturing toward a man beside him. "Ayu, Director Nolan, Li Siwei gata." "Greetings, Mr. Li," Nolan replied. Upon meeting Nolan, Li Siwei began to grasp why Warner was interested in a screenplay. After some pleasantries, Nolan got straight to the point. "Mr. Li, I am quite fond of the script for Inception, and I would like to direct the film myself." Upon hearing Nolan's words, Li Siwei did not respond immediately. He glanced at Kaharan, understanding that he was there to support Nolan's endeavor. "Director Nolan, I must commend your discernment, but as a director myself, you surely appreciate the significance of a good script," Li Siwei stated. "I understand, Mr. Li. You are welcome to propose your terms," Nolan replied. Realizing the opportunity had finally arrived, Li Siwei was straightforward. "I can grant you the script, but I have two conditions. Please state them, as long as they are reasonable." "We can accommodate you," Kaharan replied, signaling for Li Siwei to proceed. "Firstly, I wish to have the final say on the casting of the dream architect role in Inception. Secondly, I plan to produce a low-budget film in Hollywood, which does not require Warner's investment. I only seek their assistance in distribution," Li Siwei articulated his conditions. After considering Li Siwei's terms, Nolan turned his gaze to Kaharan, who nodded and smiled, saying, Then let us look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Indeed, a fruitful collaboration. Li Siwei Akua. You mean you're making a film in Hollywood and have secured a role for me in Inception? Li Siwei's friend, Li Fei, exclaimed over the phone. Indeed. Surprised, aren't you, Cici? Li Siwei Raplia. Honestly, you didn't have to do that, she responded, genuinely touched, fully aware of the value of Inception. Oh, come on. We are practically family, Li Siwei said. By the way, do you still need funding for that film of yours? She inquired. No problem, Cici. It's a low-budget film. I can manage it, Li Siwei assured her. Don't be coy. I know you've already asked Yan for a loan, she teased. That gossip-monger Yan, Li Siwei Shukulat. All right, don't blame Yan. He's just concerned about you. How much do you need? I'll transfer it directly to you. She offered. Cici, Li Siwei began, but Li Fei cut him off. You just said we're practically family, so no refusals. Consider it an investment, she insisted. Listening to Li Fei's playful tone, Li Siwei relented with a smile. Then I must thank our Princess Cici. I won't teach any longer. I'll transfer the funds to your account shortly. Make sure to rest. Don't forget you need to return for the painted skin in a couple of days. Of course, I won't forget. Chapter 16. Buried Alive. The low-budget film Li Siwei intends to create is none other than Buried Alive, a project that has been revisited numerous times by many reincarnated predecessors. It is a film that can be produced with just a few lead actors and several coffins. Moreover, the plot is not particularly complex, and it presents an opportunity for awards, touching upon anti-war themes that resonate with the current climate. Once the funding was secured, Li Siwei promptly began assembling his crew. Although I've said this many times, I must reiterate, you are indeed a genius. How did you conceive the script? Tom praised. But Li Siwei had grown weary of such flattery and responded nonchalantly. Inspiration strikes when it does. Do you need to cast any well-known actors? Tom inquired. Tom, this is a low-budget film. We don't have the funds to hire big-name actors. This actor will suffice, Li Siwei replied. Li, I believe that even if we don't engage famous actors, we should at least seek someone with substantial experience. This individual has only appeared in a few minor roles. Tom suggested. However, his acting skills are rather commendable, aren't they? Well, who am I to argue, considering you are my superior? With the recent developments surrounding Li Siwei, Tom has resolutely decided to align himself with him, thus making Li Siwei his employer. It must be said that in Hollywood, as long as one possesses wealth, everything becomes feasible. Before long, Li Siwei encountered his chosen leading man. Hello, I'm the director of this film, Li Siwei. Greetings, director. I am Ryan Reynolds. Ryan, please take a look at this script. Our film is not overly complex, but it demands a high level of performance from you, as it is essentially a one-man show. Rest assured, director, I shall give it my utmost effort. Ryan Reynolds accepted the script with a serious expression. Although he had not heard of this director Li Siwei, the fact that Warner Brothers was willing to distribute the film indicated that this individual must possess considerable talent. For someone like him, who had spent many years in Hollywood playing minor roles, this opportunity was indeed rare. As a budding actor, he understood the necessity of seizing every chance for success. The conference room fell into a profound silence, with only the sound of Ryan flipping through the script breaking the stillness. After a considerable pause, Ryan Reynolds exclaimed in astonishment, Director, you are truly a genius. This is the first time I have encountered such a film. If Ryan's earlier admiration was merely out of respect for Warner Brothers, he now felt that his decision was undoubtedly the right one. Keep up the good work, Ryan. I am confident that we will both achieve success. Of course, director. You are nothing short of a genius. However, I must request a couple of days to find my rhythm. Not a problem, Ryan. Li Siwei held great confidence in the film Buried, and after confirming the lead actor, he devoted himself to conceptualizing the specific shooting process. Tom exhibited remarkable organizational skills, assembling a crew in less than 2 days. With the presence of unions, everything became rather straightforward. Despite Tom's appreciation for Li Siwei, he remained humble. Li Siwei had to concede that the actors' union in Hollywood was indeed quite convenient, filled with talented yet affordable performers. As for the film's most crucial props, the coffins were even simpler to procure. Ryan, we are pressed for time. My shooting schedule is limited to half a month. Rest assured, director, even while I sleep, I will be in the coffin. I feel that I am already in optimal condition. All right, I appreciate your dedication, Ryan. Once Ryan's readiness was assured, the filming of Buried commenced in earnest. However, while Li Siwei was busy shooting in Hollywood, he was unaware that he had already made headlines back home. Newly minted millionaire director suspected of collaborating with a renowned Hollywood production company. This news, upon its release, stirred a significant commotion domestically. I wondered why the assassin hadn't officially commenced filming. It turns out he's gone to Hollywood. Truly, he is a director I hold in high regard. Xiao Zhao. Notify me when Director Li returns to the country. Certainly, Chairman Han. After placing the newspaper down, Han Samping chuckled, his heart swelling with pride over his decision to invest in Li Siwei. What do we do now? This fellow has gone to Hollywood. Xiao Wang, holding the newspaper, wore a perplexed expression. Why fret? We still do not know the specifics. Hollywood is not an easy place to navigate. In contrast to Xiao Wang's anxiety, De Wang maintained his composure. You have a point. Even if he succeeds, it would be beneficial for us. Are you suggesting that this could aid our public offering? Let us wait and see if he can thrive. Old Tian, impressive. A student has made it to Hollywood. Ha ha. Let us not forget whose student he is. Tian Zhuang felt immense joy at his protégé's opportunity to film in Hollywood. However, some experts dismissed Li Siwei's actions, scoffing at his premature leap into the industry, chiding that he should not be so eager before mastering the basics. Collaborating with Hollywood? Clearly, they are blind. Youth today, always aiming too high. Li Siwei paid little heed to the domestic discourse. At that moment, the allure of Hollywood captivated many, and any news from that realm sparked widespread discussions back home. After informing Zhang Li of his return date, he resumed his focus on filming Buried. Observing through the camera, although Ryan Reynolds appeared pale from oxygen deprivation, his performance remained unaffected as he adhered strictly to the script. Li Siwei could tell that he had thoroughly immersed himself in the role. Excellent, Ryan. Your performance is remarkably strong. Thank you, director, but I might need to take a short break. Although Buried was a straightforward film, it proved to be quite taxing for the actors. During a break in the filming, Li Siwei received a call from Li Fei. The progress is quite promising. I have retained the actors from your previous life, and they are in excellent form. That's wonderful. You have no idea how much chatter there's been about you in the industry these past few days. I know. I suspect many are mocking me. Those individuals are merely envious of you. Do not concern yourself with their opinions. I know you are exceptional. Concerned that Li Siwei might be affected by the domestic critiques. Li Fei spoke soothingly. Hearing her gentle voice, Li Siwei felt buoyed and replied with a smile, Do not worry, Qian. I will not let their assessments affect me. Your opinion is what truly matters to me. You only know how to flatter me. Listening to Li Fei's cheerful tone on the other end of the line, Li Siwei responded gently, I speak nothing but the truth. Understood. When are you returning? I miss you. I miss you too, Qian. I shall return shortly. I will be waiting. Chapter 17. Wrap up and return. The filming of Buried progressed remarkably smoothly, leaving Li Siwei with a sense of unreality. He had initially thought it would take at least half a month to complete, yet it concluded in just over a week. I hereby declare that our film Buried has officially wrapped. Thank you all for your effort and cooperation during this time. Upon hearing Li Siwei's words, the entire crew erupted into cheers, with the exception of a lead actor, Ryan Reynolds. At that moment, Ryan Reynolds stood in stark contrast to the jubilant crew, approaching Li Siwei with an air of discomfort as he said, Director, thank you for your trust in me and for granting me this opportunity. This film is extraordinary. It is entirely different from anything I have done before, and I will cherish these days forever. Ryan, do not say that. I should be the one thanking you for believing in me, a newcomer director in Hollywood. I have no doubt that you will become a superstar. Thank you for the praise, director, but I must take my leave to rest. Noticing Ryan's fatigue, Li Siwei felt a pang of sympathy. He patted Ryan's shoulder and smiled. Go rest well. I look forward to our next collaboration. By the way, Ryan, for your well-being, it might be wise to consult a psychologist. Rest assured, director, I have already made an appointment. Knowing that Ryan was well prepared, Li Siwei felt a sense of relief. After all, films like Buried could be quite taxing on the actors, particularly if they became deeply immersed in their roles. It might have been the case that Ryan Reynolds had never been offered a leading role before, which made him cherish this rare opportunity immensely, leading to his deeper emotional investment in the character. Fortunately, while Ryan took his work seriously, he had also consulted a psychologist, alleviating any worries Li Siwei had about potential issues arising from his performance. Once the aftermath of the film had been addressed, Li Siwei turned to Tom and said, You'll oversee the post-production. I know this period will be demanding for you, so please keep a close watch over things at Warner. Rest assured, my boss. I will handle it, Tom replied. But are you really going back? I believe you could certainly find success in Hollywood. Don't worry, Tom. I will return. Li Siwei assured him. All right then, just remember you have a company here, Tom reminded him. Having learned from his previous experiences, Li Siwei specifically booked a flight that departed in the early hours, allowing him to adjust to the time difference aboard the plane, ensuring he would arrive back in the morning. On the domestic front, at around 9 o'clock on the morning of the 28th, Li Siwei finally returned to the capital's airport. Our esteemed director, Li has finally returned. Zhu Yan teased, but Li Siwei was unfazed. Adjusting his seat, he remarked, You're quite the rising star now. Couldn't you have chosen a more comfortable car? Zhu Yan rolled his eyes and replied while driving. Though this car is uncomfortable to sit in, it drives well enough. Just make do with it. Did you go out last night? Your eyes look rather dark, Li Siwei inquired. Well, thanks to Director Li. I've been busy attending several events and haven't gotten much sleep, Zhu Yan confessed. Then let us head straight to the restaurant. Breakfast is on me, Li Siwei offered. All right, I won't hold back, Zhu Yan said with a grin. Don't be modest, pick a decent restaurant. I'm nearly sick of Western cuisine after my time in Hollywood, Li Siwei remarked. As he watched Li Siwei eat heartily, Zhu Yan chuckled. Is the food over there really that unpalatable? It's tolerable. It simply doesn't suit my palate, Li Siwei replied. By the way, how has your film in Hollywood been progressing? Not too bad. It's a low-budget film and is currently in post-production at Warner, Zhu Yan stated. Impressive. You've made your mark in Hollywood. I've had numerous inquiries about you lately, Zhu Yan added, recalling his experiences over the past few days. I anticipated it. No need to entertain that crowd. Speaking of which, Yan, make sure you're well prepared. We'll be shooting Brotherhood of Blades in a couple of days. Absolutely, I'm all set, Zhu Yan affirmed. In the office of Tian Zhuangzhuang at Beijing, he looked at the student across from him with a hint of nostalgia. I never imagined you would find your way to Hollywood in just a few months. Isn't that what you've taught us, teacher? Li Siwei replied. How do you feel? Are you confident? Tian Zhuangzhuang inquired. I can't say for sure, but I have great faith in my film, Li Siwei responded. That's reassuring. As for the opinions of some, don't let them weigh you down. Even if you face setbacks, you're still young, Tian Zhuangzhuang advised. Rest assured, teacher, I understand. Li Siwei assured him. Had the previous iteration of Li Siwei encountered such comments, he would have been unable to refrain from engaging in verbal sparring. However, having been reborn, he recognized that it was unnecessary to argue with such jesters. Success would render them irrelevant, and they might even turn to praise him. It comforts me to hear you think this way. By the way, when will you begin shooting Brotherhood of Blades? Tian Zhuangzhuang asked. We're currently finalizing the cast and will commence filming shortly after auditions, Li Siwei explained. After leaving Tian Zhuangzhuang's office, Li Siwei made his way to Lu Yifei's home. Where's Annie? He inquired upon arrival, noticing Lu Xiaoli was absent. My mother is out. Did you come specifically to see her? Lu Yifei asked. Of course not. I'm here to see our Princess Qianqian. By the way, are you prepared for the imminent shoot of Brotherhood of Blades? Li Siwei garia. With a haughty lift of her chin, Lu Yifei replied, I've been ready for ages. You can count on me. But I recall you had some lingering health issues from filming the return of the Condor Heroes. You've been all right during this period, I trust? Li Siwei desa. Rest assured, I've been taking care of myself. The severity of my past issues stemmed from neglect, but now I've made considerable progress. Lu Yifei reassured him. The day after returning to the country, Li Siwei officially began auditions. With the leads already confirmed, and given that Brotherhood of Blades was a martial arts film, it didn't attract excessive attention. Rather, many media outlets were eager to inquire about his Hollywood experiences. Faced with a barrage of questions from reporters, Li Siwei could only confirm that he had indeed reached an agreement with Warner and had filmed a movie. This announcement marked the official entry of the newly minted millionaire director Li Siwei into Hollywood. However, the only advantage of this media frenzy was that it generated buzz for Brotherhood of Blades, drawing interest from individuals who had previously shown none. Director Li. It's merely a low-budget film, Han Dong remarked. Once the auditions conclude in a couple of days, I'll visit China Film. After ending the call with Han Samping, Li Siwei rubbed his eyes, feeling fatigued. Director Li, the actors for the auditions have arrived, Zhang Jie informed him. All right, I understand. Thank you, Sister Zhang. Chapter 18. The commencement of Brotherhood of Blades and the Golden Horse Awards in no time. The 2-day auditions concluded, and the cast for Brotherhood of Blades was finalized. The 3 male leads, Shun Lian, Lu Jinxing, and Jin Yichuan, were portrayed by Huang Xiaoming, Wang Qianyuan, and Zhu Yan. The female lead, Zhou Miaodong, was played by Lu Yifei. The remaining minor roles were filled by students from Beijing, and for the notable character Ding Xiu, Li Siwei chose Zhou Yiwei. Although still somewhat inexperienced compared to his previous life, with proper guidance, he would surely excel. On October 1st, Li Siwei's studio publicly announced the cast list for Brotherhood of Blades, igniting discussions online. Yay, we can see our Zhao Linger in costume again. One commenter exclaimed. I agree. Even though Lu Yifei looks great in modern attire, she shines even brighter in traditional garb, another added. Who is this Zhao Ling? Clearly, she is my fairy sister. A third chimed in. Before the return of the Condor Heroes has even aired, Gugu and Guo are collaborating again. Another noted. Additionally, the reunion of Ku Jingting and Shun Jiai was also highlighted. Despite Lu Yifei's late debut, her remarkable rise to stardom through several dramas and the massive popularity of those years had solidified her status as a leading actress, garnering widespread support for her role as the female lead. Of course, compared to the online enthusiasm, some actresses within the industry were quite envious. On October 2nd, shortly after the cast announcement, the crew of Brotherhood of Blades held a launch conference at Hungyeon Film City. Director Li, when will your film shot in Hollywood be released? One reporter asked. Director Li, what other collaborations do you have with Warner? Another inquired. In response to the barrage of questions, Li Siwei calmly replied, I apologize. But today is the launch conference for Brotherhood of Blades. However, I understand your curiosity. My film is still in post-production. Director, why did you decide to make a martial arts film? It's worth noting that martial arts films have not been well received in recent years. After realizing the futility of probing into Hollywood matters, the reporters, displaying their astuteness, swiftly redirected the conversation to the main topic. It is a simple truth that every youth has once harbored a dream of martial arts, and I am no exception. May I inquire, Miss Li Siwei, how were you chosen by Director Li to be the female lead? Regardless of past lives or this current one, Li Siwei is already well-versed in handling media inquiries. With a smile, she replied, Director Li and I are both students of Beijing Film Academy, and we had previously collaborated on those years. Are you two in a romantic relationship? No, we are merely classmates. At least for now, Li Siwei added silently in his heart. Is it because Director Li is still pursuing Miss Li Siwei that he has cast her as the lead in both films? If not, why else would he choose her twice? Watching the reporter persist with his questioning, Li Siwei felt a tinge of exasperation. Observing Li Siwei reveling in the spectacle nearby only compounded his annoyance. Let me clarify once more, I and Qian are just classmates. The reason for choosing Qian is simply that she is suitable. Now, let us refocus on the film, as this topic has diverged considerably. With Li Siwei's assertion, the reporters deemed it inappropriate to press further and shifted their attention to others. Following the conclusion of the press conference, the crew of the Blade of Spring commenced filming in earnest. Meanwhile, as Li Siwei immersed himself in the filmmaking process, rumors of his romantic involvement with Li Siwei began circulating online. I told you, the reason Li Siwei chose Li Siwei as the lead in both films is that they must be having an affair. Please refrain from spreading rumors. She has clearly stated they are just classmates. Don't deceive yourselves. Do you really believe that? Why wouldn't we believe it? Our Qian wouldn't even look at Li Siwei. Exactly. Directors are notoriously fickle, especially the prominent ones. In the entertainment industry, news breaks daily. Li Siwei was indifferent to the gossip. Yet he found the speculation about himself and Li Siwei to be somewhat amusing, as it marked the first time he had been the subject of such rumors. Qian, this is my first rumor, and I'm giving it to you. You must take responsibility. Li Siwei rolled her eyes playfully at Li Siwei and retorted, Stop being so glib. Don't you plan to clarify this? It doesn't matter. There's no need to address it. Since Li Siwei was disinclined to refute the rumors, Li Siwei opted not to pursue the matter further, especially as their relationship was indeed ambiguous at present. Initially, the Blade of Spring crew was in a period of acclimatization, resulting in a sluggish filming pace. However, given their prior experiences, the actors soon found their rhythm, particularly Li Siwei, who adapted more swiftly than anyone else in the crew. Huang Xiaoming expressed his admiration, recalling that during the first half of the year, when he worked with Li Siwei on the return of the Condor Heroes, she had yet to exhibit such prowess. Time flew by swiftly. Once the actors settled into their roles, the filming progressed rapidly. Within just a month, they had completed half of the movie. However, as the crew of Blade of Spring began to find their groove and accelerate their pace, they were forced to pause. Reluctantly, Li Siwei did not wish to halt production, but the Golden Horse Awards were approaching, necessitating the attendance of the director and principal actors, leading to a temporary hiatus for the crew. The Golden Horse Awards are regarded as one of the highest accolades in the country, even broadcasted by national television, and wield significant influence across East Asia. Regrettably, some foolish actions later tarnished its reputation. Moreover, the Golden Horse Awards graciously acknowledged those years with numerous nominations. Not only was Li Siwei nominated for Best Director and Best Screenplay, but Li Siwei also received a nomination for Best Actress. Nonetheless, both Li Siwei and Li Siwei were acutely aware that the film's most plausible victory would be for Best Screenplay, with the awards for Best Director and Best Actress being highly unlikely. As the crew was on hiatus, even though Zhu Yan did not receive a nomination, he still joined them, recognizing it as an opportunity to gain exposure. Li Siwei and his party arrived a day in advance. That evening, he took Li Siwei and Zhu Yan out to savor the local delicacies. Li Siwei's previous life had been fraught with hardships. Initially, he had not intended to bring Zhu Yan along, but considering the abundance of paparazzi in the area, he decided to include him, ensuring that any potential exposure would be manageable. I must say, the cuisine here in Taiwan is truly remarkable. Observing Zhu Yan's unrefined demeanor, both Li Siwei and Liu Yifei cast him disdainful glances. Although it was Li Siwei's first experience of this culinary adventure, he maintained an air of sophistication. Come on, you two are being excessive. Yan, do take care. You are a rising star, after all, and should be mindful of your public image. Indeed, Li Siwei unconditionally supported Liu Yifei's remarks. Ah, you two are now quite the harmonious pair. Upon Zhu Yan's comment, both Li Siwei and Liu Yifei felt their cheeks flush, prompting Li Siwei to interject, just eat your meal. Chapter 19, Golden Horse Awards and a Return to America. Ahem, I stand corrected. I shall refrain from further comments. Li Siwei, what do you think our crew's chances are for winning awards at the Golden Horse this time? Noting the camaraderie between Li Siwei and Liu Yifei, Zhu Yan astutely shifted the topic. Who knows? The minds of the judges are notoriously difficult to decipher. Li Siwei shook his head. He did not harbor high expectations for this year's Golden Horse, despite those years achieving remarkable box office success, amassing over 40 million in Taiwan, effectively securing a spot in the top 3 for the year's box office in the region. Honestly, I believe your chances of winning are quite substantial. The Golden Horse is known to favor films with high box office returns. Liu Yifei was familiar with those years from her previous life, although Li Siwei's version underwent certain modifications. Its popularity in Taiwan was undeniable. Let us hope for the best. After their meal, Zhu Yan, displaying keen insight, discreetly excused himself. Li Siwei apreciata Zhu Yan's perceptiveness. Yet he did not act further. Instead, he simply strolled hand in hand with Liu Yifei around the hotel vicinity, while Li Siwei was reluctant to part with Liu Yifei's delicate hand. The soaring popularity of Tianlong Ba, Buancian, Jian Qi Xia Zhuan in Taiwan made it imperative to avoid the prying eyes of the paparazzi. Thus, despite his reluctance, they returned early. In his previous life, although nearing 40, Li Siwei had spent most of his days amidst various film crews, surrounded by celebrities, elevating his standards. However, despite his refined tastes, he remained unattainable in their eyes, which ultimately led to his perpetual status as a bachelor. The following evening at 7 o'clock, those year's crew had long been waiting in the holding area. For nominated crews, award ceremonies offer the significant advantage of walking the red carpet, providing an excellent promotional opportunity. While the term carpet star had yet to be coined, walking the red carpet remained a prime opportunity for many stars to gain exposure. Li Siwei had witnessed. In his previous life, numerous actresses linger on the red carpet for greater visibility, even orchestrating minor mishaps for the sake of media attention, such as tripping over their skirts. However, Li Siwei and his companions did not intend to linger on the red carpet. They swiftly traversed it, participated in a few interviews, and promptly entered the venue to take their seats. After taking a seat, Li Siwei couldn't help but feel a twinge of sentimentality as he observed Zhou Jilin and Ho Peitzen, who were huddled together, their relationship evidently blossoming with fervent romance. However, the capricious nature of life loomed over them, for they were destined to part ways in the coming year. As the awards ceremony commenced, Li Siwei's expectations were met. Kung Fu indisputably swept the accolades, claiming Best Sound, Best Visual Effects, and Best Supporting Actress, leaving the audience with no choice but to applaud. Ultimately, the honors for Best Director and Best Picture also belonged to Kung Fu. Surprisingly, Li Siwei did not feel disheartened, for he recognized the film's undeniable brilliance. When the award for Best Original Screenplay was announced, the presenter was Ah Jiao from Twins, a clear indication that her film, Princess Revenge, had been eliminated from contention. At this moment, Li Siwei sat up straight, for this was the only award he could hope to receive that evening. The accolade for Best Original Screenplay went to those years, awarded to Li Siwei. As the camera focused on him, he was jolted back to reality. This was his first award in 2 lifetimes. Nas, Awei has won, exclaimed Zhu Yan beside him, bubbling with excitement, as if he were the recipient himself. Liu Yifei, sitting next to him, was even more composed, having attended countless awards ceremonies in her previous life. She stood up and embraced Li Siwei, whispering, "Congratulations, Awei." After returning her embrace with a grateful thank you, Li Siwei made his way to the stage to accept his award. Upon receiving the trophy, Li Siwei surveyed the audience's gaze fixed upon him, and he could not deny that he was beginning to relish this feeling of triumph. Directori, having made your directorial debut with a successful box office and now winning the Best Original Screenplay, do you have any words for everyone? At the sound of Ho Peitzen's inquiry, Li Siwei pondered for a moment before addressing the microphone. I am profoundly grateful to the Golden Horse Awards for bestowing this honor upon me. Thank you all for your affection towards those years. I extend my gratitude to every member of the crew, to my mentor, without whom I would not be here today, and to Chairman Han for his investment in me. I also wish to thank my parents and my school, Beijing Film Academy. Lastly, I want to emphasize that this is merely the beginning. I shall return to lift other trophies. The audience responded with enthusiastic applause, acknowledging that Li Siwei's words were no idle jest. Youth is indeed the greatest asset, and for a director, this sentiment rings especially true, as the field remains vibrant even into 1s40s. The subsequent awards were unrelated to those years' crew. Although Li Siwei believed Liu Yifei's performance in those years was commendable, he was not a judge. Don't worry, CC, you will undoubtedly secure the Best Actress award. I believe in you. After the Golden Horse Awards concluded, Li Siwei did not accompany Liu Yifei and the others back to Hongyan, but instead flew directly to Hollywood. A week prior, Tom had informed him that the post-production for Buried was completed and requested his presence in Hollywood. Hey Tom, how is it that just a month apart has caused you to gain so much weight? Upon disembarking the plane and spotting Tom, Li Siwei nearly failed to recognize him. Oh boss, please, no more of that. My wife won't even let me sleep in the same bed anymore. Let's not dwell on such sorrowful matters. Welcome back to Hollywood. It was evident that Tom was rather resigned to his physique. Li Siwei chose not to head to the hotel immediately, but instead accompanied Tom to the Warner editing room to view the entire film. Warner had proven to be quite reliable, and seeing Buried closely resembling what he had envisioned in his past life, Li Siwei finally felt at ease. The next step was to discuss the film's release date with Warner. Boss, when do you plan to release it? I think Christmas would be a great choice. Let me think about it. Regarding Buried's premiere, Li Siwei and Tom were in agreement. They both believed that Christmas was the optimal time. However, Li Siwei was contemplating whether to submit Buried to a film festival. After some reflection, he asked Tom, "What do you think about sending Buried to the Berlin Film Festival?" The rationale behind selecting Berlin was that the festival favored the film's style. Among the 3 major European festivals, each had its preferences, but the timing of Cannes and Venice was simply too prolonged. Berlin was the most suitable. Boss, I think that idea is excellent. I believe Buried is fantastic. It will surely succeed. Tom wholeheartedly supported Li Siwei's vision. Having spent many years in Hollywood, Tom recognized that Buried was indeed an exceptional film. Chapter 20, confirming the release date, sending the film, and returning home to wrap up. After solidifying their plans, Li Siwei conferred with Warner about the North American release date for Buried. Indeed, Li Siwei intended to achieve a dual purpose with Buried. The Warner team had already screened the final cut, and many executives found the film to be remarkably polished. Initially skeptical of Li Siwei's low-budget project, their perspective shifted upon viewing the completed film. Some even expressed interest in assisting him with the Oscars. Naturally, Li Siwei was supportive of this, and he could distinctly sense Warner's valuation of him. It was evident that, regardless of the circumstances, strength was paramount. Li Siwei understood that Warner's desire to cultivate a relationship with him stemmed from their confidence in the Inception script. But the primary motive was their keen interest in the burgeoning domestic market. With the continuous growth of the Chinese film industry, they were eager to align themselves with Li Siwei, as it posed little risk. If successful, the rewards could be substantial. Moreover, if Buried were to win awards, they could command higher prices when selling the rights in the future. While nominations for the Oscars required adherence to specific regulations, Li Siwei was unconcerned. He trusted Warner to handle that aspect with far greater expertise than he could. Before Li Siwei departed, Kahalani reminded him not to forget about next month's premiere. Rest assured, I will be there on time. After finalizing matters with Warner, Li Siwei's next task was to send the film, but before doing so, he needed to meet with his leading actor. Ryan, you look much better now. Don't worry, director, I'm perfectly fine now. But are you sure you're not joking? Is our film really going to the Berlin Film Festival? Of course, I'll be sending the film shortly. Oh my god, that is fantastic. Ryan Reynolds had been struggling lately, as news of him filming a movie inside a coffin had circulated throughout Hollywood, leading many to doubt Li Siwei, a director lacking any prior fame in the industry. Many believed Ryan had been deceived. Although Hollywood was brimming with innovative films, none had previously explored the concept of Buried. Fortunately, Li Siwei brought him good news today. Not only had Warner shown enthusiasm for the film and offered to assist with the Oscars, but would also be participating in the Berlin Film Festival. For an actor like Ryan Reynolds, who was not yet a prominent figure, this was akin to a stroke of fortune. After meeting with Ryan Reynolds, Li Siwei packaged the copies of Buried and sent them through the official channels required by the film festival. Once the film was dispatched, Li Siwei prepared to return to his homeland. Boss, are you leaving so soon? Certainly. A domestic film is still in production, and I must swiftly return. Rest assured, Tom, I shall return next month. Well, this segment is exceptionally well done. It has passed. With Li Siwei's declaration of completion, the filming of the Sword of the Spring embroidery has entered its final stages, with less than a quarter remaining. All right, everyone, let's take a brief respite. How about you, eh? When will that Hollywood film be released? Liu Yifei and Zhu Yan were both aware of Li Siwei's purpose for traveling to Hollywood, and as soon as he mentioned a break, Zhu Yan eagerly approached him. Although Liu Yifei refrained from inquiring, she subtly adjusted her chair to listen more attentively. It will premiere next month during the Christmas season. Upon hearing Li Siwei's response, Zhu Yan could hardly contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, Wei, you are truly remarkable." Liu Yifei, though silent, shared in the exhilaration. Their excitement was not without merit. Hollywood's prestige remains formidable, and many domestic stars are desperate to break into the industry. With Li Siwei's film set to debut in Hollywood, it naturally stirred their enthusiasm. Enough with the excitement. Just keep it to yourself until the box office results are in. While Li Siwei believes Buried Alive has the potential for awards, he harbors reservations about its box office performance, hence his reluctance to divulge this news. Should the film underperform, he anticipates facing considerable criticism. Rest assured, Wei, I understand. Very well, this segment has passed. Li Siwei picked up the intercom and rose from behind the camera, drawing the attention of all crew members. I announced that the Sword of the Spring embroidery has officially wrapped. The film commenced production in October, and with December now upon us, it has been precisely 2 months. Fortunately, the cast of the Sword of the Spring embroidery consists of seasoned actors, which is why the wrap was achieved so swiftly. Hooray! It's a wrap. Long live the director. News of the wrap for the Sword of the Spring embroidery spread rapidly, and reports began to surface online. However, many remain skeptical about the film's prospects, as the decline of the wuxia genre is now a foregone conclusion. Even renowned directors like Su Ku have faced setbacks, and thus, a young filmmaker like Li Siwei is unlikely to gain recognition. Li Siwei was not perturbed by this skepticism. He had grown accustomed to the disparaging voices that had accompanied the project's inception. Moreover, such criticism inadvertently generated buzz for the film, which in any case is a positive outcome. Following the completion of filming, Li Siwei opted to handle the editing himself at his studio, rather than at the Beijing Film Academy. During his time making films, his studio had transformed from an empty shell into a thriving establishment. Zhang Li proved to be quite capable, excelling in both management and recruitment. Sister Zhang, I owe you my gratitude. Otherwise, our studio might still be a hollow entity. Director Li, you flatter me. This is merely my duty. Sister Zhang, I shall refrain from further pleasantries. Once our studio upgrades to a company, I shall ensure you receive a raise. In that case, I thank you, Director Li. In the ensuing days, Li Siwei dedicated himself entirely to post-production editing. He intended for the Sword of the Spring embroidery to be released around January of the following year. By that time, Buried Alive would have premiered, and with Warner's promotion, it should secure an Oscar nomination, thereby providing the Sword of the Spring embroidery with a timely boost in visibility. This left Li Siwei with a tight schedule, necessitating extended hours for post-production work. Fortunately, Zhang Li was incredibly efficient, having recruited several post-production staff. All right, proceed with this editing approach. I must attend the premiere of The Promise. Although Li Siwei recognized The Promise as a subpar film, he felt compelled to attend as he had been personally invited by Han Samping. Chapter 21. The bustling December and the premiere of The Promise. Unlike a decade ago, the most lucrative period now commences in December with the holiday releases. Feng Xiaojiang rose to prominence as the king of the holiday box office by consistently delivering outstanding results. However, this year's holiday season lacked a film from Feng Xiaojiang, as he focused on producing The Banquet after experiencing a dearth of accolades in recent awards. Despite his box office prowess surpassing that of Chen Shuren, he remained underestimated and ridiculed. This year, December has been dubbed the Trojan War of holiday releases, featuring renowned domestic directors such as Chun Kai, Zhang Yimou, Chen Kursin, and Liu Jinwei, all vying for attention. The film If You Love was the first to enter the fray, having premiered in Hong Kong back in September. Li Siwei was aware that although its box office performance was mediocre, it garnered numerous awards, thus qualifying as a standard art film. When it premiered in the mainland, Li Siwei was invited to attend, but he declined in order to expedite the post-production of the Sword of the Spring embroidery. To maintain goodwill with Chun Kursin, he sent Zhang Li in his stead. However, while he could forego the premiere of If You Love, he could not refuse the invitation to The Promise. As both Han Samping and Chun Kai had extended their invitations, Li Siwei understood that their insistence was to bolster the film's visibility. As a newly minted director with a billion-dollar reputation and recent Hollywood experience, his fame was on the rise, given the substantial investment in The Promise. With China Film as a primary backer, Han Samping was determined to maximize its exposure. Chun Kai's reputation alone would attract many viewers, especially with the domestic market thriving and cinema attendance soaring, particularly during the year-end rush when audiences eagerly flocked to theaters. However, this surge in popularity made it a battleground for major directors. To mitigate any unforeseen issues, Han Samping employed every promotional strategy available. If the promise could maintain a positive reception, it could potentially shatter the box office records set by Hero. Regrettably, Li Siwei knew the promise to be an unequivocal disaster. In his previous life, he had already endured the promise once, and had no desire to subject himself to it again. Yet, certain social obligations were inescapable, especially within the industry, where maintaining appearances was essential. Not only had Li Siwei completed filming, but even directors like Feng Xiaojiang, who were still in the midst of production, had pledged their attendance, leaving Li Siwei with no viable excuse to abstain. Soon, the day of the promised premiere arrived, and with the event scheduled for the afternoon, Li Siwei was unhurried, continuing to work diligently at his studio. Director Li, here is today's newspaper. Please take a look. To stay updated on significant happenings within the industry, Li Siwei had arranged for newspapers to be delivered to his studio. Wow! Only a major director could select such an impressive venue for a premiere. They certainly know how to put on a show. Upon receiving the newspaper, Li Siwei could not restrain himself from voicing his thoughts. Brother Chen Kai had directly chosen the CPCC auditorium as the venue for the premiere, and a rehearsal was also conducted for the event. To this, Li Siwei could only exclaim his admiration for such flair. It must be said that China Film Group truly invested heavily. The entire newspaper was practically filled with news about the promise. As the leading man, Nicholas Tsay was indeed on fire, appearing in 2 films during this year's New Year release battle. One as the male lead and the other as the third lead, a testament to his status as a favored actor of Emperor Entertainment. Alright, you all continue with the post-production. Work hard during this period. Once it's completed, you'll be granted a vacation, with triple pay for this time. Yay, thank you, Mr. Li. Rest assured, Mr. Li, we will ensure the task is completed. After invigorating the post-production staff, Li Siwei departed from the studio and headed to Beijing Film Academy. Tian Zhuangzhuang, being a member of the 5th generation of directors and a classmate of Brother Chen Kai, naturally was to attend the premiere of The Promise. How is the post-production coming along? Tian Zhuangzhuang was aware that Li Siwei intended to release Brotherhood of Blades in January. Everything is proceeding smoothly. The post-production staff we recruited are quite capable. However, I thought about it, and even if we can't make it in January, we could release in February. Perhaps the promotional impact would be even greater. This was because the Berlin Film Festival's closing ceremony would take place in February. And if Buried Alive were to win an award there, it would certainly provide a promotional boost for Brotherhood of Blades. It is commendable that you possess such confidence. Filmmaking is inherently a meticulous endeavor that should not be rushed. I understand, Master. To be honest, Li Siwei had indeed felt a bit anxious about making the January release for Brotherhood of Blades. By the way, I must remind you, when accepting interviews in the future, be cautious with your words. Li Siwei immediately grasped the meaning behind Tian Zhuangzhuang's seemingly cryptic statement. Are you referring to Senior Liu? Who else could it be? His series of actions have already begun to affect the school. Although Li Siwei was busy with post-production, he had followed news about Lu Chuan. Due to the controversial actions surrounding the Golden Rooster Awards, Lu Chuan had been vocally criticizing them ever since, claiming daily in interviews that the judging panel was problematic. Fortunately, Li Siwei, who was aware of the Golden Rooster's dubious practices, had opted not to participate. While he also held a low opinion of the Golden Rooster, he understood that the panel possessed considerable influence in the industry and would not permit Lu Chuan to continue his tirade against them in the media, thus applying some pressure to Beijing Film Academy. Today, while attending the premiere, media will undoubtedly inquire about this matter. If you can evade it, do so. Rest assured, Master, I am quite discreet. I am relatively at ease with you. Also, I will not be attending the premiere today. Did you not previously express your intention to support an old classmate? Tian Zhuangzhuang did not respond directly to Li Siwei, but took a sip of tea before casually stating, I initially intended to support him, but I watched the film at China Film Group a couple of days ago, and it felt too artificial, too hollow. Brother Kai is becoming increasingly adept at creating illusions. Li Siwei opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from saying anything. As a junior, he felt it inappropriate to voice criticism of his senior, especially since Tian Zhuangzhuang was a classmate of Chen Kai. Well, since you are not going, I shall proceed alone. With Tian Zhuangzhuang opting out, Li Siwei set off on his own. Chapter 22, The Extravagant Premiere. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Siwei arrived at the CPCC auditorium. From a distance, he spotted nearly 100 soldiers clad in red robes, brandishing swords and spears, standing in perfect formation on the plaza outside the auditorium. Flanking the nearly 100-meter-long red carpet were dense groves of begonia flowers, with white lanterns suspended above, while 2 massive banners reading The Promise prominently adorned the entrance of the auditorium. Nearby, throngs of fans encircled the area, holding various placards proclaiming, Zhang Dongjian International Film Friends Association, captivatingly charming. As Li Siwei stepped onto the red carpet and gazed at the begonia groves on either side, he found himself momentarily speechless, marveling at the silk-like flowers, and could only lament the extravagance of Director Chun. "This way, please." Director Li, a welcoming hostess, guided him into the auditorium. This was Li Siwei's first time attending a premiere, and upon entering, he was greeted by a sea of reporters, actors, and various celebrities, along with numerous official personnel who had already taken their seats. He quickly recognized many big names in the entertainment industry and exchanged greetings before settling into his designated seat. At this moment, the crew of The Promise had yet to arrive, but the event's host, Wang Han, was already in position. As a rising director in the industry, several actors approached Li Siwei to engage in conversation, and he adeptly navigated these interactions, harboring no resentment towards their overt friendliness. For such occasions were merely grand arenas of fame and fortune. Just as Li Siwei was mingling, he suddenly heard the crowd outside erupt in exuberant cheers. He instantly understood that the protagonists had made their entrance. It must be said that the fervor of fans today was no less than that of future generations. At one moment, Tsai overshadowed Dong Jian, only to be eclipsed by Chung later, with the fans' emotions running high. As Li Siwei followed the crowd out of the auditorium, he beheld the gate of the Promise standing on one side of the plaza, with the host positioned at the entrance. Then, nearly 100 armored warriors wielding long spears charged towards the gate of the Promise, while on the opposite side stood a group of red-robed warriors. The two lines of warriors formed ranks on either side of the gate, awaiting the arrival of the guests from the red carpet's leading vehicle. Naturally, the first to emerge were director Chun Kai and his wife, Chun Hong, forming a V with their hands and smiling as they walked down the red carpet. Following them was Zhang Baiji in a stunning black velvet gown, followed closely by Nicholas Tsai, Liu Yi, Zhang Dongjian, and a host of other prominent figures. The fans erupted in even greater excitement upon seeing their idols, with screams echoing in waves. Subsequently, the fireworks that had long been prepared began to burst forth. As the Chun couple boisterously proclaimed, "We love The Promise and cherish all the audiences around the globe, supporting the advancement of our film industry." Watching from the sidelines, Li Siwei felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness, as if he were digging his toes into the ground. Once the 7 main creators were seated, each had a word behind them. Behind Chun Kai was fascination, behind Chun Hong was betrayal, while Liu Yi and Zhang Baiji had freedom and love respectively. And Nicholas Tsai and others were represented by desire, commitment, and fate. At this moment, the host, following the rehearsal, invited several main creators to elucidate the profound meanings behind these words in the film. While the others adhered to the film's narrative, Chun Kai diverged from the norm. Fascination. In this world, I am most captivated by 2 things: my infatuation with the film The Promise and my love for Chun Hong. Turning to Chun Hong, he recited the dialogue from the film. Addressing her, "You may possess the world's finest delicacies and power, but can you obtain true love? Is that what you desire?" Chun Hong, not to be outdone, responded after hearing Chun Kai's words, "I no longer concern myself with such matters. I've already gained 2 sons in Chun Kai." As her words resonated in the air, a wave of applause erupted throughout the venue. Li Siwei, seated among the audience, clapped along but felt a twinge of embarrassment. It must be said, Chun Kaiga indeed possessed a remarkable talent for the awkward. As the applause subsided, a journalist cautiously approached Chun Kaiga, inquiring about the incident from a couple of days prior that had provoked his abrupt departure. However, this time, Chun Kaiga responded not with ire, but with a congenial demeanor, stating, "A successful box office signifies achievement. An achievement heralds the prospect of even greater endeavors ahead." The segment transitioned to a magic performance, where Chun Kaiga, as second in command, Chun Hong, made a charming appearance alongside her 2 sons, celebrating the impending occasion of her birthday, which added a heartwarming touch to the event. It was not until 7:30 that the film officially commenced. One cannot deny the striking beauty of a youthful Zhang Zi. Chun Kaiga indeed had an eye for capturing the allure of women. This is not mere flattery from Li Siwei, it is an undeniable truth. For instance, in the later film Legend of the Demon Cat, the actress portraying Yang Guifei appeared stunning under Chun Kaiga's lens, yet outside of it, her beauty seemed to diminish inexplicably. However, aside from Zhang Zi's captivating visage and the enchanting cinematography, Li Siwei found little else to appreciate. He still struggled to comprehend The Promise. Furthermore, he found the film's dialogue rather clumsy and its stylistic choices somewhat bewildering. Amidst the chorus of praise surrounding him, Li Siwei felt a headache coming on as he began to doubt his own perceptions, wondering if he was the only one seeing through the facade. Ultimately, the film concluded amidst a harmonious atmosphere, and Chun Kaiga, brimming with excitement, ascended the stage. Grasping the microphone handed to him, He proclaimed with fervor, "This film, I devoted 3 years to, with substantial support from Zhongying and director Han. Through this project, I have once again indulged in my life. And I believe this film is cool, powerful, and youthful." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "Some of my old friends are rather skeptical, believing this should not be the product of my creativity. However, I must assert that a poet must evolve. This time, I have crafted a commercial film aimed at a youthful audience." Li Siwei understood that among those old friends, Tian Zhuang was certainly included. Subsequently, a reporter referenced Zhang Yimou's riding alone for thousands of miles in relation to Chen Kaiga, noting how frequently the two were compared, perhaps out of concern that they might feel isolated. Li Siwei, however, had lost interest in the ensuing questions, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. At 10 o'clock that evening, the banquet officially commenced. After exchanging pleasantries with industry peers, Li Siwei focused on his meal. While he was engrossed in his food, Chen Kaiga and his wife approached him. Although Li Siwei was not a student of the directing department, as a protege of Tian Zhuang, Chen Kaiga still held a keen interest in him. So how was the promise? It seemed that Chen Kaiga, suspecting Tian Zhuang's disapproval of the film, was eager to gauge the thoughts of his former student. Despite Li Siwei's desire to voice his critiques, he replied, "Very good, Director Chen," wishing the promised great box office success. Chen Kaiga appeared quite pleased with Li Siwei's response, giving his arm a friendly pat and encouragingly stating, "Young man, keep up the good work." After bidding farewell to Chen Kaiga and his wife, Li Siwei returned to his meal. "Shao Li, thank you for coming to support us," Han Samping expressed as he approached. "Director Han, it is my duty," Li Siwei replied. "How is the film progressing?" "Still in post-production." "Well, once post-production is complete, come to Zhongying to select a suitable release date." "Certainly." Chapter 23, The Collapse of Reputation. "Then I shall take my leave, Director Han, as I must return to the studio for post-production early tomorrow." After exchanging pleasantries with Han Samping, Li Siwei discreetly exited the venue. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by a throng of media vehicles, as the buzz surrounding the promise was too significant for these reporters to overlook. As he pondered the evening's premiere, a smile crept onto Li Siwei's face. Indeed, witnessing events firsthand proved far more enlightening than reading about them in the news. Before he even returned to his rental apartment, Li Siwei received a call from Lu Yifei. "So late at night, what prompts our star Lu Yifei to call me?" Since finishing Brotherhood of Blades, Lu Yifei had reverted to her previous, more laid-back demeanor. Perhaps the burdens of her past life had worn her down. In this life, she showed little enthusiasm for many matters, adjusting her routine to ensure ample rest whenever she was not filming. "Well, I was just checking in on our esteemed director. After all, this little lady will need to rely on the director for future sustenance." Lu Yifei's tone was lighthearted, despite the pretense of concern. Li Siwei could discern a hint of schadenfreude in her voice. "How flattering," he responded sarcastically. "So how was the promise? Is it visually appealing?" Lu Yifei teased, her laughter ringing through the phone as she playfully probed. "You know exactly what the promise is like. Why ask?" Li Siwei retorted, but then, with a twinkle in his eye, he suggested, "However, if you're curious, perhaps I could take you to see the promise in a few days." Caught off guard by his proposition, Lu Yifei hesitated. I think that might not be necessary." "Oh, come on. I'm set to travel abroad in a few days. You have some free time? So why not go catch a movie? Do we really need to see the promise?" Li Siwei rolled his eyes and replied, "How about we see Riding Alone for thousands of miles instead?" "Okay," Lu Yifei agreed, her smile evident through the phone. "Let's make that arrangement. Once the film is released, we shall go." The following morning, Li Siwei arrived punctually at his studio. "Director Li, how was the promise?" Upon entering the editing room, the staff eagerly inquired, their curiosity piqued by Chen Kaiga's 3-year endeavor. Given their questions, Li Siwei felt compelled to temper his honesty, replying with reluctance, "It's hard to say. The film doesn't release for another month. So you'll have to see for yourselves then." Observing the staff engaged in animated discussions, Li Siwei shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further, knowing they would soon understand the disillusionment of spending money on a lackluster film. "All right, let's get back to work." A day later, the momentum for the promise had not only persisted, but had intensified, fueled by news from Hollywood that it had received a Golden Globe nomination for Best Foreign Language Film. As a bellwether for the Oscars, this announcement ignited further excitement within the industry, bolstering confidence in the film while simultaneously heightening audience anticipation. Li Siwei estimated that due to Zhongying's influence, the promise already had considerable screenings, and this recent accolade would likely lead theaters to favor it even more. Consequently, Chen Kursin's If You Love found itself in a precarious position. Its box office was already on the decline, and it was likely to stagnate further once the promise officially premiered. Given the staff's keen interest in the promise, Li Siwei decided to dismiss them early, recognizing that since they no longer aimed for a January release, time was no longer of the essence. If you plan to watch a movie, it's best to go early. Today, I have arranged for you to leave work early, precisely to prevent you from staying up late and hindering tomorrow's tasks. Oh yes, thank you, Director Li. Director Li is remarkably generous. Would you care to join us? In response to the employee's invitation, Li Siwei did not hesitate for a moment and outright declined. With a hint of mischief in his voice, "You all go ahead and watch. Just return and share your thoughts with me." Since the employees were off to the cinema, Li Siwei chose not to continue working and instead turned to the news. It must be said that the influence accumulated by Brother Chun Kai was now prominently displayed. As his first commercial film, it garnered tremendous enthusiasm from the audience. The advanced screening box office shattered records, and even before the first day of its release concluded, it had already broken the domestic first-day box office record, significantly uplifting the spirits of industry insiders, as a larger market equates to greater profits. As a major investor in the promise, China Film spared no effort in its promotion, with Han Samping's smile becoming somewhat rigid. On the first day of the film's release, there were virtually no negative reviews. With the release of Riding Alone for thousands of miles the following day, audience excitement surged. The top two directors in the country commenced a direct competition. When Li Siwei arrived at the studio the next day, he noticed several post-production staff members wearing expressions of existential doubt. How was the film? In response to Li Siwei's inquiry, they exchanged glances, seemingly at a loss for words. Finally managing to utter, "Director Li, to be frank, we didn't understand it." Li Siwei was not surprised by their reaction. After all, according to Director Chen's words, this film would only be comprehensible a decade later. "Director Li, you must see what the newspapers say." Li Siwei took the newspaper and read the reviews of the promise. Some rather blunt film critics were unapologetically critical, claiming the entire film was exceedingly hollow and devoid of logic. Some print media were more tactful, merely stating that while the film was grand and captivating, the plot was somewhat chaotic and the performances overly exaggerated. What did the viewers say? After perusing the newspaper, Li Siwei curiously inquirat. Zhang Li chuckled and replied. The audience remarked that it was quite boring, although some lines were humorous. "Director Li, what do you think of this film? I share your sentiments." This time, Director Chun is bound to face repercussions. Meanwhile, within China Film, as they observed the unfavorable reviews surfacing online, Han Samping finally began to comprehend the situation amid his earlier excitement. Chen Hong even went directly to China Film, hoping Han Samping could manage the public sentiment, but this was evidently futile. The narrative had already taken off, becoming uncontrollable. While print media could be managed, the online discourse had completely spiraled out of control, overflowing with criticisms and mockery of the promise. Han Samping, upon viewing the negative comments online, wore a decidedly grim expression. It is worth noting that the investment of $3.5 billion in the promise made China Film a major stakeholder, and public discourse significantly influences box office performance. Unless Brother Chun could directly secure an Oscar, this would serve as some form of justification. However, Han Samping had little hope for that. As foreign audiences were not naive, if domestic viewers did not accept it, international audiences would be even less inclined. Thus, the collapse of the promise's reputation was now inevitable. Chapter 24. Watching Movies and Nominations. With the deluge of negative reviews for the promise, Zhang Yimou's Riding Alone for thousands of miles starkly contrasted in terms of public reception. Although Riding Alone was merely an art film and could not compete with the promise at the box office, it vastly outperformed in terms of acclaim. Even some seasoned professors from Beijing Film Academy predominantly lauded Riding Alone, while hardly offering support for the promise. As another prominent director hailing from Beijing Film, Zhang Yimou garnered widespread optimism, whereas Brother Chun found himself nearly forgotten. At home, Brother Chun, while glancing at the newspaper, felt the veins on the back of his hand bulging, ultimately unable to contain his frustration as he forcefully tossed the newspaper aside. "I spent 3 years crafting this labor of love, and yet these ordinary people cannot comprehend it." Clearly, Brother Chun, who had reveled in adulation for half his life, found it unbearable to accept such negative feedback. Nonetheless, despite the catastrophic reputation of the promise, its box office continued to soar. After all, Brother Chen's fame was substantial, and even a poorly received film attracted many viewers merely curious about its purported shortcomings. This is the credibility of a renowned director. But such a poorly received film would indeed tarnish one's reputation. Once your reputation is irreparably damaged, audiences will cease to support you. In the Beijing Film Academy, winter had settled in, and the biting cold wind compelled students and faculty alike to quicken their pace. Nevertheless, amidst this, Li Siwei found himself the center of attention. Groups of students engaged in hushed discussions about the famous figure among them. Li Siwei returned to the academy primarily to meet Li Siwei, as they had previously arranged to watch Riding Alone for thousands of miles together. With Li Siwei set to fly to Hollywood in a couple of days, they decided today would be the day for the movie outing. Glancing at the specific location sent by Li Siwei on his phone, he made his way toward the practice room at the academy. Despite Li Siwei's current inclination toward a laid-back lifestyle, she still dedicated her free time to honing her skills at the academy. The Beijing Film Academy, being relatively small, allowed Li Siwei to quickly arrive at the practice room. Standing outside, he observed the young woman diligently practicing her dance within, and he couldn't help but nod in approval. Indeed, Li Siwei's efforts in dance were not in vain. As Li Siwei completed a dance and prepared to rest, the door of the practice room slowly swung open. She turned at the sound and greeted with a smile. "Director Li, you arrived quite swiftly. Since they were going out to watch a movie today." Li Siwei had opted not to wear her dance attire, instead donning a dark plush coat paired with fitted pants, accentuating her long and slender legs, while her feet were adorned with snow boots, giving her a particularly playful and charming appearance. Coupled with her lively ponytail, she exuded a youthful essence, especially as she had just recently turned 18. "Of course, I had to arrive promptly for Princess Sisai's invitation. So, are you done?" Li Siwei stretched her limbs, having merely practiced lightly. "Let us go eat first, and then we'll head to the movie." "All right, where shall we dine?" After pondering for a moment, Li Siwei cheerfully replied, "Why overthink it? Since we're back at school, let us eat here." With that, she briskly exited, her ponytail bouncing with each step, exuding an adorable charm. Given Li Siwei's already high profile at the Beijing Film Academy, it was compounded by Li Siwei's presence. Together, they attracted the gaze of every individual in the cafeteria. Zhang Xiaofei, seated and dining, noticed the whispers around her and curiously raised her head. Spotting Li Siwei and Li Siwei in line for food, she turned to Yang Mi and exclaimed, "Mimi, quick look, it's Director Li and Senior Li Siwei." Yang Mi glanced up, observing the close-knit duo, and with a complex expression remarked, "Having a major director as a friend is quite advantageous." During her time filming The Return of the Condor Heroes alongside Li Siwei, Yang Mi had regarded Li Siwei as a benchmark to surpass. Yet seeing her beside Li Siwei evoked a deep sense of envy. In a cinema within the capital city, the ambience was dim, and the screen was showcasing Zhang Yimou's Riding Alone for thousands of miles, as Li Siwei and Li Siwei intentionally chose a rather inconspicuous spot. Despite having seen it in her previous life, Li Siwei remained utterly engrossed in the film at hand, occasionally biting her lip in moments of emotional intensity, which only added to her charm. In contrast, Li Siwei, who had already viewed this film multiple times, found Li Siwei's subtle gestures far more captivating than the movie itself. As she attentively watched, Li Siwei instinctively reached for the bucket of popcorn positioned between them, only to have her hand brush against Li Siwei's. Though they had previously held hands, the mere touch of their fingertips sent a jolt of electricity through them, prompting both to withdraw their hands. It seemed that after a prolonged period of reincarnation, Li Siwei had shed any trace of her former maturity, appearing instead as a bashful young girl. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Li Siwei, on the other hand, had grown considerably bolder. He chuckled and held the popcorn to her lips, urging her to eat. After recovering from her moment of shyness, Li Siwei playfully retorted, "No, you touched it. I'm not eating." Acknowledging her playful demeanor, Li Siwei responded, "Then I shall indulge myself." Yet, before he could retract his hand, Li Siwei opened her mouth and swiftly consumed the popcorn. Unable to contain her laughter at Li Siwei's bewildered expression, she giggled softly, prompting him to exclaim, "Did you not just refuse to eat?" With a playful huff, Li Siwei seized a handful of popcorn for herself, popping each piece in her mouth, though the smile tugging at her lips was impossible to disguise. After viewing Riding Alone for thousands of miles, the two proceeded to watch If You Love, savoring the peak performance of Zhou Sun. Throughout the film, they exchanged whispers, sharing their thoughts on the cinematic experience, creating an atmosphere of effortless warmth and ease. However, as Li Siwei surveyed the sparsely populated theater, he couldn't help but lament the dwindling box office prospects for If You Love. Once the two films concluded, darkness had enveloped the sky. Given the brevity of winter days and the lengthy duration of the films, they opted to dine together before Li Siwei escorted Li Siwei home. The following day, the official website of the Berlin Film Festival announced the first batch of films nominated for the main competition, prominently featuring Buried Alive among the 12 selected films, alongside the opening film Snow Season Passengers. Upon receiving the news, Li Siwei leapt with excitement. Just as he was reveling in the moment, a call from Tom broke through. "Hey boss, did you see? We're in the main competition." "I did, Tom. This is simply unbelievable. You truly are a genius." In response to Tom's praise, Li Siwei chuckled, "All right, Tom, I'm already aware of my genius status, and you've mentioned it numerous times. However, this means we need to revise the release plan for Buried Alive. Don't worry, boss, I'll handle it." Initially, Warner Brothers and Li Siwei had intended to release Buried Alive across North America on Christmas, not anticipating its nomination for the Berlin main competition. However, now that it had been nominated, they could not proceed with a full release. Yet, in light of the forthcoming Oscars, Buried Alive had to be showcased, albeit through a limited 7-day screening in select North American theaters to avoid conflicts. "Okay, Tom, I'll leave the limited screenings of Buried Alive in your capable hands. We will have a full release post-Oscars." "Understood, boss. It's all in my hands." Chapter 25, A Bun That Sparked a Bloodbath. Warner Brothers had no objections to Li Siwei's proposal. The nomination of Buried Alive for the Berlin main competition was indeed a fortuitous event for them. Initially, after the nomination, Li Siwei contemplated foregoing the Oscars, finding the allure of the Berlin main competition far more appealing than the uncertainties of the Oscars. Fortunately, after consulting various film production companies, Tom informed Li Siwei that such arrangements were feasible. Following the Berlin nomination, Warner Brothers grew increasingly invested in the Oscars. Buried Alive had proven its potential and was indeed a contender for awards. Thus, Li Siwei felt a renewed sense of confidence regarding the Oscars. In Hollywood, Ryan Reynolds was exhilarated upon learning of Buried Alive's nomination. Meanwhile, back home, various media outlets reported the news that Buried Alive had been nominated for the Berlin Film Festival. Renowned director Li Siwei's film shot in Hollywood had made it to the main competition, a director worth billions, aiming for the Golden Bear. As media coverage surged, discussions among netizens flooded in. Director Li is impressive, quietly making it to Berlin. Many were curious about what film director Li had made in Hollywood, not expecting it to be nominated for Berlin. "I must see Buried Alive when it releases domestically to cleanse my eyes of the pollution from the promise. I'll join you in that quest. I need to wash my eyes too." At Beijing Film Academy, the news of Li Siwei's nomination ignited fervent discussions. Numerous students expressed heightened admiration for him, particularly those in the acting department, who eagerly anticipated his next film, hoping to catch his eye. In a conference room at the Academy, department heads convened, astonished by Li Siwei's nomination news. This was his first attempt at an award, and he had made it into the nominations. Tian Zhuang, sitting in his seat, smiled at the praises heaped upon his protege, proud of his accomplished student. Han Samping of China Film Group, upon receiving the report from his subordinates, was equally surprised. "This young director Li is indeed remarkable. He lives up to my investment." The earlier stress caused by the poor reception of The Promise faded, replaced by a rare smile. "Congratulations, Director Li. Your film has successfully made it to Berlin." Upon seeing the news, Liu Yifei promptly called Li Siwei. What a stroke of luck. Listening to the barely contained joy in Li Siwei's voice, she stifled a laugh and said, "Let us wish our director Li great success at the awards." Initially lacking confidence, she felt bolstered by their Princess Cici's blessing. Li Siwei's playful response made Liu Yifei laugh. "I look forward to seeing your trophy. Rest assured, with the works in my mind and your refined acting skills after your rebirth, you too shall become a queen of the silver screen." Hearing Li Siwei's earnest words, Liu Yifei smiled knowingly. "I have always been confident in myself, and I hold immense faith in you." In the realm of joy and sorrow, Li Siwei finds himself in a state of elation, while our esteemed director Chun is enduring a rather distressing period. Domestically, the film The Promise has not only suffered a catastrophic decline in reputation, but also sees its box office figures plummeting daily. Initially, director Chun harbored hopes that the film's North American release would serve as a salve to the criticisms levied by domestic audiences. However, the Weinstein Company has decided to shelve the film's screening plans in Los Angeles and has no intention of allocating resources to support The Promise in its pursuit of an Academy Award. This turn of events has ignited a fury within director Chun, yet despite his ire, he finds himself powerless. Resorting to contacting Han Samping daily in hopes that China Film Group might assist in securing a new distributor for the film in North America. At this juncture, Han Samping is equally ensnared, though he continues to seek alternative distributors, given that China Film Group is a principal investor in The Promise. With the film's box office now irretrievably sunk, the only hope lies in garnering some accolades. However, the foreign audience is not gullible. Even domestic viewers struggle to grasp the film, let alone international spectators. Their assessments of The Promise are strikingly unanimous, vacuous, and utterly incomprehensible in its artistic aspirations. As the 28th approaches, the anticipated release of A Bun triggering a bloodbath ensues, and upon its debut, the viewership skyrockets. From Li Siwei's perspective, this 20-minute video appears rather rudimentary, Yet in late 2005, its release causes a sensational uproar. Frustrated by the Oscar debacle, director Chun erupts at the sight of this viral video, vocally denouncing its creator, Hugo, in front of the media. One cannot be so shameless. Notably, this Hugo is not the renowned actor, but rather a mere office worker whose intentions were purely whimsical, unaware of the storm he would incite. In response to the backlash, Chun threatens legal action, leaving Hugo in a state of panic, prompting him to delete the video and issue an apology. Nevertheless, the viral status of the video cannot simply be extinguished by its removal. Were this incident to befall lesser-known directors, they might merely condemn the creator and begrudgingly accept the situation. However, director Chun is known for his pride. Being the subject of such ridicule is intolerable. He escalates the matter to the authorities, compelling a directors' conference to be convened in his honor. Naturally, Li Siwei receives an invitation to this gathering. During the meeting, the previously affable director Chun is overtaken by frustration, exhibiting none of his usual grace. Despite the significant damage to the reputation of the promise, no one dares to exacerbate his plight, except for Lu Chuan, who, buoyed by the accolades for his controversial film Kekexili, boldly proclaims, suppressing others' opinions is a rather unwise endeavor. Chun, taken aback by this blatant disregard for decorum, cannot fathom Lu's audacity. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan, despite his moment of bravado, receives a stern call from his father, admonishing him for provoking Chun at such a critical juncture. "I merely spoke the truth," Lu retorts, to which his father responds curtly, "Mind your words in the future. Refrain from saying what should not be said." In Chapter 26, Li Siwei naturally observes Lu Chuan's remarks, rolling his eyes dismissively at the bravado of a man who, when faced with adversity, would likely crumble even more than director Chun. He decides to disregard the unfolding drama. Despite numerous journalists seeking his perspective on the matter following his film's nomination at the Berlin Film Festival. Opening an email from Tom regarding Buried Alive and its Oscar prospects, Li Siwei finds reassurance in Warner Brothers' expertise in navigating the awards landscape, confident they will diligently pursue profit-generating opportunities. With Tom and Warner handling the Oscar campaign, he feels relieved from the burden, as post-production on The Assassin nears completion, granting him some well-deserved respite. Recently, it was reported that director Chun flew back overnight, declining all media interviews upon his return. At Beijing Film Academy, Li Siwei encounters the long-lost Zhu Yan amidst the frigid January air, where she exhales a plume of warmth and engages him in conversation about the latest happenings in the industry. The Golden Globe Awards have recently concluded, and The Promise did not secure any accolades, leaving director Chun despondent, prompting him to return home immediately. It's only natural. Foreigners are not foolish. Besides, Kung Fu stands a better chance than The Promise, Li Siwei muses, unfazed by the latter's failure. "Let us head to the canteen for a meal," he suggests. "Wait a moment. I'll call someone." As Li Siwei speaks, Zhu Yan leans in teasingly, raising an eyebrow. "Is it a message for Lu Fei?" Rolling his eyes at her playful demeanor, Li Siwei replies with mock annoyance, as if you didn't know. "Off you go." He suggests that Fei should invite their mutual friends back to school. Zhu Yan's proposal is met with acceptance, despite not being in the same department as Zhou Yang and the others. Li Siwei shares a friendly rapport with them through Zhu Yan. As familiar faces gather around the table, the atmosphere becomes lively. "By the way, Fei, didn't you all attend Director Zhang's casting call for the new film? I heard there was a daughter role besides Chow Yun-fat and Gong Li." Zhu Yan suddenly brings up the recent buzz surrounding Zhang Yimou's casting. Without hesitation, Lu Fei responds, "Getting into Director Zhang's film is no easy feat in contrast." Zhou Yang and Wang Jia exchange glances and with a hint of resignation state, "The class monitor and I went, but we were cut. I heard a student from the Central Academy of Drama was chosen in the end." "No way," Zhu Yan exclaims, surprised by Zhang's choice. "Don't mention it." Teacher Wang Jinsong complained that director Zhang Wunti even considers students from Beijing Film Academy at such a time. "Director Li is far better," Zhou Yang remarks. Li Siwei can only sigh, acknowledging that when it comes to acting prowess, Beijing Film Academy cannot quite match the Central Academy of Drama. Hence the adage, Beijing Film Academy produces stars, while the Central Academy produces actors. As the conversation continues with anecdotes from the industry, Li Siwei's phone suddenly vibrates. Noticing it's a call from Tian Zhuangzhuang, he answers. "A visit to the set?" Tian Zhuangzhuang's cheerful voice comes through, "Yes. It's rare that your senior Zhang Yimou is filming in Beijing, and I plan to visit. Would you like to join me?" With no reason to decline, Li Siwei responds, "Of course, teacher. I've long wanted to observe Director Zhang's crew." "Great, then tomorrow morning it is." "Sound good." The following morning, Li Siwei accompanies Tian Zhuangzhuang to the Beijing Film Studio. At this moment, outside the North Film Studio, Journalists waiting for major news spotted Li Siwei, who immediately raised his camera, snapping photos while inquiring of his fellow reporters. Isn't that Director Li? What brings him to the North Film Studio? It must be a visit to the set. After all, Director Zhang is also an alumnus of the Beijing Film Academy. Inside the set, despite having mentally prepared himself, the scene before him was still astonishing. The filming was a court drama, and the lavish golden interiors exuded an air of opulence and nobility. Zhang Yi, of course, was aware that Tian Zhuang would be visiting today, so after a scene concluded, he announced a break with a cheerful demeanor and approached Tian Zhuang and Li Siwei to greet them. Old Zhang, you've truly created quite a spectacle here, Tian Zhuang remarked, unable to contain his admiration for the impressive visual effects. Zhang Yi, smiling at his old friend's praise, responded, haha, when it comes to grand scenes, one must strive for authenticity. Hello, Director Zhang, good to see you again. Once the two exchanged pleasantries, Li Siwei stepped forward to greet Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi held a deep impression of Li Siwei. He felt a sense of envy that his old classmate had such an exceptional protege. Shaking hands, he said, Director Li, it's a pleasure to see you again. Your advice last time was invaluable. If I am selected as the Olympic director, I hope you will be generous with your guidance. Director Zhang, such praise is truly humbling, Li Siwei replied. By the way, let me introduce you to Gong Li. At this moment, Zhang Yi felt a twinge of guilt towards Gong Li. Hence he introduced her with a touch of caution. Hello, Sister Gong. I have seen your news before. Thriving in Hollywood is no small feat. Congratulations on your success. Li Siwei expressed his admiration for Gong Li, while she felt a sense of frustration toward Zhang Yi. Had it not been for Zhang Weiping's previous meddling, she might have brought Zhang Yi to the international stage to film major blockbusters. After the exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Yi resumed filming, while Tian Zhuang observed his old classmate at work. Li Siwei, intrigued, took in the entire crew, feeling a strong yearning for such large-scale productions. Hello again, Director Li. As Li Siwei surveyed the set, Zhou Jielun, who had greeted him earlier, approached him. Director Zhou, good to see you. I didn't get a chance to meet you at the Golden Horse Awards, but I truly admire your music. Li Siwei expressed his fondness for Zhou Jielun, engaging him in conversation. Your those years was also remarkable. By the way, congratulations on your film's nomination for Berlin. That's quite an achievement. Not bad, just fortunate, Zhou replied. That evening, news of Li Siwei visiting the set of Curse of the Golden Flower made headlines. But while such visits might garner attention initially, frequent appearances would soon lose their novelty. Indeed, since that day with Tian Zhuang, Li Siwei had been making regular trips to the North Film Studio, often seeking Zhang Yi's insights on directing during breaks. When Zhang Yi was busy, Li Siwei would watch and learn about the intricacies of filming grand scenes. During this time, Li Siwei and Zhou Jielun grew closer. They discovered a rapport during their previous conversation. With Zhu Yan also available, the three would often play basketball at the Beijing Film Academy after Zhou finished shooting. Li Siwei found that both he and Zhou Jielun possessed average basketball skills, yet they were both quite competitive, even giving themselves amusing titles, one claiming to be the three-point king of the capital, and the other declaring himself the layup king of Taiwan, leaving Zhu Yan exasperated with their antics, exclaiming that they were merely rookies pecking at each other. Chapter 27. Home for the New Year and Berlin premiere. Come on. Your basketball skills are truly atrocious. Wow, you bumbling fool. Stop copying my words. These were the two phrases Liu Yifei heard most upon arriving at the court, where one was a budding director and the other a renowned singer, now bickering like two schoolchildren while playing basketball. Liu Yifei was no longer surprised by their antics, as the duo had been frequenting the court to play whenever they had free time. Qian, when did you arrive? After they finished playing, Li Siwei finally noticed Liu Yifei, who had been waiting nearby. Liu Yifei stood up, handing them both water, and replied, I came over while you two were busy bickering. Thank you, Yifei, for the water. During this time, Zhou Jielun also grew familiar with Liu Yifei, as spending time watching Li Siwei play basketball was far more enjoyable than staying home, where he was often criticized by Liu Xiaoli. As a result, the four of them became quite close. No need for thanks. After waving off Zhou Jielun's gratitude, Liu Yifei turned to Li Siwei and asked, what shall we eat today? How about hot pot? What do you think, Director Zhou? No objections, I hope. Zhou Jielun sipped some water and shook his head. I have no objections. Anything is fine as long as it's not too spicy. With the new year approaching, none of them would be in Beijing for the celebrations, so they decided to gather for a meal before returning home. Given their rising fame, it was often challenging to arrange get-togethers. While Li Siwei and Liu Yifei had some flexibility, Zhou Jielun was genuinely busy filming Curse of the Golden Flower. The three, along with Zhu Yan, enjoyed a hot pot meal and agreed to meet again after the new year. On the drive home, Li Siwei asked Liu Yifei, Qian, are you going back to Jiangxing for the new year? Yes, it's been a while since I've seen my grandmother and the others. It's a good opportunity to visit them during the new year. After dropping Li Siwei off at her home, Li Siwei had barely taken a sip of water when he received a call from Han Samping. Director Han, what's the matter? The post-production for The Assassin is complete. Let's schedule the release for after the new year. If it wins an award in Berlin, it will benefit from some free publicity. The next day, Li Siwei boarded the flight home. To be honest, he felt a twinge of homesickness. This was his first return home since his rebirth, and in his previous life, he had been too busy with work to visit. Ah, our great director is back. Mom, please spare me the teasing. I want to tell you as soon as I could, but I got caught up with work and forgot. He stepped forward and embraced his mother. Li Ma wasn't genuinely upset. She felt immense pride in her son's success. All right, stay for a few days this time. About a week, I suppose. I still need to go to Berlin. By the way, where's Dad? He's out buying groceries. After enjoying a reunion dinner that night, Li Siwei went to visit relatives in the countryside the following day. During Li Siwei's visit home for the new year, Riding Alone for Thousands of Miles and The Crazy Monk were released sequentially. Both films achieved their respective box office expectations, while the former garnered only $30 million. It set a record for art films. The latter's domestic box office reached an impressive $50 million, which, according to Huai's assessment, met their projections. After these films left theaters, Li Lianjia's Fearless officially premiered on the 25th. The Kung Fu Emperor still held considerable sway, and even with minimal promotion, it amassed 800,000 on its opening day. Upon returning home after visiting relatives, Li Siwei found himself with some leisure time and reviewed emails sent by Tom. The screening of Buried North America has garnered considerable acclaim, with numerous Oscar voters expressing optimism towards the film. Given the time zone differences, Li Siwei refrained from calling Tom, opting instead to send a message about their meeting in Berlin. On January 28th, New Year's Eve, Li Siwei was inundated with calls and messages throughout the evening. He had arrived in Berlin with the cast of Buried, and with the film's premiere looming. The anticipation surrounding this emerging domestic director was palpable. On the eve of the Berlin Film Festival, after bidding farewell to his parents, Li Siwei flew directly to Berlin, where he found Tom and Ryan Reynolds already waiting for him at the airport. Naturally, news of Li Siwei's arrival in Berlin did not escape the media's attention, and upon his landing, reports began circulating back home, effectively serving as a prelude to the festival's opening. This year, Li Siwei was the sole mainland director competing in the main competition, leading to heightened expectations from the domestic audience. The morning air in Berlin was biting cold, the frigid wind piercing like needles. Li Siwei bundled himself up and, accompanied by Tom and Ryan, sought refuge in a nearby cafe, eager to escape the chill. The three had just exited the film palace after surveying the venue. I truly appreciate you choosing me for this project. I've heard we're aiming for the Oscars, Li Siwei expressed. The ambition to contend for an Oscar was no secret. Previously sympathetic towards Ryan, who seemed deceived by fate, the sentiment had now shifted to envy. As many believed Ryan had struck gold, nominated for Berlin and potentially the Oscars, while they, mere third-tier actors, remained on the sidelines. After sipping his coffee, Li Siwei turned to Ryan, saying, "Don't say that. Ryan, I must thank you for your trust in me." Observing their mutual appreciation, Tom interjected, "Oh, come on, you too. Enough with the gratitude." Ha ha ha, Tom's right. Let us not dwell on thanks. This is our shared success. Li Siwei agreed, feeling the warmth of camaraderie as they enjoyed their coffee. He then turned to Tom. "By the way, Tom, could you procure the film adaptation rights for a work in Japan?" "Of course, boss. I'll contact the author right after Berlin," Tom replied. The work Li Siwei referred to was Hachi, A Dog's Tale, a narrative that seemed tailored for Hollywood, perfectly aligning with their tastes. Li Siwei recalled that the American version would only be greenlit in 2009, prompting him to seize the opportunity without hesitation. Moreover, the Western audience had a profound affinity for animal-themed stories. With a few modifications, it could emerge as a contender at the three major European film festivals and the Oscars. As evening fell, the Berlin Film Festival finally commenced. On that frigid winter night, the red carpet was flanked by howling winds. Yet this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the surrounding media. The lights twinkled as stars adorned in lavish attire gracefully entered the venue. While Li Siwei was quite renowned in his homeland, he remained largely unknown in Berlin. "Hey, that's that film crew. I've never seen this director before," a reporter murmured to a colleague while adjusting his camera. "Just shoot. Anyone on the red carpet is bound to be from a nominated film," came the reply. Just as Li Siwei thought he might escape attention, a reporter called out, "Hey, I've seen you in Hollywood. Young director, do you believe you'll win an award?" "Thank you for remembering me. I assure you, my work will not disappoint." Li Siwei smiled at the reporter, responding graciously. Chapter 28, Berlin Premiere. After watching the opening film, the ceremony concluded. In the following days, Li Siwei and his entourage immersed themselves in cinema, with the premiere of Buried scheduled for the fourth day, allowing them to indulge in films and explore the vicinity of the film palace in the meantime. As Li Siwei enjoyed films in Berlin, domestic media continued to report on the festival. On the eve of Buried's premiere, Li Siwei leisurely watched films. As the 56th Berlin Film Festival commenced, he faced the press with unwavering confidence. With Li Siwei being the only domestic director in the main competition this year, media coverage predominantly revolved around him. In Jiangcheng, Li Yifei glanced at the newspaper featuring reports on Li Siwei, smiling to herself, muttering, "This guy really doesn't know how to be modest." Just home, Lu Xiaoli noticed her daughter grinning at the paper and, understanding who had elicited such joy, smiled helplessly but chose not to comment further. Her daughter was an adult now, free to pursue her affections. On February 13th, the fourth day of the 56th Berlin Film Festival had arrived, and Buried was set to premiere that evening. Despite the cold, the fervor of reporters and fans remained undeterred. As the premiere approached, even before 5 o'clock, reporters and fans gathered along the red carpet. Although they might not have known much about Li Siwei, his youth and the film's captivating poster drew considerable attention. Thus, despite his relative obscurity, Li Siwei attracted numerous journalists and fans, with photographers ready and flashes illuminating the scene. Li Siwei, accompanied by Ryan Reynolds and Tom, stepped out of their vehicle and onto the red carpet. Though the weather was frigid, the trio walked at a leisurely pace, waving to the journalists and fans flanking them. As they approached, excitement surged among the reporters, who kept snapping photos and calling out, "Hey Li, look at the camera!" After traversing the red carpet, they ascended the stage in the Film Palace's Grand Hall, where the seats were already filled to capacity, with filmmakers from around the globe showing their support. The chair of the jury, along with the panel members, had come to view the film, showing particular enthusiasm for this innovative work, especially the jury chair, who was witnessing such a novel film for the first time. "Hey, Ryan, I heard you were buried for half a month," remarked an actor familiar with Ryan as he stepped off the stage and approached him. "Indeed, Jimmy, you'll see shortly," Ryan replied, brimming with confidence. "I thought there wouldn't be many attendees today," whispered a domestic reporter in the back row to a colleague. "Quite normal. The director's youth is a draw, and the poster is certainly eye-catching, so attendance is expected," his companion noted, unfazed. Everyone was eager to see what this young director would deliver. Soon the lights dimmed, and the screen illuminated as Buried commenced. In the darkness, the first sounds heard were heavy, rapid breaths filled with oppressive fear. A flickering lighter gradually revealed a terrified face on screen. The murmurs that had previously echoed throughout the theater fell silent, replaced by an intense stillness. 911. How may I assist you? I'm buried alive. Please save me. As the camera drew closer, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped every individual present. Among the audience, several viewers instinctively clenched their fists. As the narrative unfolded, Ryan's performance began to shine. Those who had previously watched his films were taken aback, for his acting prowess exceeded that of all his prior works, exhibiting remarkable depth, from initial panic to despair, and then to a gradual calm as he sought a glimmer of hope. Each subtle shift in his expression tugged at the audience's emotions. At that moment, the chairperson of the jury leaned toward his fellow jurors and whispered, "This is a remarkable film. It has not disappointed us." Indeed, filming solely with one actor was an audacious feat soon. The film approached its climax, and Ryan's eyes reflected the last vestiges of despair. His breath quickened, tinged with anger and hopelessness, as the camera gradually pulled away, the darkness ultimately consuming him. As the film concluded, the theater erupted into fervent applause, the entire audience ablaze with enthusiasm. "Goodness, this film is absolutely flawless. Oh, I can hardly believe this is the work of a young actor. It's astonishing that this film was crafted by a single performer. He could have survived. What a pity." Li Siwei and his companions watched the audience's animated discussions with smiles, affirming that their film had received recognition. That evening, reviews and reports about Buried Alive were disseminated by the media. It was truly hard to fathom that this was a solo endeavor. Even renowned French media lavished praise upon Buried Alive. Li Siwei, with his exceptional directorial skill, has created a splendid film. Besides the media, critics were equally generous in their admiration for Buried Alive. The director's ability to evoke an intense sense of claustrophobia within confined spaces and the actor's struggle entombed in a coffin tested the will to survive, while also serving as a metaphor for the curvature and despair of modern individuality. Li Siwei's portrayal of a desperate struggle for survival was imbued with depth. The confinement within the coffin mirrored societal indifference and systemic flaws, prompting profound reflections. Compared to the opening film, I found myself more enamored with Li's creation. His techniques were remarkably adept, crafting a profound scene from the simplest of settings. It was no wonder that the media and critics held Buried Alive in such high esteem. Given Berlin's inclination toward political themes, this year's films tended to be serious, whereas Buried Alive offered a refreshing perspective. This was evident in the film festival scoring. Many films hovered around a score of 2, yet Buried Alive achieved an impressive 32. This score was remarkably high, surpassing the vast majority of competing films. "Oh boss, it seems we are on the brink of success," Tom exclaimed, exhilarated by the accolades from the media and critics. Ryan Reynolds, though silent, radiated excitement through his expression. While Li Siwei shared in the joy, he remained grounded, calmly advising, "Tom, let us maintain our composure. While these media and critics have showered us with praise, one must understand that sometimes jurors deliberately take a contrary stance to validate their expertise." Having spent years in Hollywood, Tom quickly regained his composure upon hearing Li Siwei's words. "You're right, boss. These jurors can indeed behave that way. It's infuriating. Fortune favors the bold, and despair is a curse. Let us remain at ease." Although Li Siwei harbored hopes of winning, until the final moment, no one could be certain. Chapter 29, Award Ceremony. The day after Buried Alive premiered in Berlin, major domestic media outlets began to relay the positive evaluations from foreign critics. Li Siwei's new film garnered considerable acclaim in Berlin, with much discussion surrounding the fact that he completed the film in just half a month, igniting fervent discourse among domestic media and netizens. Particularly during this period, when no new films were released, discussions predominantly centered on Buried Alive. Of course, the domestic enthusiasm for Buried Alive was also fueled by the fact that jury members had predominantly attended the premiere, an extraordinary privilege not typically afforded to a newcomer director. In fact, Li Siwei himself was quite puzzled by this until he received a call from his mentor, Tian Zhuangzhuang. "You mean Director Zhang spoke on my behalf?" "Indeed. He holds you in high regard, and considering you are the only one from our country nominated for the main competition in Berlin this year, he decided to lend you a few words of support." Upon learning of Zhang's assistance, Li Siwei felt deeply touched. Not long ago, he had been visiting the Curse of the Golden Flower set daily to seek guidance from Zhang Yimou. This single act of support was enough for Li Siwei to remain grateful. As he hung up the phone, still processing the news, Tom burst into the room. "Oh my goodness, boss, we're going to strike it rich. You have no idea what prices the European distributors are offering." Li Siwei, accustomed to Tom's exuberance, replied nonchalantly, "Tom, let us not get ahead of ourselves. We should wait until after the closing ceremony to discuss this." Tom, scratching his head, extended 3 fingers and said, "Rest assured, boss, I am aware that the copyright fees will rise post-award, but even now, European distributors are offering 3 million. Li Siwei nodded slightly, surprised by the figure. After all, Buried Alive had a budget of less than 1 million, making this a 3-fold increase. Those Europeans certainly were generous. "Boss, you are mistaken. While our film may not have a high budget, it is undoubtedly worth far more." Listening to Tom, Li Siwei nodded in agreement, affirming, "Of course, I have immense confidence in our film. By the way, Tom, if we win an award, how much can we expect the price to rise?" Tom counted on his fingers. "Boss, if we secure the Golden Bear, the price could soar to around 8 million. As for other awards, the increase would be quite limited. Although the final price would only be confirmed post-closing ceremony, discussions with European distributors could commence beforehand." Thus, in the following 2 days, Li Siwei and Tom dedicated themselves to meeting various distributors, engaging with those from Europe, Asia, and South America, while largely foregoing North American distributors. Despite the hectic schedule, Li Siwei kept a vigilant eye on his phone, for there existed an unspoken rule among the 3 major European festivals. Receiving a call before the closing ceremony indicated a guaranteed award. Fortunately, the day before the closing ceremony, Li Siwei received a phone call. Setting down his phone, he looked at the anxious expressions of Tom and Ryan and smiled. "Prepare yourselves. We are attending tomorrow's closing ceremony." "Oh, fantastic. I knew it. Thank you, Director." The following day, February 18th, local time, the closing ceremony commenced. Today, as the 3 individuals ascended the red carpet for the closing ceremony, they were brimming with excitement. Although Li Siwei typically exudes calmness, this was his inaugural nomination for one of the prestigious big 3 European film festivals. Now that he knew he had a chance to win, it was only natural for him to feel a hint of nervousness. Despite the ceremony starting early, various delays pushed the award presentations to the evening. "Oh my goodness, the awards are finally about to commence. I barely had any lunch today in preparation for this suit," Tom lamented, patting his now flat stomach while rubbing it and voicing his complaints to Li Siwei. "Tom, it's definitely time for you to shed a few pounds. But fret not. There's a celebratory banquet to follow, and there will certainly be plenty to eat," Li Siwei reassured him. leaning back in his chair and giving Tom a gentle pat on the shoulder. Quite frankly, after sitting for such an extended period, Li Siwei was also feeling a bit of discomfort in his back. At last, with the chairman of the jury taking the stage to deliver his speech, the highlight of the day officially began, rousing the various film crews who had been on the verge of dozing off. All attendees at the closing ceremony were potential award recipients, and even the journalists surrounding the venue perked up. As the chairman concluded his address, the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. The earlier awards were not from the main competition section, which held little interest for Li Siwei. The Silver Bear for Best Film Music was awarded to Isabella, directed by a filmmaker from Hong Kong. To be honest, Li Siwei was not familiar with this director, and despite spending considerable time in Berlin, they had yet to interact. Following the music category, the Alfred Bauer Prize was announced, and the atmosphere became tense. As from this point onward, the awards would carry significant weight. This prize ultimately went to the film The Guardian, a collaboration between Argentina, Spain, and Germany. The Outstanding Artistic Contribution Award was also bestowed upon a local German director. Next up was the Best Actress Award, which heightened the anticipation in the room. However, for the cast of Buried Alive, it was of no concern as the film featured no female lead. Ultimately, the Best Actress Award went to Sandra Wheeler for her role in Requiem. At this moment, the Buried Alive crew felt a wave of tension, particularly Ryan, who appeared utterly on edge. Ryan Reynolds, from Buried Alive, congratulations. With the announcement of his name, Ryan leaped up in excitement and immediately embraced Li Siwei. Didactoli. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would never have had this opportunity. Li Siwei returned the embrace, congratulating Ryan. You deserve this award. As Ryan took the stage to accept his accolade, Li Siwei felt a surge of nerves. Ryan winning Best Actor meant that Buried Alive would not secure a guaranteed award. As Ryan approached the podium to receive his trophy, still in a state of disbelief, he held the award with trembling hands and expressed, "Thank you to the jury for bestowing this honor upon me. Most importantly, I want to thank my director, Li. You are the best director. Thank you for choosing me." At this moment, domestic journalists turned their cameras toward Ryan. Although he was not a foreigner, the director was Li Siwei, who had just produced a Berlin film emperor. Following the Best Actor award was the Best Director category, and Li Siwei felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. This was the accolade he had the highest chance of winning, though he did not believe he could secure the Golden Bear. The recipient of the Silver Bear for Best Director is. At this point, the presenter deliberately paused. But Li Siwei felt as if the presenter had glanced in his direction, which truly stirred his excitement. Li Siwei, from Buried Alive, congratulations to you, the young director from the East. Chapter 30, Returning Home and the Premiere. Upon hearing his name, Li Siwei was momentarily stunned, until Tom promptly enveloped him in a hug, bringing him back to reality. Boss, congratulations. Director, I knew it. Congratulations to you. After exchanging embraces with Tom and Ryan, Li Siwei made his way to the stage. Meanwhile, domestic reporters had already aimed their cameras at him. Wow, Director Li really won. This is incredible. He must be the youngest Best Director ever. And it's Li. What a pity that Buried Alive is not a domestic film. Oh, let us not dwell on those details. The fact that the Best Director is Li is enough. Quick, let us take some pictures. On stage, as Li Siwei accepted the award, he felt somewhat dazed, listening to the thunderous applause from the audience. Approaching the microphone, he took a deep breath. I'm immensely grateful to the jury for granting me this award. Thank you to the Berlin Film Festival and to all the friends who supported and appreciated this film. Pausing for a moment, he continued, This is my first Best Director award, but it will certainly not be my last. I will continue to strive, and I hope that next time, I will be able to claim the Golden Bear. As Li Siwei concluded his speech, the hall erupted in applause once more. He waved the Silver Bear trophy in his hand before descending from the stage. Tom glanced at Li Siwei's trophy and remarked wistfully, Boss, while the silver one is nice, the gold certainly looks better. Of course, Tom, this is merely the first step. Next time, it will be golden, Li Siwei replied confidently. I believe in you, director. Next time, if there is a suitable role, feel free to reach out to me. Rest assured, Ryan, I remain quite satisfied with your acting skills. The jury's grand prize was a tie, awarded to both Soap and Offside. The ultimate Golden Bear went to Gebawaycha, a co-production involving Austria, Bosnia, Germany, and Croatia. Thus, the award ceremony drew to a close, and back home, it was already the early hours of the morning. Even at this late hour, many domestic media outlets were compelled to work overtime, as they needed to relay this breaking news back home as swiftly as possible. Consequently, as Li Siwei attended the celebratory banquet and drifted into slumber, major domestic media had already disseminated the news from Berlin. Li Siwei's Buried Alive has won both Best Director and Best Actor, making headlines across the nation. Li shines in Berlin. Buried Alive secures Best Director and Best Actor awards. Young director Li Siwei claims the Silver Bear for Best Director at Berlin. Across various portal websites, news about Li Siwei's triumph flooded in, sparking fervent discussions among netizens who woke up to the news. Bo, directori, amazing. He really won. All the naysayers who said he was embarrassing to the country should come forward now. Yes, let us hear from the critics. Meanwhile, within the China Film Group headquarters, Han Sanping gazed at the newspaper headlines with a mix of emotions and remarked to his secretary, "This young director, Li, is truly remarkable. I knew I hadn't misjudged him. Chairman Han, you have an eye for talent. Haha, we need more directors like young Li in our country. Unlike those old-timers who only know how to make underground films." Of course, the most jubilant atmosphere was at the Beijing Film Academy. Although it was still morning, a banner had already been hung outside, proclaiming, "Warmest congratulations to our outstanding student Li Siwei for winning the Silver Bear for Best Director at Berlin." Sitting in his office, Tian Zhuangzhuang raised his head with pride, thinking, so what if I was banned? My student still won an award. Director Li is truly impressive. His debut film aimed at awards has already achieved success. Lu Xiaoli gazed at the news in the newspaper, overwhelmed with emotions. To be honest, she had initially looked down upon Li Siwei, yet her daughter seemed utterly captivated, insisting on participating in his film. Consequently, the mother and daughter had a lengthy, heart-to-heart conversation. "Of course, Mom," Lu Yifei replied. "I have always maintained that Wei is exceptionally talented." As Lu Yifei admired the spirited young man in the newspaper, she genuinely felt happiness for him. Although she was tempted to call and congratulate him immediately, she refrained, mindful of the time difference. Simultaneously, within Hawaii, upon seeing the news of Li Siwei's award, Feng Xiaojiang wore a face of envy. "Damn it, I need to create an award-winning film too. Relying on these people domestically to grant me an award seems impossible in this lifetime." As Feng Xiaojiang pondered this, he recalled his own work, The Banquet, and was suddenly filled with a surge of ambition. If this young Li Siwei could achieve such success, then surely his The Banquet could also shine. Meanwhile, far away in Berlin, Li Siwei remained oblivious to the domestic news. He was engrossed in discussions regarding pricing with film distributors. Thanks to Buried Alive winning 2 prestigious awards, the value of the copyright skyrocketed. Ultimately, excluding North America and overseas, the total copyright fee reached a staggering $6.5 million, significantly enriching Li Siwei and liberating him from the burden of depending on Lu Yifei. After resolving the copyright matters, Li Siwei returned to his homeland. Although he found German cuisine satisfactory, he had grown weary of it after consuming it excessively. To his surprise, despite his efforts to maintain a low profile, he was still besieged by reporters upon exiting the airport. "Director Li, congratulations on your Berlin Award. Do you have any ideas for your next film? And when will The Hidden Sword be released?" After briefly addressing the reporters' inquiries, Li Siwei managed to escape under the cover of airport security. Instead of heading directly to his studio, Li Siwei went straight to Beijing Film Academy. Upon seeing the banner hanging at the entrance, he felt a slight blush creep across his cheeks, even though his skin had grown considerably thick over time. After hastily entering Tian Zhuangzhuang's office, he presented the trophy to him. Tian Zhuangzhuang accepted the trophy, touched it, and smiled, saying, "Not bad, this can be considered the first award from the mainland." While Zhang Yimou had already received the Golden Bear, this Silver Bear for Best Director was indeed a first for the mainland, with only directors from Taiwan and Hong Kong having achieved such honors before. Now that Buried Alive had also won an award, Tian Zhuangzhuang inquired, "When will The Hidden Sword be released?" "Teacher, I've already discussed it with Director Han. The premiere will be tomorrow." After leaving Beijing Film Academy, Li Siwei headed straight to China Film Group. "Director Li, congratulations on winning 2 prestigious awards." As soon as Li Siwei arrived at Han Sanping's office, Han Sanping greeted him with a beaming smile. "Just a stroke of luck," Li Siwei replied modestly. Seeing Li Siwei's humble demeanor only increased Han Sanping's satisfaction with him. "Let us schedule the premiere of The Hidden Sword for tomorrow. Indeed, let us seize the momentum. The media is already covering me, which will provide us with free publicity." Fortunately, Li Siwei had already discussed the premiere with Han Sanping well in advance, ensuring that even with the event set for tomorrow, it did not appear rushed. Preparations had long been in place at China Film Group. After deliberating further with Han Sanping regarding The Hidden Sword, Li Siwei politely declined an invitation to dine together and made his way to the studio. "Congratulations, directori. You are truly remarkable." After receiving a wave of compliments from his staff, Li Siwei finally entered his office. Inside, Lu Yifei had already arrived. "Our esteemed director, Li, has finally returned. Congratulations." Seeing Lu Yifei's radiant smile, Li Siwei couldn't help but smile back. He handed the trophy to her, saying, "It's all thanks to our Princess Qianqian. Without her, Buried Alive wouldn't have come to fruition so swiftly." No need for thanks, after all. It's my investment in maintaining you, she replied with a playful arrogance. Observing Liu Yifei's proud demeanor, Li Siwei couldn't resist pinching her cheek, teasing, "Ah, the baby fat is gone. The texture is no longer the same." Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei's cheeks flared with indignation, and the two engaged in playful banter for some time before settling down. "All right, let us get serious. The premiere of The Hidden Sword is tomorrow, so don't forget." "Don't worry. Director Han has already informed me. By the way, I'm craving hot pot." "Then let us go eat. It's on me." "Thank you, Director Li." Chapter 31. The release of The Hidden Sword on February 20th, the day after Li Siwei returned from Berlin. The premiere of The Hidden Sword took place in the capital. With the fervor surrounding Buried Alive still fresh, nearly all the industry leaders and numerous directors and actors arrived to lend their support. Although it was the premiere of The Hidden Sword, during the interview segment, Li Siwei was predominantly asked about Buried Alive. "Director, congratulations on your Berlin Award. When can domestic audiences expect to see Buried Alive?" Noting the reporter's keen interest in this question, Li Siwei candidly replied, "It will likely be next month before Buried Alive meets domestic audiences. The specific timing will depend on China Film's announcement." "Director, will your future focus be on domestic films or Hollywood?" "Naturally, my primary focus will be on domestic films." Now, let us stick to questions about The Hidden Sword today. As Li Siwei deftly redirected the conversation back to The Hidden Sword, the reporters, displaying great tact, shifted their inquiries accordingly. "Director, what do you anticipate the box office for The Hidden Sword will be?" "Let us set a modest target first, aiming to break 100 million. Given the limited number of screens currently available in the country, Li Siwei knew he had to drop a few hints to further stimulate box office performance. Young people certainly possess bold ambitions. 100 million is merely a small target, remarked Han Samping, teasing him from the audience. "Fussing kan something's playful reading." Li Siwei could only manage a wry smile. "What can I say, Director Han? Everything is for the sake of the box office." As one of the investors in The Hidden Sword, Wang Chantian approached, chuckling, "I believe Director Li's modest target is quite attainable. However, I suspect your statement will go viral online." Although Li Siwei knew his words would likely be quoted extensively online, he had no regrets, reiterating, "Everything is for the sake of the box office." "Hello, Director. I am Kai Nan from Tangerine." Just as Li Siwei was engaged in discussions with Wang Chantian regarding film promotion, Kai Nan from Tangerine approached him eagerly. Having always harbored ambitions in the film industry, but struggling to gain traction, she saw in Li Siwei, the emerging director, an opportunity to connect. "Ms. Kai, it's a pleasure to meet you." Extending a hand to a friendly face, Li Siwei graciously reciprocated her gesture. "Director, I wish The Hidden Sword tremendous box office success. If you ever need assistance, Tangerine is open to investment. Certainly, we will explore opportunities for collaboration." This statement from Li Siwei was essentially a promise for future endeavors. Soon, as the lights in the venue dimmed, the premiere of The Hidden Sword officially commenced. As the plot unfolded, critics and journalists in attendance were captivated. They had anticipated a potential misstep from Li Siwei, but were instead pleasantly surprised as the film exceeded their expectations. In comparison to these individuals, the directors present at the scene were equally moved. Although the film had yet to conclude, they discerned that, in contrast to traditional martial arts films, the assassin diverged significantly in both narrative and plot structure. Nonetheless, its essence remained unchanged. It was still an exhilarating martial arts film. Zhang Yi murmured to his companion Tian Zhuang, "Your student is truly remarkable." Delighted by Zhang Yi's praise, Tian Zhuang maintained a serious demeanor as he replied, "There is still much to learn." As the film came to a close, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, and Li Siwei realized that the assassin had indeed triumphed. Following the premiere, news regarding the assassin began to circulate online. Director Li brimmed with confidence, boldly predicting a box office exceeding 100 million. A mere 100 million was simply a modest target, and Li Siwei was filled with optimism. Numerous articles about the assassin flooded the internet, but Li Siwei found himself too preoccupied to read them. As Tian Zhuang's student, he was also joined by several esteemed professors from Beijing Film Academy at the premiere. "Old Tian, you are indeed fortunate to have such an exceptional student." Even though Li Siwei had grown accustomed to compliments, he felt a hint of embarrassment when praised by a group of venerable professors. "Old Tian, we must take our leave. Shall Li, your film is impressive. Continue to strive for excellence." After bidding farewell to several attendees, Tian Zhuang turned to Li Siwei and said, "These are renowned professors from our school. Unlike the judges from the Golden Rooster, making an impression on them will be beneficial for your future." "I understand, teacher," Li Siwei replied. "You needn't see me off. I can return on my own. However, I must remind you to exercise caution. It's human nature to be drawn to admiration, but one must remain vigilant." With that, Tian Zhuang adopted a serious expression, emphasizing that the industry was rife with temptations, particularly for directors. You are still young. Do not become ensnared by wealth and allure, especially in matters of the heart. Even I, along with others, have made mistakes. Li Siwei accepted Tian Zhuangzhuang's admonition without resentment, recognizing the multitude of temptations within the industry. When he first entered this realm, he had his own aspirations, but unfortunately he now felt trapped. Well, I shan't say more. You carry on with your work. Li Siwei was determined not to let Tian Zhuangzhuang return alone. Yan, please escort teacher Tian. Certainly. On February 21st, the day after the premiere, The Assassin was released in theaters nationwide. The box office performance of The Assassin was not only of concern to Li Siwei, but also piqued the curiosity of others in the industry, eager to see how much revenue this martial arts film would generate. In the early hours of that day, Li Siwei received a call from Han Samping. Director Li, we have succeeded. The Assassin grossed 10.5 million on its opening day. The following day, media outlets eagerly reported on The Assassin's first-day box office figures. The Assassin surpassed 10 million on its opening day, and crossing the 100 million mark seemed imminent. It was indeed a splendid martial arts film. Not only the media, but also the online community was effusive in their praise for The Assassin. This is undoubtedly the finest martial arts film in the past 2 years, bar none. Incredible. Director Li has an exceptional talent for filmmaking. Ah, my ethereal sister is simply stunning. No wonder this is the work of the best director at Berlin. It truly is remarkable. While some held a more lukewarm opinion of the film, they were ultimately in the minority. The overwhelming response was overwhelmingly positive. Director Li, we are immensely grateful to you. Xiaoming, no need for such formality. Your contributions are invaluable, and I will rely on you for the subsequent promotions. Rest assured, this is my duty. Just as he hung up from Huang Xiaoming's appreciative call, Jian pounced. Godfather, get off me. Li Siwei had long grown accustomed to Zhu Yan's audacity and simply pushed her away. Despite the promising opening day figures, further promotion was essential. Don't worry. Chapter 32. Box office boom and Oscar nominations. To bolster the film's box office, Li Siwei decided to split The Assassin crew into 2 groups for promotional tours. Although it would be tiring, there was no alternative. High box office returns required extensive outreach. The following day, The Assassin reported a box office gross of 12 million, indicating that the film's earnings were solidifying rather than declining. Just as The Assassin continued its upward trajectory, a piece of news from Hollywood added further fuel to the already blazing fire of the film's success. It was reported that the young Chinese director Li Siwei's Buried Alive would receive nominations for 3 Academy Awards: Best Original Screenplay, Best Cinematography, and Best Director. This news ignited a fervent discussion in the domestic media. The media exploded with excitement. This announcement was far more sensational than The Assassin's box office success. This represented the coveted title of Best Director at the Oscars, a feat no domestic director had yet achieved. Although it was merely a rumor, domestic journalists flocked to it eagerly. Not only the journalists, but even Han Samping called Li Siwei upon hearing the news. Mr. Han, Warner is indeed facilitating the Hollywood operations for Buried Alive. How do you feel about it? Are you confident? Mr. Han, I cannot make any guarantees. After concluding his call with Han Samping, Tian Zhuangzhuang reached out to encourage Li Siwei before ending the conversation. Director Li, do you have any comments on your impending Oscar nomination? As Li Siwei was still on the promotional tour, he could not evade the journalists' inquiries. As of now, I have not officially received a nomination, so it is all uncertain. 2 days later, the Oscars announced the nominations, confirming that Buried Alive had indeed received nominations for Best Original Screenplay, Best Cinematography, and Best Director. Li Siwei was not surprised that Ryan did not receive a nomination for Best Actor, even if one were the Berlin Film Festival's Best Actor without proper public relations. A nomination would remain elusive, although Ryan felt a twinge of disappointment. Having already secured the title of Best Actor at Berlin made it less significant. Besides Buried Alive, Lian's Brokeback Mountain garnered an impressive 8 nominations, including Best Actor, Best Director, and Best Picture. As for The Promise, it failed to secure a nomination for Best Foreign Language Film. In truth, The Promise had long been dismissed, and Chen Kai had already ceased to harbor hope. Yet, upon the official announcement of nominations, he still felt a surge of anger. With the Oscar nominations under his belt, Li Siwei became a highly sought-after figure. Although he wished to avoid journalists, the promotional tour for The Assassin left him with no choice but to engage. Director, what are your thoughts on your nomination for Best Director at the Oscars? Do you feel confident about winning? I am delighted. As for winning, that depends on the judges. And what do you have to say about The Promise not receiving a nomination for Best Foreign Language Film? This question seemed designed to trap Li Siwei. After all, Chen Kai was still Tian Zhuangzhuang's peer, and Li Siwei was reluctant to sever ties. Thus, he deftly sidestepped the question and redirected the conversation. Not only the media, but also online discussions intensified. Director Li is phenomenal. He has already achieved an Oscar nomination. This year's Oscars may very well see him take home an award. Not only Li Siwei, but Lin has also received an Oscar nomination. Both directors are truly remarkable. At this moment, my curiosity for Buried Alive has intensified. Why have there been no announcements regarding its release yet? I am eager to witness the cinematic masterpiece crafted by director Li. Although I cannot view Buried Alive, I can certainly watch Brotherhood of Blades. The online reviews are overwhelmingly positive. Indeed, I wholeheartedly support Brotherhood of Blades. Meanwhile, a group of leaders from the Beijing Film Academy are beaming with joy. Old Tian, I truly envy you for having such an exceptional student. Haha, it is all due to his own diligence. Director Tian Zhuang is genuinely pleased with this student. The recent Oscar nominations have inadvertently provided a surge of publicity for Brotherhood of Blades, propelling its already impressive box office performance to even greater heights. On February 27th, the first week box office results for Brotherhood of Blades were released, achieving an astonishing 86 million yuan, shattering the domestic record for first week box office receipts. Without the Oscar nominations, while the first week box office would still have been commendable, it certainly would not have reached such heights. After a week of continuous promotional roadshows, Li Siwei decided to cease further efforts, as the film's popularity had already skyrocketed and additional promotion would no longer impact its box office results. Upon returning to the capital, Li Siwei initially intended to escort Liu Yifei home before heading back to the academy. However, he was promptly summoned by Han Samping as soon as he landed. Congratulations. Directori, you've received an Oscar nomination. As soon as he entered the room, Han Samping extended his congratulations. Directoran, you know as well as I do the nature of the Oscars. It is merely a matter of Warner's adept marketing. Ha ha. Yet it still requires an exceptional film to garner such attention. Director Li, please do not be excessively modest. Director Han, is there something urgent that required my immediate presence? To be frank, Li Siwei had grown weary of hearing such accolades over the past few days. Ever since receiving the Oscar nomination, he had been inundated with congratulatory calls from industry peers, including a special call from the esteemed Zhang Yimou. I would like to discuss the domestic release of Buried Alive. The audience here is filled with anticipation for this film. Considering Han Samping's words, Li Siwei pundará deeply. Directoran, let us schedule the release of Buried Alive for after the Oscars. If we win, no additional promotion will be necessary. Very well, we shall set it for that day. After concluding the discussion regarding the release of Buried Alive with Han Samping, Li Siwei returned directly to the academy. Upon entering the gates of the Beijing Film Academy, he was met with the admiring gazes of faculty and students, some of whom boldly approached him to extend their congratulations. Away, you will be graduating in just a few months. It is time to consider your graduation project. Upon hearing Tian Zhuang's words, Li Siwei contemplated for a moment before responding. Teacher, can I not use Buried Alive directly? In theory, that is permissible, but you're not an ordinary graduate. The Academy hopes you can prepare a new film. By the way, have you truly decided against pursuing further studies? No, teacher. Even if I do not pursue graduate studies, you will still be my instructor. That is true. Do give some thought to your new project. Li Siwei felt a touch of anxiety regarding his graduation work. After departing from Tian Zhuang's office, he resolved to film Hachi, A Dog's Tale. Previously, Tom had secured the rights to Hachi, and now it merely required a slight adaptation. Li Siwei had been deeply impressed by the American version of Hachi in his past life, recognizing it as a classic, and thus intended to seize the opportunity to film it ahead of schedule. Is this to be your next film? Liu Yifei, who had also seen the American version of Hachi, remarked, it is indeed a classic. Yes, how does the script compare to what you saw in your past life? Liu Yifei casually flipped through the script and enviously remarked, it's quite similar. Your golden touch is truly remarkable. We each have our area of expertise. Your acting skills have also improved, but unfortunately, there are no suitable roles for you in this film. It matters not. I could use a break. Besides, we have Inception coming up, right? Indeed. Once Nolan finishes with his current projects, he will initiate Inception. Moreover, CC, I have made modifications to the script. Your role is akin to that of the female lead. Liu Yifei felt elated by Li Siwei's favoritism. To be honest, in her past life, she had not been particularly taken with Li Siwei, but perhaps due to their shared trials or the passage of time. Although they did not openly express their feelings, their mutual understanding had grown profound, binding them to one another. Then I must thank our esteemed director, she said, giving Li Siwei a playful wink. Unable to resist the allure of Liu Yifei's proximity, Li Siwei leaned in and kissed her. Liu Yifei was momentarily taken aback, but did not resist. Instead, she closed her eyes. Chapter 33, Box Office Surpasses 1 billion. As Li Siwei's audacious hands wandered, Liu Yifei gently pushed him away. While adjusting her clothing, she playfully scolded, "Your hands must have a GPS, hee. I cannot be blamed." It was merely an instinctive reaction. Observing Li Siwei's shameless demeanor, Lu Yifei retorted, "Do not overthink this. It is merely your reward." Watching Lu Yifei blush as she adjusted her attire, Li Siwei could not contain himself and once again embraced her. "What are you doing?" Lu Yifei, startled by Li Siwei's sudden embrace, did not resist but gazed up at him with a playful pout. With her head tilted slightly upward, Li Siwei rested his forehead against hers and softly declared, "Cici, I truly cherish your reward." Is that all you want to say by holding me like this?" "Of course not." Before Lu Yifei could respond, Li Siwei leaned in for another kiss. After a lengthy moment, breathless from the kiss, Lu Yifei was finally released by Li Siwei. Once freed, she shot him an exasperated glance and pulled out her lipstick from her bag to touch up her makeup. "Be a bit more careful. You've practically devoured my lipstick." Having thoroughly enjoyed himself, Li Siwei made no rebuttal. Instead, he eagerly offered her a mirror to assist in her makeup. Once Lu Yifei had finished, Li Siwei dutifully fetched her a glass of warm water, saying, "Here, have some water." This is more like it." After Lu Yifei accepted the water, Li Siwei poured himself a glass and settled beside her, inquiring, "Cici, shall we go for hot pot later?" "Sound great." Upon reaching the parking lot, Lu Yifei handed the car keys to Li Siwei, saying, "You drive." "Certainly. I am at your service, Princess Cici." With that, Li Siwei graciously opened the passenger door for Lu Yifei. Once inside, he skillfully fastened her seatbelt. "Well done. I'm quite pleased with your performance today." Hearing this, Li Siwei replied with a grin, "Then, should I expect another reward?" Upon the mention of rewards, a faint blush graced Lu Yifei's cheeks. After playfully swatting Li Siwei twice, she retorted with a hint of annoyance, "The rewards for today have been quite ample already." Li Siwei had no objections to this, as indeed, the day's rewards were plentiful. He promptly started the vehicle, steering towards the hot pot restaurant. Inside the establishment, as he gazed at the fiery red broth, Li Siwei swallowed hard and remarked, "Qian, do you think this might be a tad too spicy?" Given the previous presence of a Taiwanese individual, Zhou Jiluan, their hot pot selections have been decidedly less fiery. Even the Yingyang pot was not overly spicy. Now, with just the two of them, Lu Yifei felt no need for restraint. She stirred her dipping sauce and teasingly suggested to Li Siwei, "Would you like me to share some of my sauce with you?" Li Siwei eyed the sauce, which was predominantly composed of chili, and waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind. You can enjoy it yourself." "TCH, coward," Lu Yifei teased, but Li Siwei remained unfazed. Although he typically relished spicy food, the current level of heat clearly exceeded his expectations. On their way back, Li Siwei glanced at Lu Yifei's crimson lips and playfully quipped, "Qian, your lips look as if you've just indulged in a child." Lu Yifei lightly slapped his arm twice before continuing, "This is the kind of hot pot that truly satisfies." "Qian, I know how to alleviate the spiciness," she added, her tone indicating she was indeed in need of relief. Intrigued by his statement, she asked, "What do you suggest?" "I've heard that consuming something sweet can counteract the heat." Lu Yifei shot him a look, exasperated. "I know that, but I didn't bring any sugar along." "I have some," Li Siwei replied. "Where?" Lu Yifei inquired, extending her hand for the sugar, but Li Siwei had none. Instead, he unbuckled his seatbelt, leaned over, and pressed his lips against her rosy mouth. Initially taken aback by the kiss, Lu Yifei quickly regained her composure, rolled her eyes, and closed her eyes in response. Their motions were tender, with Li Siwei exhibiting utmost gentleness. After a few moments, he cradled Lu Yifei's face and mischievously asked, "So, is it still spicy?" Lu Yifei's eyes sparkled like a spring pond, captivating in their charm. She blinked and replied, "A little bit." With that, she leaned in for another kiss. Minutes later, they finally parted. Lu Yifei took a sip of water and playfully chided, "You and your antics. Drive now and go home." Having relished the sweetness, Li Siwei obediently started the vehicle, heading towards her home. Despite a slight decline, the box office for The Sword of the Spring in its second week remained impressive, raking in 62 million, bringing its total to 1.4 billion. At this moment, Li Siwei's modest aspiration, voiced at the premiere, had come to fruition. This box office success drew envy from many within the industry, especially given that numerous films struggled to break the 100 million mark even by the end of their runs. The Sword of the Spring achieved this milestone in just 2 weeks, and it was evident to discerning eyes that this was not the film's final tally, further fueling envy among film executives. In stark contrast to the envy surrounding him, Han Samping of China Film was reveling in delight. The shadow cast by the earlier failure of The Promise had dissipated completely. As he reviewed the box office figures for The Sword of the Spring, his satisfaction grew, and he remarked to his secretary, "See, Director Li is indeed reliable. If we had more directors like him in our country, the film industry would surely see its resurgence. Indeed, Mr. Han, your discernment is commendable. If you hadn't invested in director Li's debut film, he wouldn't have achieved such swift success, the secretary replied. Han Sanping Huklid. You make a valid point. However, with director Li's talent, success was inevitable. Ensure that the script review process for his projects is expedited in the future. Understood, Mr. Han. The secretary acknowledged. Similarly, Wang Changtian was in high spirits, having just begun to explore the film industry. He had invested in Li Siwei with an eye toward the future, as the martial arts genre was currently struggling. Yet Li Siwei had delivered a delightful surprise. Mr. Wang, you made a wise move, remarked Li Xiaoping, who was quite excited about the box office performance, being Wang Changtian's confidant and well aware of the upcoming focus of their work. Haha, Director Li is impressive. It seems prudent to foster a good relationship with him, she added. Uncle Liu, will I have the chance to act in Director Li's films in the future? Qin Tian, with a face full of aspiration, looked up at Liu Zhang. Rest assured, Tian, our collaboration with Director Li will surely open doors for you, he reassured her. As joy filled the air, there were also those who felt discontent, witnessing the soaring box office of The Sword of the Spring, which was nearing the 2 billion mark. Wang Zhonglei could not help but feel envious, particularly since Li Siwei had not sought out Hawaii during the film's inception. I can't believe this kid actually succeeded, Wang Zhongjuan, more composed than his brother, remarked. You should keep an eye on him. He's currently closely allied with Han Sanping, and we should tread carefully. Moreover, he has made it to the Oscars. If we can forge a partnership, we should. Are you suggesting he could assist us in going public? Wang Zhonglei asked. Of course. Wang Zhongjuan affirmed. I understand, brother. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiping, now relocated to the Curse of the Golden Flower production team in Hongdian, scoffed while reading a newspaper. Once Curse of the Golden Flower is released, they'll know what a true blockbuster looks like. Zhang Weiping felt quite confident, especially considering he had Zhang Yimou backing him. Chapter 34. The Oscars as the box office for The Sword of the Spring continued to rise. Li Siwei had devoted his primary focus to the script of Hachi, A Dog's Tale. Fortuitously, bolstered by enhanced memory, he recalled the details of the American adaptation from his previous life, allowing for a smooth scriptwriting process. However, just as Li Siwei immersed himself in crafting the Hachi script, he received an unexpected phone call. Haha, Director Li, I hope I'm not interrupting anything, came Zhang Jizhong's voice from the other end, leaving Li Siwei puzzled about the nature of their connection. Was he being summoned for a Jin Yong adaptation? No, Producer Zhang. May I inquire about the purpose of your call? Li Siwei responda. Director Li, with the return of the Condor Heroes set to premiere soon, I was wondering if you would consider promoting it alongside Yifei, Zhang Jizhong suggested. Upon hearing this, Li Siwei could hardly suppress his eye roll. It was amusing how thick-skinned industry veterans like Zhang Jizhong could be. They had only met at a few premieres, with no substantial interaction. Yet he was now attempting to rope Li Siwei into promotional efforts. I appreciate the offer, Producer Zhang, but unfortunately, I will be heading to Hollywood in a few days and won't have the time. Zhang Jizhong took Li Siwei's polite refusal in stride, responding amicably. Hollywood is indeed significant. I won't keep you any longer, Director Li. His call was a mere gamble, as news of Li Siwei and Liu Yifei's relationship had circulated within the industry. Zhang Jizhong hoped that if successful, it could generate considerable buzz for the return of the Condor Heroes. Even if it didn't work out, it was just a phone call, no harm done. After putting down his phone, Li Siwei came to understand Zhang Jizhong's intentions. He truly was an expert in generating buzz, leaving no opportunity for sensationalism untapped. Li Siwei chose to overlook this minor episode, as Zhang Jizhong was merely a television producer, and his intersection with Li Siwei, a filmmaker, was quite limited. The next day, when Liu Yifei visited Li Siwei's studio, he shared this incident with her. Upon hearing it, Liu Yifei shook her head, exuding a sense of resignation as she remarked, "This is indeed something that Producer Zhang would do." Just the other day, during a phone call, he subtly suggested I bring you along to the premiere of the Return of the Condor Heroes. Zhang Jizhong is quite astute, but his scheming is destined to fall short. I have to go to Hollywood. By the way, would you like to accompany me? In response to Li Siwei's inquiry, Liu Yifei, playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, replied softly, I don't have a role in Buried Alive, and as the lead, I must attend the premiere of the Return of the Condor Heroes. Liu Yifei understood that Li Siwei's invitation to Hollywood was also a veiled attempt to heighten the profile of the Return of the Condor Heroes, recognizing that Liu Yifei was already aware of his intentions. Li Siwei deemed further discussion unnecessary. Time flew by, and soon the day of the Oscar ceremony arrived. Oh boss, you should have arrived earlier, Tom. Who was there to pick him up, remarked. Once seated in Tom's car, Li Siwei responded nonchalantly. There was little I could do. During this period, I had to juggle writing a new script while overseeing the release of my latest film. All right, boss, is your next film that Japanese project? Tom inquired. Exactly. After the Oscars, please help me assemble the crew, Li Siwei affirmed. He shook his head slightly, although it was not his first trip to Hollywood. The lengthy flight still left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Not a problem, boss. What about the actors? Let us select the cast after the Oscars. Understood. The 76th Academy Awards ceremony took place at the Kodak Theater in Hollywood, Los Angeles, a venue resplendent with stars on that day. This year, many domestic media outlets were present, a stark contrast to previous ceremonies that rarely attracted such attention from the Chinese press. With both Li Siwei and Lian nominated for Oscars, it naturally drew a considerable domestic media presence, and the event was live-streamed by Lu Gongzhu. The Oscar ceremony was highly coveted in China, especially after the disappointment of Hero not winning an Oscar. This yearning was largely thanks to Zhang Weiping, who had tirelessly promoted the prestige of the Oscars to elevate Hero in the public eye. Around 9 p.m. local time, the awards ceremony officially commenced, and as it began, domestic broadcasts also kicked off. As a student at Beijing Film Academy, a screening was held in the auditorium. Tian Zhuangzhuang watched the large screen with a beaming smile. The more accolades Li Siwei garnered, the prouder he felt as his mentor, particularly in light of the envious glances from some old colleagues that brought him quiet satisfaction. Meanwhile, Zhu Yan, who rarely stayed at school, also appeared in the auditorium and turned to Luo Jin, asking, "Do you think Wei will win an award?" It's hard to say. If it were one of the 3 major European awards, the chances would be high for director Li, but this is the Oscars, where Chinese nominees rarely win. He should be able to win something, right? At the very least, a minor award, Zhu Yan replied optimistically to Luo Jin's analysis. Not only at Beijing Film Academy, but Han Samping from China Film Group also watched the broadcast with great anxiety. So far, no film from mainland China had ever won an Oscar, and he held high hopes for Li Siwei, wishing for him to secure the first Oscar trophy for the mainland. At Lu Yifei's home, she appeared much more composed, filled with confidence in Li Siwei. Even if he did not win this time, she believed he would surely win in the future. "Qianqian, aren't you nervous for Wei?" inquired Lu Xiaoli, observing her daughter's calm demeanor as she watched the broadcast. "Mom, I believe in him," Lu Yifei responded, leaving her mother speechless. Unbeknownst to Li Siwei, who had just walked the red carpet and taken his seat, the excitement back home was palpable. "Ryan, it's a pity I couldn't help you secure the Best Actor award this time," Li Siwei remarked. "No, director. Winning the Berlin Best Actor award is already more than enough for me. I just hope you win an award," Ryan Reynolds expressed his gratitude. If it hadn't been for Li Siwei's support in helping him achieve the Berlin accolade, he might still be an unnoticed figure in Hollywood, rather than the sought-after actor he had become. "Director Li, you're truly young and accomplished," Ryan added as Li Siwei engaged in conversation with him. Just then, Lian entered the venue. "Director Li, it was merely luck. I still have much to learn from you," Lian said, extending a greeting to Li Siwei, who graciously acknowledged him. "Director Li, you are too modest. I'll return to my seat now. Let us work hard together," Li Siwei replied. At that moment, the surrounding domestic media had already recorded this interaction, and due to the live broadcast, discussions about the exchange between the 2 directors had ignited fervent chatter online. Wow. The 2 directors Li have met. Both are nominated for Best Director. Surely one of them will win an award, right? That is hard to say, but let us remain hopeful. This might be the best opportunity for a Chinese director to win an Oscar, they commented. Li Siwei remained unaware of the buzz surrounding him. After bidding farewell to Lian, he returned to his seat. "Boss, Li holds a significant position in Hollywood," Tom noted. Li Siwei acknowledged this, aware that Lian was currently at the peak of his career. "Tom, I will surpass him." "Boss, I believe in you," Tom replied. "I believe in you too, director," Ryan echoed, fully supporting Li Siwei's confidence. Youth was indeed their greatest asset. Chapter 35, Oscar Victory. In truth, aside from Li Siwei and Lian, another film garnered widespread attention among domestic netizens during this Oscar season. Zhang Zi's memoirs of a geisha received 6 nominations, a testament to her ambition in Hollywood. Despite facing significant criticism back home, Zhang Zi remained unfazed in her pursuit to establish a foothold in the industry. Unfortunately, the Oscars did not reciprocate her efforts. Although nominated for 6 categories, these were largely minor awards, and despite having more nominations than Buried Alive, it did not resonate well with domestic audiences. These nominations were granted more as a courtesy to Spielberg. Had another director helmed the project, it likely would not have received any accolades at all. Furthermore, not only did domestic audiences oppose a Chinese actress portraying a geisha, but the Japanese also expressed dissatisfaction with the casting, believing it undermined their culture. This situation could be described as a predicament that pleased neither side. The only solace for Zhang Zi was that the Golden Globes awarded her a nomination for Best Actress. making her the first Chinese actress to receive such recognition. Even without a nomination for Best Actress, Zhang Zi still graced the event. For walking the red carpet serves as a form of promotion. Although Li Siwei had no intention of mingling, Zhang Zi took the initiative to approach him and engage in conversation before parting ways after exchanging contact information. Soon, the highlight of the evening, the awards ceremony, officially commenced. The first accolade presented that night was the Best Supporting Actor Award, which ultimately went to George Clooney for his role in Syriana. As the awards began to be distributed, the domestic audience grew increasingly anxious for the triumph of either Li Siwei or Li, and would be a significant achievement for Chinese filmmakers. Inside the Kodak Theater, with the presentation of the Best Supporting Actor Award, the subsequent accolades progressed swiftly. The award for Best Original Score was claimed by Li in Brokeback Mountain, marking a triumphant start for its team. Spielberg's stature remained unassailable, despite the Academy's lukewarm reception of Memoirs of a Geisha. The film still garnered awards for Best Art Direction and Best Costume Design. As the awards continued in an orderly fashion, it soon arrived at the Best Cinematography category, where Li Siwei's Buried received a nomination. Sitting in the audience, Li Siwei straightened up, harboring a flicker of hope, despite knowing that in the previous iteration, this award had gone to Memoirs of a Geisha. As the presenter took the stage, Li Siwei felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. He understood that Buried had 3 nominations, yet the Best Director award was unlikely, leaving only the chances for Best Original Screenplay and Best Cinematography. The screen soon began to showcase clips from the nominated films, and when Buried appeared, domestic viewers erupted in excitement. Finally, it was Li's turn. Would he seize this award? Brokeback Mountain had already enjoyed a fruitful start. Could Li also achieve a commendable debut? The tension was palpable. The presenter opened the envelope and announced into the microphone, "The Oscar for Best Cinematography goes to Buried. Congratulations." As the presenter's words resonated, Li Siwei leapt to his feet. Although it was merely a minor award, it represented the first little golden statuette for the mainland. And let us not forget, Li Siwei specialized in cinematography at Beijing Film Academy. This award was a notable accomplishment for the cinematography department, especially as such recognition was absent from the European trifecta. After embracing Tom and Ryan, he ascended the stage to accept his award. Grasping the trophy from the presenter, Li Siwei spoke into the microphone with unwavering resolve. "I am grateful to the Academy for bestowing this honor upon me and to everyone who appreciated this film. In fact, I have prepared 2 acceptance speeches tonight, and I hope to use them." As Li Siwei concluded, the audience erupted in applause and laughter. The moment he held the little golden statuette was broadcast back to the domestic audience, igniting a fervent reaction. "Woohoo, the first award! This must be the first little golden man for our country." Indeed, it was the first. Zhang Yimou and Chen Kaiga had both received nominations for Best Foreign Language Film, but had never won. What a pity, just a minor award. Please, this is the Oscars. It's inherently unfriendly to Asia. Merely receiving an award is already quite commendable. That's right, Director Li is extraordinary. Meanwhile, within the Beijing Film Academy auditorium, students gathered to watch the broadcast erupted in cheers. Although Tian Zhuangzhuang did not display overt exuberance, the slight upturn of his lips betrayed his happiness. The cinematography students were equally thrilled. It was noteworthy that while Li Siwei was Tian Zhuangzhuang's student, he was also a member of their department, and he had won the award for Best Cinematography. Back at his seat, Li Siwei handed the little golden man to Tom and the others. Tom, taking the statuette with excitement, exclaimed, "Boss, this counts as a great start, right?" Since deciding to follow Li Siwei, Tom had begun learning Chinese and had picked up quite a few expressions. Indeed, this is a splendid start. Following the Best Cinematography Award, it was time for the Best Adapted Screenplay, which was awarded to Brokeback Mountain, eliciting a chorus of cheers from its team. After a series of other awards, the next accolade to be presented was for Best Original Screenplay, for which Li Siwei also received a nomination. The presenter approached the stage, opened the envelope, and announced, "The Oscar for Best Original Screenplay goes to Buried. Congratulations, Li. Wow, boss's second award." This time, Tom was even more exhilarated than Li Siwei, rushing to embrace him. The domestic audience erupted once more. Initially, they had expected Li Siwei to win only one award, but now they began to dream of the Best Director award. Li Siwei approached the stage once more, his face radiant with joy, though internally he felt a pang of regret, knowing that the Best Director award was now almost out of reach. Accepting the little golden man from the presenter, he began his second acceptance speech. "Thank you to the Academy for awarding me this honor, allowing me the opportunity to deliver my second acceptance speech." The audience erupted in applause again. This is a film about solitude. If even despair is confined to a cubic meter, how would humanity resonate? I am grateful to all who believed in this premise. Lastly, I must express my gratitude to my school. observing the spirited figure on stage clutching the statuette. Zhang Yimou sighed. He had received numerous international awards, but had never won an Oscar. Unaware of Zhang Yimou's sentiments, Li Siwei had returned to his seat, awaiting the announcement of the Best Director Award. Chapter 36. The launch of a new film. The presenter for the Best Director Award had now taken the stage, behind whom flashed the names of 5 films: Lian's Brokeback Mountain, Bennett Miller's Capote, Paul Haggis's Crash, George Clooney's Good Night, and Good Luck, and Li Siwei's Buried. Even knowing the outcome from his past life, Li Siwei inhaled deeply. After all, no one would refuse an abundance of accolades. Lian, similarly anxious, fixed his gaze on the presenter, the grand prize tantalizingly close, and neither could maintain composure. The domestic audience mirrored their tension, contemplating the 40 chance of victory. Who would claim the coveted award? The presenter wasted no time. Tearing open the envelope and reading the slip of paper, the Oscar for Best Director goes to Li and for Brokeback Mountain. As the words settled, applause erupted in the auditorium. Although the result was anticipated, a sense of disappointment lingered. The feeling of not winning was undeniably disheartening. Watching the broadcast, a somewhat despondent Li Siwei elicited sympathy from Li Yifei, though she quickly regained her composure, confident that Li Siwei would eventually secure the Best Director Award. The final accolade for Best Picture was awarded to Crash, a conclusion that surprised few, as prior to the Oscars, many had predicted Crash would triumph, given its profound relevance. As the Oscars concluded, journalists were fervently preparing their reports for the following day, given the wealth of material from the evening. During the gala, members of Warner Brothers began to console Li Siwei, as they genuinely believed in the potential of this emerging director. Warner certainly did not wish to see Li Siwei defect to one of the other major Hollywood studios. Li Siwei smiled, indicating that he was unperturbed by the situation. Once Warner's representatives departed, Zhang Zi, who had been observing Li Siwei intently, approached him directly. Director Li, congratulations on winning 2 prestigious awards tonight. Thank you. Despite Zhang Zi feeling a twinge of annoyance at Li Siwei's indifferent demeanor, she refrained from displaying her displeasure. After all, he was a director and a coveted talent in Hollywood. If she wished to advance her own career there, she would need to rely on Li Siwei. After bidding farewell to Zhang Zi, Li Siwei sighed, recognizing that her cunning was beyond his capacity to contend with. Hey Li, it's good to see you again. Director Nolan. Indeed, we meet once more. I wonder, when do you plan to commence production on Inception? Li Siwei held Inception in high regard. It was a profoundly influential commercial film, ideal for elevating Li Yifei's status. Had it not been for the prior backing from Warner, Li Siwei would have been reluctant to circulate the script. Li, I wanted to discuss that matter with you. After Batman wraps, I intend to shoot a film about magic before we can proceed with Inception. Although Nolan was quite fond of Inception and wished to begin filming immediately, the timing was not yet ripe, and he would have to wait. Li Siwei understood this well, and thus refrained from further comment. Instead, he expressed concern for Nolan, saying, Director Nolan, you should take better care of your health. You appear to have lost quite a bit of weight since we last met. It's unavoidable, Li. The set is exceedingly demanding. Nolan, times have changed. There is no need for constant live shooting. Perhaps you're right, but I have grown accustomed to it. While Li Siwei's perspective was acknowledged by Nolan, the latter's filming style had become ingrained over the years. The day following the Oscars, both domestic and international media outlets clamored to report on the event. It must be said that sensationalist headlines were rampant, especially among smaller publications, which sought to capture attention with exaggerated statements. Director Li Siwei faces setback in Hollywood. Nonetheless, the majority of the coverage was laudatory. Director Li Siwei wins mainland's first Oscar. Li Siwei narrowly loses to Li Yifei, who takes home the Oscar for Best Director. Li Siwei secures 2 Oscars, Best Cinematography and Best Original Screenplay. Not only the media, but banners had also been hung outside the entrance of Beijing Film Academy, proclaiming, Congratulations to our own director Li Siwei for winning the Oscars for Best Cinematography and Best Original Screenplay for Buried Alive. Riding on the coattails of the Oscars, Brotherhood of Blades, which had suffered at the box office, suddenly garnered significant attention, surpassing $200 million in revenue before its theatrical run concluded. Li Siwei became the second director in the domestic market to achieve such a milestone, following Zhang Yimou. It was unexpected that the Oscars could wield such influence, leaving one to wonder if this momentum could also shatter the records set by Hero. Observing the real-time box office figures for Brotherhood of Blades from Hollywood, Li Siwei felt a wave of nostalgia. After the Oscars, he opted not to return home immediately. Instead, he planned to finalize the pre-production work for Hachi, A Dog's Tale before making his way back. Moreover, Buried Alive had only been screened in North America and had yet to be released on a large scale. Now that the Oscars had concluded, it was time for a broader release. Thus, Li Siwei intended to manage these matters before heading back to his homeland. Upon arriving at Warner Brothers, Li Siwei found the executives eagerly awaiting him alongside their screenwriters. Their enthusiasm was palpable. They extended the utmost respect to anyone who could contribute to their financial success, as no one would willingly turn away from profit. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Warner's higher-ups, they delved into the day's agenda. Li, we plan to launch a wide release for Buried Alive in 2 days. While the Warner screenwriters reviewed the script, Li Siwei initiated a discussion regarding the film's impending release. No issues there. Warner is quite adept in this regard. Li Siwei had no objections, knowing that with 2 Oscars under their belt, Warner would also benefit from the film's box office earnings, alleviating any concerns he might have had. The screenwriters proved to be quite professional, asking Li Siwei questions about aspects of the script that piqued their curiosity. Your adaptation is remarkable. I find it even more captivating than the original film. This was already a splendid film. I merely made some minor adjustments. Li Siwei responded modestly. Who are you considering for the cast? That's not a challenge. Hollywood boasts numerous talented actors, but we primarily need to find a clever dog for Hachi. In the West, animals hold a significant status. So Li Siwei entrusted this responsibility to Warner. No problem, Li. We'll handle the dog casting. What about the film's budget? Let us set the budget at $15 million. Okay, that's manageable. Warner can contribute $8 million, plus marketing, which will account for 40%. Make that 35. I also have a company in Hollywood to support. All right. Although Warner was somewhat reluctant, they conceded to this condition to ensure that Li Siwei, their financial boon, wouldn't be lured elsewhere. Chapter 37. Buried Alive set for wide release. After discussing Hachi, A Dog's Tale with Warner, Li Siwei resolved to return home. With Warner overseeing the wide release of Buried Alive, there was no need for him to linger in Hollywood. Boss, are you certain you want to go back? Of course. With Warner's team on it, we needn't worry. You can focus on assembling the crew over the next few days. In truth, Li Siwei was also reluctant to shuttle back and forth, but circumstances dictated otherwise. Brotherhood of Blades was nearing its end of run. And as the second film in the domestic market to surpass 200 million, China Film Group planned to host a grand celebration banquet. As the director, Li Siwei was obliged to attend, compounded by the fact that there was no urgency to begin filming Hachi, A Dog's Tale. He was weary of the daily grind in Hollywood. Rest assured, I am well versed in this area. Li Siwei initially believed that his return home would go unnoticed by the media, but as soon as he exited the airport, he was besieged by a throng of reporters. Director Li, congratulations on winning 2 Oscars. What genre is your next film going to be? Director Li, having not secured the Best Director award, do you have any comments? Director Li, do you plan to remain in Hollywood or return home? A barrage of questions inundated Li Siwei, and he could only select a few to respond to before hastily departing with the assistance of airport staff. Yan, are you not going to greet Director Li upon his return today? In the dormitory of Beijing Film Academy, Luo Jin inquired, having seen the news online. Away doesn't he need me to welcome him? Upon hearing Zhu Yan's words, Luo Jin immediately understood the situation. It seemed Liu Yifei had gone to pick up Li Siwei. Their relationship was no secret within the industry, especially among their classmates at Beijing. Meanwhile, in a nearby parking lot, Liu Yifei sat in her car. Her petite face tinted with a hint of blush, and her lipstick significantly faded. Glancing at Li Siwei, who wore a broad smile beside her, Liu Yifei playfully swatted him twice with her hand, though not with much force. After her playful gesture, she feigned annoyance and chided him. Are you out of your mind? This is a parking lot. Don't you fear being seen? Isn't it just that we haven't seen our Princess Qianqian for a while? I couldn't help myself. Li Siwei replied with a cheeky grin. Hearing his whimsical words, Liu Yifei's stern demeanor crumbled, and she burst into laughter, her initial intent to scold him entirely forgotten. Behave yourself. I need to drive now. All right then, Li Siwei responded, his mouth stretching into a grin. As he gazed at the banner hanging at the entrance of Beijing, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet a flicker of joy blossomed within him. There was something delightful about the feeling of being celebrated. I'll head to the teacher's office first. Go ahead. I need to meet Zhou Yang and the others anyway. Once they arrived at Beijing, Li Siwei parted ways with Liu Yifei and made his way directly to Tian Zhuangzhuang's office. Observing the 2 little golden statuettes Li Siwei retrieved from his bag, Tian Zhuangzhuang clapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done. These little gold figures are quite attractive. That's all thanks to your guidance, teacher," Li Siwei replied modestly. While humility is commendable, at your age, you should embody the youthful spirit a bit more, Tian Zhuangzhuang advised. Li Siwei felt somewhat aggrieved, but, teacher, you know how some of the older folks in this industry are. If I were too ostentatious, they'd be writing scathing articles about me every day. Indeed, those old-timers were being rather unreasonable. Li Siwei had never had any conflict with them until last year's Golden Rooster Awards, where he chose not to submit his work. Much to their chagrin, "We can withhold the award from you, but you must participate," they had insisted. The following day, at the Beijing hotel, the China Film Group hosted a celebration banquet for the assassin, even though the film had not yet left theaters. With daily box office earnings hovering around 1 million, they decided to celebrate prematurely. As the second domestic film to exceed 200 million at the box office, the film's director had just won an Oscar, attracting a host of industry elites to the event. Not only film companies were represented, even television production companies, including Tangren, were present. "Directori, congratulations on the Oscar win and the success of The Assassin," someone exclaimed. "Thank you," he replied graciously. With so many industry heavyweights in attendance, various media outlets seized the opportunity, and the next day, coverage of the celebration banquet dominated headlines. The day after the banquet, Buried Alive began its large-scale release in North America. Having garnered accolades at both the Berlin Film Festival and the Oscars, and with Warner Brothers aiding its distribution, Buried Alive launched on 4,000 screens. On the second day of its Hollywood release, major media outlets reported on the film. This is a gripping psychological thriller, and Li Siwei's innovative vision has truly astonished audiences. It is a rare gem. Li Siwei's bold creativity offered the public a fresh perspective. Even Hollywood's prominent rating websites bestowed high scores upon Buried Alive, with Rotten Tomatoes achieving a remarkable freshness rating of 89. This indicated that both critics and audiences held the film in high regard. Numerous viewers on Hollywood forums expressed their admiration, with comments like, "Oh my gosh, I can hardly believe this was created by a Chinese director. Absolutely astonishing. No wonder it won the Oscar for Best Original Screenplay. It's fantastic." Of course, Li Siwei remained oblivious to these praises. However, on the evening following the release, he received a call from Tom. "Boss, take a guess. How much box office revenue did Buried Alive rake in on its opening day? Given your excitement, it must be quite successful." Li Siwei surmise. Indeed, it was exceptionally well received, with a first-day box office of $4.8 million. Hearing this figure, Li Siwei exhaled deeply. It signified that he had firmly established his footing in Hollywood. If Buried Alive had underperformed, even with accolades, he would have been pigeonholed as merely an art house director, and Hollywood would never fully trust him with big-budget films again. The following day, Buried Alive earned another $8.6 million, followed by $10.2 million on the third day, culminating in approximately $25 million over the opening weekend. This remarkable box office performance ignited extensive discussions back home. When will it be released domestically? My curiosity is piqued. Wow, $25 million in 3 days? That's incredible. I recall Hero only made around $50 million in North America. Director Li is truly impressive. Chapter 38, A Gathering of Friends. In the Hawaii office, the Wong brothers and Feng Xiaojing sat on the couch, their eyes glinting with surprise as they reviewed Buried Alive's North American box office. "I never expected this kid to actually make it," Wang Zhonglei remarked, genuinely envious of Li Siwei's success in North America. "If only this were a Hawaii film. All right, now that Li Siwei has made a name for himself, we should avoid antagonizing him. Perhaps we should inquire if he would be interested in purchasing shares in Hawaii." Currently, Hawaii was seeking to go public, and an international director like Li Siwei would be a prime target for their outreach. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaojing, usually loquacious, sat in contemplative silence, his heart racing with ambition. If a young talent like Li Siwei could succeed, then surely his own The Banquet could find success as well. In the ensuing days, Buried Alive continued to soar, with its opening week box office reaching $56 million. Warner's projections indicated that the final box office would undoubtedly surpass $100 million, further enhancing Li Siwei's standing in the eyes of Warner's executives, who appreciated directors capable of generating profit. They eagerly anticipated his next project. As Buried Alive thrived in North America, Li Siwei mysteriously vanished, leaving many media outlets desperate for an interview. Aware that the film's success would attract significant media attention, Li Siwei chose to discreetly escape with Liu Yifei. "You said you were taking me on a trip, and we end up in Hongyan," Liu Yifei remarked, exasperated, as she stood at the outskirts of Hongyan. Initially excited about the promised getaway, she was now dismayed to find herself in a place she had visited countless times before, feeling more familiar with it than her own home. Faced with Liu Yifei's probing questions, Li Siwei hesitantly replied, "I sent Curse of the Golden Flower already being filmed here in Hongyan. I thought I'd come and take a look." He sighed. "Well, since I'm already here, where's Director Zhang's crew? Rest assured, I've already inquired with Jie Luan before coming. Just follow me." With that, Li Siwei took Liu Yifei's hand and led her into Hongyan. "Director Zhang, I apologize for intruding again. It's no bother at all. Lao Tian and I are old classmates. By the way, I haven't yet congratulated you on winning the Oscar." Zhang Yimou expressed great admiration for Li Siwei, his talented junior. It was just a pity that he didn't clinch the Oscar for Best Director. Upon hearing Li Siwei's comment, Zhang Yimou patted his shoulder and said, "You are still young. You will certainly achieve that. By the way, Director Zhang, this is Li Yifei, my friend who has accompanied me today. What a lovely young lady," he complimented. "Thank you, Director Zhang." Observing Li Siwei and Li Yifei standing together, Zhang Yimou couldn't help but reminisce about his own past with Gong Li. Just then, Gong Li approached them, pleasantly surprised to see Li Siwei visiting the set. As a star accustomed to the Hollywood limelight, she recognized just how in demand he had become. "Sister Li, this is Li Yifei, a great admirer of yours." "Hello. Sister Li, I'm Li Yifei." "Greetings, Yifei. You performed splendidly in The Return of the Condor Heroes and Brotherhood of Blades." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the crew of Curse of the Golden Flower resumed their normal filming activities. Time was of the essence for Zhang Yimou, who had already been confirmed as the chief director for the Olympics. If it weren't for Zhang Weiping's insistence, he would have preferred not to direct Curse of the Golden Flower. "Was that person your friend?" "No, just a classmate from Beijing Film Academy. We've met a couple of times." "Why didn't you mention it earlier?" "I would have hidden away." "What? You were hiding and still signing autographs for others?" Indeed, the person conversing with Li Siwei was Zhou Jieluan, who, having finished early with Curse of the Golden Flower, had made plans to dine with Li Siwei. "Honestly, I'm not that famous." Li Siwei rolled his eyes and ignored him. "Away. But you truly are impressive, even securing an Oscar." In response to Zhou Jieluan's praise, Li Siwei retorted, "Stop it. You've already said that several times. If you have something to say, just say it." "Away, I must admit, you really understand me." "Enough of that. Just get to the point. You know, in the second half of the year, I plan to terminate my contract with my current company and establish a new one with some musicians from Taiwan." Upon hearing this, Li Siwei interrupted, "You're not expecting me to join, are you?" "Of course not. We wouldn't have room for you. I just have a script I want to shoot. And since you won the Oscar for Best Original Screenplay, would you mind taking a look at it for me?" "Sure, after dinner. Just send it to me." If it were anyone else, Li Siwei would have likely brushed them off, but he was willing to assist Zhou Jieluan as they genuinely clicked. For friends, Li Siwei was always ready to lend a hand, and from Zhou Jieluan's words, he surmised the script in question was likely secret that cannot be told. To be honest, the film was quite decent, far superior to many lackluster productions. Zhou Jieluan was deeply touched by Li Siwei's unhesitating agreement, though he refrained from expressing his gratitude directly, knowing he would reciprocate if Li Siwei ever needed help. Regaining his composure, Zhou Jieluan suggested, "Away, I know a great bubble tea shop nearby. Would you like to try it?" "You should drink less bubble tea. It's easy to gain weight," Li Siwei remarked, surprised that Zhou Jieluan had developed a taste for it so early on. To prevent him from becoming a bubble tea addict, Li Siwei declined the offer. In the private room, upon seeing Li Siwei and Zhou Jieluan enter, Li Yifei quipped, "Can you two be any more tedious?" "Cici, it's not my fault. It's all Jieluan's fault. He is too famous." "Oh, come on. It was clearly you who lost track of time while chatting with Director Zhang." Zhou Jieluan was unwilling to shoulder the blame. "All right, sit down," Li Yifei said, already accustomed to their antics. Before the new year, the two had been like this every day. Li Siwei promptly sat beside Li Yifei, while Zhou Jieluan took the seat on Li Siwei's other side. "By the way, where's your manager?" Zhou Jieluan was about to speak when Li Siwei interjected, "Danny is dealing with people from his company, as Jieluan intends to terminate his contract in the second half of the year." Li Yifei had heard about Zhou Jieluan's intention to part ways with his original company in her past life, but she didn't know many details. After finishing their meal, the group opted not to return to the hotel for rest. Instead, they wandered around the area. "Didn't you want bubble tea? There's a stall selling it up ahead." Zhou Jieluan followed Li Siwei's gesture and indeed spotted a bubble tea stand. It signed boasting Taiwanese bubble tea. "I've never tried this brand. What if it's not good?" Li Siwei rolled his eyes at Zhou Jieluan, pulling him toward the stall. "How will you know if it's good or bad if you don't try? Trust me, the flavors from street stalls in the mainland can often surpass those from established shops." Watching Li Siwei lead Zhou Jieluan forward, Li Yifei felt a bit exasperated. She really wanted to ask Li Siwei who his actual girlfriend was. Fortunately, he hadn't forgotten about her and turned back to ask, "Cici, what do you want to drink? Do they have coffee? I haven't had it in ages. What are you thinking, drinking coffee at this hour? I'll choose a delicious bubble tea for you." "Okay, I'll go with whatever you pick." Li Yifei was indifferent about what to drink, so if Li Siwei insisted she skip coffee, so be it. In contrast to the high profiles of Zhou Jieluan and Li Yifei, Li Siwei, as a director, remained relatively low-key. Thus, the task of purchasing bubble tea naturally fell to him. "Here, your bubble tea. Give it a try." After handing the drinks to them, Li Siwei took a sip himself and thought, well, it didn't taste particularly authentic. If Li Siwei found it lacking, Zhou Jieluan certainly would too. After tasting it, he complained to Li Siwei, "This is pretty average. When you guys visit Taiwan later, I'll treat you to the real thing." While Li Siwei also thought it wasn't that great, he stubbornly replied, "Honestly, I think it's not bad." Hearing Li Siwei mimic his words, Zhou Jilin nearly spat out the bubble tea he had just sipped. After swallowing it with difficulty, Zhou Jilin retorted, "Come on, you're just copying me now." Watching the two bicker, Lu Yifei helplessly rubbed her forehead. It was amusing how both men, usually composed, devolve into childish antics when together. Noticing that neither seemed inclined to stop, Lu Yifei stepped forward and gently admonished, "All right, both of you are grown-ups now. Stop acting so immature. Let us head back. Jieluan has filming tomorrow. Since it's for my dear CC, I want to hold it against you. Cut it out. I'm only letting you off this time for Yifei's sake." Lu Yifei shook her head in resignation. The two truly were beyond saving. Upon returning to the hotel, Li Siwei called out to Zhou Jilin, "Don't forget, we're playing basketball early tomorrow." "All right." After exchanging goodnights with Lu Yifei, Li Siwei retreated to his own room. It was true that although they had shared countless kisses, they still opted for separate rooms. Initially, Li Siwei and Lu Yifei had planned to linger in Hongdian a few more days, especially with the media in the capital clamoring for interviews with Li Siwei. However, a call from Tian Zhuangzhuang forced them to cut their trip short. Li Siwei believed that this discreet return to Beijing would prevent him from being cornered by reporters. Yet, as soon as they exited the airport, they were once again besieged by journalists. "Director Li, may we have a moment of your time for an interview?" Director Li, the box office for Buried Alive has surpassed $70 million in North America. Do you have any comments? Director Li, are you in a romantic relationship with Lu Yifei? Yifei, can you share your thoughts? Indeed, during the 2 days that Li Siwei and Lu Yifei visited Hongdian, the box office for Buried Alive continued its steady ascent. Yifei and I are just good friends. We happened to run into each other upon returning to the capital. As for the box office of Buried Alive, I am thrilled and hopeful for even greater success. After succinctly addressing the reporters, Li Siwei promptly whisked Lu Yifei away. Li Siwei was indifferent regarding the public perception of their relationship, yet Lu Yifei, as an actress in her ascendant phase, was understandably cautious about revealing their romance. Honestly, it wouldn't matter even if we went public with our relationship. She felt touched by Li Siwei's decision to shield their connection from the media, recognizing that he was considering her best interests. "Let us wait a bit longer. It's not the right time for you. I'll follow your lead." However, despite Li Siwei's denials, the media was unfazed. Reports suggested that Li Siwei and Lu Yifei were on a joint vacation, fueling speculation about their romance. Li Siwei's excitement over Buried Alive's box office performance ignited fervent discussions online. "No way, my fairy sister. Honestly, I think they make a great couple. Hey, shut it. The fairy sister is mine. Those two are a match made in heaven. Why should you lie? A bunch of eyesores," comment. Li Siwei was oblivious to these online conversations. After escorting Lu Yifei home, he headed straight to Beijing Film Academy. Upon entering Tian Zhuangzhuang's office, he discerned the reason for his summons by the presence of 3 individuals. "Away, let me introduce you." "No need, teacher. I'm familiar with Director Zhou and Brother Ning." Indeed, the 2 individuals present were the head of the cinematography department and Director Ning Hao. Although Ning Hao had yet to rise to prominence, Li Siwei had heard that the film Crazy Stone had already commenced production, leaving him curious about Ning's purpose for visiting. "Ayu, Director Li." Ning Hao was pleasantly surprised that Li Siwei recognized him. He was merely an emerging talent. "I've seen your film Incense." Ning Hao is indeed a renowned director, albeit still on the cusp of fame. It was noteworthy that Beijing Film Academy produced relatively few famous directors. Many successful ones emerged from other departments. For instance, the future director of The Wandering Earth, Guo Fan, studied management, and Zhang Yimou, also from the cinematography department, was a remarkable anomaly. "Brother, aren't you currently filming in Sichuan and Chongqing? What brings you back to school?" Upon hearing Li Siwei's inquiry, Ning Hao awkwardly rubbed his bald head. "Director, you see, my film received funding due to the support of Lu Dahua, but the budget is now quite limited." This reminded Li Siwei of a similar situation from his past life. He knew that Lu Dahua's support program, while well-intentioned in name, provided minimal actual funding. It was only after Crazy Stone became successful that the initiative garnered significant attention. At this moment, Director Zhou interjected, "Director, could you possibly assist your senior?" To be frank, Li Siwei held little regard for Crazy Stone. While it was an admirable film, its box office merely exceeded 20 million, barely breaking even. Nevertheless, Ning Hao's subsequent films proved profitable. Although he wouldn't become a mere tool for Li Siwei, as long as Ning could yield profits, the nature of their relationship was of little consequence. "Brother, how much is still needed for the budget?" Initially silent, Ning Hao felt disheartened but to his surprise, Li Siwei suddenly smiled and stated, "I can assist with that." "Thank you, director." Ning Hao had come with little hope, being a relatively unknown director. "No need for thanks. Just come to my company tomorrow to sign the contract." Indeed, Li Siwei's small studio had now evolved into a company. With the royalties from Buried Alive steadily arriving and Li Siwei leveraging the box office of The Assassins as collateral, he had secured a loan from China Film Group, thus finding himself with ample funds. In the film industry, seeking bank loans was quite commonplace, given the lengthy return periods for film investments. After bidding farewell to director Zhou and Ning Hao, Tian Zhuangzhuang turned to Li Siwei and remarked, "You really don't need to worry about trying to please these people at school. I only called you here to go through the motions." Li Siwei understood the implication of Tian Zhuangzhuang's words. Once news of his investment in Ning Hao spread, many would undoubtedly follow suit, seeking funds from him. "Rest assured, teacher, I've heard of Brother Ning's film, and given the success of Incense, my investment is more in support of him as a person. As for future requests, I will certainly review the scripts. Knowing you understand is a relief. What are your thoughts on Emo's new film?" Tian Zhuangzhuang was already aware of Li Siwei's visit to Zhang Emo's set. "What can I say? The scale is impressive. It's indeed a grand production." Understanding that Li Siwei shared his sentiment regarding the script of Curse of the Golden Flower, Tian Zhuangzhuang swiftly shifted the topic. "I saw in the news that you and Yifei are rumored to be in a relationship. On the way back, I didn't anticipate being cornered by reporters." After discussing Li Siwei's new film Hachi, A Dog's Tale with Tian Zhuangzhuang, he departed from the office. The next morning, Li Siwei met Ning Hao at the company, and it was clear that Ning was genuinely anxious. After finalizing the contract, Ning Hao expressed his gratitude once more. "Director Li, I can't thank you enough. No need for such formality. Brother, we're from the same department. Just call me away from now on." "All right, away, but I still must express my thanks." Given that Ning Hao was eager to return to filming, Li Siwei refrained from prolonging the conversation. After bidding farewell to Ning Hao, Li Siwei slumped into his office chair. "President Li, here is the company's subsequent development strategy." Li Siwei was constantly on the move, making it difficult for Zhang Li to locate him. Often, their communication occurred through mobile phones, but now that she finally had his attention, she was eager to present the backlog of documents. In truth, the matters of a film and television company are rather straightforward, revolving primarily around the production of cinematic works and the business of signing artists. However, Li Siwei currently had no intention of signing any new talents. The company's main focus remained on the production of films and television dramas. "Sister Zhang, these are all acceptable. Let us proceed in this direction. By the way, have there been any significant news items these past few days?" Without smartphones at this time, it often proved to be quite inconvenient. "President Li, there hasn't been any major news lately. But here, take a look at this." She handed him a magazine. As Li Siwei accepted the magazine and glanced at the half-naked photoshoot of Zhang Zi, he was momentarily taken aback. "I've heard there's another photoshoot that appeared on a building in Japan," she added. Li Siwei was somewhat astonished by this revelation. Having never been particularly fond of Zhang Zi in his previous life, he was unaware of her news and didn't expect her to have participated in such a magazine. It seemed she was desperately seeking fame. He set the magazine down, shook his head, and returned to his work. While perusing the news, indeed, his work primarily consisted of catching up on industry happenings. One particular book review caught his attention. Recognizing the familiar content, Li Siwei became invigorated and called Zhang Li into his office. "Sister Zhang, please purchase this book for me and inquire whether the copyright has been sold." "Certainly, President Li." The book that Li Siwei regarded with great importance would later become a nationwide sensation known as the drama Infiltration. For such a lucrative film and television project, if he had not encountered it, it would have been one thing, but now that he had, he was determined not to let it slip by. "Hello, Nolan. What prompted you to call me?" After finishing his instructions to Zhang Li, Li Siwei intended to head home. After all, as the boss, if he didn't leave, how could his employees slack off? However, just as he was about to depart, he received a call from Nolan. "Li, I'm currently shooting a film in your country on Hong Kong Island. Would you like to come visit the set?" Nolan's words were clear, considering their friendship. It was only natural for him to expect a meal from Li Siwei while filming in his country. "Haha, no problem. Nolan, I'll come by tomorrow." Li Siwei was pleasantly surprised to find that, despite Nolan's seemingly stern demeanor, he was quite an interesting person. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Li Siwei promptly called Lu Yifei. "Qian, let us go. I'll take you on a trip." On the other end, Lu Yifei rolled her eyes at his words, responding with a hint of annoyance. "Are we going to Hengin again?" "Of course." Li Siwei deliberately paused, and upon hearing her heavier breathing on the line, he continued. "Just kidding, this time we're heading to Hong Kong Island." "Childish," Lu Yifei muttered under her breath before adding, "I'll go, as long as Director Li is willing to cover the airfare." "Not a problem. All expenses will be covered. Upon hearing Li Siwei's generous offer, Li Fei couldn't help but laugh. The next morning, Li Siwei flew to Hong Kong Island with Li Fei. Upon arrival, instead of going to a hotel, they headed straight to Nolan's film set. Li Siwei was previously unaware of the rampant paparazzi in Hong Kong. But now he realized that as soon as they exited the airport, they were being followed, and the paparazzi had trailed them the entire way. However, the two were not worried. Their rumors had long since circulated, and as long as they refrained from admitting anything, it was of little consequence. Once at the set, they found Nolan in the midst of filming, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, as he favored shooting on location. Since Li Siwei had informed Nolan of his visit, they faced no obstacles in entering the premises. Li Siwei chose not to disturb Nolan during filming, waiting until the shoot concluded before approaching him. "Hey, Nolan. It's been a while. Li, it's wonderful to see you again." After a warm embrace, Li Siwei gestured toward Li Fei. This is the future female lead of Inception. "Hello, Director Nolan. I'm Li Fei. You can call me Crystal." After shaking hands with Li Fei, Nolan remarked, "I was curious about who you'd cast for the role. And now that I see you, I understand why Li is so taken with you." Nolan, perceptive as ever, quickly discerned their relationship. Li Fei felt a bit bashful at Nolan's straightforwardness but did not rebut, merely expressing her gratitude. "By the way, Li, I haven't congratulated you yet. Buried Alive has already grossed $86 million and is on the verge of breaking the $100 million mark. It's all thanks to everyone's support. Besides, when it comes to box office success, we should be looking at your films, Nolan." Nolan patted Li Siwei on the arm, chuckling, "No need to be modest, Li. You are an exceptional director. Unlike me, you can not only direct commercial films, but also art films." Receiving praise from a renowned Hollywood director like Nolan genuinely pleased Li Siwei. Just then, as Li Siwei, Li Fei, and Nolan were engaged in friendly conversation, the film star, Christian Bale, along with supporting actor Heath Ledger, approached. Christian Bale was essentially Nolan's go-to leading man. When Li Siwei was making Buried Alive, Nolan had recommended Bale, but due to his exorbitant fee, Li Siwei had declined. "Hello, Li. Congratulations on your box office success." "Hello, Li. Congratulations to you as well." Given Li Siwei's current popularity in Hollywood, both actors were quite intrigued, especially since Li Siwei was also recognized as an award-contending director, a highly attractive quality for actors. However, while appreciating Bale as the lead, Li Siwei held a greater admiration for supporting actor Heath Ledger, whose portrayal of the Joker was undeniably iconic, rivaling that of Bale's character. Li Siwei had also heard that Ledger, in his dedication to embodying the role, had sequestered himself in a hotel, isolating himself from the outside world, and even visited a mental hospital to experience its chaos and madness. Yet, it was this very dedication that had led to his untimely demise. Now that Li Siwei was aware of Ledger's fate, he felt compelled to intervene. "Nolan, your choice of actors is truly commendable. He is an outstanding talent." Li Siwei remarca. Looking at Ledger, "Indeed, Li, I must say, he has truly surprised me, and I believe audiences will be captivated by him when the film is released." Nolan was exceedingly pleased with the dedicated actor, having sensed Ledger's exceptional talent during filming. He was confident that once released, the Joker would outshine Batman. "Nolan, as awkward as it may seem to say, I suggest you keep a close watch on his mental well-being. He seems quite immersed in his character." Upon hearing this, Nolan seemed to sense something amiss, nodding in acknowledgement. "Li, thank you for your suggestion. I will have Warner assist in finding an excellent psychologist in the coming days." Upon their exit from the airport, Li Siwei and Li Fei found themselves incessantly pursued by paparazzi. Their jovial interactions were captured by the lurking photographers concealed within the crowd. Before long, the news of Li Siwei visiting Nolan spread like wildfire across Hong Kong and the mainland. The collaboration between Li Siwei and the famed Hollywood director Nolan hinted at the possibility of a new cinematic venture. With laughter shared between them, it appeared that Li Siwei had indeed forged a new partnership with Nolan. Accompanied by Li Fei, the two seemed to be entwined in a romantic affair, suggesting that the little dragon girl might soon grace the international stage with a role in Nolan's film. An array of reports flooded the media, while insiders within the industry displayed a far keener sense of awareness than the general public, who merely indulged in gossip online and in newspapers. Several well-connected individuals promptly reached out to Li Siwei, including Han Samping, who saw the potential for a successful collaboration with Hollywood as a significant achievement. "Mr. Han, there's really nothing much. I'm merely visiting Nolan. If their essay project, it would undoubtedly involve China film," Li Siwei remarked, not merely dismissing Han Samping. The script for Inception had essentially been sold to Warner Brothers, and Li Siwei held the casting rights for the role of a dream architect. After ending the call with Han Samping, Li Siwei shrugged at Li Fei, expressing his mild exasperation. "The sensitivity of these domestic individuals is quite remarkable." Li Siwei, already accustomed to the ways of the industry, responded, "That's just how it is. Elevating some while undermining others is the norm." Later that evening, after Nolan completed his scenes for the day, Li Siwei extended an invitation for dinner, wishing to fulfill his role as a gracious host. Nolan graciously accepted, bringing along several of the film's principal actors, resulting in an evening filled with conviviality. The following day, while Li Siwei was still in slumber, Nolan participated in an interview during the shoot. "Director Nolan, may I inquire if you have any collaborations with Director Li?" A reporter asked. "Indeed, I do have a collaboration with Li. We confirmed it last year, but filming has yet to commence." Nolan's words ignited excitement among the reporters present. "Could you elaborate on the specifics of this collaboration?" they pressed. "I'm afraid the details are confidential," Nolan replied. "And will Li Siwei be a part of this new film?" To this, Nolan nodded affirmatively, stating, "Yes, Liu plays a significant role in the film." After addressing this query, Nolan declined further questions, yet his responses were sufficient to send the media into a frenzy, with headlines proclaiming the collaboration between Li Siwei and Nolan, and Li Siwei's pivotal role. Each piece of news a bombshell in its own right. While the industry could comprehend Li Siwei's partnership with Nolan, given their favorable relationship with Warner Brothers, the announcement of Li Siwei's significant role incited jealousy among fellow actors, particularly among the female contingent. Meanwhile, the romance between Li Siwei and Li Siwei sparked renewed discussion. Li Siwei, unfazed by the online discourse, leisurely strolled through Hong Kong with Li Siwei. However, not everyone was content with his carefree demeanor. While they were out shopping, Li Siwei received a call from an unknown number. "Director, this is Yang Shouqing from Emperor Entertainment." After contemplating the invitation, Li Siwei decided to accept, recognizing the importance of cultivating good relations with local figures, especially since Emperor Entertainment was keen to collaborate with the mainland. Unlike other companies in Hong Kong, Yang Shouqing had already noted that the decline of Hong Kong could only be mitigated by looking northward. Li Siwei, disinterested in such matters, returned to the hotel while Li Siwei attended the meeting alone. "Director Li, it's a pleasure to finally meet you," Yang Shouqing said, extending a warm handshake in the reception area of Emperor Entertainment. "That sentiment should be expressed by me," Li Siwei replied. After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Shouqing got straight to the point. "Director Li, Emperor is currently seeking collaborations with mainland filmmakers. If you have suitable projects, we can consider investing. Rest assured, if a fitting script arises, I will certainly collaborate with Emperor," Li Siwei affirmed. In truth, many of the films he envisioned were not suitable for the mainland and could only be produced in Hong Kong, making a partnership with a local entity like Emperor invaluable for smoothing over various challenges. "I look forward to working with you, Director Li," Yang Shouqing concluded. After politely declining Yang Shouqing's invitation for dinner, Li Siwei and Li Siwei spent another day exploring Hong Kong before returning to Beijing. Upon their arrival, Li Siwei had yet to reach his company when he was summoned by Han Samping to China Film. "Mr. Han, your sources are quite impressive. I've only just returned to Beijing. It's not merely about sources. You are now a major director, and your every move is under scrutiny by the media. The reason I called you here isn't anything complicated. I simply wanted to inquire about the status of your film with Nolan." Anticipating the reason for Han Samping's call, Li Siwei was forthright. "Mr. Han, during my time in Hollywood, I wrote a script that caught Nolan's attention. For a film of this nature, Warner would never relinquish their share." Upon hearing this, Han Samping chose not to press further and instead shifted the conversation. "I heard you invested in a film recently. You were the first to inquire about it, Mr. Han." "Yes, I did invest in a film. It was by my senior from Beijing Film Academy." Despite receiving financial backing from Ludahua, Crazy Stone, helmed by the relatively unknown director Ning Hao, received little publicity until Li Siwei's involvement attracted media attention. Han Samping, who typically favored blockbusters, was dismissive of such low-budget films. His mention of it was merely a conversational pivot. "Since you hold such high hopes for your senior, perhaps after filming, we can arrange for China Film to handle the promotion. I shall convey my gratitude to you on behalf of my senior, Mr. Han." The following day, Li Siwei boarded a flight to Sichuan and Chongqing, as Ning Hao considered Crazy Stone his breakout project. To generate buzz around the film, Ning Hao invited Li Siwei for a visit to the set, knowing that Li Siwei was undoubtedly the most prominent figure among his acquaintances. Li Siwei accepted the invitation, recognizing his role as a primary investor. The higher the box office, the greater his earnings. Seizing the opportunity during this lull, he flew directly to the film set of Stone. "Since you're here, come in with me," Li Siwei called out to the journalist trailing behind him. "Ayu, directori." The proactive invitation extended by Li Siwei took the journalist by surprise. Typically, directors and stars tend to shy away from them. This marked the first occasion they had received such an invitation. "As I'm visiting the set, why don't you accompany me inside?" It It would serve as a commendable promotion for the crew, he suggested. Certainly, Director Li. Rest assured, we are professionals in this regard. Although the production of Crazy Stone had already commenced, it had not attracted any media attention until now. The arrival of Li Siwei, along with the journalists, deeply moved Ning Hao, who had been uncertain about whether Li Siwei would actually show up. Hello, Director Li. I am Huang Bo, introduced himself. At this juncture, the cast of the Stone crew did not boast many prominent actors. Even the future best actor Huang Bo was merely a budding artist without much renown. Li Siwei engaged in brief conversation with the journalists before entrusting the responsibility to Ning Hao, as he was the director. Director, why did you give them so many red envelopes? Ning Hao inquired, puzzled as he observed Li Siwei handing out envelopes to the journalists, which prompted their departure. It never hurts to be generous. In our industry, maintaining good relations with the media is vital, Li Siwei simply explained, acknowledging that such practices were not currently in vogue. By the way, senior brother, I have already discussed with Chairman Han regarding the film's subsequent promotion and distribution, he added. Thank you so much, Director. You can count on me to deliver a stellar performance. Without lingering any longer, Li Siwei flew back to the capital that night. After all, the atmosphere was still unfamiliar, and his presence made the others somewhat uncomfortable. As Li Siwei returned to Beijing, news of his set visit was disseminated, bringing significant attention to the otherwise obscure Stone crew. The following day, he received an email from Zhou Jieluan. Li Siwei was intrigued by the script Zhou had developed, yet after perusing it, he frowned in dismay. How's it going away? Did you get a chance to look at my script? Isn't it impressive? Zhou's voice resonated through the phone. May I inquire, what genre are you intending for this film? A time-traveling magical romance set in a school, Zhou replied. Listening to Zhou's description, Li Siwei rubbed his temples, regretting his promise to assist with the film. Don't you think that once you articulate that genre, the film exudes an overwhelming sense of failure? Is it truly that dreadful? Zhou asked, somewhat embarrassed. It's not just ordinary bad, it's exceptionally poor. Upon hearing Li Siwei's candid remarks, Zhou hesitated and asked, is there any hope for salvaging it? It's not entirely hopeless. It can still be revised. Then I must rely on you, away, Zhou concluded. After hanging up, Li Siwei leaned back in his office chair, a look of incredulity on his face. Xiaoyu, I love you. Do you love me? He mused aloud, bemused by the line, wondering where Zhou had gleaned such dialogue. Just as he recited the clumsy lines, the door to his office swung open unexpectedly. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune time. Interrupting our esteemed director Li's declaration of affection, remarked Lu Yifei, who entered without knocking. Although her tone remained steady, Li Siwei, familiar with Lu Yifei, discerned that she was on the brink of annoyance and quickly clarified, please don't misunderstand. I was merely reviewing a script. He promptly rose and guided the reluctant Lu Yifei to his chair, encouraging her to view his computer screen. Upon seeing the script displayed, Lu Yifei realized her error, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Nevertheless, despite recognizing her mistake, she feigned indignation, retorting, who told you not to clarify? If you're merely reading the script, why vocalize it? I've never heard you say I love you to me. In response, Li Siwei turned the chair to face her, bending slightly to align his gaze with Lu Yifei's. Captivated by the intensity of his eyes, she held her ground, staring back defiantly. Gently cupping her face with both hands, Li Siwei whispered, I love you, Qian. Without uttering a word, Lu Yifei leaned forward and kissed him. After what felt like an eternity, they finally broke apart, albeit their positions had shifted. Li Siwei now sat in the chair, while Lu Yifei found herself perched on his lap, her arms encircling his neck. As Lu Yifei nestled against him, Li Siwei murmured, I love you, Qian. She tightened her embrace around his neck and whispered softly into his ear, I love you too. After a while, they separated, and Lu Yifei retrieved a bottle of water from her bag to replenish herself. When Li Siwei approached her again, Lu Yifei willingly offered him the remaining half of her water bottle. He accepted it, but placed it on his desk without taking a sip, once more enveloping Lu Yifei in his arms. Oh, Lu Yifei gasped at his sudden gesture, instinctively wrapping her legs around his waist, with Li Siwei holding her. Her height advantageously surpassed his. She playfully swatted him and teased, What are you doing? Aren't you going to drink? Not thirsty, he replied, shaking his head as he sat her on the office desk. Once there, Lu Yifei showed no signs of discontent. Rather, she affectionately stroked Li Siwei's hair. Unperturbed, he tilted his head, inhaling the fragrant scent wafting from her neck. What are you doing? That tickles. Amid their playful banter, both their faces flushed, and under the gentle sunlight, their gazes grew increasingly dreamy. Be gentle when you kiss. I have an event in a couple of days and can't afford any marks. Eventually, they parted, and after taking a sip of water, Li Siwei inquired, What event are you attending tomorrow? I owe it to you, our esteemed director Li. Due to the success of those years in The Assassin, several international luxury brands are seeking me for endorsements. Li Siwei replied, while adjusting her outfit. Then you ought to express your gratitude. He suggested. Oh please, not today. My lips are practically swollen from your kisses, she retorted playfully. Li Siwei scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, it's simply because my Qian is too beautiful. The next morning, having been urged multiple times by Tom, Li Siwei once again boarded a flight bound for Hollywood. As he arrived at the airport, media outlets were already reporting on his travel plans. Renowned director Li Siwei has embarked on his journey to Hollywood today, presumably to commence filming a new movie. Upon seeing the news, Han Samping of China Film was about to call Li Siwei when his secretary intervened, cautioning, Director Han, Li is currently airborne. Even if you call, he won't be able to answer. Upon being reminded by his secretary, Han Samping finally came to his senses, chuckling softly as he shook his head. Look at me, I've been so preoccupied these past few days. Never mind, I'll discuss it when he returns. Naturally, Li Siwei, who was already aboard the plane, was unaware of Han Samping's actions. Hey boss, you finally arrived. You have no idea. The Lionsgate folks have been calling me every day for the past 2 days. Well, I'm here now. Tom, you must understand that the people from Lionsgate are in need of us, so we should delay a bit. This will be beneficial for our negotiations later. Tom, being a seasoned player in Hollywood for nearly a decade, understood Li Siwei's point. However, since Li Siwei was now his boss, he had to feign ignorance despite his comprehension. By the way, Tom, how is the crew for Hachi, A Dog's Tale, coming along? Boss, it has already been fully assembled. We're just waiting for your return to officially commence filming. Li Siwei acknowledged Tom's efficiency with a nod and remarked, once Hachi, A Dog's Tale wraps up, I will reward you with a substantial bonus. Oh, it is my honor to work for you, boss. Well, then perhaps we should reconsider. No, boss, you cannot do that. Haha, I was merely jesting. The following day, Tom arrived early at the hotel where Li Siwei was staying. Boss, the arrangements with Lionsgate have been finalized. Then let us set off. Only after Li Siwei had fastened his seatbelt did Tom start the car, which drove towards Santa Monica. Throughout the journey, Li Siwei contemplated how to approach the negotiations with Lionsgate. While Lionsgate may not be one of the big six in Hollywood, it is undoubtedly a formidable independent film company, adept at leveraging small investments for substantial returns. Balcoma, Director Li Siwei. Your film Buried was truly remarkable. Lionsgate clearly held Li Siwei in high regard, having sent the esteemed director James Wan to greet him, possibly due to Wan's keen interest in the script Li Siwei possessed. Hello, Director Wan. Your Saw series was also exceptionally well crafted. I have watched it numerous times. As a fellow Chinese, Li Siwei's address was entirely appropriate. At that moment, another Lionsgate executive approached. Li, Buried was indeed splendid. Such low-budget films are tailor-made for us at Lionsgate. It is unfortunate that you ultimately chose Warner Brothers. I apologize, inspiration struck at the perfect moment. In truth, when Li Siwei had first arrived in Hollywood, Lionsgate had shown great interest in him. However, at that time, he had no reputation in Hollywood. So while they were optimistic about his script, they were not as eager as they were with Nolan. No, this was entirely our oversight. Please come in, Li. In a Lionsgate conference room, Li Siwei and Tom sat together, facing the Lionsgate executives and James Wan. Li, let's be straightforward. We are very interested in the horror scripts you have. Li Siwei nodded, signaling for them to continue. These scripts would undoubtedly be future projects for Lionsgate, and they were naturally keen. We previously offered $1.5 million, but you turned it down. You must understand, many scripts in Hollywood only fetch a few $100,000 at most. In fact, prior to the success of Buried, Lionsgate's offer was merely $500,000. It was only after Buried garnered awards in Berlin and Hollywood that Lionsgate began to increase their bids. Of course, I am aware of Hollywood's market. I could forego the script fee. Li, you're seeking a share. Upon hearing Li Siwei's statement, the Lionsgate executives immediately grasped his intent, their voices rising unconsciously. Indeed, I believe you understand that I have a deep collaboration with Warner Brothers, and I also own a small company in Hollywood. We could easily produce these horror films ourselves. Li Siwei understood a fundamental principle. One should not place all their eggs in a single basket. Even though Warner Brothers was currently favorable, he could not rely solely on them, which was precisely why he had come to negotiate with Lionsgate. The executives at Lionsgate, unaware of Li Siwei's strategic plan, recognized that he was speaking the truth. His partnership with Warner Brothers was indeed robust. Although Hachi, A Dog's Tale had yet to be officially announced, Tom had already communicated with the actors, making it more or less common knowledge. Thus, while Lionsgate wished to counter, they found themselves at a loss for suitable arguments. Moreover, although the horror genre may not be mainstream, it has a dedicated audience, particularly in Hollywood. Provided the script is suitable, the box office potential is undeniably high. I'm certain Warner Brothers would be very interested. Observing the contemplative expressions of the Lionsgate executives, Li Siwei spoke again. The Lionsgate representatives comprehended that Li Siwei was not merely a novice screenwriter. He was a director with options beyond Lionsgate. However, Lionsgate was quite eager for the scripts in Li Siwei's possession, as they had built their reputation on horror films. To clarify further, Hollywood is not short of film companies. It merely lacks quality scripts. Lionsgate has established itself as a formidable independent company, second only to the Big Six, by capitalizing on low-budget horror films. Other smaller companies could easily do the same, and if these scripts were acquired by others, Lionsgate would gain a competitor on the same playing field. Realizing this, the Lionsgate executives exchanged glances, and one executive quietly spoke. "All right, Li, you should not merely be a director. You are a competent businessman. How much of a share do you desire?" With this remark, Tom's perception of Li Siwei shifted significantly. He had previously thought of Li Siwei solely as a brilliant director, but now he realized he was mistaken. His boss was also a shrewd businessman, and Tom felt immensely grateful for his prior choice. Li Siwei had awaited this statement, yet he maintained a composed demeanor, replying, "In fact, we could establish a long-term partnership, as Lionsgate is indeed more specialized in horror films." Li Siwei's words did not elicit smiles from the Lionsgate representatives. Rather, their expressions grew more serious. "Li, please state your demands." 25%. This is our first collaboration, so I can afford to take a slight loss. After Li Siwei articulated his terms, two Lionsgate executives whispered among themselves. Eventually, one executive spoke slowly. "Li, congratulations. You have succeeded. We accept your terms. I believe you will not regret this decision." "Certainly, Li. Our agreement is not solely based on your words, but primarily because you are young and worthy of our investment. Indeed, you will not regret your decision made today." Li Siwei remained non-committal in response to the Lionsgate executive's remarks, fully aware that his youth was his greatest asset. "Pleasure collaborating, Li. I hope we can become long-term partners." To avoid protracted negotiations, the following day, the Lionsgate team signed a contract with Li Siwei, inviting numerous media representatives to witness the event. The individual in charge of the signing addressed the media, stating, "I believe many are familiar with this exceptional director, Li. Today, we are pleased to announce our collaboration with him. He will invest his scripts for Dead Silence and Insidious Parts 1 and 2, acquiring a 25% share of the films." Li Siwei was not a mere minor figure in Hollywood, especially with Buried having grossed over $100 million in North America and continuing to grow steadily. Not to mention, Li Siwei had also received an Oscar. The media present eagerly captured photographs of Li Siwei alongside the Lionsgate executives. On the day the news of Li Siwei's collaboration with Lionsgate spread across Hollywood, it also reverberated back to the domestic media, which instantly erupted with excitement. They understood that Li Siwei's journey to Hollywood signified a significant undertaking. The renowned director from our country, Li Siwei, had forged a partnership with the illustrious film company Lionsgate. Not only is Li Siwei a director, but he is also an exceptional screenwriter. In essence, such news is abundant, and once again, Li Siwei became the focal point in the domestic sphere. Had there been Weibo at that time, one could surmise that Li Siwei would have dominated the trending topics. Director Li, the Oscar for Best Original Screenplay, was certainly not awarded frivolously. It is indeed remarkable. The discussions among netizens paled in comparison to the stirrings of other industry magnates, who were also ruminating. Although horror films cannot be imported into the domestic market, Li Siwei's venture into Hollywood could potentially pave the way for future endeavors abroad, especially for numerous actors who harbor aspirations for Hollywood. Han Samping initially contemplated calling Li Siwei directly, but ultimately refrained, recognizing the challenges of engaging with a horror film for China Film Group. Unbeknownst to him, discussions in the domestic sphere were already underway, as he was busy explaining matters to Warner Brothers. While Li Siwei indeed harbored intentions of diversifying his endeavors, such thoughts could not be publicly articulated, particularly during the honeymoon phase of his collaboration with Warner. At that moment, Warner's representatives were perplexed. After all, Li Siwei had been collaborating splendidly with them, so why had he suddenly signed a contract with Lionsgate? After prolonged explanation, Li Siwei finally assuaged Warner's concerns. However, the following day, Warner convened a press conference featuring Li Siwei to formally announce the Project Hachi, A Dog's Tale. "We have always been close partners with Li. This film project has long been in the works, with a total investment of approximately $20 million. Originally, Li Siwei and Warner had settled on an investment of $15 million. But upon reassessment, Li Siwei realized it was insufficient. Warner graciously offered to cover the additional $5 million, bringing the total investment to $20 million. As news of Hachi, A Dog's Tale reached domestic audiences, astonishment ensued. They had been speculating about when Li Siwei's next work would commence, only to have the announcement revealed so abruptly. While 20 million may not measure up to the A-list productions of Hollywood, it translates to around 200 million yuan domestically, which sparked considerable envy among local film companies. The online discourse was rather simplistic. Wow, director Li is incredible. I wouldn't even know how to spend 200 million. Is this considered a blockbuster? In Hollywood, it might be a B-list production, but it's still quite impressive. Upon receiving the news, Tian Zhuangzhuang at Beijing Film Academy remarked with a smile, "It's confirmed. Away intends to use this film as his graduation project. Ha, that's splendid. We need more outstanding students like him at Beijing Film Academy." Although the American version of Hachi, A Dog's Tale received commendable reviews, its box office performance was merely mediocre, failing to surpass 50 million. Consequently, Li Siwei made several adjustments to the original narrative, rectifying previously illogical elements. The original film's ending was overly idealized, lacking the necessary sense of melancholy and impact, and there were flaws in character relationships. Li Siwei modified these aspects, amplifying the film's critique of society. The film inherently aligned with Western sensibilities, and with the added social commentary, it resonated even more with the preferences of major European film festivals and the Oscars. The Berlinale had already concluded, and Cannes was out of reach, but there remained a glimmer of hope for Venice. Thus, the day following the press conference, Hachi, A Dog's Tale officially commenced filming. Chapter 45, Filming in Progress. Long before Li Siwei had departed for Hollywood, Tom had already assembled the crew, and several actors had adjusted their schedules, awaiting the director's arrival. "Hello, director. Thank you for your choice. I won't disappoint you." Richard Gere, the lead actor in Hachi, A Dog's Tale, was a seasoned performer born in 1949. Li Siwei had initially anticipated a difficult personality, but he turned out to be quite humble. After engaging with the actors, Li Siwei was introduced to the film's heart, a seemingly earnest Akita dog. "How do you like the dog I selected, boss? It's quite commendable, Tom. It appears that after the filming of Hachi, I owe you a substantial bonus." Receiving Li Siwei's affirmation, particularly with the promise of a generous reward, Tom confidently thumped his chest, assuring Li Siwei, "Boss, rest assured. I will handle all the trivial matters of the crew. There will be no issues whatsoever." "Thank you for that," Li Siwei replied, patting Tom's shoulder, thoroughly pleased with his attitude. Unlike Buried, the filming of Hachi, A Dog's Tale demanded a heightened sense of authenticity and warmth. Fortunately, the actors Li Siwei had chosen, though not widely recognized, save for the lead, Richard Gere, were all highly skilled. After an initial period of acclimatization, the crew's shooting progressed smoothly. With the actors in good spirits and the production team functioning efficiently, coupled with Tom's thorough preparation, the entire crew operated with remarkable efficacy. However, just as the crew was basking in the orderly progression of filming, an unexpected piece of news sparked an idea in Li Siwei's mind. On April 15th, 2 weeks after the commencement of shooting, a news story from Hollywood caught Li Siwei's attention. "Tom, is this news true?" Tom, gazing at the report on his computer, nodded and replied, "Boss, this incident first occurred last year, and many remain unaware of the truth, leading to a public outcry against Mike. Some even went to his home to throw rotten eggs. Unable to endure such treatment, Mike tragically took his own life. Only a few days ago did the police release their findings, which exonerated him. Unfortunately, he is no longer with us. Although the individual involved had passed away, the discussion surrounding the matter continued fervently. Many believed that the vitriol directed at Mike by those ignorant of the facts ultimately drove him to suicide. We think of ourselves as the good guys, but perhaps we're not." As Li Siwei watched an interview with one of the involved parties unfold on his computer, a classic film immediately came to mind. The Hunt, directed by Danish filmmaker Thomas Vinterberg 12 years prior, bore striking similarities to this situation. This film had garnered numerous accolades, including a nomination at Cannes and winning Best Actor, as well as an Oscar nomination for Best Foreign Language Film, along with numerous awards from various European film festivals. For those unfamiliar with such films, it could be overlooked, but now that it resurfaced in his thoughts, it was certainly an opportunity not to be missed. "Tom, I have an idea. Let's use this incident as the foundation for a script. I will draft it in a couple of days, and you can register it." "Boss, I've said it countless times, but I must reiterate, you are a genius." Immune to Tom's flattery, Li Siwei simply smiled. Having firmly established his next film, and considering that The Hunt is exceptionally suited for Cannes, it became imperative to expedite the production of Hachi, A Dog's Tale. Fortunately, after a fortnight of collaboration, the crew had become exceedingly proficient. Thus, in the ensuing days, Li Siwei simultaneously filmed Hachi, A Dog's Tale, while refining the script for The Hunt. Thanks to his enhanced rebirth, Li Siwei had already conceived a detailed script for The Hunt in his mind. Otherwise, he would have faced insurmountable challenges. Tom, what are your thoughts on the script? After a meticulous review, Tom nodded earnestly. Boss, based on my years of experience in Hollywood, this script is truly exceptional. Please proceed with the registration and calculate the costs. Once we complete filming Hatchie, A Dog's Tale, we shall promptly commence this project. Understood, boss. Meanwhile, while Li Siwei was engrossed in filming Hatchie, A Dog's Tale in Hollywood, events were stirring back home. Zhang Yimou had been officially appointed as the chief director for the Olympics. Although his appointment had been confirmed earlier in the year, it was only now that it was publicly announced. While director Zhang is undeniably talented, I cannot help but dread the possibility of him producing another 8-minute spectacle akin to Athens. I share your sentiment. Why not opt for director Chen? Come on. He directed that disastrous The Promise. Does he even qualify? That's a bit harsh. Director Chen is indeed quite capable, having won the only Golden Palm for our country. I heard the reason they didn't select Chen Kaiga was because, during the selection process, while others articulated their visions, he began reciting a poem. Is that true? Who was it that leaked Chen Kaiga's poetic audition, leading to a wave of ridicule directed at him? In light of the fervent discussions online, Chen Kaiga refrained from commenting. As the fervor subsided, Alibaba organized a creative gala reminiscent of Yahoo's search event. Invitations were extended to numerous directors, including Li Siwei in Hollywood. Many directors declined, but Chen Kaiga accepted, alongside Feng Xiaojing. At the press conference, clad in a suit, Chen Kaiga appeared devoid of the spirited confidence he once exhibited during The Promise, emanating a rather somber demeanor. Consequently, reporters directed their inquiries toward Feng Xiaojing. Director Feng, I understand that when The Promise and Riding Alone for Thousands of Miles premiered simultaneously, you opted for Riding Alone for Thousands of Miles. Why did you not choose to release The Promise first? This question darkened the expressions of both Feng Xiaojing and Chen Kaiga. Although Feng Xiaojing managed to navigate the inquiry, the reporters captured Chen Kaiga's grim visage. Once this image circulated online, it reignited discussions among netizens, resurrecting the mockery aimed at Chen Kaiga that had recently waned. Despite being preoccupied with filming Hatchie, A Dog's Tale, Li Siwei remained attentive to domestic news. Observing the derision directed at Chen Kaiga by online commentators, Li Siwei felt a twinge of sympathy for the poet-director, albeit mixed with a hint of amusement, as his prior flamboyance largely contributed to this predicament. However, Li Siwei soon found little to laugh about. The most crucial character in Hatchie, A Dog's Tale, was, naturally, the Akita dog. Though the actors were performing exceptionally well, progress had inevitably slowed. Chapter 46, Finalizing the Hunt. Director Han, there is no need for a premiere. We can release it directly. I yearn to return home, but my film is not yet complete, so I must entrust the promotional matters to you, Director Han. After concluding the call with Han Samping, Li Siwei immersed himself once more in the filming of Hatchie, A Dog's Tale. Han Samping's primary purpose for calling was to inquire about the domestic release of Buried Alive. Although Li Siwei wished to hold a premiere, the previous challenges with the Akita had delayed the filming schedule. Thus, to avoid further disruptions, he opted to forego the premiere. As a result of Li Siwei's decision to bypass the premiere in favor of a direct release, Han Samping scheduled Buried Alive for May 1st. The domestic audience had long anticipated this film, which had garnered accolades at both the Berlin and Academy Awards, and the announcement of its release date sparked considerable discussion. Wonderful! Buried Alive is finally being released. After such a long wait, it's about time. I must see it when it premieres. Me too. In May, there were hardly any films released domestically, leading China Film Group to allocate more than 70% of the screenings to Buried Alive. The day after its release, Li Siwei received another call from Han Samping. Director Han, do you have good news for me? Ah, directori. Congratulations. Buried Alive achieved a domestic box office of 12 million on its opening day. Even Li Siwei, who had been confident about the film, was taken aback by this figure. Director Han, that is indeed splendid news. What are the online reviews like? The majority of online comments are quite favorable. After hanging up with Han Samping, Li Siwei began to peruse the domestic reactions to Buried Alive. Wow, no wonder it won an Oscar. Director Li's creativity is astounding. Incredible. I was pondering how to film a solo performance. This proves director Li's brilliance. Although there were some negative reviews, the film's accolade from Berlin and the Oscars ensured that any criticisms were overshadowed by a chorus of praise. Moreover, many industry insiders interviewed expressed high regard for the film. The following day, the box office did not see a significant increase, but remained steady at 15 million, prompting many domestic media outlets to boldly predict that Buried Alive would surpass 200 million in total box office revenue. Indeed, in the days that followed, by the end of its first week, Buried Alive successfully crossed the 100 million mark. However, as its box office surpassed 100 million, the daily revenue fell below 10 million, making it increasingly unlikely to reach 200 million. In truth, achieving 100 million was already beyond Li Siwei's expectations. He had initially anticipated a domestic box office around 50 million. As for 200 million, he had never truly considered it. Given the current limitations of the domestic film market and the rapid proliferation of piracy, the success of Brotherhood of Blades in surpassing 200 million was largely attributed to the momentum from Berlin and the Oscars. Otherwise, it would not have reached such heights. As buried alive near the end of its first month in theaters, Hachi, A Dog's Tale finally approached its conclusion. On set, Li Siwei stood behind the monitor, his eyes revealing a mixture of tension and anticipation as they prepared to film the most challenging scene of Hachi, A Dog's Tale. This moment required not only the portrayal of Hachi's unwavering vigil day after day, but also the delicate conveyance of the profound bond transcending life and death between the dog and its owner, presenting a considerable challenge for both the actors and the dog. With a decisive command from Li Siwei, filming commenced. Although he had cleared the set, the winter scenes often distracted Hachi, who was enchanted by the falling snowflakes, causing interruptions in the shoot. Fortunately, after several takes, Hachi gradually acclimated to the environment and became increasingly cooperative. Ultimately, Li Siwei focused the camera on Hachi, capturing the dog's once vibrant gaze now dulled, its tail no longer wagging joyfully, but instead hanging quietly behind it. Perfect, we've got it. Hachi's performance was absolutely flawless. As Li Siwei's voice faded, an enthusiastic cheer erupted from the audience. Richard Gere immediately embraced Hachi, leaping into the air with excitement. Li Siwei approached and affectionately patted Hachi's head, acknowledging that the success of this scene was largely due to its cooperation. Otherwise, they might still be filming. It was important to note that this was a winter scene. It was already June. To create a wintry atmosphere, Li Siwei had enlisted numerous snow machines, and if they delayed any longer, they might exceed the budget. All right, folks, it's time for a party tonight. Long live the director. I want plenty of drinks. The crew members cheered at Li Siwei in response to their demands. Li Siwei waved his hand grandly, declaring, "Tonight, the drinks are on me. Cheers." The following day, Li Siwei did not awaken until noon. "Sorry, Tom, I overslept." "Boss, it seems you had quite a night." Seeing Tom's playful expression, Li Siwei retorted, "Don't even start. I merely indulged a bit. I'm not like you, who will inevitably perish in the arms of women." "Oh, come on, boss, you can't say that. I'm actually quite a decent guy." Without further banter with Tom, Li Siwei led him directly to Warner Brothers. There exists an unwritten rule in Hollywood that directors do not possess final cut rights. However, this was not a concern for Li Siwei, who was also an investor in the film, and Warner had no objections. His primary purpose for visiting was to discuss The Hunt. Initially, Li Siwei did not plan to involve Warner, but Tom had inadvertently let it slip. As a lucrative asset, Warner valued Li Siwei greatly. They contacted him while Hachi, A Dog's Tale, was still in production, eager to discuss The Hunt. "Li, sometimes I wish I could open up your mind to see what's inside. You must be aiming for an Oscar with this," remarked a senior Warner executive after reading the script. "Indeed, but the investment cost will not be excessively high." The Warner executives were not surprised by Li Siwei's words. "Li, these are trivial matters. Even without our share, we can assist with publicity." The total budget for The Hunt was approximately $5 million, which did not necessitate Warner's involvement. However, when it came to Oscar publicity, no one was more suitable than Warner. Thus, Li Siwei, without a second thought, replied with a smile, "No problem." After discussing the editing concerns for Hachi, A Dog's Tale with the Warner team, Li Siwei departed with Tom. "Tom, you can start assembling the crew now. Don't worry, boss. By the time you return, we'll be ready to shoot." Indeed, Li Siwei needed to return to his homeland. Initially, he intended to shoot continuously, but as soon as Hachi, A Dog's Tale, wrapped, he received numerous calls from domestic contacts, starting with Lu Yifei. Soon after, Han Samping and Ning Hao also reached out. Crazy Stone had completed filming, and, as one of the main investors, Li Siwei felt obligated to support Ning Hao. Chapter 47, Returning Home. In the evening, a plane from Los Angeles gently descended upon the runway of Beijing International Airport. Although it was only June, Beijing had already embraced summer. Upon exiting the airport, Li Siwei could not help but comment, "I had to wear a coat when I left, and now I'm sweating in short sleeves." Outside the airport, Zhu Yan and Zhou Jiluan were already waiting in the car for Li Siwei. Filming for Curse of the Golden Flower had entered its final phase, and the crew had returned from Hengdian to Beijing. As Zhou Jiluan had no scenes to shoot that evening, he and Zhu Yan came to pick up Li Siwei upon learning of his return. As Zhu Yan started the car, she asked Li Siwei, "Why didn't Yifei come and greet you today? I only informed you too of my return to surprise Qianqian. By the way, how have you both been? I haven't taken on any roles recently, just waiting for graduation." Since starring in You Are the Apple of My Eye and Brotherhood of Blades, Zhu Yan had risen to prominence, and thus, she was not lacking in projects. Alas, away. Yan, I must tell you, Director Zhang is truly severe. Thankfully, we are nearing the end, or I would have lost my mind. In the realm of singing, Zhou Jielun was unmatched, at least within the country, but when it came to acting, his skills were rather average. Hey, don't say that. You know not everyone can star in Director Zhang's films in our country, and yet you still complain. Before Li Siwei could respond, Zhu Yan chimed in with a hint of jealousy. Oh, so you look down on me now? You should have said so earlier. I want to invite you next time. Jielun, you come instead. Don't say that, Director Li. How could I ever think that way? Hearing Zhu Yan's humble tone, the trio burst into laughter, with even Zhu Yan herself unable to contain her amusement. Throughout the journey, the three chatted merrily as they made their way to Beijing Film Academy. Yan, you take Jielun around. I'm going to find Qian. We'll meet up for dinner later. Go ahead. We'll explore on our own. Indeed, I can just wander around with Yan. Once more, your gaze lacks intensity. Yes, just like that. Your eyes need to be more expressive. In the practice room of Beijing Film Academy, Liu Yifei had engaged a coach to enhance her ability to convey emotion through her eyes. Diligently practicing over the past few days. To be honest, conveying emotion through the eyes is exceedingly challenging. In her previous life, many young actresses struggled with this aspect. Not only those born in the 90s and 95s, but even those from the 85 generation. Excellent. That expression is perfect. We'll conclude here for today. Thank you, teacher. After expressing her gratitude, Liu Yifei was about to rise when the door to the practice room was gently pushed open. Her eyes brightened to the sight of Li Siwei entering, and she exclaimed with surprise, "You're back. Thank you for your time, teacher." Li Siwei did not immediately respond to Liu Yifei. Instead, he first thanked her instructor, akin to a parent picking up their child. No need for thanks. Yifei is quite dedicated. I won't disturb you. After the teacher left, Li Siwei approached Liu Yifei, extending his hand and asking, "What is this? Aren't you happy to see me back?" Liu Yifei grasped Li Siwei's hand and stood up, feigning annoyance as she replied, "Of course, I'm thrilled. You could have at least let me know you were coming back instead of trying to surprise me." Despite her somewhat irritable tone, Liu Yifei did not release Li Siwei's hand. Rather, she entwined their fingers together. "I just wanted to give you a surprise. Now let us go. Yan and Jielun are waiting for us. We should head to dinner." All right. At the school gate, the reunited quartet, wishing to avoid being recognized, exchanged little pleasantries and directly hopped into Zhu Yan's car. "What shall we eat?" As Zhu Yan started the car, she posed this age-old question. "I'm not familiar with the cuisine here in Beijing, so Away and Yifei, it's up to you two to decide." With this, Zhou Jielun promptly shifted the responsibility onto his companions. As Liu Yifei cast her gaze towards him, Li Siwei found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He turned directly to Zhu Yan and said, "Yan, let us head to that place we often visit. The weather is perfect for a barbecue." "All right," Zhu Yan replied. The establishment Li Siwei spoke of was a quaint eatery, nestled within the bustling heart of the capital, a hidden gem the two had stumbled upon by chance. Observing the small restaurant before them, Li Siwei patted Zhou Jielun on the shoulder and inquired, "So, have you ever indulged in barbecue here?" "A few times," Zhou Jielun responded. "This place is absolutely delightful, though it lacks private rooms. Are you okay with that?" "If you and Yifei are unperturbed, then I certainly shan't be," Zhou replied. Among the four of them, only Li Siwei, as the director, was unconcerned about maintaining a strict diet. Thus he opted not to order excessively, mainly wishing to sample a variety of dishes. For the actors, however, weight management was crucial. They could scarcely afford to indulge, especially in the evening. "Fortunately, I am the director and can relish these delights without a care," he mused. Seeing Li Siwei's self-satisfied demeanor, Liu Yifei playfully swatted him twice. "Let's go for a walk to help digest," she suggested. The proposal received unanimous agreement from the other three, particularly from Zhou Jielun, who needed to alleviate the effects of his substantial meal before shooting the next day. "Phew," Zhou exhaled, "I haven't enjoyed such a relaxed stroll in ages." As public figures, it had been quite some time since they had the luxury of leisurely wandering outdoors. Even Li Siwei, amid a recent surge in popularity, had seldom ventured out. After meandering until 10 o'clock, the group finally made their way home. "I'm off. See you at school tomorrow." "Wait a moment. Come here," Liu Yifei called out. "What is it?" Li Siwei obediently approached. Without responding, Liu Yifei wrapped an arm around his neck and planted a kiss on his lips. After a prolonged moment, they parted, and Li Siwei chuckled. "What was that? An ambush?" "That was a good night kiss. Be careful on your way home," she replied. "All right." As Li Siwei departed in Zhu Yan's car, Liu Yifei hummed a cheerful tune and skipped into her home. "I'm back," she announced. "Mom, you're still awake?" Liu Yifei was taken aback. having thought Lu Xiaoli was already asleep. It's fine if you're dating Xiaoli, but you need to be cautious. She. Remember, you are an actress. Safety is paramount. Having returned from her previous life, Lu Yifei understood the implications of Lu Xiaoli's concern and felt her cheeks flush. Oh, mother, I won't engage with you anymore, she retorted, dashing to her room. The following morning, Li Siwei visited Tian Zhuozhuang's office. After considerable contemplation, he decided to bring Hachi, A Dog's Tale, to Beijing Film Academy for editing, especially given the recent tumultuous events in the country. Having Tian Zhuozhuang assist would provide a layer of assurance. You've made quite the stir upon your return, Tian noted, handing Li Siwei a newspaper. Li Siwei glanced at the headline. Li Siwei wraps shooting and returns home, dining with friends Lu Yifei, Zhou Jieluan, and Zhu Yan. After skimming the article, he placed the newspaper back down with a sigh. These reporters are utterly tedious. Haha, your fame has grown. Naturally, they will keep a close watch on you, Tian remarked. Chapter 48, Routine. In truth, it wasn't solely the newspapers that reported on Li Siwei and his companions. Online discussions were also abuzz with their dining escapades. With little noteworthy news in the entertainment industry recently, and no new films premiering, the media's focus shifted to more prominent stars. I can't believe Li Siwei and Zhou Jieluan are acquainted. What a delightful surprise. I adore both of them, one user commented. With the interactions between Li Siwei and Lu Yifei, how can anyone assert they are not involved? Another mused. I too believe they must be dating. Please refrain from spreading rumors. What's wrong with good friends dining together? Although Li Siwei had not seen the online discussions, he was well aware that rumors regarding his relationship with Lu Yifei would inevitably emerge. Yet, both parties considered it inconsequential. On the contrary, they perceived it as beneficial. By allowing the public to acclimate to their companionship, any future official announcement would likely face minimal backlash. That is why I advised you to be more cautious. Your rising fame attracts many scrutinizing eyes, and any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Tian Zhuozhuang had invested considerable effort to ensure his protégé's romantic affairs did not cause trouble. I understand, teacher, Li Siwei replied. All right, you attend to your matters. I will oversee the editing of Hachi, A Dog's Tale. Thank you, teacher. No need for such formalities, just get going. Though Li Siwei's own company possessed a professional editing team, he welcomed Tian's assistance. After departing from the academy, he returned to his company, mindful of his responsibilities as the owner. Sister Zhang, I appreciate your efforts during this time. Boss, it is my duty. By the way, the copyright you asked me to acquire has been successfully purchased. Upon his return to the company, Li Siwei received the pleasant news that the rights to Infiltration, a major hit series, had been secured, making it an excellent opportunity for both financial gain and actor promotion. Excellent. Let us proceed to recruit some screenwriters and begin the adaptation. Understood, boss. Just as Zhang Li was about to leave, she turned back and said, by the way, boss, I've heard that director Feng Xiaojiang's new film seems to have flopped again. I've heard about that as well. But we cannot place the blame solely on Feng Xiaojiang. It's also a consequence of director Chen's work. The abysmal reception of The Promise had sparked reluctance among international distributors towards domestic historical films. Prior to The Promise, such films had garnered considerable acclaim abroad. The fallout had been significant, and Li Siwei had even heard that Feng Xiaojiang had vented his frustrations at Chen Kaiga during Cannes. Although Feng Xiaojiang later denied the allegations, Li Siwei understood that he must have expressed his displeasure. After Zhang Li exited, Li Siwei opened his computer to review the promotional materials for Stone. Han Samping had previously agreed to assist with the film's marketing, but he would not be overly invested, so Li Siwei suggested to Ning how that they utilize online promotion, which might yield better results. Indeed, upon logging onto his computer, he found promotional content for Stone on several major websites. Tom, what's the matter? Is there an issue with the crew's formation? Li Siwei yinkidat. Boss, there are no problems with the crew. Rest assured, I am a professional. As for Silence, it is nearing completion. Although Li Siwei had signed a contract with Lionsgate long ago, they only commenced preparations for Silence after filming for Hachi. A Dog's Tale progressed past the halfway mark. To his surprise, it was nearing completion so swiftly. Indeed, professionalism speaks volumes. Lionsgate excels in B-grade horror films, demonstrating both speed and quality. This starkly contrasts with the mechanical, assembly line nature of domestic productions. All right, I understand. Inform Lionsgate that I will be visiting once Silence is completed. After hanging up with Tom, Li Siwei returned to the academy. The post-production of Stone was meticulously overseen by Ning Hao himself, a labor of love infused with his utmost dedication. However, as the premiere approached, a sense of apprehension began to creep into his heart. Consequently, he sought the assistance of Li Siwei for a preliminary viewing. If Li Siwei deemed the film satisfactory, it would undoubtedly provide Ning Hao with a sense of reassurance. Are you going to watch the film? During lunch in the cafeteria at Beijing Film Academy, Liu Yifei inquired with a hint of confusion regarding Li Siwei's invitation. There aren't any films being released recently, are there? It's Ning Hao's Stone, set to premiere soon. Yet, I still harbor some reservations, so he asked me to take a look. Would it be appropriate for me to attend? Of course it would, given our relationship. Akin to that of an old married couple, don't you agree? Who appointed you the elder in this relationship? But since you've extended such a heartfelt invitation, I shall reluctantly accompany you to have a glance. Unable to contain his amusement at Liu Yifei's proud demeanor, Li Siwei chuckled heartily. What are you laughing at? Is there something wrong with what I said? Not at all. You are quite right. At least you possess some sense. In the afternoon, the duo ventured to the screening room at the academy. Ning Hao had originally rented the school's equipment for post-production, and it must be said that the Beijing Film Academy truly excels in this regard, providing considerable support to its students. Ning, I hope you don't mind if I bring an extra guest, Li Siwei said, glancing at Liu Yifei beside him, aware of the rumors surrounding the two of them. Ning Hao, though he may have the appearance of a rough exterior, was indeed a man of keen perception. Of course, it's no trouble at all. It is my honor to have Miss Liu here, he replied with a smile. Ning, please, just call me Yifei, Liu Yifei interjected politely. All right, enough with the pleasantries. Let us get started, Li Siwei interjected with a playful annoyance. Very well. Although Li Siwei had watched the film in his previous life, viewing it again still elicited laughter from both him and Liu Yifei, which caught the attention of several faculty members who had come to observe. What did you think? Once the film concluded, Ning Hao inquired anxiously, observing the expressions of Li Siwei and Liu Yifei. Ning, the film was exceptionally well made, utterly hilarious. Especially that segment with Bo Gu, Liu Yifei praised, prompting Ning Hao to beam with joy. If I were to relay your commendation to Huang Bo, he would surely be over the moon. Indeed, you have captured the essence beautifully, senior brother. This film will undoubtedly bring joy to its audience, Li Siwei remarked, his evaluation grounded in sincerity. In his previous life, Stone had garnered a commendable reputation, though the lack of funds for promotion hindered its box office potential. With your words, I can finally breathe easy. Every time I watch the finished product, I feel I've given it my all. Yet the thought of box office performance fills me with trepidation, Ning Hao confessed. Li Siwei's assessment completely alleviated Ning Hao's concerns. While Liu Yifei's praise merely brought him joy, the validation from Li Siwei, who had experience in both box office success and accolades, was profoundly reassuring. Chapter 49. The premiere of Stone Away. I cannot express how grateful I am for your presence today, Ning Hao remarked, filled with emotion at Li Siwei's attendance. Prior to Li Siwei's arrival, despite securing investment from Liu Dehua's New Star project, Ning Hao had not garnered much faith from others. Senior brother, I have faith that Stone will be a triumph. After that, you shall no longer lack for investment, Li Siwei encouraged. Let us hope so, Ning Hao replied, though he remained cautious about the film's box office prospects, haunted by the memory of his previous film, Incense, which had faltered. Enough of this overthinking. Gome, let me treat you to a meal. Away, why don't you and Yifei dine together? I shan't intrude. My wife awaits me at home. As he spoke, Ning Hao's phone rang. Having a family is indeed wonderful. With someone calling to invite you to dinner, he mused, bidding farewell to Li Siwei and Liu Yifei until the premiere. What shall we eat? Let us skip dining out and head to the cafeteria instead. Very well. As you wish. Time truly flies. It's hard to believe we have nearly completed a year since our rebirth and are approaching graduation once more. Indeed, it has passed swiftly. By the way, did you attend the graduation ceremony in your previous life? Of course. But as an ordinary student in the film department, I certainly wouldn't have attracted the attention of our illustrious star. In response to Li Siwei's teasing, Liu Yifei merely raised her chin proudly, declaring, well, I was a multifaceted star in film, television, and music at that time. Yet, if memory serves, our illustrious star's two films seem to have flopped, didn't they? In truth, while Liu Yifei had not pursued singing much later in her career, her album had seen considerable sales. However, those two films from Taiwan had indeed not fared well. Are you trying to provoke me? Although it was not a weekday, and many students had already completed their finals, some teachers continued to offer private lessons, while aspiring actors took advantage of the weekend to attend tutoring sessions. Thus, the cafeteria remained bustling with activity. As Li Siwei and Liu Yifei entered the cafeteria, they attracted numerous curious gazes. One, a young director, the other a prominent star. It was impossible not to draw attention. Despite Li Siwei's thick skin, being under so many scrutinizing eyes made him a tad uneasy, prompting the pair to choose a relatively secluded corner of the cafeteria. In the following days, Li Siwei and Liu Yifei frequently appeared in the school cafeteria, one engaged in post-production work, the other refining her acting skills. Neither wishing to dine elsewhere, making the Academy's cafeteria their ideal choice. Before long, the day of the Stone premiere arrived. As the film's director, Ning Hao arrived early with the main cast at the venue, observing the influx of stars and industry figures. He welcomed them at the entrance while feeling a wave of emotions wash over him. He understood that these individuals were not there for him, but rather for Li Siwei. In fact, Ning Hao had reservations about holding a premiere, fearing it would be embarrassing if no one showed up. But Li Siwei's assurance of his attendance had put his mind at ease. Scheduled for midday, Li Siwei did not arrive too early. As the spotlight was on Ning Hao and his team, he was merely there to lend his support. At noon, Li Siwei departed from the Beijing Film Academy, heading to the premiere of Stone. The venue was modest, reflecting Ning Hao's current lack of fame. Yet upon Li Siwei's arrival, he was surprised to see a considerable turnout. "Director Ning, you've arrived." "Director." Upon entering the hotel, numerous industry professionals eagerly approached to greet him. "Spotting Li Siwei." Ning Hao hurried over. "Ah Wei, you finally made it. Senior brother, you are the star of the day. I must ensure you have ample stage space." Li Siwei replied, only to be taken aback when he noticed Lu Dahua had also arrived. "Brother Hua, it's an honor to meet you." "Director, I had hoped to meet you in Hong Kong last time, but unfortunately, I didn't get the chance." Regarding the film Stone, Lu Dahua harbored reservations, as Ning Hao had previously directed only art films, which had performed poorly at the box office. He invested a modest sum primarily due to his appreciation for the script. But he was taken aback when Li Siwei also chose to invest in the film. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the premiere commenced. As the film unfolded gradually, a series of gags emerged, prompting even those who had merely come to observe to erupt in laughter. "How is it, brother? Are you at ease now?" Hearing the laughter resonating from behind, Ning Hao finally felt a sense of relief. Following the conclusion of the film, the interview segment began, with the spotlight predominantly on the investors, Li Siwei and Lu Dahua. "Director Li, what prompted you to invest in this film?" "The primary reason is certainly the excellence of the script. I am always willing to invest in quality material." Li Siwei succinctly answered a few questions before deferring to Ning Hao. "I'm immensely grateful to Mr. Lu Dahua and Ah Wei for granting me this opportunity to bring Stone to life. Without their support, today Stone would not exist." After the interview, Lu Dahua prepared to leave, as he was quite busy during this period, attending the premiere primarily to connect with Li Siwei. "Director Li, I hope we can collaborate in the future." "No problem, Brother Hua. I will certainly reach out if a suitable script arises." That evening, the premiere of Stone was featured prominently across various newspapers, and numerous online articles celebrated the event. Critics and media outlets praised Stone highly, regarding it as a departure from traditional comedy, infused with dark humor. During the premiere, many audience members found themselves unable to contain their laughter, igniting curiosity among netizens. With such positive reviews online, I'll go support it in a couple of days. There haven't been many films released lately, so a comedy sounds delightful. I'm genuinely interested in a film co-invested by Li Siwei and Lu Dahua. 2 days later, Stone had a wide release, and due to the absence of competing films in June, theaters allocated substantial screening times to it. Many industry insiders who attended the premiere believed the film's box office performance would be promising, perhaps even surprising. On the second day, following its release, Li Siwei received a call from Ning Hao while still in slumber. "Ah Wei, the opening day box office is 3.2 million. Hearing Ning Hao's excited voice on the other end of the line roused Li Siwei completely. "Congratulations, brother. With this, you won TLAC for investment in your future projects. I must thank you. Without your promotional efforts, Stone wouldn't have achieved this success." "All right, brother, let us not get too sentimental. After all, I am an investor too. A high box office means profit for me as well." Chapter 50, Graduation. After ending the call with Ning Hao, Li Siwei had no intention of returning to sleep. Instead, he opened his computer to peruse online reviews of Stone. Indeed, the film continued to enjoy the favorable reputation it had garnered in its previous life, with numerous netizens lauding it. I nearly died laughing. Many of the jokes were utterly fresh to me. Highly recommended. The dialogue felt so relatable, making it particularly endearing. The lines were hilarious. The reference to the first P of 2002 was simply absurd. There were countless similar comments, and after reading them, Li Siwei nodded in satisfaction, realizing that the promotional expenses were well spent. The box office would surely surpass that of his previous life. The extent of the increase would depend on the film's subsequent reception. Over the next few days, the box office for Stone continued to climb steadily, buoyed by the overwhelming positive reviews, and director Ning Hao began to emerge in the public eye as the box office figures rose. Numerous film companies within the industry contacted Ning Hao on the very first day the box office was announced, eager to invest in his next project. Li Siwei encountered Ning Hao again a week after the film's release. By then, Stone had amassed a box office total of 45 million. Ning Hao was now beaming with joy, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Oh wait, you have no idea. So many industry leaders, even some coal tycoons, have reached out to me over the past few days, eager to invest in my next film. Some even brought scripts, asking me to direct their projects. With a broad smile, Ning Hao recounted his recent experiences, embodying a blend of happiness and the burdens of newfound attention. Congratulations, brother. However, I must remind you to be discerning with script offers. Li Siwei, feeling equally pleased, noted that in just a week, Stone had surpassed the total box office of its previous life by twofold. Nevertheless, he cautioned Ning Hao. After all, Ning Hao's reputation was just beginning to rise. Accepting a subpar script could lead him back to obscurity. Ning Hao accepted Li Siwei's advice without resentment, nodding in agreement. Oh wait, rest assured, I'm well aware of this. Just the other day, someone handed me a script that was essentially a knockoff of Stone, yet it made no logical sense whatsoever. Rising from his seat, Ning Hao looked earnestly at Li Siwei and said, "Ah Wei, I must sincerely thank you. Without your assistance, even if Stone had been completed, it would have achieved such high box office returns." Ning Hao understood that without Li Siwei's promotional strategy, Stone's box office would not have soared as it did. After all, a film, no matter how well made, requires promotion to attract viewers. This was the very reason Stone had faltered in its previous life. Initially, when Stone debuted, few were aware of its existence. It was only after positive word of mouth began to circulate that the box office started to recover, but by then, it had already been in theaters for 2 weeks. All right, brother, any more gratitude would be excessive. The success of Stone is primarily due to the film's inherent excellence. Fine, I won't digress any further. If you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. In the following days, Stone's box office continued to rise, swiftly reaching a total of 60 million. The film's budget had been disclosed during the premiere, with Liu Dehua and Li Siwei each contributing 3 million, totaling 8 million when accounting for promotional costs. Observing the film's budget alongside its current box office, many industry insiders felt envious. Even state media used Stone as a benchmark to encourage the cultural and entertainment sector. Han Samping from China Film lamented the rising box office of Stone, regretting that the first approach had been made to them. However, despite his regret, he found himself at a loss for words. Resigned to wait for Ning Hao's next film to seize the opportunity. By the end of June, the weather in the capital had turned sweltering. Yet the halls of Beijing Film Academy remained bustling with activity. The heat was counterbalanced by the excitement of the day. Today marked the graduation ceremony for the class of 2002. The Academy placed immense importance on this event, as the class of 2002 boasted not only frontline stars like Liu Yifei and Zhu Yan, but also the esteemed international director Li Siwei. Much to the delight of the Academy's leaders, especially as they basked in the envious glances from peers at other institutions. Outside the lecture hall, clusters of graduates donned their caps and gowns, capturing memories together. Undoubtedly, the most captivating spectacle is the Performing Arts Department, where a cohort of youthful and radiant young women flows like a vibrant tableau. Among them, the most striking figure is Liu Yifei, who has already garnered immense fame through television dramas such as Tianlong and Shendiao. With successful films like Those Years and The Assassin now under her belt, it can be said that her renown surpasses that of her previous life. The only individual who can rival Liu Yifei in this regard is Li Siwei, who takes great pride in being classmates with such an internationally acclaimed director. As the graduates gathered for photos, Li Siwei approached Liu Yifei, holding a bouquet of flowers, and warmly said, "Qian, congratulations on your graduation." With a beaming smile, Liu Yifei accepted the flowers with one hand, while revealing another bouquet she had prepared, offering it to Li Siwei, saying, "Ah Wei, congratulations on your graduation." Seeing Liu Yifei's radiant smile, Li Siwei happily accepted her flowers and stepped forward to embrace her. Liu Yifei, nestled in his arms, reciprocated by wrapping her arms around his waist. I interjected, "Could you too perhaps consider the feelings of those around you? It's rather unfair that someone invited me only to cast me aside." Nearby, Zhu Yan and Zhou Jiluan, witnessing the oblivious couple, began to tease them. Upon hearing their playful jibes, Li Siwei and Liu Yifei parted, and Li Siwei, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "Do you realize how much you ruin the ambience? Seriously, please stop mimicking my speech. It sounds quite awkward," he added. Observing their banter, Liu Yifei, clutching her bouquet, cheerfully suggested, "All right, let us take a group photo." Sure. With the click of the camera, the smiles of the four were immortalized. After their photo session, Liu Yifei joined Zhou Yang and others for additional pictures, leaving Li Siwei to entertain himself. Li Siwei, understandingly, had no objections, knowing that after today, it might be challenging to gather everyone again. as many would likely drift into separate worlds. Though he had experienced this before, Li Siwei was still profoundly moved, for he had not enjoyed such popularity in his past life, with so many eager to take photos with him. As more classmates came forward for pictures, Zhou Jiluan naturally assumed the role of a competent photographer. Once the photo taking concluded, Li Siwei turned to Zhou Jiluan and said, "By the way, later, you should accompany me to the company. I've made revisions to your magical campus romance script." "Great." Zhou Jiluan's eyes widened with excitement. Though even with his eyes wide open, they remained unremarkably small. "What script are you referring to?" Zhu Yan inquired, now intrigued. "It's a script that Jiluan crafted. You should come and see it later." Li Siwei invited Zhu Yan as well, as he had nothing pressing to attend to. "All right, let us head to the auditorium. You still need to give a speech as an outstanding graduate." Indeed, Li Siwei was to take the stage as the distinguished graduate representing the class of 2002. Upon entering the grand auditorium of Beijing Film Academy, Li Siwei separated from Zhu Yan and proceeded backstage to prepare. Soon, the graduation ceremony was nearing its conclusion, and the host, beaming with joy, announced, "Next, let's invite our outstanding graduate from the photography department, Li Siwei, to the stage." Below, the photography department leaders were jubilant. Although Li Siwei had spent most of his time learning alongside the directing department's Tian Zhuang, he was still one of their own, which made them even more amused as they glanced at the directing students beside them. Unlike the others from the directing department, Tian Zhuang looked on with nothing but pride as Li Siwei slowly made his way to the stage. Li Siwei approached the microphone and said, "I am grateful to the school for bestowing upon me this honor. To be honest, I only possess some insights into filmmaking. There are still many areas in which I need to learn. Many have inquired about my success, and the answer is quite simple. The essence of film lies in telling a coherent story. Once you convey the narrative clearly, you have succeeded halfway. Once again, I thank the school, my teachers, and everyone who has assisted me, enabling me to tell my own story. In conclusion, I hope everyone shines with their own brilliance in the world of light and shadow. Graduation is not an end, but a new beginning. Thank you all." As Li Siwei finished, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. After the ceremony, he took Lu Yifei to his company, as she was keen to see the changes he made to Zhou Jiluan's script, having been aware of it from her past life. Zhu Yan and Zhou Jiluan, understanding the situation, chose to refrain from being third wheels and let Li Siwei and Lu Yifei go ahead. Lu Yifei had visited Li Siwei's company numerous times and was even more familiar with it than he was. Upon arriving, they headed straight to his office. Once inside, Li Siwei swiftly turned to embrace Lu Yifei and pinned her against the wall. Before she could utter a word, he leaned in and kissed her. It is no wonder Li Siwei acted this way. On this special graduation day, Lu Yifei had adorned herself with an exquisite makeup look. Surrounded by a crowd at school, Li Siwei had refrained from making bold moves, but now, in the intimacy of the office with just the two of them, he felt emboldened. Caught off guard by the sudden kiss, Lu Yifei quickly regained her composure, wrapping her arms around his neck and closing her eyes. However, when she felt his restless hands, she blushed and gently pushed him away. "Just a couple of kisses? We are still in the office, and Yan and the others will be here soon," she remarked, adjusting her attire while casting a playful glare at Li Siwei. "Oh, I understand," he replied. "What do you understand?" "Hee. You mean to say that next time we can be more adventurous outside the office?" Li Siwei's impish grin was unmistakable, and though Lu Yifei shot him another reproachful glance, she didn't counter his suggestion. Instead, she settled into Li Siwei's executive chair and inquired, "Whereas the revised script? How'd you like to take a look?" Seeing Lu Yifei not refuting him, Li Siwei's smile widened, though he recognized the day would not be suitable for further distractions. He obediently walked over to his computer and retrieved the script. When Zhu Yan and Zhou Jiluan entered the office, they found Lu Yifei leisurely seated in the boss's chair, looking at the computer, while Li Siwei lounged on the adjacent sofa. Upon their arrival, Li Siwei gestured to the desk, saying, "I printed 2 copies of the script. Feel free to review them." "Great." As the trio perused the script, a knock sounded at the office door. "Yes, what is it, Ms. Zhang?" "Mr. Li, the assistant and driver you requested have been found and are currently in the adjacent office." Li Siwei nodded, pleased with Zhang Li's efficiency. Initially, he had only intended to find a driver, but considering the need for assistance with various tasks, he had asked Zhang Li to recruit an assistant as well. "All right, let us go meet them." After exchanging pleasantries with the 3 individuals engrossed in the script, I made my way to the adjacent office. "Greetings, Mr. Li. My name is Zhang Wei, and I will be assuming the role of your assistant starting today." "Hello, Mr. Li. I am Gao Hu, your driver." Upon entering the neighboring office, Li Siwei and Zhang Li were met by 2 individuals who had been waiting inside, both of whom promptly stood up to introduce themselves. Clad in impeccably tailored black suits, Zhang Wei exuded vitality, appearing to be in her 30s, while the driver, Gao Hu, was notably robust, his physique betraying a military background. Pleasure to meet you. Please, make yourselves comfortable, Li Siwei remarked, glancing at the information Zhang Li had provided him. With a curious expression, he turned to Zhang Wei and inquired, Miss Zhang, having graduated from Fudan University, what prompted you to take on the role of a mere assistant? It's not yet 20 years from now, and students from esteemed institutions like Fudan still hold considerable market value. First and foremost, the salary offered by Mr. Zhang was too enticing to decline. Furthermore, having come to understand the potential trajectory of your career, I firmly believe that Mr. Li's future developments will undoubtedly soar. Of course, you are already an internationally acclaimed director, and your ascent will surely continue. Being by your side grants me a commendable opportunity for advancement. Observing Zhang Wei's articulate and confident demeanor, Li Siwei nodded with satisfaction, smiling as he asked, Have you signed a confidentiality agreement? Yes, it has already been signed. Excellent. Then I wish us a fruitful collaboration, he replied. Thank you for your trust, Director Li. As for the driver, Gao Hu, Li Siwei was even more pleased. A veteran of the military, coupled with Zhang Li's insights, it became clear that Gao Hu could not only serve as a driver, but also as a bodyguard when necessary. Brother Gao, I look forward to a pleasant collaboration. Rest assured, Mr. Li, I will fulfill my duties with utmost diligence. Having concluded his conversation with his assistant and driver, Li Siwei returned to his office. How is it? The script is satisfactory, I presume? In response to Li Siwei's inquiry, Zhou Jieluan stood up, visibly exhilarated. Oh, it's you. The revisions you've made to the script are nothing short of perfection. It embodies precisely what I envisioned. Beside him, Liu Yifei and Zhu Yan nodded in agreement, both expressing their approval of the script, particularly Liu Yifei, who felt that after Li Siwei's modifications, it surpassed its previous iteration. Upon hearing Zhou Jieluan's praise, Li Siwei lifted his head with a hint of pride. Of course, do you not realize who I am? You're just saying that because you're feeling a bit chubby, Zhou Jieluan teased. Come on, let's go out for a meal. I'm quite famished. All right, let us go eat. Zhu Yan and Zhou Jieluan shared in the sentiment, having barely eaten during lunch. Chapter 52. The symposium. As the four emerged from the office, Li Siwei addressed the employees. Today, I graduated, so we shall leave early. With the end of the workday approaching, he decided to grant an early dismissal to the staff, a gesture to win their goodwill. Hooray! Long live the boss. The boss is the most handsome. To the employee who declared him the most handsome, Li Siwei replied with mock annoyance. Oh, really? Why do I see your gaze constantly fixed on Zhou Jieluan? It was undeniable that during this period, Zhou Jieluan was indeed far more handsome than he would appear a decade later. How could that be, boss? You're the most handsome. Once outside the company, Gao drove them straight to the previous barbecue stall. Over the next few days, Li Siwei dedicated the majority of his energy to editing Hachi, A Dog's Tale. Meanwhile, the box office for Stone peaked at 80 million before experiencing a steep decline, with daily earnings hovering around 1 million, and at times plummeting to about 500,000. Though the prospect of reaching 100 million appeared bleak, both Li Siwei and Ning Hao felt immense satisfaction. Even Liu Dahua, far away in Hong Kong, was equally content. Noting that the 80 million figure represented only the mainland box office, Stone had performed admirably in Hong Kong and Taiwan, bringing the total box office to over 100 million. The success of Stone transformed the previously inconspicuous Ning Hao into a sought-after figure, even leading to an invitation for him to attend the Shanghai International Film Festival. Although recognized as an A-list film festival by the International Association of Film Producers since 1994, a series of questionable practices had tarnished its reputation over the years, alienating both international and domestic filmmakers. Particularly in recent years, the festival had gained notoriety for favoring foreign films, often awarding accolades even to those who did not attend, while domestic films that were eligible for recognition were largely obscure. Neither Zhang Yimou nor Feng Xiaojiang was inclined to participate in this film festival. However, despite its diminished prestige, it remained an A-list festival. Yet, at that time, Ning Hao was busy promoting in Sichuan and Chongqing for box office purposes and had no time to attend. As for Li Siwei, he was even less inclined to go, as he wished to avoid any unpleasantness. Moreover, he still had editing to complete, and he was inundated with calls that had become quite bothersome. Thankfully, the arrival of Zhang Wei as his assistant provided some relief. The success of Stone benefited Li Siwei significantly as well. Huai had become the most successful private enterprise in the film industry in recent years, but Li Siwei, a rising star, was even more remarkable. His personal success was noteworthy, but the unexpected triumph of the films he had invested in further elevated his status, garnering envy from industry peers. Following Stone's success, numerous calls flooded in, with many hoping to invest in Li Siwei's next film or even his company. This influx of calls explained why Li Siwei was constantly in communication. Certain calls could be handled by Zhang Wei, but others, such as the one from Han Samping, required Li Siwei's personal attention. Mr. Han, is it possible for me to skip this? You know I'm still engaged in post-production. In light of Stone's success, there was a decision to hold a symposium. Over the past couple of years, as domestic cinema continued to flourish, such symposiums have proliferated. Essentially, any successful film warranted attendance. In earlier instances, Li Siwei could dodge the obligation by working on set, but now he was left with no excuses. Director Li, this is a good opportunity. I understand that you young folks may not relish these events, but on the other hand, having more visibility before the leaders can be beneficial for your future. Don't always view it as a hassle. With Han Samping's insistence, Li Siwei had no choice but to acquiesce. All right, Mr. Han, rest assured I will attend. A couple of days later, the symposium commenced, with Li Siwei accompanying Ning Hao. Wei, have you ever attended a symposium before? This is my first time, and I feel a bit anxious. Previously, Ning Hao had been a mere unknown, rendering him unable to attend such events. How fortuitous, senior brother. I too am attending for the first time. I missed the earlier ones. Senior brother, you mustn't be nervous today. You are the star of the show. Ning Hao grew even more anxious at Li Siwei's jest. Just as they were conversing, the attendees for the symposium began to gather, with the leaders expected to arrive last. Li Siwei glanced around and noticed that most attendees were established actors and directors, with only a handful being owners of private enterprises and filmmakers. Shinkai, it seemed, had recovered from the setback of the promise, and during his speech, he had reverted to his previous demeanor, peppering his remarks with personal anecdotes and discussing his upcoming film. Today's theme is not particularly grand or lofty. The primary focus is simply money. The representatives from various cinema chains exhibit considerable flair, especially Wanda, which has expressed intentions to continue expanding its scale over the next 2 years. This proclamation was met with smiles from the leadership. Observing the curious demeanor of Wanda's spokesperson, Li Siwei couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Who would have imagined that in just over a decade, Wanda would falter? As the remarks from the cinema representatives concluded, it was time for Ning Hao, the nominal protagonist, to take the floor. Sitting beside him, Li Siwei endeavored to minimize his presence to avoid drawing attention from the leaders. Although Ning Hao had just expressed his anxiety, during his speech he appeared entirely unperturbed, primarily lamenting the scant support for new directors and arguing that backing should not be reserved solely for veteran filmmakers. While his words were rather blunt, they nonetheless earned him the appreciation of the leadership. Director Li, please share your thoughts. I have been hearing your name every day lately. With the leadership calling on him, Li Siwei could no longer remain in the shadows. Initially, he intended to merely offer a brief comment and move on, but as he spoke, he found himself unable to stop, directly criticizing the Golden Rooster Awards. I firmly believe that domestic awards should not solely pursue films they favor while excluding commercially successful blockbusters. The leaders on stage nodded in agreement, though their response was somewhat muted. The directors in the audience were taken aback by Li Siwei's audacity. Yet they largely concurred with his sentiments, and Feng Xiaojiang expressed strong agreement, remarking on the numerous dubious practices of the Golden Rooster. In stark contrast, the expressions of several elder representatives from various associations soured noticeably. Once Li Siwei took his seat, Ning Hao leaned in and whispered, "Aren't you concerned about offending the Golden Rooster with such statements?" "Even if I remained silent, they wouldn't offer me any goodwill," he replied. The previous year's absence from the Golden Rooster by those years had left the judges rather displeased. As the saying goes, I may choose not to award you, but you cannot choose not to show up. They resolved their lunch in the cafeteria, which, as expected of an institutional dining facility, boasted a wide variety of options. As the afternoon meeting concluded, Li Siwei and Ning Hao slipped away, having endured a day of discussions that left Li Siwei's head throbbing. Chapter 53. Internal Screening and Returning Home. In an editing room at Beijing Film Academy, Li Siwei stretched and exhaled deeply after a month's effort. The post-production of Hachi, A Dog's Tale, was finally complete. Just as he intended to call Tian Zhuang to convey the news, he received a call from him instead. "Thanks to your guidance, it wouldn't have been completed so swiftly otherwise. Enough with the flattery. Now that post-production is finished, let us hold an internal screening at the Academy. Everyone else's graduation projects have been submitted. You're the last one left. But don't worry. It will only be attended by a few teachers, no outsiders." Li Siwei was taken aback by Tian Zhuang's words. According to protocol, graduating students were typically allowed to view each other's works. Sensing Li Siwei's confusion, Tian Zhuang continued, "We're mainly concerned about some individuals spreading rumors. Although your film is adapted from a Japanese original, significant modifications have been made, so it's best not to expose it to too many eyes. Consider this a special privilege for you. I understand, teacher. However, do not get too complacent. This privilege is not without its strings attached. If you fail to win an award, you shall owe me a favor. Haha, rest assured, teacher, I doubt I will need to repay that favor. It must be said that the school's leaders are quite astute. They are fully aware of the situation surrounding Li Siwei. The following morning, Li Siwei boarded Gao Hu's vehicle and headed to Beijing Film Academy. Upon his arrival, he was unexpectedly besieged by a throng of reporters. Dr. Li, could you disclose how your new film differs from the original Japanese version? Apologies, but I cannot share that information just yet. Fortunately, the Academy security was prompt in intervening, escorting Li Siwei inside. The guards barred reporters from following, stating, "Sorry, today's event is an internal screening and unauthorized personnel are not permitted." Ah, it's you. A graduation project attracting so much media attention. Indeed, quite an impressive turnout. As Li Siwei awkwardly entered, Zhu Yan and Zhou Jieluan teased him. Ignoring their jests, Li Siwei raised a middle finger in their direction before striding into the screening room. Zhu Yan and Zhou Jieluan were the only ones allowed to attend apart from the teachers. Liu Yifei had intended to join, but had to miss it due to various endorsements and magazine shoots. Li Siwei was indifferent. It wasn't Tia's final film, after all, and it was merely an internal screening. Soon, Hachi, A Dog's Tale commenced. Many attendees were familiar with the original, yet Li Siwei's rendition offered delightful surprises. His version was notably more concise and utilized a non-linear narrative, imbuing it with greater emotional depth than its predecessor. Particularly in the latter part of the film, the poignant bond between human and dog captivated many teachers, with Zhu Yan and Zhou Jieluan shedding a few tears, which they hastily wiped away when Li Siwei noticed. Old Tian, your student is truly remarkable. With Li Siwei, you might find it hard to discover another student of such caliber. Once the film concluded, the attending teachers offered high praise, and a smile never left Tian Zhuangzhuang's face. After the other teachers departed, Tian Zhuangzhuang clapped Li Siwei on the shoulder and remarked, "Now you can finally consider yourself a graduate. Luring you away from those old fogies in the cinematography department was my best decision. Although you are a cinematography student, you will always be my student. Teacher, I should be the one thanking you. Without your guidance, I could not have achieved my current success." Li Siwei felt genuine gratitude towards Tian Zhuangzhuang. Without his support, his journey would not have been so smooth. After Tian Zhuangzhuang left, Li Siwei did not linger at the academy. After collecting his copy, he returned to the company with Zhu Yan and Zhou Jieluan. The next day, Li Siwei instructed Zhang Li to send Hachi, A Dog's Tale, to Venice. He felt confident about this edited version of the film. That day, once he had settled company affairs, he took his assistant Zhang Wei and driver Gao Hu back to his hometown. Since the Lunar New Year, Li Siwei had been too busy to return, and knowing he was preoccupied with filming, his parents had refrained from calling him. Therefore, before heading to Hollywood, he decided to visit home. "All right, you two go have fun. I'll head home alone." Understood, Dr. Li. After watching Zhang Wei and Gao Hu depart, Li Siwei turned and entered his residential community. Skillfully retrieving his keys, he opened the door, and a delightful aroma wafted through, enveloping him. He has returned. First, let's put away the suitcase. Dinner will be ready shortly. Before Li Siwei arrived home, he had already informed his mother, which is why he could feast upon his return. Otherwise, his mother would have already gone out shopping. "All right then, when did my son come back?" As soon as Li Siwei finished stowing his luggage, his father entered the room carrying a bottle of soy sauce. "Just after you. You've made quite a name for yourself now. I have little to say. However, I must remind you, although this industry is quite chaotic, if you engage in any indiscretions, I shall ensure that your legs are broken." Since Li Siwei was admitted to the Beijing Film Academy, his father began taking a keen interest in the entertainment industry, especially after his son became a director. "Enough now. Your son has just returned. Why bring this up? Come on, wash your hands. Dinner is ready." In their household, Li Mother's words carry the most weight. And as soon as she spoke, Li Father fell silent. At the dining table, as Li Mother served Li Siwei, she inquired, "How long will you be staying this time?" "Just 2 days. I need to make a trip to Hollywood." "Only 2 days? You truly have turned our home into a hotel? Haven to you?" Upon hearing Li Siwei's response, Li Mother immediately voiced her disapproval. "Well, dear, this is also work for him. At his age, he should be building his career." Fortunately, Li Father promptly intervened to ease the tension. Li Mother was well aware that her son's endeavors were for work, hence her complaints were merely superficial. Nonetheless, she felt a twinge of reluctance. "All right then, but you've started to make some progress in your career. When will you find a partner? I often see news about you and the little dragon girl. Are you two together?" Naturally, Li Siwei had no intention of concealing the truth from his mother, and he nodded affirmatively responding, "Indeed, we are together." With her son as confirmation, Li mother beamed, "Oh, that's wonderful. I always thought that girl was quite lovely. However, let me remind you, if you were to pursue a relationship, do it sincerely. Should you dare to wrong her, I shall ensure your legs are broken." Indeed, my mother speaks wisely. Rest assured, I am well aware. Chapter 54, Another Trip to Hollywood. After threatening Li Siwei not to mistreat Li Yifei, Li mother returned to her sentimentality regarding her son. However, Li Siwei understood that despite his mother's current reluctance, if he were to linger at home for an entire week, he would likely become a source of annoyance. After all, those who study away from home know that a parent's affection for their child typically lasts no more than 3 days. On the first day, one can indulge in any desired delicacies treated like royalty. By the second day, one's status may start to diminish slightly. On the third day, one might still have the authority to choose some dishes, but by the fourth day, one is simply grateful for whatever food is available. After satisfying his hunger, Li Siwei conversed with his parents for a while before retreating to his room to rest. Lying on his own bed, his heart found tranquility. Indeed, the saying, "When my heart is at peace, there's my home," rings true. On the third day, under Li mother's countless reminders, he boarded a plane bound for America. At the airport, "You're off to Hollywood?" "Yes, the studio has been pressing for some time." On the other end of the line, Li Yifei sighed. "It's all because of these endorsements. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to go to Shanghai and wouldn't be able to see you off. Even if you were in Beijing, you probably wouldn't be able to see me off." "Why not? I've returned to my hometown, and I'm no longer in the capital. Besides, my mother has inquired about our relationship." Upon hearing this, Li Yifei felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. "What did you say?" "Qian, what would you like me to say?" Upon hearing Li Siwei's teasing tone, Li Yifei's earlier tension dissipated, and she retorted playfully, "Just tell me." Well, I told her the truth. My mother said that if I dared to do anything to wrong you, she would have my legs broken. Our director Li must be cautious then. I doubt my father will have that opportunity. Finally, it was the boarding announcement at the airport that prompted Li Siwei to end the call. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he boarded the plane, news of his journey to Hollywood had already made headlines. Renowned director Li Siwei has departed for Hollywood today. In fact, even before Li Siwei returned to his hometown, paparazzi had already taken notice. However, since he was genuinely home at that time, they refrained from reporting. Now, upon seeing him board a flight to Hollywood, they decided to break the news. "Mr. Han, Director Li is likely heading to discuss matters with Lionsgate." Within the China Film Group, Han Samping's secretary informed him of Li Siwei's flight to Hollywood. "That seems likely, but it's a pity it's a horror film." Han Samping placed great importance on collaborating with Hollywood, as successful partnerships would bolster one's achievements. Meanwhile, in the office of Huai's Wang Zhongjuan, Wang Zhonglei remarked, "Big brother, that kid is off to Hollywood again. It's probably for that horror film. We need not concern ourselves." Big brother, that Li fellow truly lacks recognition. We reached out to him, and he still refused to cooperate with us. Observing Wang Zhonglei's indignation, Wang Zhongjuan replied coolly, "He is currently in the spotlight." Backed by Han Samping, naturally he looked down on us. "Let it be. His failure will present us with an opportunity." "I understand, big brother. By the way, keep a close eye on that Lionsgate project. We can't let others meddle." "Rest assured, big brother, Han Samping is not as well informed as we are. If Li Siwei were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that the film Wang Zhongjuan so highly valued is the king of kung fu." After a 12-hour flight, Li Siwei arrived once again in Los Angeles, greeted by Tom, who had come pick him up. "Oh boss, it's been too long. I've missed you," exclaimed Tom, repping Li Siwei in a warm embrace. "Tom, why do I feel like you've gained weight?" "Boss, saying that truly hurts my feelings." Watching the playful Tom, Li Siwei introduced Zhang Wei and Gao Hu, who were accompanying him. "Hello, I'm quite familiar with Los Angeles, so I'll guide you during this time." Over the years, Li Siwei had certainly been shuttling between Hollywood and his homeland. Thus it was essential for Zhang Wei and Gao Hu to acclimate quickly, and Tom was undoubtedly the best mentor for that. As they settled into the car, Tom began to speak while driving. "Boss, there has been a slight issue with the hunt." "What is going on?" "Ryan, Matt, and Leonardo are all quite interested in your script." Li Siwei wasn't surprised that Ryan was interested, given that Ryan's early success in Hollywood was largely due to Li Siwei. Thus, he would naturally be more invested in Li Siwei's script. "Isn't Ryan involved with Natasha? How does he have time to know about my new film?" To be honest, I'm genuinely envious of Ryan. Although I have a good relationship with him, I must say that compared to Ryan, Matt and Leonardo are far superior choices. Li Siwei wholeheartedly agreed with Tom. Both Leonardo and Matt were among Hollywood's elite actors, capable of guaranteeing box office success. As long as they were on board, there would be no concerns regarding ticket sales, though their fees were certainly not insignificant. "Tom, I comprehend everything you have said. But you must understand that the remuneration for Leon and Matt is beyond the financial capacity of our modest production team. Boss, there is no need for concern. Both Leon and Matt have expressed their willingness to reduce their fees and may even consider investing in our film. Very well. Let us arrange for them to visit our company. And as for Ryan, I shall speak with him myself. Tom's words ignited a spark of excitement within Li Siwei. For collaborating with such A-list stars would undoubtedly be advantageous for him. As Li Siwei discussed hunting with Tom, their vehicle arrived at the headquarters of Lionsgate. Li, you have finally arrived, greeted an executive from Lionsgate as soon as Li Siwei stepped out of the car. They had already viewed the complete version of Dead Silence, and following their screening, their interest in Li Siwei had intensified. I apologize for the delay. I wanted to arrive sooner, but, as you know, I was still a student and had to attend to graduation matters. Oh, how unfair life can be. Your accomplishments easily overshadow your youth. Please come in. They're already awaiting you. Upon entering the screening room at Lionsgate, James Wan approached with a warm welcome. Welcome back to Hollywood. Thank you. After exchanging pleasantries with Wan, another senior executive from Lionsgate approached Li Siwei, saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you, the genius director. We have a project that I wonder if you might be interested in." With curiosity etched on his face as he encountered this new Lionsgate executive, Li Siwei inquired, "What project?" The executive began to elucidate. "One of our executives has an idea to feature Jackie Chan and Jet Li in the same film. I believe this is a stroke of genius." Instantly, Li Siwei recognized the film they were discussing. It was indeed the Double J project. Although the film had not fared well critically in China, it had achieved impressive box office numbers, particularly in North America. By the way, there's someone from your country named Wang who seems quite interested. Initially indifferent, Li Siwei felt his interest piqued. If Huai had already reached an agreement with Lionsgate, it would be of little concern, but since Huai had yet to come to the negotiating table, Li Siwei began to contemplate the possibilities. Chapter 55, The Double J Project. Li, do you not think this is a marvelous idea? The Lionsgate executive clearly held high hopes for the project. Li, you must understand that both of them possess immense global appeal, particularly in the Asian market, where their influence is irreplaceable. Moreover, this would mark their first collaboration on film. An executive from Lionsgate, familiar with Li Siwei, interjected, continuing. Li Siwei nodded slowly, acknowledging their assertions. Although the script for The Karate Kid was rather poor, one could not deny that the Double J collaboration was indeed enticing. Given their current box office draw, it was nearly impossible for the project to incur losses. Furthermore, with additional revenue from merchandise and licensing, it was undoubtedly a lucrative venture. However, profitability aside, the script posed a significant dilemma. The subpar quality of the script had led to The Karate Kid flopping in the past, even with DVD sales barely recouping some costs. Even Hollywood had grown weary of such cliched narratives, yet the screenwriter brought on by Lionsgate had still infused this tired plotline into the project. Of course, it was likely not solely the screenwriter's fault. Negotiating roles and screen time for two international superstars would also be challenging. Observing Li Siwei nodding in agreement, the Lionsgate executive cut to the chase, asking, "So Li, are you interested?" Perhaps sensing that a straightforward proposition lacked allure, the executive continued, "Li, whether as director, screenwriter, or consultant, we are open to discussions. For this project, Lionsgate sincerely hopes you might join us." Following the inception of the Double J project, Lionsgate was inclined to collaborate with Chinese film companies or directors, given that it was a film grounded in Chinese cultural elements. Initially, they had aimed to foster a relationship with Huai, believing that partnering with a leading player in the domestic film industry would be advantageous. However, Li Siwei's unexpected rise prompted them to reconsider, particularly after the completion of Dead Silence, leading Lionsgate executives to believe that Li Siwei might be a more suitable candidate than Huai. Moreover, should Li Siwei take on the directorial role, the box office performance would likely be more secure. His achievements in Hollywood surpassed those of Huai. "I sincerely apologize. This project is indeed captivating, but I have other commitments and may lack the time." Ultimately, Li Siwei puliteli declinat. While the project was alluring, without a script revision, it was destined to falter. The surprise among the Lionsgate executives was palpable, as anyone could perceive the project's promising prospects. "Very well, since you are unavailable, please take a moment to view our film." While it remained unclear why Li Siwei had rejected such a promising project, the purpose of his visit was not solely to discuss this matter. And thus the Lionsgate team swiftly redirected the conversation. At that moment, James Wan approached again, stating, "Gentlemen, everything is prepared. Let us commence." As the film unfolded, Li Siwei nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Wan was well suited to direct horror films, explaining Lionsgate's esteem for him. The 100-minute runtime felt neither long nor tedious, as the seamless transitions between scenes left viewers with a sense of yearning for more once it concluded. Director Wan, that was truly magnificent, Li Siwei remarked, offering high praise as the credits rolled. Now that you, the screenwriter, have expressed your approval, I feel reassured. We have already viewed it once, but without your endorsement, I felt something was amiss. Now that you're satisfied, my confidence in our film has only grown. When has Lionsgate planned to release it? Li Siwei inquired. To which a nearby executive replied, we have scheduled a nationwide release for this weekend, and for other countries and regions, it will not exceed a 2-week wait. Excellent. Here as to our box office success. Upon exiting Lionsgate, Tom eagerly posed a question that had been on his mind. Boss, I believe Lionsgate's project is exceptional. With proper management, it could undoubtedly be a profitable film. I understand, but I genuinely lack the energy, Li Siwei replied, withholding the specific reasons for his disinterest. After all, it would be imprudent to disclose to Tom that a poor script led to the previous film's financial loss, especially since this was merely a proposal and the script was yet to be finalized. Nonetheless, what Li Siwei did not share with Tom was that, while he intended to decline involvement in the project, he would not allow Hawaii to enter the fray unchallenged. The past conflicts between Li Siwei and Hawaii, particularly during the releases of those years and The Painted Skin, would ensure that Li Siwei would not grant them an easy path. Moreover, the Wong brothers have indeed garnered a rather unsavory reputation within the industry, with Li Siwei hearing whispers that Wang Zhonglei is indiscriminate in his romantic pursuits. Thus, upon returning to the hotel, Li Siwei decided to call Li Siwei. Have you resolved the issues concerning the film? There are no problems with silence, Cici. Let me tell you, I heard something intriguing at Lionsgate today. Li Siwei, detecting a hint of mystery in Li Siwei's tone, responded with curiosity. What is it that piques our esteemed director Li's interest? Lionsgate is planning to initiate the Double J project. Li Siwei's demeanor shifted drastically upon hearing the mention of the Double J project, previously in good spirits. Although it was initially due to Liu Xiaoli's cunning maneuvering that Hawaii aimed to blacklist Li Siwei, Hawaii is not devoid of malice either. Leaving aside Wang Zhonglei's penchant for manipulating his own artists, it is worth noting that in the case of Kung Fu King, Hawaii only held advisory rights. Ultimately, the casting decisions rested with Lionsgate, which also used this opportunity for their own ends. Is it true that Lionsgate has this plan so soon? Indeed, they even wanted me to join the project, but I declined. Your refusal was wise. The project was ultimately unprofitable due to script issues and likely incurred some losses. I understand, yet our decision to abstain could still serve as a thorn in Hawaii's side. Li Siwei's eyes sparkled at Li Siwei's suggestion, eagerly inquiring. Are you implying we should leak this project? Precisely, and to be candid, the project has potential. With some script modifications, it might even surpass its predecessor. Absolutely. I support you. Li Siwei was quite intrigued by the prospect of causing Hawaii distress. Had it not been for Hawaii, she would not have found herself relegated to the waning days of the Hong Kong film industry in her previous life. Chapter 56, The Release of Silence. After discussing ways to vex Hawaii, Li Siwei began to express her grievances about her hectic schedule to Li Siwei. Meanwhile, as Li Siwei and Li Siwei engaged in their lengthy phone conversation, news of Silence's impending release in North America had already reached domestic audiences. Hollywood's pace was astonishing. Within just over 2 months, the film was set to premiere. Unfortunately, as a horror film, it was unlikely to be screened domestically. Otherwise, Li Siwei would have been eager to see what kind of film had captured Lionsgate's interest to such a degree. It was no wonder that recent reports indicated Li Siwei had flown to Hollywood. The film's release was imminent. As netizens discussed the news online, additional media outlets in Hollywood circulated several photographs, capturing Li Siwei alongside Tom as they emerged from Lionsgate, flanked by a few of the studio's executives. The public did not perceive anything amiss in these images, merely remarking on how Li Siwei had seemingly established his foothold in Hollywood. However, Wang Zhonglei frowned upon seeing the photos online. Among the executives accompanying Li Siwei was one with whom he had been negotiating the Double J project. This revelation unsettled Wang Zhonglei, prompting him to grab a newspaper and head to Wang Zhongjuan's office. Brother, take a look at this newspaper. Upon receiving the paper from Wang Zhonglei, Wang Zhongjuan's brow also furrowed. Yet, unlike his brother, Wang Zhongjuan possessed a deeper level of composure. Do not panic. It could merely pertain to discussions surrounding that horror film. You should engage more with the Lionsgate team during this period. In contrast to the Wong brothers, others in the industry were hopeful for Silence to achieve great success, as Li Siwei's triumphs in Hollywood would open up further opportunities for them, perhaps even allowing them to break into the Hollywood scene through his influence. Consequently, Li Siwei and Zhu Yan, who shared the closest ties with Li Siwei, found themselves inundated with phone calls from industry insiders over the following days. Particularly for Li Siwei, Her relationship with Li Siwei was an open secret among peers, leading to her expressing grievances to him during their phone calls. As Silence was a low-budget horror film, neither Lionsgate nor Li Siwei planned to hold a premiere. Thus, in the early hours of Friday, Silence debuted across North American theaters. Although confident in the film's likely success, Li Siwei remained apprehensive until the box office results were revealed. For this reason, he stayed in Santa Monica to monitor Silence's performance closely. While the opening weekend box office figures were yet to be disclosed, the excited expressions of Lionsgate staff indicated that Silence's performance would likely be commendable. Lee, you won't believe it. We've received data from the theaters. Silence is experiencing high attendance rates. Then it seems we are on the path to success. As a seasoned veteran in Hollywood, Tom could decipher from the data that Silence's box office performance would undoubtedly be favorable. Wonderful news, boss. I believe that with Silence's success, those scoundrels will surely elevate their regard for you. Once the executive departed, Tom excitedly shared this with Li Siwei. While horror films are considered niche within the vast North American market, they possess a dedicated audience that is remarkably stable. As long as this demographic embraces Silence, the subsequent box office returns will be promising. 3 days later, as Li Siwei and Tom arrived at Lionsgate, an executive greeted them with exuberance. Lee, we've succeeded. We're the box office figures. Allow me to build suspense. James wants to personally share this good news with you. Li Siwei shrugged, responding with resignation. All right then. Thankfully, James did not keep Li Siwei waiting long and soon approached him, brimming with excitement. Director Li, the opening figures for Silence are outstanding. The box office for the first weekend is $22 million, placing it at the top of the charts. As James's words echoed, those around them erupted into cheers. This was the first time Li Siwei had witnessed such a celebratory display, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the exuberance. In truth, Li Siwei understood that Silence's impressive performance was partly attributable to the success of James Wan's previous work, Saw, and the favorable timing chosen by Lionsgate, as there were no major releases competing at that moment, which allowed Silence to flourish. Director Li, thank you for your script. It's worth noting that Saw's box office was significantly lower than Silence's. James moved closer to Li Siwei, expressing his gratitude. No need for thanks. This is our shared triumph. Following the announcement of Silence's opening success, the news swiftly reached domestic audiences. Renowned director Li Siwei has once again achieved success, with Silence's opening weekend grossing $22 million. In North American box office projections exceeding $100 million, Li Siwei has triumphed once more. Reports indicated that Silence had originally been produced for less than $3 million. In summary, although Li Siwei was not physically present in the country, the release of Silence propelled him back into the limelight of the entertainment industry. Those with Li Siwei's contact details sent him congratulatory messages directly, while others reached out to Li Siwei and Zhu Yan by phone. With the box office figures for Silence now revealed, Li Siwei no longer needed to remain in Santa Monica, as Warner had been urging him for several days. After bidding farewell to the Lionsgate team, Li Siwei made his way to Warner. Hey Li, congratulations on the tremendous success of Dead Silence. As soon as Li Siwei arrived at Warner Brothers, the executives were quick to extend their congratulations to him. Warner was particularly envious of the success of Dead Silence, as their projections indicated that it would gross $150 million in North America alone, with international earnings likely to bring the total to at least $200 million. This figure does not even account for DVD sales, which represent a substantial portion of a horror film's revenue. Ha ha ha. Merely a stroke of luck. Lee, I am increasingly eager to see the performance of Hachi, A Dog's Tale. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. However, before its North American release, I plan to take it to Venice. Upon hearing this, the Warner executive spirits lifted even further. If Hachi, A Dog's Tale were to win an award at Venice, it would greatly benefit him as well. In a studio as prestigious as Warner Brothers, he was not the only executive, and the higher the film's achievements, the more secure his position would be, especially since Li Siwei was the director he collaborated with. After leaving Warner, Li Siwei directly turned to Tom and said, Tom, please contact Leon and Matt. We have auditions at our company tomorrow. Certainly, boss. With the matter of Dead Silence settled, it was time to initiate the hunt. After briefing Tom, Li Siwei returned to his rented apartment in Los Angeles. Indeed, it was rented, for his true home was back in China. However, as soon as he pushed open the door, he was greeted by a familiar and stunning figure. What brings you here? Chapter 57. Li Siwei comes to America. Upon seeing the pleasantly surprised expression on Li Siwei's face, Li Siwei approached him with outstretched arms and cheerfully exclaimed, surprise. The sight of Li Siwei before him momentarily dazzled Li Siwei. Her appearance today was entirely different. Compared to her previous looks, Li Siwei had opted for a wispy fringe. If her usual hairstyle allowed her to showcase her exquisite features elegantly, this new look imparted a sense of charming playfulness. Although Li Siwei was taken aback by Lu Yifei's beauty, his movements were swift as he enveloped her in his embrace. Startled by Li Siwei's sudden hug, Lu Yifei did not panic. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck and gazed up at him with a beaming smile, asking surprised. Without uttering a word, Li Siwei lowered his head, responding to her inquiry through an affectionate kiss. After a prolonged moment, when both were slightly breathless, Li Siwei released Lu Yifei. Yet she did not let go of his neck. In a playful leap, she wrapped her long legs around his waist and teased, "I'm tired. You must carry me to the sofa. As you command, it is my pleasure to serve our princess Qianqian." To be honest, Lu Yifei had brought Li Siwei an abundance of surprises today. Her current playful demeanor was a rarity. "Have you finished your work back home?" On the sofa, as Li Siwei gently played with Lu Yifei's hair, he inquired, recalling that when he first arrived in America, she had complained over the phone about her busy schedule. Hearing his question, Lu Yifei, nestled in his arms, lazily replied, "Almost. I still have a few magazine shoots left, but they'll be at the end of the month. Since I'll be out back in Beijing, I thought it best to come see if our esteemed director Li is secretly meeting other young ladies." "Wow, that's rather excessive," Li Siwei retorted, his face darkening. "I've been focused on work here, hardly attending any film parties." Lu Yifei maintained her gaze on him, chuckling at his rapid change in expression. "I was just joking. Smile. A joke, is it?" With that, Li Siwei placed his hands on Lu Yifei's waist and began to tickle her. "Haha, I was wrong. Brother, I was wrong." He relented only when Lu Yifei could barely muster the strength to laugh. "You're incorrigible. My bangs are all messed up now, and I spent half the day curling them. Regardless of how you look, our Qianqian is always beautiful. You only know how to flatter me." After tidying her hair, Lu Yifei looked at Li Siwei seriously and said, "On a serious note, while I trust you immensely, the temptations in this industry are plentiful, and Hollywood's allure surpasses that of our home." Having spent many years navigating the tumultuous waters of the entertainment industry, Lu Yifei was well aware of its intricacies. Noticing her serious demeanor, Li Siwei also sobered, replying earnestly, "Rest assured, Qianqian, I am unconcerned with others, but I will never stray." "Really?" "Of course. How can you prove it?" Without answering, Li Siwei leaned in and kissed Lu Yifei once more, affirming his words through action. As the kiss deepened, Lu Yifei's gaze began to soften, her body melting into Li Siwei's embrace. When his hands ventured higher, Lu Yifei bashfully grasped his hand, saying, "Not here." In response, Li Siwei effortlessly scooped her up in a princess carry and made his way to the bedroom. After gently placing her on the bed, he leaned down to whisper in her ear, "Qianqian, may I?" With her affirmative reply, Li Siwei could no longer contain himself. As their garments gradually fell away, the temperature in the room soared, and that night stretched on, seemingly endless. The following morning, Li Siwei was awakened by the shrill ring of his phone. Picking it up and glancing at the caller ID, he took a quick look at the still sleeping Lu Yifei before quietly slipping out of bed to answer the call. "What is the matter, Tom? Why are you calling so early?" "Boss, it's already noon. Don't forget, we have an appointment with Leon and the others this afternoon." Realizing the time, Li Siwei was taken aback to discover it was already 12 p.m. "Understood, Tom. I will be there on time this afternoon." After ending the call, he returned to the bedroom, initially assuming Lu Yifei was still asleep. However, noticing her fluttering eyelids, he realized she was pretending. Amused, he shook his head and climbed back onto the bed, reaching beneath the covers. As he did, Lu Yifei opened her eyes and playfully scolded, "You're so annoying. I haven't fully recovered yet. You're not allowed to come back." "How could I? I merely intend to wake you. This afternoon, we have auditions for my new film. Would you like to join me?" "Sure. I'll be tagging along with you for the next couple of days in America." "Excellent. Then let us rise. Then carry me to wash up." "Of course. It is my pleasure to serve Princess Qianqian." Carrying Lu Yifei to the bathroom, Li Siwei then stepped out to prepare breakfast. No lunch. After finishing lunch, Li Siwei directly took Lu Yifei to his company in America. "Boss, who is this lady?" Tom asked in astonishment as he watched Li Siwei holding Lu Yifei's hand while walking into the company. Having followed Li Siwei for quite some time, he had never seen him so intimate with a woman. Even at social gatherings, they merely drank together, leading Tom to suspect Li Siwei's orientation might be unusual. "Tom, allow me to introduce you. This is the boss's wife." "Hello, Tom. My name is Lu Yifei, but you can call me Crystal." "Pleased to meet you, Crystal." After introducing Lu Yifei to Tom, Li Siwei turned to him and inquired, "How did Leon come to be here with Matt?" "Boss, they have a good relationship. Once they learned they were both interested in the script, they decided to come together." "All right, Chi-Chi, before they arrive, let me give you a tour." "Sound great." Lu Yifei was aware that Li Siwei had established a company in Hollywood, but had never visited, so she was quite intrigued by his endeavors there. Chapter 58, Finalizing the Protagonists. After taking Li Siwei on a brief tour of the company, Li Siwei led her back to his office. You'll be auditioning shortly? Is it appropriate for me to stay here? Of course, it's perfectly fine. Moreover, Inception is set to commence filming next year, and if all goes well, Leon will likely play the lead. It's good for you to meet him in advance. For a grand Hollywood production like Inception, top-tier stars are essential, and currently, with Leonardo not frolicking on the beach with a water gun, he embodies both the fame and allure required for the role. In addition to having a solid relationship with Warner Brothers and Nolan, while Li Siwei and Li Siwei were engaged in light conversation in the office, Li Siwei's phone rang once more. Noticing the caller ID, he promptly answered. Ryan, what prompted you to call me? Indeed, it was Ryan Reynolds on the line. Director, congratulations on the tremendous success of your new film Deadpool. The box office has soared to $34 million in just a couple of days, garnering Hollywood's attention towards you. Within a mere 6 months, not only did Buried achieve a box office of $130 million, but it also garnered an Oscar, and projections suggest your screenplay will surpass $100 million. I merely provided the script. The credit largely goes to James for his excellent direction. By the way, I heard you've been getting close with Scarlett. Yes, director. We met at a party. The reason I called is to inquire if there are any roles in your new film that might suit me. I assure you, my acting skills are impeccable. Certainly, Ryan, I hold your talent in high regard. However, regrettably, this role is not quite a fit for you. Upon hearing this, Ryan Reynolds expressed his disappointment, yet managed to smile, saying, what a pity, director. I hope to have the opportunity to collaborate with you in the future. Of course, Ryan. You're a talented actor, and there will surely be future opportunities. Just as Li Siwei hung up the call with Ryan, Tom announced from outside the office, Director, Leon and Matt have arrived. Hello, Lee, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've watched Buried numerous times. It was excellently crafted. Leon remarked, Lee, you truly are exceptionally talented. The script for Inception is brilliantly written. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two began their auditions. Frankly, both actors displayed remarkable skills, and after observing their performances, Li Siwei fell into deep contemplation. After considerable reflection, he addressed them, Leon, Matt, your performances were outstanding. I find myself at a loss. Allow me some time to deliberate. No problem, director. Following the departure of Leonardo and Matt, Li Siwei turned to Li Siwei and asked, Chi-Chi, who do you think is more suitable? Oh, don't ask me. Both of their performances were excellent. I cannot choose. While Li Siwei continued to ponder whom to select, news of the auditions had already begun to circulate throughout Hollywood. Thanks to the popularity of Deadpool, Li Siwei's prominence had surged. And now, with Leonardo and Matt auditioning for his new film, he was prominently featured on the front pages of various Hollywood media outlets. Hollywood's emerging director unveils a new project, with Leonardo and Matt auditioning. The enigmatic Easter director launches a new film, with Hollywood's renowned actors joining the cast. Various headlines emerged, and soon these stories were reprinted by domestic media. The renowned Chinese director Li Siwei was rumored to be preparing a new film in Hollywood, with international superstars Leonardo and Matt Damon set to join. Upon seeing this news, Han Samping from China Film could no longer remain seated. He had initially thought Li Siwei's trip to Hollywood was solely for the horror film from Lionsgate, but now he realized he was launching another new project. He promptly called Li Siwei. Director Han, how may I assist you? Li, I saw the news about your new film in Hollywood. Hearing Han Samping's words, Li Siwei understood the reason for the call and responded with a wry smile. Director Han, it's not a grand production. Merely a little art film I'm tinkering with. Upon hearing it was an art film, Han Samping's enthusiasm waned. You're a renowned director. You should still pursue grand productions. Rest assured, Director Han, when I embark on a big-budget film in the future, I will definitely collaborate with China Film. By the way, I recently heard from Lionsgate that they are considering a Double J project. Li Siwei proceeded to share the news of the Forbidden Kingdom with Han Samping, emphasizing the need to give Hawaii a run for its money. Upon hearing Li Siwei's words, Han Samping excitedly exclaimed, Jackie Chan and Jet Li on the same stage? How did I not think of that? Those foreigners truly possess talent. Listening to Han Samping's excited voice, Li Siwei took the opportunity to remind him, Director Han, I've heard that Hawaii is already in talks with Lionsgate. If you're interested, you should act swiftly. That Wang Zhongjuan is indeed quick to act. Do not worry. Hawaii cannot rival China Film. Director Han, I must advise you once more. If China Film is to collaborate with Lionsgate, it's best to be involved in the script's development. After all, those foreigners might not do our story justice. Your advice has indeed reminded me. After ending the call with Han Samping, Li Siwei looked at Li Siwei, who wore a face of excitement, and nodded with a smile, saying, All right, Han Samping is quite interested in this project. Will this not be inappropriate? Director Han has been quite good to you. Rest assured, Director Han is no fool. I've already advised him that if collaboration is possible, The people from China Film should be involved in the script development. Given the esteemed position of China Film Group within the domestic landscape, it is evident that Lionsgate cannot overlook the necessity of collaboration with them. Integrating into the screenplay development would prove to be a rather straightforward endeavor. After 2 days of contemplation, Li Siwei ultimately chose Matt, as compared to Matt. Leonardo was simply too exorbitant. Li, thank you for your choice. I shall not disappoint you. Regardless of the location, a well-crafted screenplay is always in high demand. In Matt's eyes, Li Siwei's script is exceptionally compelling, laden with elements of scandal, deceit, suspicion, animosity, and the chilling facets of human nature. These components undoubtedly possess the potential to elevate his career further. Matt, you must immerse yourself in the screenplay over the next couple of days. Rest assured, Li, upon returning home today, I shall refrain from stepping out. Once Matt was confirmed, Li Siwei placed a call to Leonardo. All right, Li, I can already envision Matt's demeanor. We shall reconvene during the filming of Inception. Leonardo found himself powerless in this situation. While the script was indeed remarkable, his fee remained unyielding. The news of Li Siwei's new film collaborating with renowned Hollywood actors ought to dominate the headlines back home. However, attention from domestic media had already shifted to another esteemed Hollywood director's upcoming project. Chapter 59, A Bustling July. While Li Siwei was engrossed in casting in Hollywood, the atmosphere back home was equally vibrant. The recent Magic City Film Festival, despite a change in its jury, maintained its previous pattern. Aside from the art film Tengu receiving a jury award, all significant accolades were bestowed upon foreign films. This maneuver by the Magic City Film Festival left some filmmakers feeling disheartened. In past years, at least one Best Actress award had been presented to a domestic talent. Yet this year, even that honor was claimed by a foreign performer. While one might argue that the acting was commendable, it appeared rather mediocre at best. Upon hearing about the festival's proceedings from Li Siwei, Li Siwei was taken aback by the festival's fervent attempts to present awards to foreign stars. Notably, many foreign celebrities arrived at the venue mere hours before the ceremony, seemingly indifferent to the accolades. Li Siwei shook his head at the spectacle of such eager flattery, masquerading as a pursuit of international recognition. Meanwhile, Ning Hao in the domestic sphere took the initiative to call Li Siwei to voice his grievances regarding the situation. Fortuitously, he was preoccupied with promotional activities. Had he entered the competition, he likely would have been treated poorly. As domestic media criticized the Magic City Film Festival, the Hong Kong Film Awards also made headlines, proclaiming their intent to embrace the mainland. However, both Li Siwei and Li Siwei understood that this was mere rhetoric, and the awards would ultimately favor their own. Besides the Magic City Film Festival's questionable practices, the most captivating focus remained on Ong Li's casting for his new film, which effectively overshadowed Li Siwei's rising prominence. After all, Li Siwei's new project was a foreign-language film, excluding many domestic stars from contention, whereas Ong Li's film was accessible to local talents. Moreover, in terms of renown, Li Siwei found himself eclipsed by the peak of Ong Li's career. Consequently, the spotlight within the industry shifted entirely to the film lust, caution, particularly among aspiring actresses who utilized every available resource to vie for roles. Nevertheless, Ong Li showed little interest in established actresses, opting instead for fresh faces. He traversed from Shanghai Theatre Academy northward, encompassing Beijing Film Academy, Central Academy of Drama, and even various modest art schools within his search. However, these matters bore no relevance to Li Siwei and Li Siwei, as the film's explicit nature rendered it unsuitable. And Liu Xiaoli had previously declined participation. It was even less likely now with Li Siwei in the picture. Amidst Li Siwei's preparations for the filming of Hunting in Hollywood, certain individuals back home were determined to scrutinize him. At the wrap party for Curse of the Golden Flower, Zhang Weiping informed the media that the European rights for the film had been sold at a price surpassing that of Hero and Curse of the Golden Flower. Under a guaranteed revenue-sharing model, the media present acknowledged Zhang Weiping's claims, recognizing the marketability of Zhang Yimou's period films. Subsequently, reporters inquired about Zhang Weiping's opinions on other domestic directors. Feng Xiaojiang can manage only commercial films. He cannot be compared to Yimou. Chen Kaiga may handle art films adequately, but asking him to direct a commercial project is quite a stretch. The Hong Kong crowd is only capable of producing trivial dramas. As for Li Siwei, he remains inexperienced, having achieved success by mere chance. My advice is for him to remain grounded, especially when it comes to large productions. Zhang Weiping's remarks could be perceived as an affront to all domestic directors. Although many harbor disdain for Zhang Weiping, the presence of Zhang Yimou kept them from openly confronting him. Aren't you going to respond? Li Siwei relayed this information to Li Siwei, who had no intention of replying. Unable to contain her curiosity, she probed further. You know full well what kind of person Zhang Weiping is. The more you engage with him, the more he revels in it. Besides, his glory will not last long. Once director Zhang departs, Weiping will be left as a mere jester. Li Siwei recognized that Zhang Weiping's audacious comments stemmed not only from his affiliation with Zhang Yimou, but also from a desire to generate buzz, a tactic he had consistently employed. Moreover, Zhang Yimou had imparted considerable knowledge to Li Siwei in the past, which warranted a response out of respect for him. Furthermore, unlike many directors who were dismissed with a single phrase, Li Siwei had been singled out for a few remarks, which could be interpreted as a form of indirect acknowledgement. Boss, your competitor has arrived this year. What competitor? Tom's abrupt statement left Li Siwei momentarily bewildered. Of course, it's the Oscars. I have learned that Sony has promised to assist your country's Zhang in campaigning for Best Foreign Language Film, and they will even support the pursuit of individual awards. As Li Siwei's representative in North America, Tom was aware that Li Siwei intended to submit Hachi, A Dog's Tale, for the Oscars the following year. Take Sony's claims with a grain of salt. There is no need for concern. Setting aside Sony's inherent unreliability, the quality of Curse of the Golden Flower was subpar. Li Siwei had previously seen it in his past life, and could only conclude that Zhang Yimou's casting choices were commendable, particularly regarding the palace maids. During a visit to the set, Li Siwei intended to offer some cautionary advice, but Zhang Yimou was equally helpless. Ever since the success of Hero, Zhang Weiping had become rather arrogant, attributing the film's triumph solely to himself, and frequently meddling on set. This was ultimately why the two parted ways. Moreover, with only one nomination available for the mainland to submit for the Oscars, Zhang Weiping's statements had provoked Feng Xiaojiang, who had previously been vocal about his desire to push the banquet for Oscar consideration. Naturally, Feng Xiaojiang was displeased by Zhang Weiping's ambition to take the lead, leading to a public exchange of barbs between the two through the media. However, when it came to international recognition, 10 Feng Xiaojiangs combined would not match a single Zhang Yimou. Let us go. It's time to clock out. Let us head home. During her time in North America, Liu Yifei had no other engagements, so she accompanied Li Siwei daily, and the two returned home together each evening. Do you think we are enjoying a taste of married life in advance? Holding Liu Yifei's delicate hand as they returned home, Li Siwei was momentarily engulfed by the illusion that they were already wed. Alas, if only Dong Dong were with them, their joy would be unparalleled. Dong Dong was the little cat that Li Siwei had previously gifted to Liu Yifei. They would have to wait until their return to the homeland to take Dong Dong out for a stroll. As Li Siwei spoke, he playfully pinched Liu Yifei's smooth cheek. The opportunities for such carefree outings would be scarce back home, where Liu Yifei was acutely aware of her fame. Being overly popular came with its own set of challenges. Sooner or later, there would be chances aplenty. However, Shishi, have you gained a little weight these past few days? Your face has a bit more roundness to it. Ah, Li Siwei, you're asking for trouble. His blunt remark ignited a powder keg of emotions, and fortunately, he had the foresight to release Liu Yifei's hand and flee. Chapter 60. Hunting commenced. Ultimately, Li Siwei feigned a leisurely pace, allowing Liu Yifei to catch up and deliver a couple of playful swats before she felt appeased. I've decided. I want to eat dinner tonight. I must lose weight. Wrapping her arms around Li Siwei's, Liu Yifei touched her own face, realizing that indeed there was a tad more flesh. Shishi, I believe that if you skip 2 bags of chips, the results will be even more pronounced. Upon arriving in North America, without Liu Xiaoli's supervision, Liu Yifei had indulged herself, often reaching for a bag of chips for no particular reason. Blushing at Li Siwei's revelation, Liu Yifei retorted, I haven't indulged in that many snacks. Seeing the threat in Liu Yifei's eyes, Li Siwei quickly conceded, I must have misremembered. It was all me. Our she is naturally beautiful, no matter how she appears. It was difficult for Li Siwei to revert back to his previous lifestyle after finally indulging. That is more like it. Satisfied with his response, Liu Yifei nodded proudly. Upon returning home, before Li Siwei could utter a word, Liu Yifei sprang lightly into the air, wrapping her long legs around his waist and encircling his neck with her arms. Fortunately, Li Siwei reacted swiftly, supporting her with both hands. What is this? Not eating dinner? Someone just said I've gained weight. So what is the point of dinner? Let us exercise first. Hearing Liu Yifei's almost explicit suggestion, Li Siwei could no longer restrain himself. He seized the moment and leaned in for a kiss. Liu Yifei reciprocated with equal fervor, and the temperature in the room soared. They playfully exchanged affection, gradually moving from the entrance to the bedroom, their clothes cascading to the floor, filling the space with an air of burgeoning romance. When the storm had calmed, Liu Yifei lay languidly against Li Siwei, her eyes devoid of focus, resembling a fish out of water. Li Siwei, whispered in her ear, So, do you now recognize your brother's prowess? Ido, Ido, you are the best. Feeling Li Siwei's restless hand upon her, Lu Yifei opted to yield. After a brief respite, her energy restored, Lu Yifei playfully kicked Li Siwei, commanding, "Go cook. I'm hungry." Li Siwei, unfazed by the gentle kick, promptly donned his clothes and headed to the kitchen. The following morning, Li Siwei was hastily ushered out by a visibly impatient Lu Yifei. She feared that if he lingered any longer, another round of morning exercises would ensue. Upon arriving at the company, Li Siwei received encouraging news. "Boss, all the supporting characters, extras, and crew members are ready. We can commence filming at any moment." With everything in place, Li Siwei decided to begin shooting immediately. Unlike the grand premiere of Hachi, A Dog's Tale, this time he opted for a more subdued approach. 2 days later, Hunting quietly commenced filming. Following Li Siwei's instructions, the stylist had crafted a perfect look for Matt, embodying the character of a divorced man as described in the script. "Excellent, Matt. Your look is fantastic. You perfectly represent the quintessential kind-hearted middle-aged man." Receiving Li Siwei's approval, Matt beamed. "I think so too. I'm even starting to question myself. All right, let us officially start shooting in a moment. Matt, you need to be alert. This movie's pace will be brisk. Don't worry, director, I'm ready. I'll prove to Leon that your choice was spot on." Li Siwei struggled to contain his laughter. Their camaraderie was evident. With everything prepared, Li Siwei called out action, and Matt seamlessly slipped into character, transforming from his earlier jovial self into a shy and reserved middle-aged man. It was this very trait that allowed him to connect with a group of children, foreshadowing the impending tragedy. Observing Matt's instantaneous immersion, Lu Yifei wore a look of astonishment. Although her acting had significantly improved, it still paled in comparison to these seasoned actors. "All right, let's call it a day." "Great job, Matt. Director, it's all part of my duty." It must be said, Matt's acting was truly commendable. On the very first day of shooting, there were no issues, and he entered character with remarkable speed. Once the crew departed, Li Siwei and Lu Yifei left the set together. "How are you holding up? Were you anxious waiting for me?" "For you, I could wait an eternity." Lu Yifei's sudden declaration of affection caught Li Siwei off guard, but he quickly understood the reason behind it. "Away. I have to return to China. The magazines are already pressing me." "That's all right. Although Hunting has just begun filming, Matt's performance is stellar. It should wrap up in about a month, and then I'll return home." "Okay, come now, don't look so glum. Since you're flying back tomorrow, let us indulge tonight. Tom has recommended an exquisite Western restaurant." Noticing Lu Yifei's lingering melancholy, Li Siwei affectionately pinched her cheek. "Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" In the restaurant, after placing their orders, Lu Yifei looked up to find Li Siwei gazing intently at her. "Your face is far more beautiful than any flower." Seeing Li Siwei's earnest expression, Lu Yifei, who had been pouting, couldn't help but smile. "You're just flattering me. She, I'm speaking nothing but the truth." Just then, the waiter promptly brought their dishes. "Let us see how they taste. If it's not good, I'll deduct Tom's salary tomorrow." Oh, Tom would surely shed tears. After satisfying their appetites, they returned home. Given that Lu Yifei was departing the next day, as soon as they entered, Li Siwei embraced her and kissed her warmly, with Lu Yifei responding eagerly. When their lips parted, they found themselves in the bedroom. Lu Yifei gazed up at Li Siwei with her big, sparkling eyes, softly murmuring away. This night felt particularly long and enchanting. The following day, Li Siwei deliberately granted the crew a half-day break. At the airport, Li Siwei addressed Zhang Wei and Gao Hu, saying, "You two should accompany Qianqian back home for now. The training you've received during this period has been more than sufficient." Given that Lu Yifei had come alone, a somewhat concerned Li Siwei requested Zhang Wei and Gao Hu to accompany her back to their homeland. "Complete the shoot promptly. I shall await your return in the country. Rest assured, I will be back shortly." Chapter 61, Nominated for Venice. After bidding farewell to Lu Yifei, Li Siwei focused all his energy on the filming of Hunting. On set, they were shooting a scene in which Matt's character, the male lead, was being confessed to by a precocious little girl not yet 10 years old. At this moment, Matt had fully immersed himself in his role. Within the frame, he initially appeared taken aback, before smilingly rejecting the little girl, treating the incident with a lightheartedness that belied its significance. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this seemingly trivial moment marked the inception of the protagonist's nightmare. The little girl in the film epitomized what it means to be a natural actress. Once the segment of filming concluded, Matt gave Li Siwei a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Li, this script of yours is simply extraordinary. It is truly unimaginable how you consistently conjure such brilliant ideas. Alas, the only regret is that we began filming too late, otherwise we might have made it to Venice." "Fear not, Matt. Our film is destined for the film festival. With Li Siwei's assurance, Matt's performance in the subsequent scenes improved even further. Faced with the skepticism and scrutiny from all, including the parents, Matt's character finally sensed something amiss. Fortunately, after an investigation, it was revealed that there was no basement in the protagonist's home as the little girl had claimed, with all evidence affirming the protagonist's innocence. However, just as he breathed a sigh of relief, believing that the ordeal was over, he remained oblivious to the fact that his nightmare was only just beginning. While Li Siwei was engrossed in the filming of Hunting, A Quiet Place had already been released in North America for 2 weeks and began its global rollout. Upon its release, it garnered unanimous acclaim from horror film enthusiasts worldwide, with global box office earnings surpassing $65 million, much to the excitement of Lionsgate's internal team. James, congratulations. Director Li, I must express my gratitude for your script. The reason for my call is that Lionsgate has taken an interest in another one of your scripts. Upon hearing this from Wan Ziren, Li Siwei realized that Lionsgate was likely interested in The Conjuring. Director Li, I mentioned this script to Lionsgate once before, but they didn't take it seriously at the time. However, with the success of A Quiet Place, they have begun to regard The Conjuring with greater importance. To be honest, I wouldn't want to miss out on this script either. Li Siwei had other plans for The Conjuring, so in response to Wan Ziren's candor, he tactfully replied, James, the script for The Conjuring is indeed excellent, but we still have Insidious to complete. Let us discuss it once Insidious is finished. Wan Ziren, being astute, understood that Lionsgate might have to offer more to secure The Conjuring than they did for A Quiet Place. All right, I will heed your advice. As Wan Ziren was merely a director, and having grasped Li Siwei's intention, he chose not to elaborate further, recognizing the importance of maintaining a good relationship. Even if Li Siwei ultimately opted not to collaborate with Lionsgate, there remained a possibility that he might consider Wan Ziren for directing in the future, as Wan Ziren was quite confident in his abilities within the horror genre. Of course, the most crucial factor was that the status of horror film directors was not particularly high. Li Siwei would never lower his standards to direct a horror film. Li, congratulations. The box office for A Quiet Place continues to rise. I must admit, I feel a tinge of envy. As Li Siwei ended the call, Matt approached him to offer his congratulations. Matt, if you were willing to shoot a horror film, I am certain James would be over the moon. Li, let's refrain from that idea. Matt, having discerned Li Siwei's jest, chuckled and declined the proposal. As previously mentioned, while horror films may easily achieve high box office numbers, they often carry a certain stigma. Established Hollywood actors like Matt would undoubtedly shy away from such projects, as it could adversely affect their remuneration. Just as Li Siwei and Matt were sharing light-hearted banter, Tom rushed over, brimming with excitement. What is the matter, Tom? You seem elated. Boss, phew, we made it, phew. Observing Tom, panting heavily, Matt thoughtfully handed him a bottle of water. Thank you, Matt, I survived. Boss, our film has been selected for the main competition at Venice. Li Siwei remained still, while Matt's eyes lit up as he exclaimed to Li Siwei, Congratulations, director. In that moment, Matt felt immense gratitude for having joined Li Siwei's film. He had previously admired Li Siwei's award-winning capabilities, and now he realized he had underestimated him. Calm down, Tom. It's merely a nomination. Whether we win is still uncertain. Li Siwei's words were clearly a facade. However, as an employee under Li Siwei, Tom was perceptive enough to follow his lead, responding, Boss, being nominated is already quite an achievement. Many cannot even attain that. Indeed, Li, you have already accomplished a great deal. Matt concurred wholeheartedly. Haha, rest assured, Matt. Our film will surely be nominated as well. Li Siwei's statement invigorated Matt. Meanwhile, back in their homeland, the announcement from Venice sparked a wave of excitement. Not only had Li Siwei's Hachi, A Dog's Tale, been nominated for the main competition, but Jia Zhangke's Still Life, Johnny 2's Exiled, and Tsai Mingliang's Stray Dogs had also been nominated. Additionally, outside of the main competition, Lu Jia Escort on Horseback was nominated for the Horizon section. And Feng Xiaojiang's The Banquet along with Cheng Long's Baby Plan were set to be showcased at Venice, though merely nominated and not yet awarded. Numerous media outlets in the country heralded this year's Venice as the year of Chinese cinema. Wow, this year Venice has so many of our films nominated. It truly is a Chinese year. Anticipation grew for director Li to once again achieve great success at Venice. Is Feng Xiaojiang's The Banquet also going to Venice? Can he manage it? Fear not. Feng Xiaojiang is merely going for a showcase. Similar to the media, netizens were equally enthusiastic about this year's Venice. However, their trust in Feng Xiaojiang was not as strong. After all, while his commercial films were indeed impressive, one might question his capabilities in the realm of art films, especially when compared to directors like Jia Zhangke and Li Siwei, who had already garnered international accolades. Faced with the skepticism from netizens, Feng Xiaojiang nearly lost his composure. Had he not been restrained, he might have entered into a public dispute with them. Though he was prevented from doing so, he still made bold claims during media interviews, asserting, "The banquet will shatter everyone's preconceived notions of me, and I will strive wholeheartedly for an Oscar." Feng Xiaozhang's remarks elicited minimal response from netizens. Yet Zhang Weiping could no longer contain himself, promptly addressing the media. This year's domestic Oscars will undoubtedly be awarded to Curse of the Golden Flower. Feng Xiaozhang's attendance would be futile. Zhang Weiping's bold declaration reignited the verbal skirmish between the two, much to the delight of the onlookers. Chapter 62. Ensnared in Nightmares. TSK. TSK. It seems that the little cannonball has missed his chance this time. Despite Li Siwei being abroad for filming, he remained acutely attuned to domestic news. Although Feng Xiaozhang had tirelessly sought qualification for the mainland Oscars, Li Siwei was well aware that the coveted spot ultimately went to Curse of the Golden Flower. However, the latter did not receive a nomination. Based on Li Siwei's previous experiences, neither the banquet nor Curse of the Golden Flower excelled in narrative depth. This was not to suggest that Zhang Yimou lacked talent, but rather that his primary focus at this juncture lay with the Olympics. While Zhang Weiping's meddling within the production team significantly contributed to Curse of the Golden Flower's shortcomings. Shaking his head, Li Siwei redirected his concentration back to the film's production. As the filming of Hunting progressed, both the lead actor Matt and the ensemble cast exhibited remarkable vigor. Initially, Li Siwei anticipated that the shoot would extend beyond 2 months. However, he now believed it could conclude within a month. Observing the male lead, who was preparing dinner with his son, Li Siwei was almost struck by a stone that shattered the glass nearby. Yet the nuanced expression that emerged on Matt's face compelled Li Siwei to silently pump his fist in triumph. "Cut! Matt, that was magnificent. Your expression was simply perfect." During the vigorous filming of Hunting, Leonardo, a close friend of Matt's, frequently visited the set. However, each time he arrived, his demeanor appeared less than favorable. Conversely, Matt greeted him with a smile, clearly regretting not securing the script for himself. "Matt, I truly regret it. I should not have given up. If I had known, I would have lowered my asking price. Leonardo, even if you had reduced your fee, this small production couldn't afford it. Indeed, Leonardo, you are being overly ambitious. You already possess numerous exceptional scripts." In response to Li Siwei and Matt's remarks, Leonardo shook his head, stating, "Li, if this script could aid me in securing the Oscar for Best Actor, I would not concern myself with the compensation." Taken aback by Leonardo's earnest gaze, Li Siwei realized that even in 2006, the Oscar was already a daunting specter for him. "Very well, Leonardo. Should an excellent script arise in the future, I shall prioritize you." Cognizant that Leonardo might go to great lengths to achieve the Oscar, even at the expense of his own image, Li Siwei offered him a guarantee, recognizing it as a mutually beneficial arrangement. "Oh, Li, I shall remember your words." Once Leonardo departed, the crew resumed filming. Perhaps spurred on by Leonardo's visit, Matt exhibited even greater dedication upon returning to the set. Especially during the emotional scenes, his performance was impeccably timed. Back in China, Ning Hao observed the plethora of news regarding Li Siwei in the newspapers and remarked to his wife, "Xing Ana, look at my junior brother. He isn't even in the country, yet the media is abuzz with his stories. Perhaps you ought to take a page from your junior brother's book. Not only has he had a new film nominated for Venice, but he has also commenced filming another." In response to his wife's playful teasing, Ning Hao reclined on the sofa, saying, "I cannot compare to my junior brother, but thanks to his reminder, I now realize I must focus on commercial films first. Once I am financially stable, I can pursue artistry. I understand. In the coming days, I shall refine my script." Indeed, Ning Hao's wife, Xing Ana, was a screenwriter, having penned the script for Stone. "Once the script is finalized, I will consult my junior brother to see if he would be interested in investing. After all, without him, Stone's box office would not have performed so well." Just as Ning Hao and Xing Ana were deep in discussion about the script, an employee from Bad Monkey entered, saying, "Director Ning, Miss Liu has arrived. Yifei is here. Quickly, invite her in." Upon returning to China, Liu Yifei had completed several commercials and magazine shoots before finding herself at leisure once more. Suddenly, she expressed a keen interest in becoming a producer. Upon learning this, Li Siwei immediately called Ning Hao, suggesting that Xing Ana, being both a screenwriter and a competent producer, could mentor Liu Yifei. Ning Hao readily agreed, filled with gratitude towards his junior brother and eager for an opportunity to repay him. "Director Ning, Sister AI, I apologize for the interruption. Yifei, no need for formality. I'm also learning about production, so let us study together." "Okay, Matt, let's do that scene again. Your expression was still lacking. You need to conceal your inner turmoil even more deeply, for you are a father, and no matter how overwhelmed you feel, it must not show in front of your son." "I understand, director. Let's go again." As the second take commenced, Matt's emotions were noticeably more subdued than before. particularly in his interactions with his son. All right, that take is good. Makeup artist, please refresh Matt's look. As the filming progressed, Matt's appearance needed to reflect increasing despair and fatigue, for at this point, the character had completely succumbed to his nightmares. His psyche teetering on the brink of collapse amidst the surrounding oppression and exclusion. By August, the filming of Hunting was nearing completion. Matt, this is the final scene. I hope you can deliver your very best. Our success hinges on this moment. Rest assured, director. After a year, the male lead reconciled with his girlfriend, and the rumors seemed to dissipate. He appeared to have emerged from his nightmare. Yet, as he prepared to guide his son through a rite of passage, a bullet suddenly whizzed past him, grazing his forehead before embedding itself in a nearby tree. Instinctively, the male lead collapsed beneath the tree, gazing toward the direction of the gunfire. However, in the blinding sunlight, he could only discern a vague figure fleeing rapidly. In that moment, the male lead comprehended that he had not escaped the nightmare. Rather, he remained ensnared within its grasp. Cut. Matt, that was fantastic. We have wrapped filming. Li. Thank you. Hunting was exhilarating to film. However, I have one question. Why did the protagonist not perish? In reality, many individuals akin to the protagonist exist. They do not die. Though wrongfully accused, they remain trapped within their nightmares, unable to break free. I understand. Seeing Matt nod in comprehension, Li Siwei picked up a nearby megaphone and declared, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for your hard work during this period. I hereby announce that Hunting has officially wrapped. That evening, a simple wrap party ensued. And the following day, Li Siwei headed directly to the company. Boss, I assumed you would take a break after the film just wrapped. Tom, I must return home. We shall meet again in Venice. Chapter 63, Return to the Homeland. Just before Li Siwei's departure, he received another call from James Wan, inviting him to the celebration for Dead Silence. At the gathering, executives from Lionsgate once more inquired about The Conjuring. Rest assured, if I decide to produce The Conjuring, Lionsgate will be my first choice. Li Siwei's words seemed to have quelled any further discussion from the Lionsgate representatives. The day following the celebratory banquet, he boarded a flight back to the capital. Li Siwei had thought he had masked his identity well enough, yet he found himself besieged by reporters at the airport. Director Li, has your new film wrapped up? Director, could you elaborate on the storyline of your new movie, Hunting? Director, with Dead Silence surpassing 100 million at the box office, what inspired this narrative? Director, do you have any comments regarding your nomination for the Venice Film Festival? Overwhelmed by the throng of journalists, Li Siwei selectively responded to a few inquiries, confirming that the new film had indeed completed shooting, while maintaining confidentiality about its specifics and expressing his honor at being nominated for the Venice Film Festival. After briefly addressing a few questions, Gao Hu finally managed to navigate through the crowd and ushered Li Siwei into the car. Is Yi-Fei still with Ning Hao? Yes. Miss Liu has been learning about production under director Ning's wife during this time. All right, then let us pay a visit to Bad Monkey. I have yet to see it. Junior brother, allow me to introduce you. This is my beloved Xing Aina. Ayu, Directori. I have yet to express my gratitude for your assistance to Ning Hao in person. No need for formalities. Aina, just call me Siwei. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Siwei settled next to Liu Yifei. How have you been, senior brother? The taste of fame must be quite delightful. Ha ha ha. It is indeed rather pleasant. At least I shall no longer struggle to secure funding. By the way, junior brother, here's my new script. Take a look. Li Siwei accepted the script from Ning Hao's hands, glancing through it and quickly grasping its significance. This was indeed Ning Hao's successful second commercial film, Crazy Racing. The script is excellent. What do you plan to shoot? There's no rush. I will prepare for the script after completing a music video for someone else. Upon hearing Ning Hao's words, Li Siwei nearly sputtered the water he had just swallowed. Senior brother, surely you jest. Observing Li Siwei's incredulous expression, Ning Hao felt a bit awkward as he replied, Junior brother, you know I was once rather unremarkable. Now that I have finally succeeded, my focus remains on film. However, the offer was simply too enticing. How much? Ning Hao grinned and held up a single finger, and Li Siwei instantly understood. 1 million for a music video? Which was indeed an alluring prospect. Who was so generous? A newcomer named Jing Tian. Her family seems quite affluent, reportedly with connections to Wanda. Li Siwei was taken aback that Jing Tian had debuted so early. It must be acknowledged that her family was indeed powerful, as they consistently produced major projects. Unfortunately, despite the considerable expenditure, her fame remained mediocre until a television drama shot during Wanda's decline finally catapulted her to stardom, only to be ultimately deceived. As the two discussed industry gossip, Liu Yifei concluded her class for the day. Senior brother, we shall take our leave now. Initially, Ning Hao had intended to invite Li Siwei and company for a meal, but it was Xing Aina's subtle gesture that stayed his tongue. Once Li Siwei and Lu Yifei exited Bad Monkey, Ning Hao turned to Xing Ana with a puzzled expression. What is the matter? My junior brother has just returned, and I had planned to treat him to a welcome dinner. Xing Ana rolled her eyes in exasperation. They haven't seen each other for so long. You needn't play the third wheel. Hugo, let's south hit the road. After instructing Gao Hu to drive, Li Siwei turned to Lu Yifei and said, Qian, I'm taking you somewhere. You just returned. Shouldn't you rest instead of going out? Hee, you'll know when we arrive. It wasn't until the vehicle entered a residential community in the capital that Lu Yifei realized you've bought a house. Indeed, since I'll be spending most of my time here in the capital, and the housing prices are currently low. After directing Gao Hu to return, Li Siwei took Lu Yifei's hand and led her into the apartment. After giving Lu Yifei a brief tour, Li Siwei wrapped his arms around her waist and grinned. What do you think? Acceptable? It's quite nice, congratulations. This means you have a home in the capital. Not quite. What's wrong? This is our home. Lu Yifei gazed up into Li Siwei's eyes, and after a moment of silence, she smiled. Then I shall look forward to your guidance, Director Li. Caught off guard by Lu Yifei's radiant smile, even Li Siwei, who was nearly accustomed to her beauty, found himself momentarily speechless. Regaining his composure, Li Siwei leaned down and kissed her luscious red lips. Responding to Li Siwei's sudden advance, Lu Yifei was already accustomed to such displays. She naturally wrapped her arms around his neck. As their lips met, Li Siwei began to find Lu Yifei's attire somewhat obstructive, and he immediately took action, with Lu Yifei obligingly raising her arms in surrender. Gazing at the alluring black lingerie beneath Lu Yifei's clothing, Li Siwei's eyes widened in astonishment. Leaning close to Li Siwei's ear, Lu Yifei seductively whispered, What do you think? Do you like it? Knowing well in advance of Li Siwei's return date, Lu Yifei had deliberately donned this particular lingerie today. In response to her inquiry, Li Siwei answered with action, lifting Lu Yifei into his arms and making his way to the bedroom. Fortunately, prior to his return, Li Siwei had instructed his assistant to ensure the room was immaculate for immediate occupation. As he felt Lu Yifei's unusually passionate demeanor, Li Siwei was determined to fulfill her desires. In the final moments of her consciousness, Lu Yifei regretted her choice of attire, wishing she had not specifically worn this lingerie. When Lu Yifei next awoke, the outside world had plunged into darkness. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up and, disregarding the fallen blanket, got out of bed and donned her discarded clothing. Having completed her morning routine, Lu Yifei stepped out of the bedroom, only to find Li Siwei in the open kitchen preparing dinner. Hearing the commotion, Li Siwei looked up and smiled. Awake? Just a moment, dinner will be ready soon. All right. A short while later, Lu Yifei gazed at the lavish spread on the dining table, astonished. You're quite the chef. Of course, have you any doubt about my capabilities? As Li Siwei began to boast, Lu Yifei, well-versed in his antics, interjected, All right, I understand. Director Li is the best. Chapter 64. The Aftermath of the King of Kung Fu. After dinner, Lu Yifei naturally chose to stay, while the already independent Lu Xiaoli did not protest, merely advising Lu Yifei to take precautions, as she certainly did not wish to become a grandmother just yet. That evening, Li Siwei and Lu Yifei spent yet another night in mischief. The following morning, Li Siwei slowly lifted the slender arm draped across him, carefully getting out of bed. During his days in Hollywood, he had learned of Lu Yifei's tendency to wake up grumpy, so he treaded lightly. After a quick wash and changing into fresh clothes, Li Siwei re-entered the bedroom. Upon reaching the bedside and observing Lu Yifei still lost in slumber, he made no attempt to rouse the sleeping beauty, considering how late their revelries had extended the previous night. After sending Lu Yifei a message, he quietly exited the bedroom. Upon descending the stairs, Li Siwei spotted Gao Hu, who had been waiting downstairs for quite some time. After entering the vehicle, Li Siwei addressed Gao Hu, saying, Brother Hu, let us head to China Film first. Sure, Gao Hu replied. So, what do you think of the script? It was not until Li Siwei had finished reading the script that Han Samping spoke up, his tone imbued with a hint of anticipation. The script in Li Siwei's hands was produced by Lionsgate, and he admired their efficiency during the last celebration banquet. Lionsgate representatives had mentioned that the script was completed, but Li Siwei had been eager to return home and hadn't taken a look. To his surprise, upon returning home, he found himself reviewing Lionsgate's script. After closing the script, Li Siwei let out a sigh and remarked, Director Han, deep down, you must realize that this story is rather mediocre. Before Han Samping could respond, Li Siwei continued, the collaboration between Chung Long and Li Lianjie is, quite frankly, an excellent idea, and the tale of Journey to the West is well known abroad. As long as the special effects are executed well, even a subpar script could yield a commendable commercial film. However, I can only say that this script from Lionsgate is quite poor. Faced with Li Siwei's candor, Han Samping momentarily fell silent. Li Siwei's intention in informing China Film about Kung Fu King was merely to complicate matters for Huai, ensuring they would bear greater costs, as he had no intention of passing this burden on to China Film. Moreover, Li Siwei believed that given China Film's stature, Lionsgate would likely involve them in the script's development. However, it appeared that Li Siwei had underestimated the situation, understanding why, in his previous life. Lionsgate had chosen Huai, largely because Huai was more malleable and would not threaten Lionsgate's dominance. Notisinkan sampings continua silansa. Li Siwei pada murave directo fan. The essence of this film lies in Chung Long and Li Lianjia. Yet in this script, neither of them is the protagonist. The audience wishes to see two martial arts giants in action, not a narrative about an American boy saving the world. Such themes are not even sought after in Hollywood. Alright, you are correct. I had initially suggested that China Film should be involved in the script's development, but unfortunately, they were unwilling to compromise. Since you've expressed your thoughts so clearly, let us leave it be. Hearing Han Samping's words, Li Siwei was momentarily taken aback, almost believing that the man before him was a mere impostor. He had intended to persuade him further, but found himself utterly bewildered. Sensing the confusion in Li Siwei's eyes, Han Samping chuckled. I am not one to dismiss constructive criticism. Director Han, your willingness to consider my perspective reassures me. I was concerned about leading you astray. It's nothing to worry about. Film is a high-risk investment. However, it is worth noting that China Film is currently preparing to invest in another major production. With Li Siwei's curiosity piqued, Han Samping continued, it's the film Red Cliff from Huai and Polly. They encountered copyright issues, so we at China Film have taken it on. Since you have established your own film company, would you like to take a share? Han Samping held Li Siwei in high regard. And given that Li Siwei had previously shared insights about the Double J project, he was unusually generous in extending this offer. Let us not dwell on it, Director Han. Such a grand production is currently beyond our reach. Li Siwei was aware that this film, which could be likened to the disastrous The Promise, was not something he wished to associate with. As for Wu Yusen's intent to convey peace in the context of the Three Kingdoms, Li Siwei found it utterly absurd. Indeed, Han Samping acknowledged Li Siwei's rejection, not intending to press further, as he too was uncertain of the future. From the present perspective, a grand production helmed by a renowned director with an all-star cast would undoubtedly attract funding. Since China Film opted to withdraw, Lionsgate executives did not insist on their involvement and even felt relieved, believing that China Film's participation would pose a threat to their dominance. Thus, Lionsgate executives readily accepted Huai's invitation. That evening, Huai hosted a lavish banquet, inviting their leading actresses to accompany the guests, including two prominent actresses named Bing Bing. At the banquet, Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei, unaware that China Film had relinquished their claims, raised their glasses with beaming smiles, even proposing more stringent conditions, fearful that the project might be snatched away by China Film. Meanwhile, Lionsgate executives grew increasingly satisfied with Huai. Although Lionsgate understood they had only one option left, Huai remained oblivious to this fact. Thus, when Huai voluntarily lowered their demands, Lionsgate representatives were elated. Despite the rocky path, Li Siwei's objectives had been achieved. Should Kung Fu King prove profitable, it would be beneficial for Huai, albeit not financially substantial, granting them significant acclaim, an advantage for Huai shareholders, and a potential stepping stone towards their public listing. Conversely, if the box office flopped, Huai would find themselves at a complete loss. Of course, Li Siwei was unaware of any of this. Just after leaving China Film, he received a call from Ning Hao. What's up, brother? Aren't you busy with the music video? On the other end, Ning Hao seemed a bit awkward, but he pressed on, well, I wanted to see you regarding the music video, knowing our good relationship. Before Ning Hao could finish, Li Siwei understood, and, suppressing a chuckle at Ning Hao's hesitance, he replied, I thought it was something serious. If it's just a meet-up, then let us do it. Li Siwei had a solid relationship with Wanda Pictures, having previously allocated a portion of shares during The Assassin. Currently, Wanda held significant influence in the domestic market and possessed their own theater chain. Thank you. I was worried you wouldn't come. Rest assured, brother. I have no plans today. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Li Siwei sent a message to Lu Yifei and then said to Gao, Brother, let us head to Bad Monkey. When Li Siwei arrived at Bad Monkey, he was greeted by the radiant Lu Zhong, who approached him with an outstretched hand, saying, Director Li, I've long admired your name. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Hello, Mr. Lu. After their handshake, Li Siwei noticed Jing Tian beside him. It must be said that while Jing Tian still bore a youthful charm and had yet to become the later renowned star, her beauty was undeniably striking. Chapter 65. The first encounter with Jing Tian and a surprise. After greeting Li Siwei, Lu Zhong smiled and introduced the girl beside him. Director Li, allow me to introduce Jing Tian, our company's signed artist. Ayu, Directori. I'm a huge fan of your films. Especially You Are the Apple of My Eye. I've watched it several times. Following Lu Zhang's introduction, Jing Tian beamed with excitement as she greeted Li Siwei. Previously, while standing behind Lu Zhang, Li Siwei could only catch a glimpse of her. Now that she stood beside him, he could see her clearly. It was undeniable that Jing Tian was indeed a quintessential beauty with an Eastern charm. Thank you for your appreciation. Li Siwei gently shook Jing Tian's hand before releasing it. In truth, Jing Tian bore a resemblance to Lu Yifei when she first debuted, both having received significant support early on. The difference was that Lu Yifei became a powerhouse in the entertainment industry through several classic dramas, while Jing Tian, despite lacking exceptional acting skills, had starred in several major productions, resulting in her career being somewhat lukewarm. After both parties took their seats, Lu Zhang cheerfully remarked, Director Li, Chairman Yi often speaks highly of you. Our last collaboration was very enjoyable. The director Yi that Lu Zhang mentioned is the head of Wanda Pictures. They had previously collaborated on The Assassin, but afterward, Li Siwei was occupied with filming in Hollywood, which resulted in a prolonged lack of further cooperation. In the time that followed, Lu Zhang subtly directed the conversation towards Jing Tian, encouraging her to engage more with Li Siwei. After all, if Jing Tian could secure the leading role in Li Siwei's film, it would significantly benefit her career development. Jing Tian was indeed earnest in seeking topics of discussion, and Li Siwei was well aware of Lu Zhang and Jing Tian's intentions, yet he refrained from addressing it directly. After all, with such a prosperous company like Starlight, there might be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Once Lu Zhang departed with Jing Tian, Ning Hao expressed a hint of apology, saying, I'm sorry, junior brother. Despite Ning Hao's rugged appearance, he possessed quite a delicate sensibility. Through their earlier interaction, he had discerned the reason behind Lu Zhang bringing Jing Tian along. It's no problem. Senior brother, we'll eventually cross paths in this industry. Seeing that Li Siwei displayed no signs of dissatisfaction, Ning Hao finally relaxed and cheerfully remarked, As long as you don't hold it against me, let's go. Today, I'll treat you to some private cuisine. Sounds good, I won't hold back then. After sending Gao Hu on his way, Li Siwei got into Ning Hao's car, unaware that as soon as he settled in, Xing Ana in the passenger seat was already sending a text message. Meanwhile, in a quaint villa, Lu Yifei received Ana's message and exclaimed to Zhu Yan and the others. Quickly, Sister Na and the others have set off. Senior brother, are you planning to shoot Crazy Racing next? Yes, after we finish filming the music video, we'll begin. During the drive, Li Siwei and Ning Hao discussed matters regarding the new film, making the journey quite enjoyable. However, as they entered a villa area, Li Siwei curiously remarked, Senior brother, the owner of this private restaurant must be quite affluent to be located in a villa district. Indeed, very impressive, replied Ning Hao as he parked the car. Upon stepping out, Li Siwei gazed at the exquisite villa and commented, Your friend has excellent taste. Haha, come on, junior brother. With that, Ning Hao led Li Siwei towards the villa, while Xing Ana seized the moment to send another text when Li Siwei's attention was diverted. Upon reaching the entrance, Ning Hao did not push the door open immediately, but gestured for Li Siwei to enter. At that moment, even Li Siwei, despite his usual obliviousness, began to speculate. Nevertheless, he remained silent and cooperatively opened the door. As he stepped inside, a cascade of colorful confetti erupted above him, although he had anticipated some form of surprise. The sudden display startled Li Siwei. Once he regained his composure, he noticed the villa was adorned with balloons, and a large screen hung in the center of the room. The hidden guests, witnessing Li Siwei's bewilderment, jumped out and shouted, Happy birthday! It was then that Li Siwei realized that today was indeed his birthday. However, he had never been one to celebrate it extravagantly. In the past, family gatherings would merely consist of a meal together. Lu Yifei, dressed in a delicate pink and white gown, wheeled out a cake and cheerfully said, Happy birthday. Glancing at Lu Yifei, Li Siwei affectionately ruffled her hair, asking, Did you organize this? Of course. Surprised? Very surprised. The others also presented their gifts. And Lu Yifei even arranged for her friend Zhang Liangying to sing a special song to commemorate Li Siwei's birthday. After the performance, Zhu Yan dimmed the lights, and a large screen illuminated with heartfelt messages from friends, including those unable to attend. Unfortunately, most of Li Siwei's friends were also in the entertainment industry. The blessings were brief, concluding in about 20 minutes, but the lights remained dim, replaced by the glowing candles on the cake. Under the watchful eyes of his friends, Li Siwei closed his eyes and made a wish. Thus, he celebrated his birthday, surrounded by friends, indulging in a few extra drinks until the early hours of the morning. Once everyone had departed, Li Siwei turned to Lu Yifei and remarked, It seems I'm still waiting for your gift. Upon hearing his inquiry, Lu Yifei flashed him a sweet smile and said, You should go take a shower first. Your gift will be ready soon. Li Siwei had intended to make a light-hearted joke, considering Liu Yifei's organization of such a splendid birthday party was already the best gift he could receive. However, the promise of an unexpected surprise prompted him to hastily head to the bathroom. In the villa's bedroom, Liu Yifei had discarded her pink and white gown, revealing her fair skin as Li Siwei embraced her. Gazing at the flushed Liu Yifei, he tenderly caressed her back and playfully asked, "Cici, why are you so affectionate today? Consider it your birthday gift. Do you like it?" Listening to Liu Yifei's languid voice, Li Siwei tightened his embrace, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "I like it immensely." The following morning, Li Siwei, still cradling the slumbering Liu Yifei, was abruptly awakened by a persistent phone ring. Having had a busy night, he had just fallen asleep and answered the phone irritably. Upon seeing the caller ID, he quietly slipped out of the bedroom to take the call. Chapter 66. The King of Kung Fu Settles and the Infiltrator. "James, why are you calling me at this hour?" On the other end, James Wan chuckled. "Director Li, you wouldn't believe where I am right now." As Li Siwei, still groggy, casually guessed, "It can't be in Beijing, can it?" "Indeed, Director Li, you guessed correctly. I am in Beijing." James esa afirmación julta Li Siwei awaka. "James, you've come to Beijing?" "That's right. Not just me. Several executives from Lionsgate have also arrived. And they got here even earlier than I did. They are here to finalize the Double J project." "So, they have already confirmed the collaboration partners?" "Correct. Ultimately, they chose Hawaii, and it was basically confirmed last night." Relief washed over Li Siwei upon hearing this. Thankfully, he hadn't handed that burden to China Film. Otherwise, he shuddered at the thought of two major flops like The King of Kung Fu and Redcliffe on his record. Such a scenario would be difficult even for Han Samping to bear. While The King of Kung Fu had not suffered significant losses compared to Redcliffe, the reputation of a project that misrepresented itself could be quite damaging. Given that the authorities were currently encouraging co-productions, if even China Film lacked a substantial voice in such projects, it would become more than just a matter of profit. It would be a blow to their prestige. Your visit to Beijing must not solely be for this matter, right? Correct. Director Li, Lionsgate intends to initiate the Infiltrator, and I would like to discuss some details regarding the script with you. No problem, James. Let us meet shortly. All right. Just as Li Siwei hung up the phone, Liu Yifei approached him, asking, "Whose call was that?" As Li Siwei gazed at Liu Yifei, who was clad solely in a white shirt, he instinctively pulled her into his embrace, settling onto the sofa with her. It was a call from Wenziren, informing him that Lionsgate had finalized a collaboration plan with Hawaii, albeit at a considerably greater cost to the latter. Nestled in Li Siwei's arms, Liu Yifei comfortably closed her eyes, offering a soft hum in response to his words before drifting back into silence. Had it not been for the blaring ringtone of Li Siwei's phone, she would have remained blissfully asleep, for they had indulged in late-night revelries the previous evening. "I have a meeting with Wenziren shortly. It's likely that the Lionsgate team will accompany me. Would you care to join?" Li Siwei inquired gently, stroking Liu Yifei's silky hair. "I think not. I wish to catch up on my sleep," she replied. "Will you not have breakfast then?" he asked. "No, thank you." Noticing Liu Yifei's imminent return to slumber, Li Siwei lifted her effortlessly and carried her back to the bedroom, gently placing her on the bed. After tucking her in with a light blanket and adjusting the air conditioning, he exited the room. Upon returning to the bedroom, he brought with him a glass of warm water, which he quietly set on the bedside table before slipping away once more. Later, as Li Siwei arrived at the company in Gao Hu's vehicle, Gao Hu cautioned him, "Boss, there are reporters nearby. Pay them no mind. They are likely here due to the stir caused by Wenziren." The Lionsgate team had recently arrived in the country and were not particularly discreet, thus attracting the attention of the capital's journalists. "Welcome to Beijing," Li Siwei greeted as he met the Lionsgate entourage at the entrance. The reporters, witnessing Li Siwei escorting the Lionsgate members into the building, erupted in excitement, snapping photos of him. Li Siwei even struck a pose, not out of vanity, but rather to irk Hawaii. Though the Lionsgate representatives were not overly ostentatious in their visit, the paparazzi had been tipped off by Hawaii, evidently to create a buzz. One journalist, after snapping a series of photographs, eagerly turned to a colleague and asked, "What is going on? Didn't Hawaii claim that the Lionsgate delegation was here solely for collaboration?" "How should I know? Just keep taking pictures for now." As anticipated, within an hour, news broke out. Lionsgate and renowned director Li Siwei are suspected to be forging a new partnership. Most within the industry regarded Lionsgate's visit to Li Siwei's company as entirely logical, considering their status as collaborators. However, Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei felt a twinge of discontent. In Wang Zhongjuan's office, Wang Zhonglei, his face a mask of frustration, remarked, "Brother, do you think these foreigners might be reconsidering?" "Unlikely. We have offered them too many concessions for Li Siwei to back down." "Still, We must remain vigilant. Call the Lionsgate representatives later to subtly gauge their intentions. I understand, brother. This Li Siwei is becoming increasingly ungrateful, treating us as if we are inconsequential. Does he genuinely believe Huai is soft? Let's not dwell on him for now. Our priority is to finalize the collaboration with Lionsgate to facilitate our public listing. Once Huai is listed, we can then teach him a lesson. Unbeknownst to the Wang brothers, Li Siwei was entirely ignorant of their discussions, and even if he were aware, it would matter little to him. Li, it is a pleasure to see you again. Welcome to Beijing. Having already established the framework for their collaboration on Undercover, the main focus of their discussions revolved around the project's budget and various details. Naturally, the conversation primarily involved Li Siwei and Wen Ziren, as the two Lionsgate executives were merely there to meet Li Siwei, acknowledging the significance of his recent success with Silence. After lunch, the Lionsgate executives returned to their hotel. James, I have a query, Li Siwei began. What is it, Director Li? Are you able to work on films outside of Lionsgate? Wen Ziren's eyes lit up at the question, and he replied with a smile, Director Li, my contract with Lionsgate does not impose such restrictions, provided the project is not competitive. Are you perhaps considering a script for me to direct? James. You will find out in due time. Allow me to keep you in suspense for now. Very well. After bidding farewell to Wen Ziren, Li Siwei intended to return home. But as he exited the company, a group of reporters intercepted him. Director Li, is it true that you have a new collaboration with Lionsgate? Not at all. I was simply discussing a previous script with them. After offering a brief explanation to the journalists, Li Siwei made his discreet exit. That evening, news of Li Siwei resurfaced online. It has been reported that director Li Siwei is set to collaborate with the renowned Hollywood company Lionsgate on an upcoming film, to be directed by Wen Ziren. Han Samping of China Film, upon seeing the news, wore a look of regret and commented to his secretary, "What a pity. They are all horror films, which are unsuitable for domestic release. Director Li will undoubtedly have other collaborations in the future," his secretary reassured him. Meanwhile, Li Siwei chose not to return to his villa, but rather to his new home, where Lu Yifei awaited him eagerly. How did everything go today? She inquired. Quite smoothly, he replied, just as his phone rang with a call from Tom. Tom, what is it? Boss, I have secured the rights. However, I am not optimistic about it. Chapter 67, Twilight and Business Expansion. Tom, you must have faith in my vision. Very well. After hanging up with Tom, Lu Yifei excitedly approached him. Did you manage to acquire the rights I suggested? Indeed, but are you certain this project will be profitable? Although Li Siwei had exuded confidence during the call, he felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding Lu Yifei's chosen project. Rest assured, this project will undoubtedly be lucrative. Are you familiar with Tiny Times? Twilight is essentially an enhanced version of Tiny Times. Though it has garnered poor reviews, its box office performance is explosive. Lu Yifei's confidence was palpable as she addressed Li Siwei's skepticism. In his past life, Li Siwei had only shown interest in critically acclaimed Hollywood films. He had merely heard of Twilight, but possessed little knowledge about it. However, he was familiar with Tiny Times, recognizing that, despite its melodramatic plot, it had indeed achieved significant box office success. Then I shall reach out to Wen Ziren to discuss his availability, he declared. Indeed, Li Siwei's earlier inquiry about Wen Ziren's ability to direct external projects had been in preparation for Twilight. While such franchise films were highly profitable, they did not align with Li Siwei's aspirations as an award-winning director. Thus, he had set his sights on Wen Ziren. Through their interactions, Li Siwei had come to understand that he prioritized box office performance over a film's critical reception. However, since Wen Ziren had only just begun preparations for Undercover, the Twilight project would need to be postponed. Very well, we shall co-invest in it together. I trust your judgment. During this period, besides learning production techniques from Xing Aina, Lu Yifei has been industriously exploring opportunities in Hollywood based on her memories from her previous life, with Twilight being a recent discovery. Simultaneously, leveraging Lu Xiaoli's influence, Lu Yifei successfully exited Hongxing Dock and joined Li Siwei's company as a stakeholder, becoming the first signed artist of Li Siwei's enterprise. Following the revelation of this development, speculations regarding their relationship sparked extensive discussions. However, neither party has come forth to clarify the situation. Moreover, rumors linking Li Siwei and Lu Yifei sporadically circulate, leaving the public accustomed to the gossip, with even Lu Yifei's fans becoming somewhat desensitized. In the ensuing period, Li Siwei devoted his efforts to the post-production of Hunting. The head of production has been identified. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, Li Siwei perked up, although Zhang Li is quite adept in company management. She lacks formal training in production. A competent film company necessitates a seasoned professional. Where might such an individual be found? In Zhang's office. Let us proceed to investigate. Upon arriving at Zhang Li's office, Li Siwei encountered a man in his 30s engaged in conversation with Zhang Li. Upon noticing Li Siwei's entrance, both stood up, and Zhang Li cheerfully introduced, "This is Zhang Jun, greetings, Director Li." After introducing Zhang Jun to Li Siwei, Zhang Li handed over Zhang Jun's credentials before excusing herself. Zhang Jun, a graduate of Beijing Film Academy, has spent years working in various crews, proving himself diligent. Though his forthright nature led to his dismissal after reporting a director's misconduct. "I've reviewed your resume. It appears promising." Zhang Jia must have briefed you? Shang Yun nodded earnestly. "Yes, Director Li, rest assured. I graduated with a specialization in production and marketing from Beijing Film Academy, and I am quite confident in my experience within production. For now, you will not be responsible for the film sector. The company will soon venture into television production. You will oversee that area for the time being." "Understood, Director Li. I assure you, I will not disappoint." Zhang Jun indeed demonstrated professionalism, submitting a market analysis report within days. His findings indicated that, while historical dramas remain the most stable in viewership, the associated risks are greater. Therefore, according to Zhang Jun's analysis, the company should initially focus on contemporary or period dramas to mitigate risks associated with audience fluctuations. "Thank you for your hard work. You have reviewed the script we previously developed, correct?" Li Siwei was referring to the television drama Infiltration, for which the rights had already been acquired. The delay in launching the project was due to the absence of a suitable head. "Director, I have perused the script, and I find it quite commendable. The audience for spy dramas has remained consistently stable in recent years. The total investment for this project will reach 20 million. I want you to initiate the marketing for it today." Before Zhang Jun could respond, Li Siwei added, "Also, if any investors express interest, negotiations may commence." As Li Siwei's company was merely a newcomer in the television industry, lacking a robust background, it was prudent not to operate in isolation. Initially, Li Siwei assumed that few would be interested in his foray into television. Yet the following day, he received a call from Wang Changtian. "Chairman Wang, what an unexpected pleasure to hear from you." "Ha. Director Li, I heard your company is embarking on a new venture." Wang Changtian's sources were indeed well informed. "Director, we at Guangxin have no intention of taking advantage of you. Once production concludes, I can facilitate discussions with the television station." Since Li Siwei had no intention of monopolizing the endeavor, Wang Changtian's proactive outreach was welcomed, leading to a negotiation that awarded Guangxin a 20 stake. In the television realm, Li Siwei remained a novice, while the television station representatives were seasoned veterans. Wang Changtian's assistance in negotiations was invaluable, and his terms would likely be more favorable than those Li Siwei could secure independently. "Teacher, who wishes to meet with me? I hear your company has initiated a new television project. A professor at the school is quite interested in the original work and has asked me to inquire." Just days prior, Zhang Jun had been seeking potential directors, and unexpectedly, Tian Zhuang recommended a candidate. The individual, Jiang Wei, was indeed a notable figure, having directed Daughter of Ali Shan, which garnered a Feitian Award in the 1990s and later collaborated with Xue Xiaolu on the screenplay for Don't Talk to Strangers, leaving an indelible impact on a generation. His theoretical and practical expertise was formidable. "Hello, Teacher Jiang. I have long admired your work. Director Li, I should be the one expressing admiration. I envy Lao Tian for having a student like you." After a brief exchange, Li Siwei gained a deeper understanding of Jiang Wei's capabilities and smiled, saying, "Teacher Jiang, I look forward to our collaboration." With the director and collaborator finalized, Li Siwei entrusted Zhang Jun and Jiang Wei with the subsequent casting and preparatory work for Infiltration. Chapter 68, Birthday Gifts and Departure for Venice. After delegating Infiltration to Zhang Jun and Jiang Wei, Li Siwei redirected his focus to the post-production of Hunting. Compared to the bustling month of July, August was markedly quieter. As the 24th approached, tomorrow marked Liu Yifei's birthday. Early one morning, upon awakening, Li Siwei glanced at Liu Yifei, still enveloped in slumber, and quietly exited the bedroom. He met up with Gao Hu and Zhang Wei before heading directly to the Guanmao Mall. "Good day, welcome. How may I assist you?" To be honest, Li Siwei was not well-versed in luxury goods, so he had invited Zhang Wei to accompany him. Upon her recommendation, he entered a particular store, where a staff member promptly approached. "I would like to select a birthday gift for my girlfriend. Do you have any recommendations?" "Certainly, sir. What type of gift are you considering? A necklace, a ring, or perhaps another accessory?" "A necklace, please." "Very well, if you would follow me." Ultimately, guided by the sales associate and Zhang Wei's advice, Li Siwei chose an exquisite diamond necklace. Upon returning home, as anticipated, Liu Yifei had not yet freed herself from the confines of her blanket. However, noticing her slightly quivering eyelids, Li Siwei understood she was feigning sleep. He approached, bent down, and playfully pinched her cheek, Grinning, little lazy pig, it's time to rise. You're the pig. Realizing that her ruse had been discovered, Li Siwei promptly removed his hand from her face. Hee, beautiful Princess Cici, do you require a wake-up service? With an exasperated roll of her eyes at Li Siwei's teasing gaze, Li Siwei retorted, forget it. After your so-called wake-up service, I'd just end up sleeping in again. After Li Siwei completed her morning routine, Li Siwei took her out for lunch before they returned to Bad Monkey. Over time, Li Siwei had grown increasingly close to Xing Aina. When are we headed to Venice? In a couple of days, we shall embark on our journey, dear senior brother. There is no need to rush. With your prowess, winning an award is merely a matter of time. I appreciate your kind words. That evening, the four of us sought out a private dining establishment. After finishing our meal, Li Siwei glanced at the time and proposed a leisurely stroll outside. Li Siwei found no objection to this suggestion, and it was not until past 11 that Li Siwei decided it was time to escort her home. I shall take a shower first, Li Siwei remarked, before taking her change of clothes into the bedroom. It was only when the sound of water began to echo from the bathroom that Li Siwei rose to retrieve the gift he had prepared in advance. Half an hour later, Li Siwei emerged, a towel in hand to dry her hair, and announced to Li Siwei, I am done. You may go ahead. Let me help you dry your hair. Very well, he replied. As Li Siwei picked up the hairdryer to assist Li Siwei, the date had already turned to August 25th. With her eyes closed, Li Siwei relished the service provided by Li Siwei, only to suddenly feel a cool sensation around her neck. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered a diamond necklace adorning her neck. Noticing that Li Siwei had opened her eyes, Li Siwei leaned his head against her shoulder and gently said, Happy birthday, Qian. Li Siwei gazed at his tender smile reflected in the mirror and reciprocated with a sweet smile of her own. Didn't we agree not to celebrate my birthday? She teased. I never consented to that. Though my Princess Qian shall forever be 18, the element of ritual is indispensable. You do have a way with words, she replied. That night, Li Siwei was particularly fervent, and the two explored many new positions together. By the time Li Siwei nestled into Li Siwei's embrace and drifted off to sleep, dawn was just beginning to break. 2 days later, in the underground parking lot of the Beijing International Airport, Li Siwei turned to Li Siwei and asked, Are you truly not coming to Venice with me? Let it be. I have not been cast in the film, and I have other commitments here, she replied. Very well. Then I shall take my leave. After bidding Li Siwei farewell with a kiss, Li Siwei embarked on a flight to Venice alongside Gao, Hu, and Zhang Wei. Due to the lack of direct flights from Beijing, they were required to make a connection. In Venice, the quaint seaside town had already begun to bustle a week prior, with filmmakers and journalists from around the globe converging upon it. Although the number of films competing in the main category was limited, many others not selected for competition still attended the festival to showcase their work. Among the 3 major international film festivals beyond the awards, the most significant aspect is the presence of film distributors from around the world who come to sell rights even if their films are not in competition. Hey boss, welcome to Venice. Tom had arrived even earlier than Li Siwei. Thank you for your hard work, Tom. Shortly after Li Siwei reunited with Tom, he was pleasantly surprised to encounter a fellow compatriot. Director Jiao, what a coincidence. Indeed, Director Li, Jia Zhangke responded with surprise. Since they had crossed paths and shared a common destination, they chose to journey together. Upon arriving in the town, Li Siwei spotted Mark Muller, the festival chairman, approaching Jia Zhangke. As a prominent figure in Venice, Jia Zhangke commanded considerable respect. Director Jia, welcome to Venice. After exchanging pleasantries with Jia Zhangke, Mark Muller turned to greet Li Siwei. Although this was Li Siwei's first visit to Venice, the escalating competition among the major festivals made him a target for Muller's outreach efforts. Moreover, it must be noted that Mark Muller was indeed a connoisseur of Chinese culture, as evidenced by his fluent Mandarin, which made Li Siwei feel particularly at ease. Thank you. It is my honor to attend the Venice Film Festival. After a modest appearance before the media, Li Siwei returned to the hotel for some rest. Li Siwei's encounter with Jia Zhangke in Venice and his engaging conversation with Mark Muller were documented by numerous journalists, especially since many domestic films have been nominated for this year's festival. On August 30th, the Venice red carpet officially commenced. Although Li Siwei was nominated for a foreign language film, he chose to walk the red carpet alongside Jia Zhangke and Johnny too. Didactoli, are you excited to be in Venice? A domestic reporter inquired loudly from the edge of the red carpet. It would be disingenuous to say otherwise. I hope for a favorable outcome, he replied succinctly before continuing on his way. The opening ceremony in Venice, apart from the red carpet, also included interviews with journalists from around the world. Li, as a rising international director, what are your expectations for this Venice festival? For me, naturally, I hope to win an award that would honor the efforts of the entire crew. However, this is my first time at Venice, and regardless of the outcome, It will be an invaluable experience. Whether I gain or lose, it is my fate. Chapter 69. The Confident Feng Xiaojing. After the brief interview segment concluded, the opening red carpet event drew to a close. The next segment involved the screening of the opening film for this year's Venice Festival, The Black Dahlia, directed by Brian De Palma. During the earlier red carpet walk, Li Siwei had exchanged brief greetings, and the film's leading lady, Scarlett, had approached him due to her connection with Ryan. So instead of returning directly to his hotel to rest, he chose to watch the film with the entire crew. Being selected as the opening film attested to its excellence, with a strong sense of time and a palpable atmosphere of gloom and gravity. It could be described as a riveting suspense drama, albeit with a distinct commercial flavor, characteristic of Hollywood. Moreover, whether in Venice or the other two major festivals, the opening film serves as an excellent promotional platform, making it entirely fitting to commence with a film that has commercial appeal. Boss, to be honest, I truly envy that kid Ryan. Scarlett's appearance in the film is simply stunning, Tom expressed as they made their way back to the hotel after the screening. Tom, I shall remember your words and share them with your wife. No, boss, you mustn't do that. She would kill me. Their banter continued as they returned to the hotel, where Li Siwei sent a message to Li Yifei before resting, for there were many matters to attend to the following day. Regrettably, due to the numerous domestic films nominated, Li Siwei felt compelled to show his support, particularly for films from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Failing to attend could easily lead to accusations of fostering disunity. In the days that followed, Li Siwei immersed himself in various screenings. Although being nominated for Venice was a testament to a film's quality, the continuous viewing began to give him a headache. Director Li, thank you for coming. Please do enter, a voice beckoned. As a prominent figure in Venice, Jia Zhangke's screenings were typically well attended, with many international filmmakers coming to support him. It must be said that many of the domestic sixth-generation directors, despite underwhelming box office performances, were greatly appreciated for their chosen themes, as these resonated well with foreign audiences. It was not until after the 2008 Olympic Games that such stereotypes began to change. I must attend director Jia's film. It is certainly worth the appreciation. Jia Zhangke is undoubtedly one of the rare directors in the country who is willing to support emerging talents. The Pingyao International Film Festival, which he founded, was established specifically to nurture new directors, as exemplified by the film Mr. Tree, which he championed. Therefore, Li Siwei holds a deep respect for the senior filmmaker Jia Zhangke. Despite differing cinematic philosophies, Li Siwei is keen to cultivate a friendship with director Jia, which stands in stark contrast to many domestic figures who merely pay lip service to the idea of supporting newcomers. How is it, Director Li? Did you find it satisfactory? After the film concluded, Jia Zhangke took the initiative to stop Li Siwei, inquiring about his impressions. Though young, Li Siwei has garnered numerous accolades. It was quite good. I firmly believe that director Jia will achieve significant success this year. Li Siwei's words were not mere flattery. Still life, after all, had indeed emerged as a dark horse, clinching the Golden Lion at this year's Venice Film Festival. Jia Zhangke found great joy in Li Siwei's praise, beaming as he bid him farewell before returning. Once back, Tom, with an air of curiosity, questioned Li Siwei, boss, do you have high hope for Jia's film? For someone like Tom, who favors commercial cinema, Jia Zhangke's work had only piqued his interest. Indeed, this film may very well be our most formidable competitor. As the two discussed their impressions of the film, they encountered several acquaintances of Li Siwei. Feng Xiaojing, sporting sunglasses, walked ahead with Wang Zhonglei, while Zhou Sun and Daniel Wu trailed behind. Upon spotting them, Li Siwei noticed that Feng Xiaojing had also recognized him. Li Siwei glanced up at the overcast sky, feeling somewhat bemused by Feng Xiaojing's ostentatious appearance. Is that Li Siwei? Although obscured by sunglasses, Feng Xiaojing's keen eyes were unmistakable. Wang Zhonglei, hearing this, squinted ahead and indeed confirmed it was the ungrateful Li Siwei. While he had mentally scolded Li Siwei several times, he had not yet reached the point of open confrontation, particularly since Hawaii, in an effort to promote the banquet, had engaged numerous media outlets, and cameras were already capturing the moment. Thus, Wang Zhonglei led his group towards Li Siwei. Director Li, it's been quite a while. I never expected to run into you here in Venice. Feng Xiaojing, indifferent to the conflict between Li Siwei and Hawaii, remained unaffected, although the domestic press and some netizens had soured his opinion of Li Siwei. Mr. Wang, Director Feng, it's truly been too long. The scale of the banquet is impressive. I noticed the posters upon my arrival. Wang Zhonglei merely offered a hollow smile, refraining from verbal response, while Feng Xiaojing jovially remarked, haha, Director Li, you must come to support us during the banquet screening. Rest assured, Director Feng, I will certainly be there. Li Siwei was acutely aware of Wang Zhonglei's reluctance to see him, yet the necessity of maintaining appearances prevented any overt display of animosity, which struck Li Siwei as somewhat amusing. Thus, even though he had seen the banquet in his previous life, he chose to attend, relishing the sight of Wang Zhonglei's irritation without the ability to voice it. Directoli, ayu, im is Oshun. I hope we can collaborate in the future. Hello. Directoli. As Wang Zhonglei and Feng Xiaojiang turned to manage the incoming reporters, Zhou Sun and Daniel Wu, who had remained silent, approached. No problem. Zhou Sun's acting prowess is indeed reliable, and her current popularity is commendable. Daniel Wu's striking looks were also noteworthy. Upon closer inspection, Li Siwei realized he was nearly matching him. Unbeknownst to Daniel Wu, who exchanged contact information with Li Siwei, the latter held thoughts of his own. While Li Siwei conversed with Zhou Sun and Daniel Wu, Feng Xiaojiang began to boast to the media, declaring, "The Banquet is undoubtedly an exceptional film. It will not only shine at Venice, but also contend for next year's Oscars." While Feng Xiaojiang's stature may not compare to Zhang Yimou's, Huai had assured him that even if he could not secure a nomination in the mainland, they would endeavor to facilitate one from Hong Kong. Thus, filled with newfound confidence, Feng Xiaojiang remained undeterred by the lukewarm reception at Cannes, convinced that a complete screening of the banquet would garner universal acclaim. The next day marked the screening of the banquet. Initially, Li Siwei planned to attend alone, but Tom, intrigued by domestic historical dramas, insisted on accompanying him to the venue. Compared to the grand spectacle at Cannes, Feng Xiaojiang adopted a more subdued demeanor this time. Despite his high standing domestically, he was eclipsed by Jia Zhangke in Venice. The turnout of international filmmakers was sparse, yet a substantial number of film distributors compensated for this shortcoming. In truth, had it not been for the promise, the banquet, with its historical martial arts theme, might have attracted a considerable foreign audience. Unfortunately, the unfavorable impression left by the promise had shaken the faith of foreign viewers in domestic historical films, a fact that had prompted Feng Xiaojiang to privately berate Chen Kaiga. Li Siwei's arrival delighted Feng Xiaojiang, and observing Wang Zhonglei's visibly displeased expression brought Li Siwei great satisfaction, a true win-win situation. Directori, greetings. I didn't have a chance to converse meaningfully during our time in Hollywood. Do reach out if any suitable roles arise. After exchanging pleasantries with Feng Xiaojiang, Zhang Ziyi, who had missed him the previous day, approached Li Siwei. Initially, when Li Siwei was just starting to gain recognition in Hollywood, Zhang Ziyi had not regarded him highly. However, with Li Siwei forging strong partnerships with Warner Brothers and Lionsgate, her perception of him had significantly shifted. Certainly, I hope to collaborate with you, Sister Ziyi. Li Siwei had no intention of cultivating a close relationship with Zhang Ziyi, knowing too well the multitude of complications that lay ahead. Zhou Sun, observing Zhang Ziyi conversing with Li Siwei, rolled her eyes in disdain. After Li Siwei and Zhang Ziyi exchanged pleasantries, Feng Xiaojiang made arrangements for Li Siwei and Tom to sit in the front row. Soon, the screening of the banquet commenced. As Li Siwei listened to the film's heavily Shakespearean dialogue, he struggled to suppress a grimace, especially as Feng Xiaojiang frequently cast glances in his direction. Once the film concluded, the audience offered polite applause. Some foreign media outlets, having been compensated, loudly proclaimed, "This film is magnificent." Yet, the majority of the media and film distributors opted to remain non-committal. As soon as the screening ended, Li Siwei intended to slip away, but he was intercepted by several domestic reporters. "Director, what are your thoughts on Director Feng's The Banquet?" Director Li, do you believe that the failure of the promise will have repercussions for the banquet? Director Li, do you think Director Feng is intentionally following in Director Zhang's footsteps? Upon hearing these inquiries from several reporters, Li Siwei could scarcely contain his exasperation. Was this not a deliberate attempt to corner him? Asking such questions in front of Feng Xiaojiang seemed rather pointed. At that moment, Feng Xiaojiang's expression was equally disconcerted. Having ventured into the realm of period films, he felt overshadowed by the likes of Zhang Yimou and Ong Li, as if his own work was merely a trend. Wang Zhonglei, standing beside Feng, appeared even more perturbed. Their rapport with Li Siwei was far from cordial, and should Li Siwei utter anything untoward, it could significantly impact the subsequent right sales for the banquet. I believe that the banquet excels in its visual aesthetics, showcasing the resplendence of Eastern classical beauty. As for the notion of following trends, I would argue against it. Just because director Zhang and others have produced epic period pieces does not preclude subsequent filmmakers from doing the same. Rather, it is a continuation of a narrative tradition. As long as the story is compelling, anyone can take the helm. Fortunately, Li Siwei chose not to confront Feng Xiaojiang directly, opting for a more diplomatic response. Upon hearing Li Siwei's words, Feng Xiaojiang nearly rushed forward to embrace him as a brother. The reporters, sensing the atmosphere, took their leave shortly thereafter. Once they departed, Feng Xiaojiang approached Li Siwei, expressing gratitude. Director Li, what are your thoughts on my film? Director Feng, the cinematography is quite commendable, though some of the dialogue may warrant further consideration. Had Li Siwei offered unreserved praise, Feng Xiaojiang might have dismissed it lightly. But the sincerity in Li Siwei's critique brought a genuine smile to his face. Those are mere trifles, inconsequential, Director Li. Let us strive for the Oscars together next year. Agreed. May your words prove prophetic. Observing Feng Xiaojiang's exuberance, Li Siwei hesitated to dampen his spirits. If his memory served him correctly, although the banquet had secured a nomination for the Oscars in Hong Kong, it ultimately failed to garner even a nomination. The day following the screening of the banquet, it was time for Hachi, A Dog's Tale. Standing in the screening room, Li Siwei greeted Marco Muller and Jia Zhanke, who had arrived hand in hand. With a warm smile, I'm grateful for your presence. Director Li, I have eagerly anticipated your film, Marco Muller replied. Director Li, we are both from Beijing Film Academy. It is only natural that I lend my support, Jia Zhanke added. Feng Xiaojiang made a special effort to attend as well, buoyed by Li Siwei's previous remarks. After a brief introduction of the cast, the film commenced. As the narrative unfolded, the audience was deeply captivated by the film's poignant warmth. The American version of Hachi was already a classic, and Li Siwei had enhanced it, fortifying the emotional bond between the owner and Hachi, while deepening the roles of supporting characters. In a thoughtful conclusion, Li Siwei incorporated a modern perspective, transforming the wait into a testament of precious connections rather than mere sorrowful endurance. Director Li, this is truly an outstanding film. Thank goodness you came to Venice. Otherwise, this year's festival would have lost its luster, Marco Muller praised highly. Jia Zhanke concurred, stating, indeed, it surpasses the original Japanese version. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, with numerous foreign journalists exclaiming, wonderfully, you have captured my sentiments perfectly. Li Siwei's decision to adapt Hachi, A Dog's Tale, stemmed from the distinct emotional bond that Western cultures have with animals, and it was evident that he had succeeded. Once Jia Zhanke departed, Feng Xiaojiang leaned in to commend Director Li. Well done. Feng Xiaojiang and the domestic sixth-generation director seldom saw eye to eye, as mutual disdain lingered. Nearby, reporters were busy submitting their ratings. Assessments from Asia hovered around 34 points, a commendably high score, while Western journalists awarded even greater marks, 36 points. That evening, the media, critics, and audiences alike flooded Venice with superlative reviews. Countless accolades appeared on local online forums almost instantaneously. Discussions erupted online with comments such as, I knew Director Li could do it. I eagerly await the domestic release, and Director Li is impressive. Adaptations can easily falter. Others speculated, does this mean Director Li is assured an award? It's difficult to say. High ratings don't always translate to accolades, as juries sometimes withhold award from popular films to assert their expertise. Surely not. The Venice jury is not like the Golden Roosters. They shouldn't act that way. Of course, Li Siwei was oblivious to the domestic chatter, as he was now enveloped in slumber. When the sun rose again over Venice, Li Siwei felt a sense of relaxation. The crucial premiere had concluded. Nevertheless, owing to the overwhelming acclaim, Hachi, A Dog's Tale continued to screen in other theaters of the Film Palace. Boss, it seems our chances of winning are quite high, Tom remarked, confident in the film's success. Though Li Siwei shared Tom's optimism regarding his likelihood of winning, he shook his head, replying, the results are yet to be determined. One can never be too certain. You know the saying, hot favorites often falter in the big three. This stark contrast with Hollywood's approach, where widespread acclaim often serves as part of a public relations strategy for future awards, was not lost on him. Oh, let us hope the jurors don't resort to such tactics. Warner contacted me yesterday, expressing their satisfaction with the film's reception at Venice and inquiring when it will be released in North America, as they wish to commence Oscar campaigning. The film Hachi, A Dog's Tale has garnered immense acclaim at the Venice Film Festival, even igniting anticipation among North American audiences. This surge in popularity prompted Warner Brothers to hastily reach out to Tom, eager to capitalize on the current enthusiasm and secure an earlier release date, potentially enhancing box office success. After some contemplation, Li Siwei remarked that Hachi, A Dog's Tale, being somewhat more artistic in nature, might not achieve exceptionally high box office figures, suggesting a launch in early November instead. Prior to his arrival in Venice, Li Siwei had already scrutinized the North American release schedule for the latter half of the year. Despite the favorable reviews, Hachi would certainly struggle to compete with Hollywood blockbusters in terms of box office revenue. Thus, after considerable deliberation, he settled on November, as there were no major films set to debut during that period. Thanks to Li Siwei's involvement, Saw 3, originally slated for the second half of the year, had yet to be filmed. thereby eliminating a significant competitor. The only other film scheduled for release in that time frame was a comedy, which bore no resemblance to Hachi, ensuring no conflict. Moreover, a November release would be advantageous for future Oscar considerations, coinciding perfectly with the period when judges and media personnel view new films, allowing Hachi to gain notable visibility. Therefore, whether considering box office potential or subsequent Oscar aspirations, this time frame proved to be remarkably advantageous. Having navigated Hollywood for many years, Tom clearly recognized the benefits of this schedule. After a brief moment of reflection, he grasped Li Siwei's rationale and promptly assured, "No problem, boss. I will communicate with the folks at Warner immediately." Warner Brothers also exhibited strong support for Li Siwei's chosen timeline, and the two parties swiftly reached a consensus. In the ensuing days, as Li Siwei observed the continuously updated accolades in the festival program, he began to feel a tinge of anxiety, silently wishing the audience would divert their attention to other competing films. Please, can they refrain from overpraising? At this rate, they might jinx my chances at the awards. Tom, noticing Li Siwei's usually composed demeanor now tinged with unease, offered words of comfort. "Boss, fret not. Although there's a persistent rumor among the 3 major European festivals that a hot favorite may falter, Mark Muller has bestowed high praise upon your film, so it will surely be fine." However, with the awards tantalizingly close, the possibility that judges might oppose the critics' opinions, resulting in Li Siwei not winning, loomed heavily on him. As time progressed, some crews, harboring little hope of winning, began packing their bags in preparation for departure. Just as Li Siwei was anxiously waiting, the phone in his room finally rang. "Hello, yes, it's me. All right, I'll be there on time." After hanging up, Li Siwei, brimming with excitement, informed Tom and the rest of the crew, "Get ready, we are heading to the film festival's closing ceremony." "Haha, boss, I knew it. Venice is sure to award us. Hurrah for the director." Following the receipt of the call, domestic journalists lingering in Venice, upon witnessing Li Siwei's radiant smile, understood that he was assured of at least one award. After verification, they relayed the news back home. From Venice News, "Our esteemed director Li Siwei has been invited to attend the closing ceremony of the Venice International Film Festival. Hachi, A Dog's Tale is poised to win at least one award." This marks Li Siwei's second attempt at conquering the 3 major European festivals, and he is set to win again. Besides Li Siwei, Jia Zhangke, Johnny 2, and Tsai Mingliang are also set to attend the closing ceremony, amplifying the anticipation surrounding this year's Venice Festival among domestic audiences. However, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. While Li Siwei and his crew were preparing their outfits for the closing ceremony, Feng Xiaojing and Wang Zhonglei were already making arrangements to return home. Their previous experience had saw mediocre sales of rights, and they had hoped that this time at Venice, with a complete film, they could secure better deals. However, despite the clamor from reporters and critics, distributors were hesitant to make decisions. Even in North America, there was a degree of indecision, which frustrated Wang Zhonglei and Feng Xiaojing, prompting them to mentally berate Chen Kaiga and The Promise once more. The prior success of Chinese costume dramas abroad, particularly in Hollywood, had bolstered their confidence. But the release of The Promise had made overseas distributors exceedingly cautious. In North America, only Weinstein and Warner expressed interest in the banquet, but with stipulations. Wang Zhonglei felt disheartened, knowing the significant effort they had put into supporting Feng Xiaojing's The Banquet, only to find it exceptionally challenging to sell in North America. Feng Xiaojing, contemplative, eventually proposed to Wang Zhonglei, "Isn't Li Siwei well connected with Warner? Perhaps we should seek his assistance." Wang Zhonglei was aware of Li Siwei's rapport with Warner, but the thought of approaching him made him uneasy. However, if negotiations with Weinstein failed, he would have no choice but to reach out to Li Siwei. After all, in the face of profit, pride takes a back seat. "Let us discuss it further. If necessary, I'll approach Li Siwei." Noticing Wang Zhonglei's silence, Feng Xiaojing took the initiative to voice his aspirations for the banquet. As they were pushing their luggage to leave the quaint town of Venice, they fortuitously encountered Li Siwei. Seeing the jubilant group, they understood that Li Siwei was guaranteed at least one award. Anticipating the possibility of needing Li Siwei's assistance later, Feng Xiaojing proactively approached him, saying, "Congratulations, directori." "Ha ha ha, just lucky," Li Siwei replied. Wang Zhonglei, standing behind Feng Xiaojing, couldn't he help but roll his eyes at Li Siwei's modesty. Meanwhile, Zhou Sun and Daniel Wu could only look on with envy. On the evening of the 9th, outside the Venice Palace of Cinema, the red carpet for the closing ceremony was officially underway. While the star power of the closing ceremony's red carpet was somewhat dimmer compared to the opening, it was undeniably more grandiose. Filmmakers from around the globe eagerly awaited this moment. Celebrities donned more extravagant attire, compensating for any lackluster ambience. When it was time for Li Siwei and his crew to walk the red carpet, The host lavished praise on Hachi, A Dog's Tale. Next up on the red carpet is the crew of Hachi, A Dog's Tale. Although this is Li's first visit to Venice, I believe he will achieve great success tonight. As the host's words echoed, thunderous applause erupted from both sides of the red carpet, indicating that the audience shared the sentiment that Hachi would triumph that evening. As the award-winning crews made their way down the red carpet, the awards ceremony commenced in earnest. Whether by coincidence or deliberate arrangement, the crews of Hachi, A Dog's Tale, and Still Life found themselves paired together. Congratulations, senior. During their time in Venice, Li Siwei and Jia Zhangke had grown quite familiar. Ha! The one who truly deserves congratulations is you, Junior. Your first time in Venice, and you've made it to the end. Jia Zhangke held a strong appreciation for his junior from the Beijing Film Academy, recognizing his talent. Interestingly, both Jia Zhangke and Li Siwei hailed from non-directing backgrounds. Jia Zhangke had studied literature. The closing ceremony of the three major European film festivals stands in stark contrast to the Oscars, lacking the plethora of musical and dance performances. Even at the highly commercialized Cannes, the final award segment is rather straightforward. The festival president, Marco Mahler, leads the way to the podium to deliver a speech, followed by the jury chair and other members. Only after the speeches do the awards formally commence. The first awards presented are from the Horizon section, with the Best Film Award going to Court on Horseback, directed by Liu Jia from China. During this period, domestic directors have frequently gathered to exchange ideas, prompting enthusiastic applause from Li Siwei. The domestic media, witnessing a local win the first award, feels greatly encouraged. Following this, Jia Zhangke's documentary East receives the Art Exchange Association Award. Congratulations, senior. Li Siwei exclaims. Oh, it's merely a minor award. The main event is yet to come. Jia replies modestly. Despite his humble words, Li Siwei can see the joy radiating from Jia's face. After the Horizon section concludes, the spotlight shifts to the main competition awards. Tom, seated beside Li Siwei, begins to exhibit signs of nervousness, aware that the preceding awards pale in comparison to what is to follow. The main competition section surprises domestic media with the Future Film Association Special Award going to Dark Circles, directed by Kai Mingliang. Soon, the Best Actor Award is announced, and Li Siwei can distinctly sense Charles' breath quickening. Regrettably, the award ultimately goes to Ben Affleck, the lead of Hollywood Manor. Charles watches the jubilant Hollywood Manor crew with some discomfort. Although Li Siwei feels a twinge of disappointment, he is predominantly pleased. Don't be disheartened, Charles. There will be future opportunities. After offering words of encouragement to his lead actor, Li Siwei's anticipation for the upcoming awards grows. The Best Actress Award is claimed by Helen Mirren for The Queen, and shortly thereafter, the Best Director Silver Lion Award is announced. As the presenter approaches the stage, Li Siwei feels a surge of tension. He yearns for victory while eagerly anticipating the Golden Lion. Upon opening the envelope, the presenter does not hesitate and declares, "Congratulations. Li Siwei, for Hachi, A Dog's Tale." Upon hearing his name awkwardly pronounced by the presenter, Li Siwei leaps to his feet in excitement. Tom, equally thrilled, embraces Li Siwei and exclaims, "Boss, congratulations." Jia Zhangke also extends his congratulations, saying, "Well done, Junior." After thanking Jia, Li Siwei strides toward the stage amidst the audience's fervent applause and cheers. Receiving the Silver Lion Trophy from the presenter, Li Siwei addresses the audience with a smile. "I am grateful to the jury for bestowing this award upon me. To think that my first visit to Venice would result in such an honor. However, I hope to attain a golden one next time. Lastly, thank you, Venice. Thank you to the jury, and thank you to all who support me." The audience, captivated by the spirited young man on stage, showers him with applause. "Boss, this silver lion looks far more appealing than the silver bear, but what a pity it wasn't T-gold," remarks one of the attendees. Ultimately, the coveted Golden Lion Award goes to Jia Zhangke for Still Life. Li Siwei embraces the jubilant Jia, grinning as he states, "Congratulations, senior." By around 3 in the morning, the final results of the Venice Film Festival are revealed. This year's Venice has garnered unprecedented attention in China, particularly due to the numerous nominations of Chinese films. As a result, even at such a late hour, many netizens remain awake to receive timely updates from Venice. Fortunately, the news from Venice does not disappoint the night owls. As awards are announced, many feel their efforts to stay awake were worthwhile, especially after Li Siwei and Jia Zhangke garnered the Best Director and Golden Lion Awards, respectively, igniting a wave of excitement among netizens. In a villa in the capital, Li Siwei, upon receiving Li Siwei's message, smiles and sets her phone aside to retire for the night. However, the number of netizens who stayed up late is limited, and it isn't until morning that discussions begin to explode across the country. In Li Siwei's home, her sister Lu Xiaoli is astonished upon seeing the online reports, unable to believe that Xiaoli has won another award. After a moment of disbelief, Lu Xiaoli rushes upstairs to Lu Yifei's room. Inside Lu Yifei's room, the morning sun has already poured in, illuminating her exquisite features. Although September has arrived, the summer warmth lingers, causing Lu Yifei to kick off her light summer cover, revealing her curves clad in a pink pajama set, which has slipped slightly from her shoulder due to her restless sleep. Lu Xiaoli, in a flurry, enters her sister's room and is met with this sight. Amused by her daughter's sleeping position, she approaches and gently taps Lu Yifei's shoulder, saying, "Qian, the sun is up. You need to get out of bed." Having stayed up until dawn, Lu Yifei struggles to open one eye and groggily responds, "Mom, what is it? Do I have something today?" "Nothing urgent, but you can't keep sleeping in. I have some good news for you," Lu Xiaoli replies, giving her daughter a couple of playful nudges. Forced awake by her mother, Lu Yifei sits up reluctantly, her long legs crossed, and stretches languidly before asking, "What is the good news?" "Xiaoli has won another award." "I know, the Best Director Silver Lion, right? He sent me a message when he won last night." Observing her yawning daughter, Lu Xiaoli comments, "It seems Xiaoli holds you in high regard." "Of course, don't worry, Mom. I've grown up," Lu Yifei assures her. She understands that Lu Xiaoli's concerns stem from her own past romantic failures, not wanting her daughter to repeat the same mistakes. In her previous life, Lu Yifei had also remained unmarried due to her parents' issues, but after experiencing death, she has come to terms with it all. From Venice. It is reported that the 63rd Venice Film Festival has concluded, with renowned Chinese directors Jia Zhangke and Li Siwei winning the Golden Lion and Silver Lion, respectively. Chinese directors shine at Venice, claiming multiple awards. Li Siwei's acceptance speech anticipates his next chance at the Golden Lion. Is it time for the Beijing Film Academy's directing department to reflect? These past few years have truly been a time of resurgence for the domestic film industry. Hero has revitalized commercial cinema, while art films continue to garner international accolades, instilling greater confidence in domestic filmmakers. The desire to bring glory to the nation is ingrained in the Chinese psyche, although most audiences may not be drawn to art films. Achieving international recognition equates to national pride, even if box office numbers fall short. The status of directors who can earn such accolades is elevated above that of those focused solely on commercial success. This explains why the sixth generation of directors remains captivated by art films. They exude prestige. Though Feng Xiaojing boasts high box office figures, many netizens regard him as merely average. This is why he has shifted from his comfort zone to undertake the banquet. Discussions among netizens reveal this sentiment. Ultimately, it is director Li who excels in both box office success and award recognition. Jia Zhangke is indeed formidable. He is a Golden Lion winner. After all these individuals are impressive. Anyone who garners accolades possesses a certain gravitas, far surpassing the likes of Feng Xiaojing, who seems to prioritize leisure travel. The sentiments expressed above resonate profoundly. However, one must acknowledge that, when it comes to directing, one ought to look beyond the confines of the Beijing Film Academy, as its directing department appears somewhat lacking. In stark contrast to the jubilant discourse online, the current state of the directing department at the Academy is rather disheartening. Just observe the prevailing evaluations of our directing department. Perhaps it is time for some introspection. The head of the directing department, visibly agitated while clutching a newspaper, lamented the truth of the saying, "Lies do not wound. It is the truth that serves as a sharp blade." In recent years, aside from Lu Chuan, our directing department has produced no notable filmmakers, and even Lu Chuan's reputation is far from stellar. Conversely, other departments boast eminent directors like Li Siwei and Jia Zhangke, who have gained international acclaim, with Ning Hao also beginning to emerge prominently. The words of the department head cast a shadow of dismay over the faces of the directing faculty. Yet one individual stood apart, Tian Zhuangzhuang. At this moment, Tian was consumed with pride. With each accolade earned by Li Siwei, his own stature grew. Since Li Siwei's rise, Tian Zhuangzhuang's standards had elevated, leading him to graciously decline a recent request from Xiao Yanzi to study under him. The department head noted Tian's serene demeanor and, recognizing his stature, refrained from further criticism, only expressing a mild grievance. "Old Tian, you should have brought Li Siwei into our directing department back then." "That was beyond my control," he replied. Meanwhile, Lu Yifei, awakened by the incessant chatter of Lu Xiaoli, chose not to indulge in another nap. Instead, she donned a tailored women's suit and drove to Ziyuan Film and Television, the company owned by Li Siwei, where she had now become the second largest shareholder. "President Lu, welcome," greeted Sister Zhang. "Have we gathered all the principal cast members for the infiltrator?" Following Li Siwei's departure abroad, Lu Yifei had taken on his responsibilities, as Zhang Li excelled in personnel management, while matters within the industry were best left to Lu Yifei. "Yes, we've nearly finalized the main cast, but director Jiang has yet to confirm the leads." Although every character in The Infiltrator shone brightly, the male and female leads were paramount. Upon reviewing the list from Zhang Li, Li Siwei noted that the male lead, Sun Hongwei, and the female lead, Yao Chun, expressed keen interest in their roles, despite the current state of the domestic television market, where espionage dramas have only garnered moderate success. Far from the fervor that followed the airing of The Infiltrator, this was Yuan Film and Television's inaugural project, ensuring a significant level of attention, particularly given the quality of the script. Let's keep these two as backups. For the male lead, let us reach out to Wang Jiwen, and for the female lead, Lu Tao, she decided. Li Siwei believed Wang Jiwen's acting prowess surpassed that of Sun Hongwei, and she leaned towards Lu Tao over Yao Chen. Additionally, I want a screenwriter to expedite the development of those concepts I previously mentioned. Understood. The projects Li Siwei referred to later became immensely popular across Asia, including hits like My Love from Star, which promised both profitability and quality. Naturally, she wished to secure them in advance. It was only after discussing this with Li Siwei that he realized he had been so engrossed in filmmaking that he nearly overlooked such a lucrative opportunity, especially since it involved acquiring content from South Korea, which alleviated any psychological pressure. On the second day, following his award in Venice, Li Siwei bid farewell to Jia Zhangke and others, embarking on a return to Hollywood with Tom and the rest. Initially, Li Siwei had planned to head straight back to China, but both Lionsgate and Warner Brothers required his presence, compelling him to make a detour to Hollywood first. Upon landing in Los Angeles, they were greeted by the sweltering afternoon sun. The September heat was already palpable, and Li Siwei felt as if he might melt under its intensity, a sensation he had only experienced in his previous life, especially given that temperatures in China had been rising year after year since 2020. Tom, the sun in Los Angeles is unbearably fierce, he remarked. Tom, equally affected, was already glistening with beads of sweat. Boss, you'll need to acclimatize. Los Angeles summers can indeed be quite oppressive. After parting ways with the cast of Hachi, A Dog's Tale, Li Siwei returned to the company with Tom. Boss, besides Lionsgate and Warner Brothers wanting you to visit, Paramount has also extended an invitation. Paramount? What do they want from me? We haven't had any dealings with them, Li Siwei mused. While he had established a solid partnership with Warner Brothers and Lionsgate, he had never interacted with Paramount before. It seems they are interested in one of your scripts. Very well, I shall see what they have to offer. Although he had not previously engaged with Paramount, it remained a prominent player in Hollywood, having enjoyed tremendous success earlier in the year with Brokeback Mountain and acquiring Spielberg's DreamWorks. Collaborating with such a powerhouse would undoubtedly be advantageous. The following day, upon arriving at Lionsgate with Tom, Li Siwei quickly understood the urgency behind their request. James Wan had completed filming The Infiltrator 1, with post-production nearly finalized. Li Siwei was taken aback by Wan's speed, especially considering that he had hardly completed half of the post-production for Hunting. Upon returning, he resolved to abandon any lackadaisical attitude. Hey Li, don't be surprised. We specialize in horror films, Wan remarked. Through discussions with Lionsgate executives, Li Siwei learned that their expertise in the genre was indeed commendable, particularly since they had another film, Saw 3, in the pipeline. Director Li, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. By the way, congratulations on winning the Best Director Silver Lion Award, Wan said, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Li Siwei in the conference room. He recalled that before leaving Beijing, Li Siwei had inquired whether he would be open to accepting foreign projects, and he held Li Siwei's screenwriting abilities in high regard. James, it's been a while. I must admit, your speed is impressive. Haha, Director Li, I've grown accustomed to shooting horror films, as long as the script is sound. It poses no difficulty for me. After their pleasantries, a Lionsgate executive approached and said, Li, congratulations on your success in Venice. You truly are a genius. Our marketing department has unanimously concluded that The Infiltrator will surpass Dead Silence in success. The executive's praise was not mere flattery. It stemmed from thorough market research. Unlike Dead Silence, The Infiltrator did not solely rely on the eerie atmosphere of horror, but infused it with profound themes of familial bonds, rendering it more substantial in its intent. Now, let us proceed to view the completed film, he suggested. Invited by several executives, Li Siwei, accompanied by Tom, entered Lionsgate's screening room. As the film commenced, the 100-minute runtime kept Li Siwei on the edge of his seat, eliciting both fear and an eagerness to continue watching. Upon its conclusion, he turned to Wan with a smile and said, James, you truly excel in the horror genre. Your cinematographic choices leave no room for criticism. Director Li, you flatter me. The script is simply excellent. This time, The Infiltrator is even more extravagant. Lionsgate intends to release it globally. Wong Kar-wai's words took Li Siwei by surprise. He had not anticipated such unwavering confidence from his peers. It is noteworthy that The Conjuring had initially premiered in North America, for a week before its global release. Director Li, I trust you're not in a hurry to return? Not at all. There are still matters to discuss with Warner. Ha! Then let us eagerly await the box office results of our opening. Absolutely. After exiting Lionsgate, Tom wasted no time and led Li Siwei directly to Warner. Congratulations, Li, on winning the Silver Lion. What a pity. I would have preferred the Golden Lion. You're still young, Li. It is only a matter of time before you secure that Golden Lion. Now, let us discuss the North American release of Hachi, A Dog's Tale. Tom mentioned that you intend to release the film in November. Li Siwei nodded and smiled. Indeed. November should pose no issue, correct? There should be no problem, but do prepare yourself. The box office may not be exceptionally high during that time. Hachi, A Dog's Tale leans towards the artistic side, and even during a popular release window, it may not garner significant revenue. Conversely, a less competitive period might surprise us. After a moment of contemplation, the Warner executive spoke. Very well, Li. I shall heed your advice. The fact that Hachi, A Dog's Tale has secured the Silver Lion signifies it has already achieved half of its success. That evening, after dining with several Warner executives, Li Siwei returned to his modest quarters. Having resolved most of the issues from his trip, he finally enjoyed a restful night as sleep. The next day, when Tom arrived to pick him up, he noted that Li Siwei appeared considerably rejuvenated. Upon arriving at Paramount, they were promptly escorted to the reception room. Shortly thereafter, two foreign executives entered, greeting the young director warmly. Welcome to Paramount. Thank you. May I inquire what brings me here? As Li Siwei cut straight to the chase, the executives dispensed with pleasantries and replied, Li, our marketing department has reviewed your film and screenplay, and they are quite impressive. However, we also have our own screenwriting department that occasionally reviews scripts. Having heard such formalities numerous times before, Li Siwei directly queried, which screenplay has caught your interest? The foreign executives were taken aback by his straightforwardness, pausing for a moment before responding, The Martian. Upon hearing the title, Li Siwei was surprised by their discerning taste. What terms are you offering? $1 million, and we require all rights. Li Siwei was momentarily at a loss for words. Even Lionsgate would not propose such an outrageous figure. Noticing Li Siwei's displeasure, another Paramount executive interjected, Li, this offer reflects your accomplishments in Hollywood. You must understand, a science fiction film like this is unlikely to be well executed in your country. The arrogance of their words darkened Li Siwei's expression, and he suppressed his anger, stating, I believe there is nothing further to discuss. I shall produce this film myself. With that, he ignored the two executives and departed with Tom. You will regret this, Li. Chapter 75, Co-Production. After witnessing Li Siwei and Tom leave without a backward glance, the Paramount executives were left momentarily stunned. After a brief silence, the previously silent executive, now irritated, queried, Did you not say that following your approach, our chances of success were substantial? Logically, it should have succeeded. I did not anticipate his outright refusal. The executive who had initially made the offer now seemed perplexed. Prior to negotiating with Li Siwei, he had no authority to speak, but had volunteered to take the initiative to secure a deal. Never mind. A refusal is a refusal. Find a few familiar media outlets to disseminate the news, stating that the Chinese director rejected our generous offer. But isn't the higher-ups insisting that we secure the script? If he has declined, how can we proceed? You had better hope his own film fails, or you might find it difficult to remain at Paramount. With that, he exited the reception room, leaving the executive who had made the offer to regret his impulsive remarks. Boss, please do not be upset. Some people simply lack common sense, and the arrogance of the Big Eight in Hollywood has long been established. This is precisely why companies like Lionsgate have been able to thrive. Tom, sharing in the frustration over Paramount's hubris, reflected on how Warner's demeanor was far more agreeable than that of Paramount. All right, Tom, no need to elaborate. I understand your sentiments. Let's return, Li Siwei coldly uttered before closing his eyes. This encounter at Paramount had awakened Li Siwei, who had previously enjoyed a smooth trajectory in Hollywood. That evening, media outlets reported that Paramount had revealed that Chinese director Li Siwei had rejected their collaboration proposal, which included a screenwriter fee of $1.2 million and subsequent box office shares. Paramount expressed deep regret over the failure to reach an agreement with Li Siwei. When Tom relayed this news to Li Siwei, he could not help but laugh in disbelief. Paramount had inflated their offer by $200,000 and had not even mentioned box office shares during his departure. Should we issue a statement? There is no need. Engaging in a verbal dispute with such a large corporation will yield no benefits. When the film is released, that will serve as the best rebuttal. Besides, I was already contemplating what my next project would be, and now I need not deliberate any further. Domestic media had been particularly attentive to news from Hollywood, especially following Li Siwei's award at Venice and his subsequent journey to Hollywood without returning home. Thus, When news of Li Siwei's rejection of Paramount's collaboration emerged, it quickly made its way back to the domestic audience. "Brother, I have good news." Wang Zhonglei, who had been in a sour mood over the banquet, perked up upon seeing the news from Hollywood. Li Siwei thought he could rest easy after securing support from China Film. Wang Zhongjun chuckled at Li Siwei's naivety. Indeed, rejecting an offer from Paramount. What on earth was he thinking? Wang Zhonglei wished he could swap places with Li Siwei. If it were their company, they would never have declined an opportunity from a major studio like Paramount. China Film, Guangxin, and even Wanda, all of whom had closely collaborated with Li Siwei, were quick to reach out with inquiries. Yet, Li Siwei's phone remained engaged, leaving them unable to connect. "Are you all right?" "Initially, I was quite heated, but now that I've calmed down, I feel much better. If Paramount does not believe in my abilities, I shall prove them wrong by bringing this film to fruition." Once Li Siwei regained his composure, especially after seeing the media reports, he realized he had been misled by the two executives. "I'm relieved to hear you say that. I was worried you might act impulsively." Listening to the concerned tone of Li Yifei on the other end of the phone, Li Siwei suddenly realized how wonderful it is to have someone who genuinely cares for you. "Rest assured, I'm not a child anymore." Yes. You're no longer a child. Now, make sure to get some rest. Knowing you're well puts my mind at ease." "All right, I will return home soon." MHM. After hanging up on Li Yifei, Li Siwei glanced at the missed calls on his phone, but he did not call back immediately. Instead, he sent a few text messages. Given the substantial investment in a science fiction film like The Martian, it was clear that he and Li Yifei could not handle it alone. So he would need to discuss it further with others upon his return. Originally planning to fly back the following day, Li Siwei unexpectedly received an invitation from Warner Brothers. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped Warner's intentions. "Li, we are aware of your experiences with Paramount. They're nothing but a bunch of fools, and you need not concern yourself with them. I understand, and thus I chose not to rebut them through the media. Instead, I shall wait until the film is released to confront them." Observing Li Siwei's calm demeanor, the Warner executives held him in even higher regard. "Li, we at Warner are indeed very interested in this script." As he had suspected, Charles continued, "I apologize, but I intend to film this movie domestically." "That is not a conflict, Li. You must have heard of co-productions. We can certainly treat this film as one." "Co-production, you say?" "Indeed, Li. I have perused the script. A film of this caliber would at least be an A-list production in Hollywood. Such films must be distributed globally to ensure profitability." "Charles, given your confidence, you must have already ascertained the budget for this film." "Precisely. The preliminary estimate puts the budget at 100 million. After pondering for a moment, Li Siwei did not decline. Recognizing that Charles was correct, for a film to be profitable, it must achieve global distribution. What share does Warner intend to take? Warner can invest 30 million and assist in global distribution, requiring a 40 share. "No, Charles, that is rather excessive." After some negotiation, they settled on Warner contributing 25 million along with a 30 share of global distribution. With the investment from Warner solidified, Li Siwei prepared to return home. Although he had faced some unpleasantness with Paramount, he ultimately forged a partnership with Warner. However, before leaving, Warner insisted that Li Siwei join them for a press conference. Addressing the reporters, Charles loudly proclaimed, "We are entering into a new collaboration with Li." Chapter 76, Confirming Shares. "Li, why did you reject Paramount's collaboration in favor of working with Warner?" Before Li Siwei could respond to the reporter's inquiry, Charles interjected, "Li and I have always enjoyed a strong partnership. Paramount made a foolish decision, but we at Warner will not be so misguided." After the press conference concluded, Li Siwei boarded his flight back home. As Li Siwei traveled on the plane, news of his new collaboration with Warner had already reached domestic shores. Renowned director Li Siwei has partnered with Warner Brothers, one of Hollywood's Big Eight, with a production budget of 100 million for a Sino-American co-production. This marked Li Siwei's first foray into large-scale productions with a staggering budget. As the news spread, discussions erupted among domestic netizens. Didn't they just say that director Li's negotiations with Hollywood had fallen through? How did he secure a partnership? It was Paramount that fell through. His collaboration is with Warner, both of which are part of Hollywood's Big Eight. Wow, 100 million. What kind of film is worth that much? Domestic forums were abuzz with discussions about Li Siwei's new film, with some expressing excitement, others astonishment, and certainly a fair number casting doubt and derision. Is Warner out of their minds? I thought Li Siwei would return in disgrace. Wang Zhonglei grimaced at the media reports, his expression a stark contrast to the glee he had displayed just days prior. Equally dismayed were the two Paramount executives who had previously undermined Li Siwei. They never anticipated that Warner would proactively collaborate with him. Now, they could only hope that Li Siwei would produce a subpar film, lest they find themselves seeking new employment. Upon exiting the airport, Li Siwei climbed into Gao Hu's car and headed straight to his residence in Beijing. As he stepped through the door, Li Siwei, who had anticipated his arrival, promptly took his suitcase and leapt onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. I was concerned about whether you were affected by everything. And yet here you are, having secured a deal with Warner the very next day. You could have at least informed me, sparing me the worry. Supporting Li Siwei with his hands beneath her, Li Siwei chuckled. I am wronged. At that time, I had not yet finalized the deal with Warner. I truly did not expect them to reach out to me. Moreover, your comforting words were a boon. Otherwise, I might not have recovered so swiftly. Though aware that Li Siwei's words were intended to amuse her, Li Siwei couldn't help but laugh, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, you know how to sweet talk. So, did you miss me during this time? I did, incessantly, he replied, nodding earnestly. Approaching the sofa, he released his hold on Li Siwei, and, as she descended, he swiftly turned to embrace her, and they both collapsed onto the couch. The combined weight of the two produced a soft creaking from the leather upholstery. Li Siwei lay nestled in Li Siwei's arms, gazing up at him with curiosity, her eyes blinking as she asked, shouldn't you have been thinking of me all along? What do you mean by incessantly? Well, even when I wasn't directly thinking of you, you were still in my mind. Slightly taken aback, Li Siwei quickly grasped the implication and playfully slapped him twice before bouncing off him and settling on the opposite side of the sofa. After being playfully struck, Li Siwei flipped onto his side, resting his head on Li Siwei's lap. As Li Siwei reclined on her legs, he looked up at Li Siwei, who was glancing down at him, and asked with a smile, did Princess Qianqian miss me? Not at all, she replied, feigning indifference. Sensing her insincerity, Li Siwei reached for her waist, prompting Li Siwei to retaliate in kind. After a brief bout of playful chaos, Li Siwei returned to his comfortable position on her lap. Li Siwei, while tracing patterns on his face with her fingers, softly inquired, aside from your collaboration with Warner, who else do you plan to work with domestically? Domestically? Perhaps China Film. It's hard to say. We can discuss it tomorrow. Tonight, there are far more pressing matters at hand. With that, Li Siwei leaned in and kissed her before she could respond. The following morning, sunlight streamed over the scattered garments on the carpet, and a now awake Li Siwei propped himself on his elbow, gazing down at the still sleeping Li Siwei, her skin fairer than snow. As if sensing his gaze, Li Siwei slowly opened her eyes. Meeting Li Siwei's unwavering stare, she kicked him playfully and scolded, you beast, don't you have important matters to attend to today? There's no rush. Our appointment is in the afternoon. After completing his morning exercise, Li Siwei returned to his bedroom only after preparing breakfast. I made breakfast for you. Remember to eat it when you wake up. I'm off now, he said. Hurry up and get going. Once downstairs, he got in a Gaohu's car and headed straight for Ziyuan Film and Television. Director Li, your activities seem to grow more raucous with each passing day. Just as Li Siwei arrived at the company, Han Samping and the others followed closely behind to Ziyuan Film and Television. Chairman Han, it's merely some minor skirmishes. Director Li, if $100 million is considered a minor skirmish, then we might as well cease to exist. What Chairman Wang said is true. Ha ha ha, everyone. Please take a look at the script first. With that, Li Siwei handed the pre-prepared script to Han Samping and the others. After a while, Han Samping set the script down, astonished, and remarked, Director Li, it's no wonder that Paramount and Warner are interested in this script. It truly is impressive. We will be investing through China Film. Indeed, we at Guangxin have no objections either. Wanda has no issues as well. Although no domestic director has ever attempted such a high-budget sci-fi film, they are still willing to take a gamble, especially China Film, which has faced criticism due to the issues surrounding the promise and is in dire need of a blockbuster to restore its reputation. After some negotiations, China Film invested $25 million for a 20 stake, while Guangxin and Wanda each invested $10 million, acquiring 5 stakes. So how did it go? Finished the negotiations? By the time Li Siwei arrived at Ziyuan Film and Television, Han Samping and the others had already departed. The negotiations are complete. We'll announce it together in a few days. Although the news has not been made public yet, the gathering of representatives from China Film, Guangxin, and Wanda at Ziyuan Film and Television did catch the attention of some media outlets. Others in the industry are not oblivious and understand that they're discussing stake allocations. Brother, should we release the news about Kung Fu King first? Let us not rush. If we announce it first, and then Li Siwei follows up with his news, we will lose all the heat. After pondering for a while, Wang Zhongjuan decided to release the news about Kung Fu King after Li Siwei's announcement. As Lionsgate's prestige does not match that of Warner, nor can it match the budget. Should we still send an invitation for the premiere of the banquet to Li Siwei? Yes. Send one. Chapter 77, Another Seminar. September was originally supposed to belong to the Banquet and Baby plan, with one film premiering mid-month and the other at the end. Both films' creative teams had conducted extensive promotions. However, with the news of Li Siwei's new film emerging, the excitement surrounding these two films was overshadowed. Particularly after China Film, Guangxin, and Wanda announced their investments, all attention shifted domestically. With both actors in the industry and the general public curious about the actors Li Siwei would choose for such a substantial investment. Some connected actors have already begun to make their moves. Uncle Liu, can I really star in director Li's film? Hearing Liu Zheng mention that he could appear in Li Siwei's new movie, Jing Tian was filled with excitement. Don't worry, Tian. Wanda is also one of the investors. While it's unlikely you'll land the lead role, securing a supporting character should be feasible. Liu Zheng confidently assured Jing Tian. Besides Liu Zheng, other film companies have also taken action. Even Emperor Pictures called Li Siwei, hoping for an audition opportunity for their godson, Xie Tingfeng. Considering that filming might also take place in Hong Kong and that it was merely an audition opportunity, Li Siwei readily agreed. An important reason for this was that, as a rising director, he had yet to feature any actors from Hong Kong or Taiwan in his films, which had led some people to cast aspersions against him. This time, it would also serve to silence those critics. Qian, I have made some modifications to the script. You will play the second female lead. Once The Martian and Inception are completed, your fame will be solidified in Hollywood. Observing Li Siwei's serious demeanor while explaining, Liu Yifei understood that he was worried she might overthink things. So she smiled and replied, "All right, you don't need to explain so much. I understand. I may have significant recognition domestically, but in Hollywood, I am virtually unknown. So let us proceed with your plan." I knew our Qian would be the most understanding. As Li Siwei spoke, he pulled Liu Yifei into his embrace. Smooth talker. Leaning compliantly against Li Siwei, Liu Yifei suddenly remembered something and looked up, saying, "By the way, the scripts for those Korean dramas are nearly complete. But for you who came from the stars, you must shoot it with me." "No way, Qian, you know I can't act." "Oh, come on, I know all too well. Back when we filmed those years in The Assassin, your guidance was crucial to Yan's performance." Despite her words, Li Siwei, who had never acted before, still felt a hint of resistance. Noticing the hesitation on Li Siwei's face, Liu Yifei wrapped her arms around his neck and playfully coaxed, "Brother, just agree, okay?" Listening to Liu Yifei's sweet and gentle voice, Li Siwei felt utterly entranced and promptly acquiesced. All right, I agree." After receiving Li Siwei's assurance, Liu Yifei returned to her previous demeanor, declaring, "Then it's settled." "I say, Qian, your mood shifts too quickly." The next day, while Li Siwei and Liu Yifei were working on the post-production of Hunting at Ziyuan Film and Television, Zhang Li entered with an invitation. Since Liu Yifei began studying production with Xing Aina, her interest in film post-production had also blossomed. Hence, when Li Siwei came to the company for post-production today, Liu Yifei conquered her tendency to sleep in and arrived early with him. "President Li, General Manager Liu, we receive an invitation from Hawaii, inviting you to attend the premiere of the banquet." Li Siwei and Liu Yifei exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. Hawaii truly is something else. They clearly have an aversion to Li Siwei. Yet invitations always find their way to him. "Sister Zhang, could you go in my stead? Just say I'm busy." "Understood." After brushing off this matter, Li Siwei initially thought he would not be disturbed again for a while, but unexpectedly, the Film Bureau organized another seminar, specifically requesting his attendance. "Chairman Han, why is there another meeting at the Bureau?" "It's a good thing. Domestic filmmakers achieved remarkable success at Venice, and with the stir you've caused recently, the Bureau wishes to hold a seminar." Upon learning this, Li Siwei understood he could not evade it. "By the way, prepare yourself. You will definitely need to speak." "I understand, Chairman Han." After hanging up, Li Siwei presented a resigned expression to Liu Yifei. "All right, don't worry. Xiao Wang and the others have been doing fine with the editing. You attend the meeting tomorrow, and I'll keep an eye on things. Then I'll leave it to our Princess Qian." Such a deadpan. The seminar was convened in a small building on the east side of the headquarters. When Li Siwei arrived, Han Samping was already present, surrounded by several elderly individuals. Upon noticing Li Siwei, Han Samping's eyes sparkled with delight. After exchanging a few words with his senior colleagues, he made his way toward Li Siwei. "Mr. Han, what is the situation?" Li Siwei yinkidat. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Han Samping replied, somewhat exasperated, "Just a bunch of old directors seeking more funding support from China Film. They keep producing art films that no one watches, and they can't even sell the copyrights. They incessantly come to China Film." "You certainly have your work cut out for you, Mr. Han," Li Siwei remarked. It was evident that leading China Film was no easy task. Not only did he endure daily criticism over imported films, but he also had to manage the demands of these veteran directors. "Is your speech prepared?" Han Samping asked. "Rest assured, Mr. Han, it has been ready for quite some time," Li Siwei assured him. As they discussed the forthcoming seminar, Feng Xiaojiang approached with a broad smile. Mr. Han, Mr. Li, what a coincidence." "Director Feng, you look well," Li Siwei responded. Hee, the premiere of the banquet is just around the corner. By the way, Director Li, you must come to support me on that day, Feng Xiaojiang insisted. With Feng Xiaojiang's direct request, Li Siwei felt obliged to agree. He had initially thought he could evade the event by sending Zhang Li, but Feng Xiaojiang had cornered him at the seminar instead. Originally slated for a December release, the banquet had been moved to September, likely due to an agreement between Zhang Weiping and Feng Xiaojiang. Had it remained in December, Li Siwei would have had ample excuses, but now he had no choice but to comply. Seeing Li Siwei acquiesce, Feng Xiaojiang beamed with delight. As they conversed, the group entered the conference room. Li Siwei noted that, aside from Zhang Yimou, who was occupied with the Olympics, nearly all the esteemed directors in the industry were present, along with notable film companies from across the country. Good day, old leaders, Director Li, someone greeted him. Li Siwei intended to take his seat directly, but was intercepted by Yu Dong from Bona. Director Li, if you have any projects in the future, we at Bona would be eager to invest. Hearing Yu Dong, a former subordinate attempting to poach in front of him, Han Samping quickly interjected, All right, Yu Dong, we are here for a seminar today. We can discuss this later. Certainly. Director Li, we'll talk later, Yu Dong replied before stepping away. After Yu Dong departed, Li Siwei settled into his seat. The leaders from the General Administration and the Ministry of Culture entered one after another, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly serious with their arrival. As the door closed, the seminar officially commenced. Tong Gang surveyed the room, ensuring everyone was present before cheerfully announcing, I am delighted to see all of you here today. The purpose of our gathering is to discuss the current prospects of the domestic film and television industry and identify potential breakthroughs. We shall eschew abstract discussions and focus on tangible projects. As the leading force in this sector, let me begin. Han Sanping, fully aware he would be the first to speak, cleared his throat and, in a steady tone, stated, the domestic film and television industry's overall trajectory is upward, garnering significant attention on the international stage. For instance, directors Li and Jia achieved remarkable success at this year's Venice Film Festival. Furthermore, as a young director, Li has shouldered his responsibilities, not only achieving great success in Hollywood, but also securing a collaboration agreement for The Martian Rescue. As Han Samping spoke, Li Siwei felt the weight of many eyes upon him. Meanwhile, Wang Zhongjuan's expression darkened. Today was supposed to be Huai's moment in the spotlight. But the collaboration with Lionsgate that he had worked so hard to secure paled in comparison to the commotion generated by Li Siwei. Zhang Weiping shared similar sentiments, as he had anticipated sharing the limelight with Zhang Yimou, who was currently preoccupied with the Olympics. Frustrated, he could only sulk quietly, thinking, just wait until Curse of the Golden Flower is released. They want to know what hit them. Unbeknownst to others, Zhang Weiping's inner thoughts were inaudible. After Han Samping concluded, a leader on stage smiled at Li Siwei, saying, Mr. Han is correct. Director Li's accomplishments in Hollywood are indeed commendable, particularly as he has brought home the first Oscar trophy for our country, which deserves recognition. Director Li, please elaborate on the co-production matter. Certainly. This film primarily narrates a rescue mission that unfolds on Mars, where global scientists collaborate to bring an astronaut back to Earth, with a total investment of $100 million. As Li Siwei finished speaking, the leader nodded in approval. Excellent. It is refreshing to see young minds with bold ideas. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to Mr. Han. With those words, everyone in the room, including Wang Zhongjuan, cast envious glances at Li Siwei, for the leader's endorsement effectively positioned them as the film's strongest backing. Li Siwei subsequently delivered remarks on cultural export, and the seminar neared its conclusion. Upon exiting the venue, Ning Hao approached, his face alight with admiration. Now your film has the support of the General Administration. Senior brother, I didn't see you earlier, Li Siwei expressed, surprised by Ning Hao's sudden appearance. The following day, Li Siwei returned to the venue for the premiere of the banquet. As an all-star blockbuster, the red carpet was already crowded with media and fans on both sides. Feng Xiaojiang personally welcomed the cast at the entrance. Upon seeing Li Siwei arrive, Feng Xiaojiang approached with a smile. Director Li, welcome. With Director Feng personally inviting me, how could I not come? Li Siwei, Raplia. Zhang Zi approached as well. Director Li, do you know when the casting for the new film will take place? Next month, Li Siwei responded. If there are suitable roles, I hope you can consider me. She added. Of course, he assured her. After finishing his brief conversation with Zhang Zi, Li Siwei entered the venue. Having already seen the banquet at Venice, he found himself somewhat disengaged during the event. Meanwhile, Liu Yifei was welcoming a filmmaker from Ningxia at Ziyuan Film. Hello, Ms. Liu, the visitor greeted, quickly realizing that the rumors about Liu Yifei's close relationship with Li Siwei were indeed true. Mr. Pang, we at Ziyuan Film are very interested in the script you submitted, she stated. Pang Hong, having anticipated this conversation, nearly laughed with relief. This script was the last hope for their studio. Without its production, they might never recover. You must have discussed this story with several companies before? Li Siwei inquired. Upon hearing this, a wry smile crossed Pang Hong's face. Yes. But others turned it down due to certain elements in the script. Mr. Pang, to speak candidly, this script indeed harbors certain issues. Before Pang Hong could respond, Li Siwei interjected. However, modifications can be made. Surely, Mr. Pang is aware of director Li's screenwriting prowess. If you trust him, the script could be entrusted to us for revisions. After all, it would be unseemly to produce a supernatural-themed film in our country. Pang Hong was taken aback by the emotional roller coaster he had experienced within a mere 2 minutes. Miss Liu, that is precisely our intention. However, other companies are unwilling even to amend script. Very well. Let us exchange contact information, and when the new script is ready, we shall discuss our future collaboration. No objections. Originally, Ziyuan Film and Television was already the last hope for Ning Film Studio, and with Li Siwei's assurance, a glimmer of hope finally emerged. Upon Li Siwei's return, he was greeted by the exuberant face of Li Siwei. What's got you so thrilled? Did you stumble upon a fortune? Indeed, I did. Do you know who visited today? Li Siwei's words piqued Li Siwei's curiosity. Pang Hong from Ning Film Studio. Li Siwei was already aware that Ning Film Studio had been seeking collaborators in the capital, but he remained uninformed about the particulars of the script. Was it a promising one? Indeed, the script in question is Painted Skin. Upon hearing that it was Painted Skin, Li Siwei's interest was instantly ignited. Following the release of The Promise, confidence in domestic films of such a genre had waned. But it was not until the emergence of Painted Skin that the perception of domestic film companies began to shift. Surely, Painted Skin must attract investors? Therein lies the crux. The current script features supernatural elements, which has deterred potential investors. Li Siwei's words made Li Siwei realize the gravity of the situation, and he replied incredulously. You cannot be suggesting that I revised the script? Indeed. Li Siwei winked at Li Siwei, unabashedly confirming her assertion. Witnessing the wry smile on Li Siwei's face, Li Siwei once again unleashed her ultimate charm. Oh dear brother, I implore you. Li Siwei, unable to resist Li Siwei's playful entreaty, could only acquiesce with a nod. All right, I understand. Thank you, our esteemed director Li. With that, Li Siwei leaned in and bestowed a kiss upon Li Siwei. Chapter 79. Awaiting the spectacle of the industry. After Li Siwei's agreement, Li Siwei promptly arranged for Pang Hong to meet at Ziyuan Film and Television. Ayu, Directori. I am immensely grateful for your willingness to assist in revising the script. Pang Hong was exhilarated at the prospect of Li Siwei personally undertaking the script revision. Although the script had yet to be amended, Pang Hong could already envision a resurgence for Ning Film Studio. No need for formality. I possess great confidence in Li Siwei's judgment. Ultimately, it was the lucrative nature of Painted Skin that led Li Siwei to consider collaborating with Ning Film Studio. Otherwise, he would have been hesitant to engage with them. The primary concern stemmed from Ning Film Studio's propensity for risk. During the production of Painted Skin, they had essentially wagered their entire fortunes, and fortunately, they emerged victorious, enjoying several prosperous years. Otherwise, Ning Film Studio would have long since faded into obscurity. However, their gambling nature remained unchanged. In 2018, they invested in Azura, hoping to replicate the miracle of Painted Skin, but this time, luck did not favor Ning Film Studio, leading to their outright bankruptcy. With all their assets auctioned off to repay debts. Director Pang, I must candidly state that if we are to collaborate, Ning Film Studio cannot solely provide a script. Rest assured, Director Li, although Ning Film Studio may not be what it once was, we still possess some assets. Indeed, Pang Hong's words validated Li Siwei's suspicions. Ning Film Studio was intent on treading the same path as in the past. Nevertheless, Li Siwei had no intention of voicing his concerns. After all, they had their own decision-making body, and it would be inappropriate for an outsider like him to intervene. After addressing the financial matters, the subsequent discussions proceeded more smoothly. Pang Hong readily agreed to Li Siwei's request for the sequel rights to Painted Skin, with the understanding that Ning Film Studio would have the opportunity to participate in the production of the sequel. Having already gained significant advantages, Li Siwei naturally had no grounds to refuse. Let us conclude for today. We shall reconnect once the revised script is ready. Here, as to a fruitful collaboration. Certainly, Director Li, may our partnership be enjoyable. Upon exiting Ziyuan Film and Television, Pang Hong immediately dialed the number of Ning Film Studio's top executive. Chairman Yang, I bring good news. Director Li is willing to assist us in revising the script and collaborating with us. Which Director Li? The esteemed Director Li Siwei. Well done, Lao Pang. When you return, we shall celebrate. These matters are minor. The primary concern lies with funding. These are trifles. You need not worry. In the industry, secrets are scarce. And news of the collaboration between Ziyuan Film and Television and Ning Film Studio swiftly circulated. Pang Hong had essentially traversed all film companies in the capital, yet none, including China Film, harbored any intentions of collaboration, as the script from Ning Film Studio indeed presented some challenges. After all, producing a film centered on ghosts in this country is tantamount to courting disaster. Unexpectedly, Li Siwei's collaboration with Ning Film Studio incited jealousy among other film production companies languishing at the bottom alongside Ning Film Studio. Initially, they were all struggling together, but now, with one of them poised for ascension, who could bear it? Upon hearing of Li Siwei's collaboration with Ning Film Studio, Han Sanping from China Film summoned Li Siwei to his office. What were you thinking? You dare to take on that script from Ning Film Studio? Faced with Han Sanping's blunt inquiry, Li Siwei harbored no resentment. After all, Han Sanping's words stemmed from genuine concern for him. Chairman Han, rest assured, I have reviewed the Ning Film Studio project. The script's concept is quite promising. And given the broad audience for strange tales from a Chinese studio, it merely contains elements that are better left out. You need not worry. Ning Film Studio has entrusted me with the revisions. After hearing Li Siwei's thorough explanation, Han Sanping was finally at ease. If you are revising the script, I am confident in your capabilities. How about this? Once the script is ready, China Film can also invest. I appreciate it, Chairman Han. In stark contrast, Wang Zhonglei and Wang Zhongjuan, upon learning of Li Siwei's collaboration with Ning Film Studio, felt nothing but schadenfreude. Brother, I believe Li Siwei has become overconfident, daring to engage with such a script. I suspect Li Siwei won't directly use Ning Film Studio script. However, stories like Strange Tales are not easy to adapt. Let us just wait and see the spectacle. I share the same sentiment. I am now eagerly anticipating Li Siwei's failure. Many others echoed Hua Yi's sentiments. After all, the industry's profits are finite, and with one less competitor, they could claim a larger share. Thus, numerous individuals awaited the unfolding drama surrounding Li Siwei. Of course, while many were eager to witness the spectacle, none dared to voice their opinions openly, for Li Siwei had yet to encounter failure since his debut. Li Siwei remained oblivious to the thoughts of these individuals. After leaving China Film, he returned directly to Ziyuan Film and Television. Sister Zhang, please pass this script to the screenwriting department. I've outlined the general framework, and they can fill in the details. The script for infiltration turned out quite well. Understood, Mr. Li. I will take care of it. After establishing the rough framework for Painted Skin, Li Siwei entrusted the subsequent details to the company's screenwriters, as his recent workload had been rather substantial. Moreover, the script for The Hidden had been polished to a commendable standard. Once he handed the script to Zhang Li, Li Siwei found himself once again immersed in the post-production phase, reminiscent of the solitary days he spent rushing through edits. With The Hidden already in production, it was imperative for the production company, Ziyuan Films, to have representation on site. Considering Li Siwei's considerable workload, Lu Yifei volunteered to step in, eager to apply her extensive training in production. While Li Siwei was engrossed in post-production, a phone call from North America disrupted his thoughts. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he noticed it was James Wan and promptly answered. This situation stemmed from Li Siwei's earlier commitment to James, wherein they agreed he would return to China only after the box office results for The Hidden were released. However, due to Paramount's circumstances, Li Siwei had to return prematurely. James, I presume you bear good news? He inquired. Indeed, according to the analysis from Lionsgate's research team, the attendance rate for The Hidden surpasses that of Dead Silence. While the box office figures are yet to be finalized, it is virtually certain that the opening earnings will exceed those of Dead Silence. Congratulations. My friend. Thank you, James. However, the credit belongs to you. It's those foolish executives at Paramount to blame. Since your collaboration with Warner Brothers commenced, I have heard that Paramount's upper management is quite displeased with the two individuals who previously negotiated with you. To be honest, after being misled by those two Paramount representatives, it will be impossible for Li Siwei not to feel vexed. Hearing this news, he chuckled. This is merely the beginning. Once the film is released, it will be Paramount's turn to regret. Absolutely. I have unwavering faith in your talent, James affirmed. Soon, the box office results for The Hidden emerged, revealing an impressive 23 million within its opening weekend in North America alone. When accounting for international markets, the figures would surely soar even higher. Following this success, numerous Hollywood media outlets placed Li Siwei and Lionsgate in the spotlight, compounded by Li Siwei's recent rejection of a new collaboration with Paramount and Warner Brothers. He found himself consistently gracing the headlines. Upon the news reaching domestic circles, various film companies expressed their envy, never having anticipated that the horror scripts Li Siwei produced would be so well received in Hollywood. Wang Zhonglei, upon witnessing the Hidden's box office performance, felt a pang of jealousy, wishing he could take Li Siwei's place. However, recalling that Hawaii had already secured a new partnership with Lionsgate, a smirk crept upon his face. Just wait. Once The King of Kung Fu is released, you will witness Hawaii's true strength. Away, would you care to visit Taiwan? Why the sudden invitation to Taiwan? J-Wave has completed renovations, and I thought it would be delightful to invite you over. Sounds great. Just as well, Jan has some free time, so we can all go together. Excellent. After ending the call with Zhou Jiluan, Li Siwei glanced at the progress of the hunt and nodded in satisfaction. After 2 days of diligent effort, it was nearing completion, allowing him to take a moment to unwind. With this in mind, he called Zhu Yan. The following day, Li Siwei, accompanied by Zhu Yan, made their way to Hengdian, primarily because Liu Yifei was currently working with the hidden crew there. Although Li Siwei, as the director, typically kept a low profile, his frequent accolades meant that most people recognized him. Thus, when he and Zhu Yan arrived at the filming site, they encountered no obstacles. Didactoli. As the crew and actors noticed Li Siwei and Zhu Yan's arrival, they hurried to greet them. Away, you're here. Upon hearing the crew's voices, Jiang Wei and Liu Yifei finally realized Li Siwei had arrived. Teacher Jiang, thank you for your hard work during this time. After exchanging pleasantries with Jiang Wei, Li Siwei took Liu Yifei's hand. Yifei, I hope I haven't caused you too much trouble. Not at all. Yifei is quite talented. You've truly found a gem. Indeed, she is a treasure. Seeing the closeness between Li Siwei and Liu Yifei, Jiang Wei couldn't help but reflect. Youth is indeed wonderful. As the head of the production team, Li Siwei felt compelled to express gratitude. So he took up a megaphone and addressed the crew. Thank you all for your hard work during this period. I'm here on behalf of the company to check in on you. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to dinner, and we can all take a break. Hooray! Our generous boss. Long live the boss. With the boss treating them in an early dismissal, the crew was understandably elated, showering him with compliments. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Siwei led the crew to a restaurant near Hengdian. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone relaxed. Since they had work the next day, the group refrained from drinking excessively. By 9 o'clock, Zhu Yan, being considerate, excused herself to leave with the rest of the crew, ensuring she wouldn't intrude on Li Siwei and Liu Yifei. Both Li Siwei and Liu Yifei were pleased with Zhu Yan's thoughtfulness. Having dined abundantly, they decided to take a leisurely stroll nearby. What brings you to Hengdian all of a sudden? The boss's wife spends every day here, so I thought I should come and see for myself. You have a good heart. But honestly, this recent experience has been quite rewarding. I'm glad to hear that. By the way, Jiluan's new company is fully renovated. Would you like to take a look? Sure. After meandering around Hengdian for a while, Li Siwei and Liu Yifei returned to their hotel. Once back in their room, Li Siwei turned to face Liu Yifei, their proximity allowing them to feel each other's breath. After gazing at her for a moment, Li Siwei gently lifted her chin with his finger. As she complied and raised her chin, he leaned in for a kiss. After a prolonged moment, when they finally parted, both found their breathing somewhat hurried. Love me, mm. There was no need for further words, as Li Siwei kissed her once more. Liu Yifei, in turn, wrapped her arms around his neck, leaping up to entwine her legs around his waist. Once in bed, they shed their barriers and embraced each other with sincere openness. The next morning, Li Siwei awoke to find Liu Yifei peacefully asleep. After placing a gentle kiss on her lips, he quietly got out of bed. When Liu Yifei finally rose, they enjoyed breakfast together before bidding farewell to Jiang Wei and boarding a flight to Taiwan with Zhu Yan. You finally arrived. Zhou Jiluan's fame in Taiwan eclipsed his recognition in the mainland. So as Li Siwei and his companions exited the airport, they were escorted by Zhou Jiluan's assistant, and I, to meet him in a vehicle. Jiluan, you have no idea how much dog food I consumed on this journey. Zhu Yan lamented before either Li Siwei or Liu Yifei could respond. Thank you for your hard work, Yan. Zhou Jiluan, ever the supportive friend, gently patted Zhu Yan on the shoulder as a gesture of encouragement. Observing the two dramatic souls beginning their act, Li Siwei remarked with mild annoyance, all right, you two can stop performing now. Let us set off. Sure, let us go. Danny will drive, came the reply. All right, Brother Jiluan, they agreed. Despite their best efforts to remain inconspicuous, the group was still spotted by paparazzi during dinner that night. Fortunately, they managed to slip away quickly, or they would have surely been cornered. Nevertheless, they found themselves featured in the newspapers the very next day. Zhou Jiluan dines with friends Li Siwei, Liu Yifei, and Zhu Yan in Taiwan. Thankfully, the journalists refrained from sensationalizing the story, prompting Li Siwei and the others to disregard the news entirely. The following day at the headquarters of Jaywalk Studio, Li Siwei found himself swaying back and forth in Zhou Jiluan's executive chair. Liu Yifei, observing his antics. Couldn't he help but inquire, what is the point of swinging in a mere chair? One must admit, Jillian truly knows how to indulge. This chair is rather splendid, and I must acquire one upon my return. Just then, Zhou Jillian entered and announced, you all can stay here and keep an eye out for any promising talent. Coincidentally, Li Siwei and his companions arrived in Taiwan, just as Jaywalk was scouting for new musicians. Thus they were thrust into the role of judges. These aspiring musicians were drawn to Zhou Jillian, necessitating his presence to bolster the atmosphere. Once Zhou Jillian stepped outside, Liu Yifei and Zhu Yan each claimed a swivel chair. As Liu Yifei focused on the swivel chair while listening to the musicians perform outside, an epiphany struck her. When Zhu Yan excused herself to the restroom, Liu Yifei seized Li Siwei's arm and exclaimed, don't you think our current behavior resembles that of a reality show? Which show?